In a wondrous academy that captivates countless individuals aspiring to pursue their studies and cultivation, it serves as a sanctuary for the weak and a realm for the strong to further their prowess. However, the peculiar disposition of the academy's headmaster raises eyebrows. Headmaster, I excel in transforming the inept into prodigies. In the Great Wu Kingdom, just outside Union City. Based on my years of teaching experience, I can confidently assert that your son is an extraordinary talent, a ancient millennium prodigy, provided that. Am I not aware of my son's qualifications? The middle-aged man cast a skeptical glance at the child squatting on the ground, engrossed in watching ants at work. Kong Lin adjusted his false beard, his expression solemn as he remarked, "Observe this child at such a tender age. He possesses the ability to calmly study the activities of ants. Moreover, his forehead is well-formed, and his physique is exceptional, is evidently cut out to be a master. May I inquire about his age? He is 11 years old. At this age, beginning martial arts training is a year late compared to his peers. It pains me to see this." Kong Lin initially wore a troubled expression, but then confidently declared, "However, fret not. Entrust the child to me, and despite the late start, I shall ensure he surpasses others and becomes a master sooner. Is it true that my son possesses the potential to be a master? Could there be any doubt? He is destined to become a master-level figure who will establish his own sect, provided that. Even if he has the potential, I lack the means to pay the tuition." As the middle-aged man spoke, a flicker of despondency crossed his eyes. What parent does not wish for their child to soar to greatness? Yet, their family was in dire straits, struggling to meet even basic needs, let alone afford exorbitant tuition fees. Kong Lin, filled with sympathy, gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, exclaiming, "I truly cannot bear to see such talent go to waste. Very well. If you entrust the child to me, I shall waive the tuition for the first year and commence charging from the second year onward. Teacher, if you genuinely do not require tuition for the first year, then I shall entrust my child to you." The middle-aged man trembled with excitement upon hearing this. "As the head of the academy, can my words be anything but true? May I inquire, esteemed headmaster, where is your school located?" "Just north of Union City." "North of the city?" The middle-aged man repeated the phrase, and soon a name, akin to a nightmare, surfaced in his mind. His lips quivered as he stammered. "Could it be Union Academy? Ah, you are aware of it. Well, do not run away." Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man swiftly scooped up the child and vanished in an instant, fearing that Kong Lin might pursue him. "If 1 year is insufficient, then let it be 2 years if 3 years are required. I shall not charge at all. I could even pay you." As he watched the retreating figure, a parched Kong Lin rubbed his temples, standing in place with a bitter smile. Kong Lin was not originally from this world. Just 2 days prior, he had been a teacher in a rural village on Earth, when an unexpected incident transported him to this realm. The original owner of his body also bore the name Kong Lin, who held another identity as the headmaster of Union Academy. Once, Union Academy was the most prestigious institution in Union City, without rival. Regrettably, 3 years ago, a formidable band of marauders took advantage of the city lord's absence to launch a night raid on Union City. The Kong family, one of the 3 prominent families, suffered a devastating fate, and Union Academy was destroyed amidst the clash of powerhouses. Kong Lin narrowly escaped this calamity, having been studying in the imperial capital at the time. 3 years ago, upon returning from his studies in the capital, Kong Lin vowed to restore the illustrious reputation of Union Academy. Yet, 3 years have swiftly passed, and he had failed to recruit even a single student. Now, Union Academy had been relegated to the lowest tier status, and if he could not enroll 10 students this year, the academy would face dissolution. During the enrollment conference, the original owner, unable to attract any students, was consumed by anxiety. After a restless night, he fell into a deep slumber, granting the earthbound Kong Lin an opportunity. As he awoke, a voice echoed in his mind. "The strongest headmaster system has been bound. Complete the following tasks to activate the system." Task: enroll 1 student, qualifications unrestricted. Reward: insightful vision, 1 universal elixir. Time limit: 24 hours. Penalty: none. Having read novels, Kong Lin was well aware that a system was a quintessential tool for traversers. He spent a day assimilating the memories of the original owner and the knowledge of this world, and then embarked on his recruitment journey. Unfortunately, by the end of the day, anyone who heard the name Union Academy turned away, some even avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. He had been rejected a staggering 80 times. As the sun began to set, with only 2 hours remaining before the deadline, Kong Lin gritted his teeth and decided to employ his trump card. Normal individuals may be difficult to persuade, but surely I can find a fool? The system did not specify that the student must be a rational person. Just then, he recalled a few simple-minded individuals in Union City. Reflecting on their usual haunts, Kong Lin grasped a tree trunk, preparing to return to the city. As he stood upright, an arm suddenly shot out from the spot where he had been sitting, pale and smeared with blood. Startled, Kong Lin leapt back, shouting, "Who dares to emerge? Show yourself!" Before he could finish, a second arm appeared, followed by half a body. The individual shook off the dirt from his head and grinned widely, saying, "I want to drink wine." "Yantiani? Is that you, Yantiani?" "I want to drink wine." "How delightful! Just as I was feeling drowsy, fate has delivered me the most formidable fool in Union City right into my hands." Kong Lin exclaimed with exhilaration, clenching his fists in triumph.
Chapter 2. Using a knife to kill Yun Tianyi, the young master of the Yun family in Union City, once stood as the paragon of excellence 3 years prior. By the tender age of 15, he had already mastered the 2 realms of body refinement, earning a reputation that resonated throughout the land, making him the coveted prize for numerous schools and powerful families, ultimately culminating in a union with the Li family. Alas, during that fateful incident, he became the target of a ruthless assault, resulting in the complete severance of his meridians, reducing him to a state inferior even to that of an ordinary person. His mind dulled, he fell into madness and succumbed to the vice of alcoholism. Thus, a generation's prodigy fell from grace. To restore Yun Tianyi, the prestigious Yun family expended an unimaginable fortune, consequently relegating themselves to a second-tier family. At this moment, Yun Tianyi was a pitiful sight, covered in mud, emaciated like a specter, his arms devoid of flesh, clad in tattered garments stained with blood, a long scar across his forehead resembling a bowl's circumference. The stench of alcohol wafted from him as he spoke. Kong Lin approached and squatted down, inquiring, "Do you wish for a drink? As my student, you shall have access to the renowned Qingzhou liquor." Yun Tianyi's limp form suddenly straightened with a thud, his murky eyes gleaming with clarity. "As long as there's alcohol, I would gladly be a student, or even a dog. Indeed, a true alcoholic." The mere mention of liquor had rekindled his spirit. "Let us proceed to sign the contract." With a foolish grin, Yun Tianyi crawled out of the dirt and pressed his fingerprint onto the enrollment form that had remained untouched for 2 years. A chime echoed, signaling the completion of the task. "The strongest Dean system has been successfully activated, and congratulations to the host for receiving a novice gift pack." With a thought, Kong Lin opened the novice gift pack. He acquired the skill Fiery Eye and a universal elixir. Fiery Eye? Entry level enables the observation of specific values of a target. Universal elixir, an essential divine medicine for cleansing the meridians and marrow. As the system notification resonated, Kong Lin felt a surge of heat and pain in his eyes, followed by a tingling sensation as if electrified. Upon opening his eyes to gaze at Yun Tianyi, a stream of information materialized in his mind. Name: Yun Tianyi, male, age: 18, strength: 1, comparable to an infant, endurance: 1, comparable to an infant, will: 1, comparable to an infant, agility: 1, comparable to an infant, system prompt. This is a person favored by heaven. The Fiery Eye has been upgraded. Before he could ponder the reason for the skill's upgrade, Yun Tianyi suddenly clung to Kong Lin's leg, exclaiming loudly, "Alcohol! I want alcohol!" With a large man clinging to him, Kong Lin felt a shiver run down his spine. He stood up and said, "I will give you some when we return to school. Now let go of me. If you cling any longer, there will be no drink for you. As long as there's alcohol, everything is negotiable." "Come, follow me," Kong Lin stated, leading the way towards Union City. The Li family ancestral hall, an urgent council convened, gathering all present. The current head of the family, Li Sheng, surveyed those in attendance and spoke solemnly. "Everyone, Yun Tianyi has returned." "How is that possible?" exclaimed the elder seated to his left, who had been responsible for handling the matter, his complexion shifting dramatically. "I witnessed him being buried. Could he have dug himself out?" "He returned with Kong Lin," Li Sheng remarked. "Kong Lin? That worthless dean?" The third elder of the Li family, Li Feng, scoffed, saying, "Is he tired of living? Akin to an old man consuming arsenic? How dare he disrupt our plans? However, it matters little. At worst, we shall eliminate him once more and send him on his way." The Li family, having ascended to one of the 3 great families of Union City through a union with the Yun family, now found that the Yun family could offer no further assistance. Following an internal family meeting, the Li family resolved to sever all ties with the Yun family and turn their attention to an alliance with the Zheng family. Just last night, A meticulously devised plan commenced, with the assassination of Yun Tianyi merely the first step, yet unexpectedly, Kong Lin emerged midway. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. Anyone who dared to obstruct them would meet their demise. Elder, do not rush, Li Sheng stated, that I find this quite fortuitous. It presents a splendid opportunity. What do you mean, clan leader? The number of students at Nandu Academy has surged this year, and the Zheng family has urged us to devise a solution. Reconstructing a branch institution will require an extensive amount of time. Instead, why not seize Union Academy? Although somewhat dilapidated, it possesses a certain foundation. Once we accomplish this, we will be able to speak with more authority before the Zheng family. And how do you intend to acquire it, clan leader? Li Sheng chuckled coldly, stating, we shall employ an indirect approach. Does Yun Tianyi not harbor a toxic parasite within him? We can trigger its explosion, causing his demise within Union Academy, compelling Kong Lin to offer the academy as compensation. Li Feng erupted in laughter, exclaiming, the clan leader is truly astute. Once Yun Tianyi perishes, Kong Lin will comprehend the gravity of facing the Yun and Li families, and he will have no choice but to surrender the academy as recompense. Li Sheng nodded slightly, rising to declare, we must finalize everything before the Yun family arrives. Let us depart at once. Chapter 3. The favored one. Upon returning to the academy, Kong Lin retrieved the final bottle of Kingzhu wine for Yun Tianyi, then scrutinized the fallen genius. Commentary. Once a dominant force in bed, now merely a weakling both in and out of it. Kong Lin mused, it is one thing to not be a genius, but why does this data appear as though it has been deliberately arranged by someone? Not dwelling on this further, his attention was drawn to the word health that followed "t" last. Kong Lin understood why he felt fatigued after merely a few steps and experienced inexplicable back pain. It was because his vitality had been drained. Back on Earth, nearing 30, he had still been a virgin, accompanied only by the company of 10 maidens during moments of loneliness. In this world, however, Kong Lin was merely 18 yet already suffering from kidney deficiency. Truly, those in drought perish from thirst while those in flood drown. Just as he was steeped in jealousy, Yun Tianyi, who was drinking nearby, suddenly coughed up blood. Kong Lin furrowed his brow. Earlier, when he examined Yun Tianyi's information, the health section had indicated poisoning, with an evaluation stating bone-deep poison. Could it be that this was a consequence of drinking? No. With his keen insight, Kong Lin discerned that tiny worms were writhing within the blood that Yun Tianyi expelled. Instantly, the term, parasite, flashed in his mind. Yun Tianyi, how are you feeling now? Kong Lin inquired, supporting him. Kong Lin, stop! A roar echoed through the air, prompting Kong Lin to glance back. He beheld a formidable procession advancing from the school gates, led by none other than Li Sheng, the patriarch of the Li family. With swift strides, Li Sheng closed the distance between them, his voice laced with fury as he exclaimed, Kong Lin, you possess remarkable audacity to conspire against my son-in-law. Kong Lin squinted at his accuser, pondering the absurdity of the claim regarding Yun Tianyi. Was this man not in his right mind? Li Sheng continued, Elder, quickly bring forth the antidote for Tianyi. Hold on. How did you come to know he was poisoned? Kong Lin inquired with a disarming smile. At that moment, words failed Li Sheng. Tianyi's complexion was ashen, blood oozing from his lips in a dark crimson hue. Was it not evident that he had been poisoned? Li Feng, the third elder, interjected, indeed. What else could explain his condition? Kong Lin scoffed, retorting, if I were to smear soot on my face, would that also indicate poisoning? How ludicrous. Enough of your prattle, Kong Lin. Why have you harmed Tianyi? What grievance could a mere fool like him have possibly caused you? Li Sheng's countenance darkened. Indeed, why would you harm my son? Came a voice from the entrance, where another group appeared, clad in white garments adorned with a blue cloud emblem, members of the Yun family. Li Sheng's pupils contracted as he turned to Li Feng, who shook his head in uncertainty. Logically, Yun Tianxiong should still be searching in the western part of the city. What do you mean I harmed him? Kong Lin asserted. I discovered him buried alive in the southern district. Not only did I rescue him, but I also brought him back here for a drink. You both, as family heads, so readily pass judgment without due consideration. How rash. At the mention of being buried alive, Yun Tianxiong's eyes widened in shock, and he demanded, where exactly did you find him in the southern district? When did this occur? Brother Yun, do not heed his words. It is entirely possible that he was the one responsible for the burial. What a coincidence it is that he just happened upon it. Li Sheng's primary objective at this moment was to stall for time. The poison he had unleashed was set to take effect, and he estimated that within moments, Yun Tianyi would breathe his last. Once Tianyi was dead, all pleas would be in vain, and the fate of this academy could be addressed later. Very well, I shall not speak further. Let the matter be resolved by the parties involved. Kong Lin, astonished to encounter such duplicitous individuals in this otherworldly realm, let out a cold laugh and promptly administered the wanling pill to Yun Tianyi. He could only place his hopes on the efficacy of the elixir, praying that the system-crafted remedy would counteract the poison. Stop! Yun Tianxiong bellowed in an attempt to intervene, but Kong Lin's actions were too swift, and the pill was consumed in an instant. Almost immediately, a reaction ensued. Yun Tianyi's body convulsed as if manipulated by unseen strings. His limbs moved erratically before he doubled over, retching violently. "Oh, not act impulsively. Your son is not yet deceased. Kong Lin, should anything happen to my son, I will ensure you pay with your life," Yun Tianxiong warned ominously. The Yun family had but one son. Should he perish, retribution would be inevitable. Once Kong Lin observed that Tianyi had ceased vomiting, he leaned down to examine him and proclaimed, "He is well now. Come and see for yourself." Yun Tianxiong hurriedly approached as the physician beside him began to examine Yun Tianyi's condition. "Father, what brings you here? Where am I?" The system's production truly is of exquisite quality. Kong Lin marveled silently to my son. "You finally recognize me?" After 3 long years, Yun Tianxiong finally heard the word father, and tears of joy streamed down his face. Yun Tianyi attempted to speak further, but suddenly lost consciousness, which startled Yun Tianxiong immensely. The physician quickly reassured him, "Sir, the young master is not gravely injured. He is simply exhausted and has fainted. What are we waiting for? Quickly take Tianyi home to recuperate as long as he is safe. Everything else can be addressed." "Hold on." Kong Lin produced the contract that Yun Tianyi had signed and stated, "As of now, Yun Tianyi is a student of Yunyan Academy. Please remind him to rest well and await my notification." Yun Tianxiong cast a complex glance at Kong Lin before nodding and departing. "What now? The boy's father has spoken, and you still dare to accuse me of poisoning?" Kong Lin regarded Li Shang with a radiant smile. Li Shang's expression darkened, and in a fit of anger, he waved his sleeve and declared, "We are leaving," before retreating in disgrace. "Take care on your way out. Don't trip and hurt yourself," Kong Lin called after them. As he watched everyone depart, Kong Lin turned his gaze to the pool of blood, his mind racing with schemes. Bang! In the Yun residence, within Yun Tianyi's chamber, Yun Tianxiong's expression was grim. He slammed his palm onto the wooden table, leaving an imprint that startled the servant. "All you do is slap the table." The middle-aged beauty, Qi Yaxio, frowned slightly and admonished, "Your son has just recovered. If you frighten him into a relapse, I shall see how you will answer for it." As soon as she spoke, the imposing Yun Tianxiong, who commanded authority before outsiders, immediately wilted. "Why, lady, I am merely infuriated. I cannot believe the Li family dared to resort to such treachery against Tianyi." The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he felt a strong urge to strike the table again. Chia shot him a glare and said, "What good will your anger do? Since they dared to act in such a manner, they are not afraid of your retaliation. Even if this reaches the city lord's residence, they will dismiss you, claiming that a fool's words cannot be trusted." Yet they did not anticipate that Tianyi has recovered. Yun Tianxiong grumbled indignantly. After bringing Yun Tianyi home, 10 physicians took turns examining him, all arriving at the astonishing conclusion that his affliction had been cured and his penchant for excessive drinking had vanished. This news delighted Yun Tianxiong, prompting him to indulge in several hearty drinks. However, upon hearing that the Li family had sent thugs to assault his son and attempted to bury him alive in the southern part of the city, he was utterly enraged. After much contemplation, Yun Tianxiong decided that discussing matters here would disturb Yun Tianyi's rest. Yet there was still one question he needed to clarify. Rising, he inquired, "Tianyi, why have you become a student of Yunyan Academy?" Yun Tianyi, who was sipping porridge, let out a bitter laugh. This was a matter he remembered all too well, and he recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, Yun Tianxiong nodded and said, "That is easily resolved. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to assist you in withdrawing from the academy. Father, Kong Lin saved my life. If this were to spread, would our Yun family not gain a reputation for being treacherous? In my eyes, reputation is utterly inconsequential. Not to mention that he deceived you in a state of delirium. Even if he were not deceiving you, now that your health has improved, how could a second-rate institution like Yunyan Academy be your springboard to success? Surely, it must be Lingxiao Academy at the very least. Given my current condition, would Lingxiao Academy even accept me? They dare not refuse." Yun Tianxiong's eyes widened in disbelief as he remarked, "Although our Yun family is no longer a first-rate clan, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. Even if they at Lingxiao Academy are particularly discerning, they would not dare to play tricks on me." Unable to counter his father's assertion, Yun Tianyi resorted to his trump card. "I know you intend to compensate Dean Kong with money, but tell me, how much is your son's life worth?" Noticing his wife's persistent glances, Yun Tianxiong shook his head. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Focus on your recovery. Once you are well, we shall deliberate further. Very well, father. Upon returning to his chamber, Yun Tianxiong addressed Yun Yi. Tomorrow, you shall go in place of the young master and complete the withdrawal procedures. If Kong Lin proves uncooperative, handle it as necessary. I will bear the consequences. Yun Yi dared not inquire further and respectfully replied, Understood, sir. Chapter 5. The lottery as night fell, the stars twinkled brilliantly. Kong Lin leaned against a boulder, gazing into the night sky, searching for traces of the Milky Way, yet to no avail after a prolonged effort. Sipping a cup of Qingzhou wine, he refocused his thoughts and accessed the Academy information panel within the system. Qi induction technique. Tianlan, yellow rank, description. An exceedingly rare Qi induction technique. This is a fragmented scroll, usable during the body refinement stage, requiring the accompaniment of Qi induction pills for practice. With no adverse effects. What on earth? This is not merely a stroke of luck. It feels akin to entering Europe. I never anticipated that I, Kong Lin, would one day become European. Indeed, lottery results are dictated by fortune. This world is saturated with genuine Qi, and when a martial artist's physical prowess reaches a certain threshold, they can employ the Qi induction technique to draw in genuine Qi for body refinement. Martial artists at the body refinement stage, due to inadequate physical conditioning, can only enhance their physical abilities through practicing martial skills, consuming medicinal pills, and other means. They cannot draw in genuine Qi for body refinement. Should a martial artist at the body refinement stage forcibly practice the Qi induction technique for body refinement, they risk shattering their meridians, meeting a fate akin to that of Yun Tianyi, or worse, exploding their bodies. Yet now, the system has granted me a Qi induction technique that can be utilized even at the body refinement stage. How utterly extraordinary! It is akin to another investing 10 years to complete the third stage of body refinement and then entering the genuine Qi stage, only to begin studying the Qi induction technique at that point. However, you, upon engaging with martial techniques, can refine your body with genuine Qi, then spend 10 years safely advancing into the genuine Qi stage. How many years ahead of others would that be? How many decades does one experience in a lifetime? If this is not extraordinary, then what is? With this Qi induction technique, how could I possibly lack students? Kong Lin was overwhelmed with exhilaration, akin to a frenzy. Calm down, compose yourself. Kong Lin forced himself to regain his tranquility. He was currently a blood ignition stage martial artist, with only a single technique, the fierce tiger's tail, in his repertoire. The martial skills were not overly complex, making it a perfect opportunity to use himself as a test subject. Having exhausted the remaining 10 points of master credits, Kong Lin exchanged them for a Qi-enhancing pill from the marketplace. After consuming it, he seated himself on the ground and began to silently recite the incantation for the Qi-gathering technique. Transforming the virtual into the tangible signifies true essence. This is the genuine Qi. Entering his body from the elixir, closely followed by as he closed his eyes, the world faded into complete darkness. Upon reciting the Qi-gathering technique 3 times, a slender blue light emerged from the boundless blackness. This blue luminescence resembled a mischievous serpent, swirling around Kong Lin several times before swiftly burrowing into the skin of his left arm. The moment this strand of true Qi entered his body, Kong Lin felt as though molten lava coursed within him, an unbearable searing pain crashing against his mind. There was indeed a reason why those in the body refinement realm could not practice the Qi-gathering technique. At that moment, the Qi-enhancing pill transformed into a gentle membrane, enveloping the true Qi, alleviating the pain, and replacing it with a sensation so pleasurable it could elicit a cry of delight. Kong Lin hastily suppressed this feeling and guided the true Qi to circulate along a predetermined path. Chapter 6. Defeated as the moon rabbit descended and the golden crow ascended, Kong Lin, having sat in the courtyard for an entire night, was now adorned with morning dew. Nevertheless, the night bore fruitful results. He had successfully integrated that strand of true Qi into his body. At this moment, Kong Lin felt his physique brimming with immense strength, capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a tiger. Just then, an individual arrived. Upon seeing Kong Lin, he respectfully performed a bow and said, Director Kong, I am Yun Yi, a servant of the Yun family, here to express my master's gratitude for your life-saving grace. Brushing off the morning dew, Kong Lin rose, nodding with neither joy nor sorrow. Upon seeing the servant present a tray gleaming with gold coins, he remarked, If this is meant as a fee for curing Yun Tianyi, it is unnecessary. Yun Tianyi is a student of Yunjian Academy. It was my duty. If this is tuition, it is far too generous. Yunjian Academy is not as formidable as Lingshao Academy. 1 gold coin would suffice. Yuni extended a platter containing 100 gold coins, stating, Director Kong, this is a token of my master's appreciation. I hope you will graciously accept it. Did you not comprehend my words? Director Kong, my master wishes for you to dissolve the teacher-student contract with my young master. You are an astute individual. You should be aware of his intentions. He continued, and my master has said that if this amount does not adequately compensate for your losses, please state your price. We will ensure your satisfaction. Kong Lin's expression immediately turned icy as he replied, What a farce. Though my academy may be in decline, it is not sunk low enough to require a servant to withdraw on behalf of his young master. You claim your master wishes to communicate. Let him come and speak to me directly. My master is exceedingly busy, managing numerous affairs, and indeed cannot spare the time. Furthermore, he is aware that you wish to preserve Yun Yin Academy. He has already arranged for 10 students and a teacher to assist you, sufficient for the strength assessment following enrollment, I believe. Humph. Then why does he not extend his assistance to sort out Ling Shao Academy as well? Yuni paused for a moment before chuckling. My master has already shown great mercy in this matter. As for Ling Shao. Kong Lin interrupted Yun Yi with a wave of his sleeve, exclaiming, Why are you wasting words? If you wish to withdraw from school, you must first defeat me. Then we can discuss terms. Yuni replied with a light laugh, exuding confidence. I am a practitioner of the Meridian Opening Realm, while you are of the Blood Ignition Realm, and no matter how you twist it, an arm cannot outmatch a leg. There is no need for further contemplation. From this day forth, the dignity of Yun Yin Academy shall not be trampled by anyone. Bring it on, ding. A side quest has been triggered. The Battle of Dignity. A mere practitioner of the Meridian Opening Realm dares to act so arrogantly towards me. Does he truly believe that I, Kong Lin, am a soft persimmon? Or does he think I cannot wield a blade? Very well, let us commence. With that, Yun Yi transformed into a shadow, darting towards Kong Lin. He held utmost confidence in his abilities. In a spar, he could at most achieve a stalemate with peers of his level, but in a life-and-death struggle, he was certain he would be the one to survive. His ferocious claw techniques, coupled with his swift movements, made him a veritable reaper on the battlefield. Alas, things did not unfold as he had hoped. The moment Yuni launched his attack, Kong Lin had already grasped all pertinent information regarding him, including his martial skills and movements, identifying the flaws in his technique. It was utterly inconceivable for a practitioner of the Meridian Opening Realm to be so thoroughly dominated by one of the Blood Ignition Realm. Yun Yi, were you not injured? Where is your wound? Upon hearing Yun Tianyi's inquiry, Yun Yi's eyes brightened, and he hastily removed his garment, leaving Yun Tianxiong momentarily astonished. The upper half of Yun Yi's body was covered in bruises, most of which were the size of a fist, with a few being slightly larger. How did Kong Lin strike me? He attacked me 36 times with his elbow and 4 times with his fist. Strangely, each blow found its mark on my vulnerabilities. He claimed that my claw techniques have 367 flaws. Do you think there's any truth to what he said, my lord? Yun Tianxiong's expression turned grave as he set down his teacup and began to examine the bruises. Feeling quite embarrassed, Yuni added, My lord, please be gentle. It hurts. Yun Tianxiong shot him a glare before pressing down firmly once more, causing Yun Yi to gasp in pain. Rising to his feet, Yun Tianxiong remarked, Logically speaking, a practitioner of the Meridian Opening Realm should possess superior physical prowess compared to one of the Blood Ignition Realm. However, the long-absent Kong Lin has not only managed to leave bruises on your body, but has also done so with such uniformity in size, indicating an extraordinary control over his strength. Yet, to claim that your claw techniques have 367 flaws is an exaggeration. Surely, there cannot be that many. I can discern only 40 or 50 instances. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianyi was filled with immense joy and inquired, Father, since Kong Lin is so formidable, does that mean I need not withdraw from school? No, you must withdraw, and it is imperative that you do so. Severing all connections. Why? Yun Tianxiong replied solemnly, I now believe that the calamity from 3 years ago was no mere coincidence, but rather a scheme orchestrated by significant figures, their target being Yun Yin Academy. Father, have you uncovered something? Do not ask what you should not inquire about. I suspect Kong Lin is already aware of this matter. Otherwise, he would not have returned in such tranquility, not even visiting the city lord's residence once. Previously, he used a miraculous elixir to heal you. Now, with his prowess at the blood-burning realm, he has bested Yun Yi, indicating that this individual harbors profound secrets. Since you possess leads, and Kong Lin is so powerful, why not join forces with him? Whether we can unite will soon become evident. I wish to witness firsthand his true capabilities. I shall join as well. Chapter 8. A family must stand united. Do you truly believe that I, Kong Lin, am easily trifled with? You think you can come and go as you please. Just as he had received tuition fees from 2 students, his pockets laden, Kong Lin was preparing to venture to the market to procure some meat as a reward for himself. Yet, he was intercepted at the school gate by members of the Yun family. Yun Tianxiong chuckled apologetically, Director Kong, I am profoundly grateful for your saving Tiany's life, but he is already 18 this year. His physique is on the verge of solidification, and starting anew would be quite challenging. Ding! Side quest activated. A family must stand united. Quickly, follow me, Yun Tiany called out, and the group hastened towards the courtyard. In the distance, a figure stood, accompanied by the sound of labored breathing from another. The more Yun Tiany observed, the more he felt something amiss. This did not resemble his father's physique at all. Could it be? Upon approaching, he found Kong Lin standing unharmed, while lying on the ground was Yun Tianxiong. Father! Yun Tiany shouted, rushing over to assist his father, whose face was ashen as if made of parchment. What has happened to you? After coughing up blood, Yun Tianxiong shook his head, signaling that he was fine, though his gaze was filled with terror as it fell upon Kong Lin. Kong Lin, how could you be so careless with your strength? Seeing his father's pitiful state, Yun Tiany queried in anger. Tiany, do not be disrespectful, quickly apologized to Director Kong. Before their confrontation, Yun Tianxiong had observed a faint blue glow emanating from Kong Lin's fist. What could that possibly be? It was an omen only seen in those who had reached the true Qi realm. True Qi protecting the body. Yun Tianxiong was certain his vision was not deceiving him. And coupled with the genuine pain in his chest, he was convinced that Kong Lin had indeed ascended to the true Qi realm. Such an exalted status. In Yunyan City, only the city lord, Yu Chongli, held such a rank. Among the remaining 3 great families, Zhang, Li, Feng, and the 2 academies, Nandu Academy, Lingshao Academy, the most formidable warriors were merely at the bone-washing realm. This young man had quietly attained the true Qi realm. It seemed feasible to collaborate with him. I am not the kind of person who lacks understanding, so there is no need for apologies. With a smile, Kong Lin crouched down and took out the teacher-student contract from his pocket, saying, a bet is a bet. Let us sign this. Sign it. I shall sign it immediately. Yun Tianxiong, not daring to hesitate, swiftly made a small cut on his finger and pressed his crimson imprint onto the contract. Ding! The task, a family must be complete, is accomplished, and the reward has been dispensed. Chapter 9. The spirit pattern master. Your willingness to sign the contract so readily is quite unexpected, remarked Kong Lin, holding the teacher-student contract form. He had anticipated that Yun Tianxiong would decline multiple times, yet he signed with such alacrity. Director Kong, you are already a formidable figure in the true Qi realm. If I were to be untrustworthy, I would likely have met a dire fate by now. Indeed, it is your strength that grants you the ultimate authority. Kong Lin nodded with a smile. Those who know how to adapt to circumstances are truly wise. I appreciate individuals like you. Since you are now students of Union Academy, allow me to share a secret with you. Before Yun Tianxiong could inquire further, he witnessed Kong Lin stamp his foot, causing a silver pattern to emerge from beneath him and rapidly spread in all directions, forcefully propelling them away from the courtyard. Indeed, it was a push. It felt as though an invisible hand had unceremoniously thrust them aside. As Yun Tianxiong lay on the ground, his trousers were torn. Had he not been sturdy, he would have surely suffered more at that moment. The courtyard was shrouded in thick white mist, accompanied by the sounds of clanging and clattering. What did I ask this? Yun Tianxiong looked at Kong Lin, his eyes filled with astonishment. Director Kong, are you truly the fabled spirit pattern master? Only a profession as enigmatic as the spirit pattern master could elucidate the current phenomenon. I am not, but my teacher is the head of the Yun family. Yun Tianxiong possessed a keen intellect. Mere illusions of power would not intimidate him. With a moment's contemplation, he could uncover the flaws, which is why Kong Lin resorted to utilizing the system's rewards to further astonish him, rendering him utterly dazed. In this world, there are 4 great professions: warriors, healers, beast tamers, and spirit pattern masters. The first 3 can be subdivided into countless branches, with the spirit pattern master being the most mysterious and formidable among them. They can use special materials to inscribe unique patterns that connect heaven and earth. Once initiated, even a person lacking physical strength can slay powerful warriors. Observing the astonishment in Yun Tianxiong's eyes, Kong Lin knew his aim had been achieved. Inside are skilled craftsmen sent by my master. You must not disclose this matter, understood? As massive shadows moved within the courtyard, Yun Tianxiong would never have believed it had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. Such a terrifying sight. A true Qi realm expert, a mysterious spirit pattern master's master, and an adept alchemist. Now, Yun Tianxiong was convinced that, even if the calamity of 3 years prior were to return, he would fear it no longer. Nodding like a chick pecking at grains, he respectfully assured, "Rest assured, Director, we, the Yun family, will keep this matter strictly confidential. Well then, I trust no one will withdraw from the academy now. Pay your tuition and return home. Await my notification regarding class times." Yet another brawl has transpired, and Kong Lin's strength has been utterly exhausted. He vows to indulge in a sumptuous feast tonight to make up for it. "Director Kong, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you these past few days. I have prepared a banquet and would be honored if you would grace us with your presence at the Yun residence in Onid. I have important matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot go." "Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. The Yun family will do everything in our power to assist you." The long night once again yielded to cultivation, though Kong Lin did take a moment to engage in a series of 10 consecutive draws, resulting in the acquisition of a formula for a restorative elixir. However, as he currently lacks the knowledge of alchemy, he set it aside for the time being. As dawn broke, Kong Lin donned a light blue principal's robe, shouldering tables and chairs, and carrying a banner emblazoned with the 4 characters of Yunyan Academy as he made his way towards the eastern part of the city. At present, Yunyan Academy could barely boast 4 students, falling short of the standards required for a Class D institution. His most pressing task was to recruit 10 students to participate in the strength assessment ceremony. Only by having them all pass could he preserve the Academy's reputation. Today marked the penultimate day of the enrollment drive for new students, and Kong Lin had set himself the goal of attracting 7 students within these 2 days. An hour later, Kong Lin arrived at the enrollment site on the eastern edge of Yunyan City, where numerous parents were inquiring about the various institutions with their children. Presenting his identification badge, he strode in, drawing astonished gazes from the guards and the crowd as he bore a hefty load. "Isn't that Yunyan Academy? It hasn't closed down yet and still dares to show its face. If they fail to recruit students this year, the Academy's name will be lost. A pity for this century-old institution." "What a pity indeed," another voice scoffed. "Talent emerges in every generation. Such shifts in strength are natural." Kong Lin felt an urge to slap the speaker. Had it not been for the Kong family's desperate resistance against the bandits, would Yunyan Academy have fallen to such a state? "Kong Lin, why have you arrived so late this year?" Looking up, Kong Lin was met with a sea of darkness, and it was only after tilting his head back that he recognized the newcomer. A strikingly voluptuous girl with a sweet smile. Qin Yizhu, 19 years old, strength, 2, lowest in the same realm, physique, 3, below average in the same realm, will, 6, average in the same realm, agility, 2, lowest in the same realm, evaluation. A person of great capacity, yet a considerable burden, significantly diminishing agility scores. This individual possesses exceptional management talent and could be recruited to assist in managing academy affairs. Ah, it was her. Kong Lin recalled that this girl had grown up alongside the former owner of his body and was a confidant. After the calamity befell the Kong family, the previous Kong Lin had sought her assistance. However, unexpectedly, Qin Yizhu's parents had appeared, whisking her away to Nandu Academy without hesitation. Later, Qin Yizhu had helped her mentor with recruitment, and they had met once more at the enrollment site, where the former owner had been too self-conscious to initiate conversation. "After a year apart, you've grown more beautiful." Qin Yizhu's cheeks flushed with warmth, her heart swelling with joy at the realization that this awkward fellow had finally spoken to her. With a sharp glare directed at Kong Lin, she inquired, "Have you managed to recruit anyone this year?" Just then, a young man clad in the uniform of Nandu Academy approached, saying, "What brings you here? The mentor is calling for you." "All right, senior, I'll be there shortly." The two departed side by side, and just as they were leaving, the young man shot another glare at Kong Lin. With a smile, Kong Lin shook his head, sensing a subtle yet palpable hint of jealousy. What could this possibly mean? As they arranged the tables and chairs and set up the banners, a large group of new students' parents, along with teachers from other academies, began to gather in front of Yunyan Academy, a savior for the useless. "I doubt even Lingxiao Academy would dare to make such a bold claim," remarked one of the parents of a new student. "I can provide some guidance regarding your child. Whether it's accurate or not, only a trial will reveal the truth," Kong Lin responded with a cheerful demeanor. The parent's eyes widened in indignation as he retorted, "You are the useless one. My child possesses excellent potential. If they are indeed so talented, why has no academy accepted them yet?" Kong Lin countered. The parent was left speechless. A teacher interjected, "Personal aptitude determines future prospects. A moment of ineptitude can lead to a lifetime of mediocrity, even in a first-rate academy." "Incorrect." Kong Lin vehemently disagreed, rising to refute. "Students with lesser aptitude often outnumber those with greater talent. Be why your reasoning." Should those with inferior abilities be denied the opportunity for education? The crowd of onlookers nodded in agreement, as they were well aware that it was already the penultimate day of the recruitment fair, and most of those yet to secure a place were likely lacking in aptitude. Kong Lin continued, in my opinion, a true teacher need not concern themselves with a student's innate talent. If a child is willing to learn and is taught the right methods, they will surely reap rewards. Ding, main quest triggered. Education without discrimination. Indeed, Mentor Wang's words resonate profoundly. Observing the disgruntled expressions of the teachers, Kong Lin couldn't help but commend himself inwardly for such a brilliant retort. Words alone are insufficient. Shall we demonstrate through action? That aligns perfectly with my sentiments. Wang Long regarded Kong Lin for a moment and chuckled. And what if you were to lose? If I lose, I shall bow before all the mentors present at the recruitment venue and admit my faults, then depart and never return. However, should you lose, Kong Lin smirked, you need only proclaim that I, Kong Lin, am the finest teacher. Do you dare or not? Qin Iju rushed over, tugging at Kong Lin's sleeve, whispering, Kong Lin, stop this. Mentor Wang has already passed the bronze teacher examination. He just hasn't received his teacher's emblem yet. This matter concerns my personal principles. Even if he is a sage's disciple, I shall stake my claim. Mentor Wang, choose your contender. Which parent is willing to give it a try? Wang Long turned to the gathered crowd, but no one stirred. Clearing his throat, he announced, I, Wang, can't guarantee much, but once the deed is done, regardless of your child's aptitude, I will find them a teacher who will step forward. Still, no one moved. That I will. At the moment of impasse, a shout erupted from the crowd, prompting everyone to turn and murmur in curiosity. Isn't that Yun Tianyi? What brings him here? Observing his complexion, gait, and speech, onlookers concluded that the lad seemed to have recovered. Yun Tianyi had been recuperating at home, but upon hearing from Yun Yi that Kong Lin was recruiting students nearby, he decided to lend a hand. Little did he anticipate encountering such a situation upon his arrival. Approaching Kong Lin, he bowed and said, I apologize for my tardiness, teacher. Teacher. Confusion filled the minds of the onlookers. Kong Lin clarified, just the day before yesterday, Yun Tianyi has become a student of Yunyan Academy. Director Wang, Tianyi's madness has subsided. Perhaps we should select another. Not necessary, he shall do. Though Wang Long was an external mentor, he was well aware of Yun Tianyi's circumstances. I had always thought you lacked students, which is why I suggested this method. Since you do have a student now, wouldn't it be better for us to send our respective students to compete? This old fellow truly had no shame. At this moment, Yun Tianyi could merely walk normally, his strength inferior even to that of an 8-year-old child. Director Kong, your silence is rather telling. Are you perhaps intimidated? Wang Long, fearing Kong Lin's refusal, added embellishments. Did you not claim that transforming a waste into a genius is the hallmark of a true teacher? Yun Tianyi is the perfect example of a gem among the dregs. Very well, let it be as you wish. Kong Lin retrieved a pill from his pocket and stated, Tianyi, take this. Chapter 11. Recovery pill. This pill was a grade 1 recovery pill, recently exchanged from the system marketplace by Kong Lin, specifically designed to restore meridians, costing him 10 master points, a grade 1, 3-pattern recovery pill, exclaimed a knowledgeable teacher, causing the gathered crowd to collectively gasp in astonishment. Pills are categorized into 9 grades, and the recovery pill is the lowest grade. However, even so, it is exceedingly rare in the small border town of Yunyan, not to mention this particular pill, wrapped in a 3-pattern pill robe, which would be worth at least 60,000 gold coins. A teacher inquired, Director Kong, where did you acquire this recovery pill? Kong Lin shook his head, replying, personal privacy, I cannot disclose. Gazing at the fragrant recovery pill resting in his palm, Yun Tianyi's emotions were beyond description. This was the very pill his father had sought tirelessly yet failed to procure. Now, not only had he received it for free, but it was also enveloped in a 3-pattern robe. What an immense favor! Trembling, Yun Tianyi knelt on the ground and deeply bowed, countless expressions of gratitude swirling on his lips, ultimately coalescing into 4 simple words. Thank you, teacher. Hurry and take it, lest others grow impatient. Kong Lin appreciated Yun Tianyi's grateful nature, which was why he treated him so favorably. Yes, teacher. Yun Tianyi consumed the pill, and an unusual sensation of pain and itchiness spread throughout his body. He recognized it as the effect of his meridians growing. Director Kong, how shall we compare our skills? Standing post and striking Ian Wang Long's eyes flickered a glimmer of brilliance. This was indeed his forte. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Tao, go and occupy a spot at the strength testing stone, and I shall join you shortly. Yes, teacher. Tao Yin had just cast a fierce glare at Kong Lin's student, and as he departed, he shot another disdainful glance in Kong Lin's direction. Xiao Zhu, does your senior have a few screws loose? I don't even know him, so why does he keep staring at me? His nostrils are so large that I've begun to feel as though he is glaring at me through them. Kong Lin lamented to Qin Yizhu. Qin Yizhu shot Kong Lin a disapproving look. Throughout their lives, she had warned him countless times, yet he remained obstinately deaf to her counsel. Xiao Zhu, it's easily misheard as little pig, she remarked. Wang Long beckoned Qin Yizhu aside and said, Xiao Qin, as a member of the Southern Dipper Academy, you ought to exercise discretion. Teacher, am I not permitted to reminisce with a friend? She countered. Oh, my naive child, that is certainly not permissible, Wang Long replied earnestly. Kong Lin's teaching philosophy is excessively radical and has already provoked considerable disdain among his peers. Should you aspire to follow the path of a mentor, entry into the Southern Dipper Academy will be unattainable, and the Lingxiao Academy will be even further out of reach. If other academies perceive a close association between you and Kong Lin, which institution would still be willing to accept you? Qin Yizhu was momentarily rendered speechless. A mere exchange of pleasantries among friends could jeopardize her future. Moreover, she did not believe that Kong Lin's comments warranted such criticism. Enough of this idle speculation. Go and brew me a pot of tea. All right. Reluctantly, Qin Yizhu departed, and Yun Tianyi awoke. He stood and took a few steps, his face alight with excitement. Teacher, I am well now. Completely recovered. As long as you are well, let us proceed. The group made their way to the testing area. Although the enrollment point in the eastern part of the city was rather rudimentary, the testing equipment was fully equipped. The strength testing stone, specifically designed for measuring strength, measured 4 feet in width and 8 feet in length, with the force application area occupying 9/10 of its surface. The remaining 10th featured representations of strength: an ox, a tiger, an elephant, and a dragon. A large crowd gathered around. Kong Lin remarked, Master Wang Long, as an outsider, please, you go first. Very well, I shall humbly comply. Wang Long introduced. This is my student Tao Yin, age 20, practicing the surging wave palm. He has yet to become a martial artist, merely an ordinary person with a bit of foundation. Tao Yin, perform as I previously instructed. Yes, teacher. Tao Yin first removed his outer garment and then assumed a proper horse stance. He raised his hands to his waist, forming fists, and the biceps of his arms visibly contracted with remarkable speed as he began to gather strength. A true expert reveals their prowess at the first move. The onlookers had witnessed many practicing stances and punches, yet none had ever displayed such standard as Tao Yin as he completed his preparation. He unleashed his punch. A resounding thud echoed as the left side of the strength testing stone lit up with 2 ox heads. Wow, 2 oxen of strength. Truly worthy of the bronze mentor. Your guidance is exceptional, bringing forth the strength of a blood ignition realm martial artist from an ordinary individual. Master Wang Long, is it possible for my child to become your student? To be a student of Master Wang Long signifies limitless prospects for the future. Tao Yin, 23 years old, blood ignition realm, burning blood, strength. 4, lower tier of the same realm, physique. 5, middle tier of the same realm, willpower. 3, lower tier of the same realm, agility. 4, lower tier of the same realm, talent. 1 star martial skill. Surging waves palm, yellow grade. Lower tier, 535 flaws, evaluation. Left-handed, possesses an insatiable desire for strength, yet tends to mistake impulsiveness for rationality, prone to causing trouble. Kong Lin gazed at the beaming Wang Long, thinking to himself how shameless this old dog was. Managing to label the blood ignition realm as merely a somewhat competent ordinary person, it was likely not the first time he had played such a trick. Wang Long, seemingly pleased with the outcome, waved his hand to signal Tao Yin to step aside, saying, Director Kong, it's your turn. Kong Lin nodded slightly and began instructing Yun Tianyi in stance and punching techniques. Widen your legs a bit. Yes, a little more. Lower your body slightly. Good. Maintain that position. Don't clench your fists too tightly. Your meridians are still recovering, and too much force could cause injury. Yes, very good. Look at that comprehension. Truly a genius from Union City. Wang Long scoffed, acknowledging that Kong Lin's self-praise was not without merit, but lamented that everything ultimately hinged on strength. Mere words would have no effect. After demonstrating the techniques of exertion and leveraging to Yun Tianyi, Kong Lin nodded in satisfaction. That's sufficient. Throw your punch. Eager to unleash his pin-up energy, Yun Tianyi did not hesitate for a moment and struck with a punch. Boom. With the strength of an ox. His power was astonishingly on par with mine. Teske, Wang Long had already mentioned that Yun Tianyi had prior experience. Achieving such strength was hardly surprising. Indeed, while Tao Yin was also an ordinary person, under Wang Long's guidance, He had managed to surpass Yun Tianyi by a full unit of strength. Now everyone could see who truly excelled. Whispers of discussion began to circulate, all asserting that Kong Lin had lost. Yun Tianyi, filled with shame, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, teacher, I let you down. It's all right. I am already very pleased with your performance. Yun Yi, help your young master take a moment to rest." Standing nearby, Wang Long wore a triumphant smile. He had already won and was poised, anticipating Kong Lin's bow of acknowledgement. What a splendid outcome for the director of Yunyan Academy. Teacher, the tea has arrived. The late Qin Yizhu, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, lamented, "What a pity. I missed the competition. Junior sister, senior brother here has demonstrated a strength of 2 oxen, defeating Yun Tianyi. Isn't that impressive?" Tao Yin, eager for praise, finally found an opportunity to show off in front of Qin Yizhu. "Senior brother, achieving 2 oxen of strength in the blood ignition realm is quite normal. Isn't it? What is there to be so proud of?" Chapter 12. Worthless Goods. Tao Yin staggered back 3 steps, stammering, "Why, how did you know my true strength?" Wang Long, caught off guard, sprayed his tea everywhere, lamenting that in all his years of wisdom, he had never encountered such a foolish student. "Why speak so loudly? Now, it is difficult to articulate my thoughts clearly. On my way here today, I inadvertently overheard your conversation." As the surroundings suddenly fell silent, Qin Yizhu instinctively uttered, "Did I say something wrong?" Kong Lin found it quite amusing. This naive girl was utterly oblivious to the fact that she had inadvertently compromised her teacher, yet she covered her face and wore a silly, innocent expression. "You haven't said anything wrong. It is merely that your mentor feels somewhat embarrassed." "Kong Lin, what is going on?" Qin Yizhu inquired. Kong Lin recounted Wang Long's earlier remarks, causing Qin Yizhu's cheeks to flush with indignation. "Mentor, how could you say such a thing? Senior Tao Yin clearly possesses the strength of the blood ignition realm. Why would you refer to him as an ordinary person?" This sudden turn of events left Wang Long at a loss for words. Unable to defend himself, Tao Yin, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his boast would expose Wang Long's clever ruse. What could be done now? "Wang Long, I presume you are unaware of Tao Yin's recent advancement to the blood ignition realm?" Kong Lin interjected to alleviate the tension. "Indeed, that is the case." Wang Long expressed his gratitude with a glance and continued, "During our routine assessment yesterday, Tao Yin was still an ordinary individual. I had no knowledge of his breakthrough to the blood ignition realm. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Let us call off this competition and select a new participant. No worries, ignorance is no crime," Kong Lin asserted with conviction before rubbing his hands together, eagerly inquiring, "Wang Long, there is no need to choose someone else. Allow me to guide Tao Yin." Wang Long understood that Kong Lin was eager to indulge in the experience of mentoring a practitioner of the blood ignition realm. What a spectacle this was! If Tao Yin failed to demonstrate even the slightest prowess under Kong Lin's guidance, he would still emerge as the victor, and Kong Lin would be left bowing in apology. "Very well, as you wish." Wang Long discreetly signaled to Tao Yin and, with a noble demeanor, instructed, "Tao Yin, heed Principal Kong's guidance. Stand as he directs and strike as he instructs. Should you dare to deviate, beware of being expelled from Nandu Academy." "Yes, master," Tao Yin replied. "Principal Kong, what should I do?" he asked as he approached Kong Lin. After assessing Tao Yin from head to toe, Kong Lin replied, "It is quite simple. Stand as Wang Long just instructed." "Understood." Wang Long enthusiastically assisted, ensuring Tao Yin's stance mirrored the previous one perfectly. After confirming there were no discrepancies, he smiled and said, "Principal Kong, I have verified it. There is not a single issue." "Thank you," Wang Long after nodding in appreciation. Kong Lin whispered a few words into Tao Yin's ear, then stood and declared, "Tao Yin, this time you will use your left hand." Wang Long furrowed his brow in concern. Had Kong Lin uncovered something, prompting him to deliberately instruct Tao Yin to test with his left hand? Even if Tao Yin failed to exert 2 units of force, he would still have an opportunity to explain himself. Moreover, what had Kong Lin said to Tao Yin? Why had the boy's demeanor shifted so drastically? Unable to decipher Kong Lin's intentions, Wang Long could only inwardly chastise him for his cunning. As Kong Lin issued his commands, Tao Yan's left hand swiftly extended, transforming from a fist to an open palm just as it was about to make contact with the testing stone. Bang! Upon witnessing the result displayed by the stone, the onlookers collectively gasped. Goodness, a strength of 3 bowls. Wang Long, seeing this outcome, crushed his teacup in disbelief. Tao Yin, equally astonished, realized he had indeed held back. What could possibly explain this? Only Kong Lin, who was laughing, loudly questioned, "Ladies and gentlemen, who has triumphed in this demonstration?" "Kong Lin, how did you accomplish this?" Wang Long asked in a low voice. Why ask me? Why not inquire with your own student? He is clearly left-handed, yet you insisted he adapt to using his right hand to strike. Such a rudimentary principle eludes your understanding. How can you call yourself a teacher? You truly misguide your students. At that moment, Kong Lin tore away his mask of pretense and began to retaliate. He had never been a paragon of virtue. It was inconceivable that he would greet those who troubled him with a smile. Ever since discovering Wang Long's deceit, Kong Lin had plotted to ensure Wang Long would suffer a significant humiliation, and now that goal had been realized. After all this effort, it turned out that this bronze minter was nothing more than a charlatan. I had assumed he was formidable. His earlier explanations were so strained that I now highly suspect he was aware of Tao Yan's prowess in the blood-burning realm beforehand, willing to sacrifice his own dignity merely to secure a victory. Dean Kong is indeed impressive, having guided Yun Tianyi to a strength of one bull, while the blood-burning realm's Tao Yan, under his instruction, managed to achieve the same. He is one I had long heard that Nandu Academy was rife with inept mentors, and today, I witnessed it firsthand. The reputation is indeed well-deserved. Expulsion. I'm done with this. The onlookers, always eager for drama, began to voice their discontent upon realizing they had been deceived, their critiques escalating from mild to increasingly harsh. The biting remarks enraged Wang Long, who stood up furiously, declaring enough. If anyone is dissatisfied, step forward. I shall personally instruct your child and demonstrate whether I possess the prowess of a bronze minter. One parent, determined, pushed their child forward, stating, "You just labeled my son a waste. Now you come to instruct him. If my child can exhibit a strength of one bull, I shall concede." Very well, one bull it shall be. In his irrational pursuit of face, Wang Long paid no mind to whether this parent was deliberately mocking him as he led the child to the testing stone to begin his instruction. Moments later, the result was in. Barely half a bull's strength had been achieved, despite the child trying thrice with both hands and legs. What a remarkable bronze minter! The parent of the new student scoffed, then turned to Dean Kong, saying, "Could you perhaps offer some guidance?" Of course, of course. Kong Lin approached, corrected the child's stance, and whispered a few words in the child's ear. Moments later, the child demonstrated a strength of one bull. One bull of strength, Dean Kong? You truly are extraordinary. The new student's parent smiled broadly. Their child was merely 11 years old and could now present this testing result to Lingxiao Academy, ensuring admission without the need for monetary favors. Kong Lin, why do you always whisper to them? Have you promised them some sort of benefit? Wang Long noticed that Kong Lin often exchanged hushed words before the testers threw their punches, prompting his inquiry. Truly, you are foolish, lacking trust in others, even in your own students. Kong Lin replied, I merely imparted techniques of exertion and leveraging strength to them. This is a closely guarded secret of Yunyan Academy, and there is no reason to proclaim it aloud. Wang Long turned to Tao Yin, who stiffly nodded in agreement. Humph, you are fortunate this time. We shall take our leave. After casting a disdainful glance, Wang Long attempted to flee. Chapter 13. Disdain. Kong Lin, however, would not easily let Wang Long escape. Wait. He obstructed Wang Long's path, frowning as he said, You have yet to fulfill your wager, and you think you can simply run away? The instructors who had previously stirred up trouble had long since fled upon sensing the shift in circumstances. Kong Lin did not pursue them, but Wang Long was not to be let off the hook. Kong Lin, do not be overly oppressive. I am a bronze minter of Nandu Academy. Are you certain you wish for me to fulfill my promise? Do you not fear retaliation from Nandu Academy? If you cannot afford to lose, just say so. Had I known you were of such character, I would never have wagered with you. Forget it, just leave. Seeing Kong Lin relent, Wang Long seized the moment, casting a fierce glare at him before sweeping away in a huff. Forcing him to publicly admit fault was more challenging than killing him. Once Wang Long departed, Kong Lin's previously dark demeanor brightened instantly. The outcome he desired had materialized. He need not publicize the incident. Word of Wang Long's inability to accept defeat would swiftly spread throughout Yunyan City, and he was destined to bear that ignominy. As the matter concluded, parents soon flocked to Kong Lin, inquiring eagerly, President Kong, will you accept my child? He is not a waste. What does it matter if he is not a waste? Did you not hear that President Kong only accepts those deemed waste? President, my child has been identified as a waste by 13 academies. You must help me. President, do not run away. This demonstration allowed everyone to witness Kong Lin's true prowess, transforming him into a coveted figure. Faced with dozens of eager and fervent gazes, Kong Lin declared, Yunyan Academy will only enroll 7 individuals this time, but I can impart the techniques of exertion to all of you, ensuring your children can gain admission to other academies. Wonderful, President Kong. You are truly a great benefactor. It is unclear which brawny individual bestowed a good-hearted card upon Kong Lin as he commenced the enrollment and guidance process. As night fell, the now prosperous Kong Lin dined with Qin Yizhu at the academy. The gentle evening breeze rustled the leaves, accompanied by the silvery moonlight and the presence of a charming companion across the table. Suddenly inspired, Kong Lin remarked, "The bright moon is enchanting, yet the lovely lady is even more so." How annoying! Qin Yizhu's face flushed crimson as she sipped her drink. Why bring up Tao Yin when we were having such a pleasant conversation? Does he not harbor enough resentment towards me already? Kong Lin recalled the way Tao Yin had looked at him earlier that day, a look filled with envy. "I meant to say that you are the one who is annoying." Qin Yizhu shot Kong Lin a glare before asking, "I am curious, how did you manage to dissuade Tao Yin from his mischievous intentions?" "What, is your senior not a commendable individual?" Kong Lin chuckled. "Who could possibly argue with that?" Qin Yizhu sighed, reflecting on how ever since she enrolled at Nandu Academy and came under Wang Long's tutelage, Tao Yin had persistently appeared before her, either fawning over her or flaunting his lineage, which had become exceedingly tiresome. If he exerted all his strength, Wang Long would undoubtedly chastise him upon return. Had he revolted? Qin Yizhu looked astonished. Wasn't the altercation between Tao Yin and Wang Long suppressed by the academy? How did Kong Lin know? "Did you hear some news?" "Not at all, I merely speculated." "What do you intend to do now?" "You've acquired 2 more adversaries." "Adversaries? Isn't it merely a loss in a debate?" "Surely it isn't that severe." "Wang Long has been expelled and Tao Yin, the first to insult a teacher at Nandu Academy, has also been dismissed. Who else would they harbor resentment towards if not you?" "Is that so?" Kong Lin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Truly, the heavens have eyes. He had initially presumed that the Academy's administration would rebuke Wang Long, who in turn would scold Tao Yin, yet unexpectedly both had been expelled. Losing a student was inconsequential, but expelling a bronze-rank mentor was unprecedented in Yunyan City. Strange. Since you were aware that Tao Yin would argue with Wang Long, why were you oblivious to the news of Wang Long's expulsion? Qin Yizhu had long believed it to be a trap set by Kong Lin, yet the expression on his face at that moment seemed to suggest otherwise. Tao Yin was exceedingly eager for power. He knew Wang Long had wasted a significant amount of his time and had inexplicably endured a reprimand, which would provoke anyone, "Listen to you, as if you possess an uncanny ability to read souls. I not only perceive the hearts of men, but I can also discern." Noticing the sudden change in the other's expression, Kong Lin hastily shifted the topic. "Ahem, I have finally gathered enough students, so I can breathe a sigh of relief. What about you? I've heard you don't plan to continue your studies at the Advanced Academy." Qin Yizhu nodded, saying, "I have no fondness for martial arts, nor do I have an interest in medicine. I intend to first find a position as a teaching assistant, gradually acclimating to the teaching process, and then pursue a mentor-s qualification. This will likely be how my life unfolds." Kong Lin gazed at Qin Yizhu, pondering how heavy her burdens must be. Even if she wished to learn, it seemed unlikely she could. "Hey, what kind of look is that? Where are you staring?" Qin Yizhu noticed Kong Lin stealing glances at her chest, and her face flushed in an instant, finding him exceedingly annoying. Kong Lin cleared his throat and said, I wasn't looking at anything. I was contemplating whether to invite you to be my vice president and assist me in managing the academy." "Really? I've been fretting over not having a place to go." With Wang Long expelled from Nandu Academy, Qin Yizhu would, by convention, need to establish a new rapport with her new mentor, yet she felt somewhat weary of those who viewed her through tinted lenses. "I have no issue being vice president, but you must win over my parents." "Huh? Meeting the in-laws so soon? I'm not prepared for that. I doubt I'll bite you to death." Qin Yizhu gritted her silver teeth, fiercely pursuing him. After a playful tussle, Kong Lin escorted Qin Yizhu back to her home before hastily returning. Today, he had received a considerable bounty from the main quest, yet he had yet to thoroughly examine its contents. First among the surprises was an unexpected reward. The total number of students at Yunyan Academy had reached 10, fulfilling the requirements for the first phase reward, 10 chances for a lottery draw. Without hesitation, Kong Lin engaged in a 10-fold draw, resulting in the acquisition of the Yunyan Academy contract and the Secret Compendium of Alchemy. Volume 1, Yunyan Academy Contract. Once a student signs, an automatic sense of belonging is instilled, and the principal can assess each student's loyalty. Secret Compendium of Alchemy, Volume 1, contains invaluable insights and techniques from various alchemists, as well as knowledge of medicinal herbs. This contract was indeed advantageous. Kong Lin had been troubled over whether to impart the Qi induction technique to his students, but now he need not worry. With the capability to monitor each student's loyalty, he could firmly grasp the subsequent developments in his hands. Additionally, The compendium sufficiently filled the gaps in his knowledge of alchemy, and he still had a formula without a place to apply it. Ding! The second main quest was triggered. Quest description. Any grand aspiration requires a solid foundation to be realized. As of now, Union Academy still faces the risk of closure. Quest requirements. Strive for excellence. Before the strength assessment ceremony, ensure all students reach the blood ignition realm. Quest reward. First level martial arts pavilion. Failure penalty. Permanent loss of teaching qualifications in the alchemy department. P.S. The first level martial arts pavilion comes with 1,000 volumes of yellow rank martial techniques. The strength assessment ceremony was the final threshold to secure Union Academy's future, set to occur in 10 days. Evaluated by the finest Lingxiao Academy in Union City. As long as half of the students achieved the blood ignition realm, they would pass. Currently, aside from the 3 members of the Yun family, the remaining 7 students possessed no foundational skills whatsoever. After deep contemplation, Kong Lin solemnly declared, "It seems I must resort to my trump card." Chapter 14. Run on the following morning. Upon arriving at the academy, Qin Yizhu spotted Kong Lin and immediately burst into laughter, her expression lively. "Did you go steal a cow last night? Those heavy dark circles tell a tale. Don't shake too much. You might make your nose bleed, and that would be your responsibility. You have no idea. I nearly missed today's sunrise." Kong Lin had spent the entire night delving into the secret compendium of alchemy, nearly exhausting himself. This endeavor proved far more challenging than cultivation, as the complexities of alchemical knowledge and herbal lore were exceedingly obscure. He had to read through it several times before grasping its essence. After a night's toil, he had only comprehended half of the entire compendium, needing at least 2 more nights to fully assimilate the knowledge. Regaining his focus, Kong Lin inquired, "Why have you arrived so early? Did your parents grant permission?" "I didn't mention I was coming here. They are unaware." Qin Yizhu, adorned in a pale green gown that harmonized splendidly with the surrounding verdant grass, appeared vibrant. "I am here for an inspection." "Well, take your time with the inspection. I must prepare breakfast. I'm starving." With that, Kong Lin made his way, leaving Qin Yizhu flustered and blushing. This person was truly exasperating, showing no concern for whether she had eaten breakfast. Qin Yizhu strolled through the academy for a while as students gradually arrived, and Kong Lin had resolved the issue of sustenance. Gathering everyone together, Kong Lin produced the contract of Union Academy and declared, "Come forth to place your fingerprints, using your own blood from your fingertips, in accordance with the assigned numbers. Yuntianyi is number 1, Yiyun is number 2, Yuntiangxing is number 3. At this point, Qin Yizhu was taken aback. Yuntiangxing was also a student of Union Academy. He was the head of the Yun family. Not only she, but the other 7 children were equally astonished. They had become classmates with the head of the Yun family. After Yuntiangxing placed his fingerprint, Kong Lin inquired, "Would you like me to inform them to keep this secret?" "No need. Let them say what they wish. It's not something to be ashamed of." After the events of the previous day, Yuntiangxing was resolute in binding the Yun family and Kong Lin together, sharing both glory and misfortune. "Very well, after class, do not leave just yet. I have a matter to discuss with you." "All right." Before long, everyone had pressed their handprints onto the contract, with one fingerprint appearing slightly darker. After discreetly glancing at the individual, Kong Lin led everyone to the courtyard. The 10 of them formed a circle, with him standing in the center. "Today marks the first lesson at Union Academy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kong Lin, the Dean of Union Academy and your part-time martial arts instructor. The stunning lady to my left is here as an observer, so best not to gaze too long and distract yourselves. Beginning from my right, the students are Yuntianyi, Yuntiangxing, Yiyun, Mu Jinhai, Lu Wenkai." Kong Lin recited the names of all the students and continued, "Aside from the 3 from the Yun family, the remaining 7 classmates are those without foundational skills. Thus I will start from the very beginning. It is well known that martial artists possess 4 major realms, with the body refinement realm being the first, and the initial threshold that you 8 must confront. The body refinement realm consists of 3 minor realms: blood ignition, meridian expansion, and marrow cleansing. Each minor realm has its peak state, namely, vigorous blood, 100 meridians, and no leakage. Within 10 days, I expect all of you to reach the blood ignition realm. Within a month, you must attain the peak of the blood ignition realm, which is the vigorous blood state. You may think I am speaking fancifully or that you lack confidence, for a considerable portion of you have been dismissed by other academies and labeled as waste. However, you must grasp this principle. If you do not dare to even imagine it, what can you achieve? Now, I tell you, as long as you believe in yourselves and in me, I will guide you to surpass all your peers, even if your start is delayed by a few years. Do you have confidence? Yes. Louder. Have you not had breakfast? Yes. Excellent. Everyone stand up. Today's lesson consists of running. Each of you shall complete 10 laps. Dean, is it just running today? Are we not learning anything else? Yun Tianxing appeared somewhat disappointed. He had anticipated learning techniques from the Qi realm martial artists, only to find it was merely running. I am aware of your desires to learn. Yet I previously mentioned that there are 7 students lacking foundational knowledge. Have you now taken note of this? Indeed, I have. My apologies, Dean. I should not have interrupted your discourse. I shall impose a penalty upon myself by running 20 laps. Observing the cold demeanor of Kong Lin, Yun Tianxiong felt a tremor in his heart. After an extended period away from class, he had forgotten the unspoken rules of the classroom. Theo become the troublemaker in this first lesson. Was it not to bring embarrassment upon Kong Lin and diminish his authority? It is better to self-impose a punishment than to face retribution from the other party. Very well, as you have stated, 20 laps it is. Witnessing Kong Lin's smile, Yun Tianxiong felt a chill within him. Now, even Yun Tianxiong appeared fearful, leaving the other students with no room for objection as they obediently followed behind to run. Qin Yizhu approached and whispered, Kong Lin, why is the clan leader so afraid of you? I cannot disclose that just yet. It remains a secret for the time being. Qin Yizhu, being an astute girl, refrained from pressing further and smiled. Then why are you making them run? I knew you wouldn't let it rest. Kong Lin replied. As I just mentioned, aside from Yun Tianxiong and Yun Yi, the remaining 8 faced their first hurdle. Achieving the blood-burning realm within such a short time frame is no easy feat. Hence I devised a special plan overnight. Their task is not merely running. The keen eyes of Kong Lin could not ascertain the limits of the students, thus he was compelled to resort to this primal method for assessment, subsequently tailoring training methods to each individual's capacity. As their conversation unfolded, the students completed a lap at an impressive speed. Well done, we can now proceed to the main course. Kong Lin stamped his foot, and the hidden gravitational spirit patterns received the command to activate. Silver patterns illuminated from beneath him, instantly spreading throughout the courtyard. Within the area affected by the spirit patterns, Yun Tianxiong immediately felt an immense pressure. Bending over with a wry smile, knowing that matters were not so simple. Spirit patterns, this is indeed a spirit pattern. Having perused literature on spirit patterns, Qin Yizhu recognized it at once. She knelt on the ground, gently caressing the silver lines as if they were her most cherished possession. Suddenly, Kong Lin noticed that Qin Yizhu seemed somewhat different than before, akin to the ethereal energy he sensed while practicing Qi induction technique. He pondered inwardly, System, does Qin Yizhu possess any special talents? Host, due to your insufficient level of keen eyes, you are temporarily unable to detect her talents. If necessary, you may pay 100 master points for an early experience. Forget it. Kong Lin promptly rejected the notion, as this troublesome system seemed intent on depleting his points with ulterior motives. Qin Yizhu, having sensed the effects of the spirit patterns with her hand, looked up and inquired, Kong Lin, is this a gravitational inscription? Chapter 15. Sunfire Tempering Liquid. Standing tall while another was crouched, Kong Lin, from his elevated position, beheld some delightful scenery. He withdrew his gaze and cleared his throat. This is indeed a gravitational spirit pattern. You may rise now. Unaware of her inadvertent exposure, Qin Yizhu stood up and smiled playfully. I understand your intentions now. Then speak to them and clarify their doubts. The gravity spirit pattern serves but one purpose, to slow the movements of each individual. Without waiting for Kong Lin to respond, Qin Yizhu continued, however, as far as I understand, the gravity spirit patterns are utilized by those instructors as a supplementary method to hone the martial skills of the students. You have not imparted any martial techniques. Instead, you have them running. Are you attempting to test their physical limits? Indeed, you have grasped part of it. Yet there remains another aspect that eludes you. The gravity spirit pattern exerts external pressure while also providing internal reinforcement. Kong Lin's late-night study of medicinal knowledge is aimed at concocting body-enhancing liquid to elevate these students to the blood ignition realm in a short span of time. How did you come by this spirit pattern? Qin Yizhu's curiosity had never been so fervent. After all, this was a spirit pattern, something even the Lingxiao Academy did not possess. It was astonishing that Kong Lin had quietly created a spirit pattern, and judging by its condition, it appeared to have been inscribed only in recent days. This was crafted by my teacher. He is a spirit pattern master. Oh, splendid. Might I have the opportunity to meet him? After their conversation the previous night, Kong Lin had discerned Qin Yizhu's true intentions. He chuckled. What would you want to see my teacher for? To pester him into taking you as a student? Unfortunately, he has ceased to accept students, however. Kong Lin's tone shifted as he added, if you manage the academy well, perhaps he might consider teaching you. This was merely a jest, a ruse employed by Kong Lin to buy time, for the academy currently possessed only 2 spirit patterns, the gravity spirit pattern and the guardian spirit pattern. They needed to develop 3 more to initiate the spirit pattern curriculum. Then it's settled. Let us seal the deal. Qin Iju's excitement flushed her cheeks. Becoming a spirit pattern master was her ardent desire. Yet such masters were exceedingly rare, typically found only in the premier academies of large cities, and access to their teachings was almost non-existent. Books on spirit pattern studies were even more elusive, available only at exorbitant prices, yet unattainable. Now that Kong Lin had made her a promise, Qin Iju was determined to see it fulfilled, even if it took a lifetime. Time flew, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Qin Iju called out to Kong Lin, who was running in the gravity zone, "The sun has set. Are we not dismissing class yet?" Kong Lin smiled sheepishly, momentarily lost in the exhilarating sensation of absorbing true energy under the heavy pressure, having forgotten the passage of time. Glancing back at the students who appeared on the verge of collapse, Kong Lin stamped his foot, dispelling the gravity spirit pattern. They had trained for a total of 5 hours today, excluding half an hour for meals and rest. The remaining 4.5 hours had seen the students running in the gravity zone, pushing their physical limits, with Qin Iju diligently recording each person's data. Gathering everyone together, Kong Lin announced, Yun Tianqiong completed 20 laps in 4 hours, Yuni managed 6 laps, while the remaining 8 students only managed 3.5 laps. These results are commendable for all of you. Go home, get a good night's sleep, and we shall continue tomorrow. Yes, Teacher Kong, the students replied in unison, drenched in sweat. Qin Iju found it remarkable. Aside from Yun Tianqiong, who appeared relatively untroubled, the other 9 were thoroughly exhausted, resembling individuals who had just emerged from the depths of water, their clothes dripping. Kong Lin has given the order to continue tomorrow, yet they remarkably did not voice any objections. Had this been Nando Academy, a commotion would have undoubtedly ensued by now. Unbeknownst to her, the contract had taken effect, instilling a sense of belonging among the students, who now held Kong Lin's words in unwavering faith. Thus, whatever training Kong Lin prescribed would elicit no complaints or resentment. The 7 students supported one another as they departed, and Yun Tianqiong approached Kong Lin, inquiring, "Esteemed Dean, is there anything I can assist you with? Please procure for me 5 types of medicinal herbs: needle leaf grass, iron flower, flame tree branches and leaves, star anise flower, and yodali, preparing 3 carts of each. Inform me of the total cost, and I shall reimburse you later." Yun Tianqiong repeated the request, his expression shifting dramatically. Isn't this the raw material for the Yang fire refining liquid? Could it be that Kong Lin intends to utilize it? Dean, may I boldly inquire if you plan to concoct the Yang fire refining liquid? Indeed. Are you familiar with it? Of course, Yun Tianqiong replied. The Yun family specializes in the herb trade, and I possess some knowledge of such prescriptions. The Yang fire refining liquid is one of the most potent refining liquids. While it can rapidly enhance the physique of the practitioner, its fierce efficacy often leaves lingering ailments. Kong Lin interrupted Yun Tianqiong, assuring him, "Rest assured, since I am capable of refining a first-grade, 3-patterned healing pulse pill, I am certainly able to address the drawbacks of the Yang fire refining liquid. Just make the preparations." "Very well. No problem." Having received a definitive answer, Yun Tianqiong felt unburdened and bid farewell to Kong Lin with a smile. As he departed, he spotted a vast expanse of ruins in the distance and asked, "Tian-yi, do you think if I were to finance the restoration of the academy, Dean Kong would agree?" Tian-yi pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I doubt it. The dean even insists on paying for the herbs, indicating that he is not particularly concerned with money. Besides, considering his alchemical skills, earning a fortune would be a simple task for him." "You make a valid point. Rest well. Perhaps there will be surprises awaiting us tomorrow." Kong Lin, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, wore a wry smile. He was indeed in dire need of funds, and if Yun Tianqiong were willing to donate, he would gladly accept. Suddenly, Kong Lin's expression shifted as he seized Qin Iju and dashed towards the school gate. Just moments ago, the system had notified him of a dozen individuals entering the campus. Who could they be, arriving at the academy so late in the evening? Upon reaching the entrance, Kong Lin exhaled in relief upon recognizing the newcomers. He had feared that Qin Iju's parents were there to apprehend someone. The mere thought of her parents gave him a headache. However, why had Li Sheng returned? And who was that veiled girl beside him? Why did she seem so familiar? After a brief moment of contemplation, it dawned on him that she was none other than Li Yeye, Yun Tianqiong's fiancée, renowned for her enchanting gaze in Yunyan City. After mulling it over, he decided to conceal himself and observe the unfolding situation. "Li Sheng, what do you intend to achieve by blocking our path?" Yun Tianqiong narrowed his eyes. This group did not seem to harbor good intentions. "Brother Yun, therein lies your error. Tian-yi wishes to pursue his studies. Why not allow him to join my Nando Academy? My academy boasts a formidable faculty and treasures countless martial arts techniques. What does Yun Yin Academy have? It is on the verge of collapse, and you are jeopardizing Tian Yi's bright future. Li Sheng spoke with a smile gracing his face, yet his eyes were shrouded in darkness. Brimming with murderous intent, he should not have been present here today, but upon receiving reports from his scouts, he felt compelled to come. His initial ambition to seize Yun Yin Academy was thwarted by the unexpected arrival of Yun Tianxiong. Just this morning, he had devised a new plan, poised to conquer Yun Yin Academy, but upon learning that Yun Tianxiong had become a student there, he realized that his carefully laid plans had once again gone awry. Following a brief family meeting, he resolved to confront the situation head-on, eschewing any underhanded tactics in favor of a more forthright approach. Chapter 16. The letter of divorce. Yun Tianxiong cast a sidelong glance at Li Sheng, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "What brings you to Nandu Academy? Are you planning another burial? I have but one son. I cannot afford such games." "Your words imply that we are responsible for Tianyi's entombment?" Li Sheng retorted. "Do you still wish to quibble? Can you dispute what Tianyi himself has claimed?" Li Sheng instinctively sought to defend himself but suddenly recalled that his strategy had shifted and was there to explain. As long as he did not admit to anything, he was untouchable. He exchanged a knowing glance with his companion, and Li Yeye immediately interjected, "Can you take the words of a fool seriously? Yun Tianxiong, if you doubt us, why not seek out the city lord's office and have them apprehend me? Is it truly entertaining to engage in this cryptic banter? Li Yeye, do you presume to call my father's name so freely?" Yun Tianyi gasped in indignation. Without hesitation, Li Yeye shot back with an accusatory glare. "Isn't a name meant to be spoken? If you possess the courage, you may address my father's name as well. Do you dare?" "You?" Tianyi exclaimed. "Enough, Tianyi, be silent." Yun Tianxiong interjected. "Li Sheng, you have indeed raised a remarkable daughter." Li Sheng clasped his fists and bowed slightly, saying, "Brother Yun, I implore your understanding. Yeye has spent many days training under her master, leaving even her father at a loss." "Very well." Yun Tianxiong waved his hand, interrupting Li Sheng. "Let us get straight to the point. What do you intend?" "Speaking with you, Brother Yun, is always a breath of fresh air." Li Sheng replied. He gestured, and a servant approached with a tray. Lifting the crimson cloth from the tray, he proclaimed, "Within this lies 100 gold coins, a token of compensation from the Li family." "Compensation? What sort of compensation is this? Have you suddenly developed a conscience and wish to admit your wrongdoing?" Yun Tianxiong scoffed. Li Sheng produced a letter from his breast pocket, stating, "Please do not take offense. Brother Yun, this is at the behest of Ye's master. Earnestly ask that you read it through before reacting." The Li family servant delivered the letter along with the compensation to Yun Yi, who then passed it to Yun Tianxiong. Moments later, Yun Tianxiong erupted in fury, tearing the letter to shreds as he roared, "Li Sheng, do you intend to declare war on my family?" In the forest, Qin Yizhu trembled at the sound of his shout, muttering, "What could the letter contain that would provoke such rage from the head of the Yun family?" Kong Lin chuckled. "This is merely poetic justice. Last time he tried to brush me off with 100 gold coins, and now he finds himself on the receiving end. What transpired? Pray tell." Qin Yizhu inquired with a curious expression. "In a brief recount of the incident regarding Yun Eli's withdrawal from school." Kong Lin inquired, "Do you not find it rather infuriating?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yizhu pondered thoughtfully and replied, "While it is indeed vexing, I believe it has not escalated to the point of declaring war." "Has it?" I too found it perplexing. Considering that their families were now intertwined through marriage, effectively binding their interests, could it truly be described as a declaration of war? Kong Lin did not finish his thought, as a sudden realization struck him. "Let the confrontation unfold. I have another letter here." As Li Sheng spoke, he retrieved a letter from his pocket, presenting the envelope, which bore the bold inscription of divorce decree. "Tianyi, do not blame your uncle for his lack of compassion. You are well aware of how commanding Yeye's master is. When her master insisted on a union with the Zheng family, we dared not oppose. Thus, we must impose this injustice upon you. Accept these 100 gold coins as compensation. Take your gold and be gone." Yun Tianyi retorted, violently overturning the plate of coins and kicking one of the Li family servants. His eyes aflame with indignation. "Li Yeye, despite my foolishness over these past 3 years, my father has been generous to your family, elevating you from a third-rate family in Union City to a first-rate one. Is this how you repay your benefactor? You must understand, it has been 3 years." Li Yeye scoffed. "I, Li Yeye, have exchanged 3 years of my prime youth for the strength of the Li family. Is that not a matter of course? So, now you look down upon me and wish to cast me aside? Otherwise?" Li Yeye regarded Yun Tianyi with derision and asked, "Do you possess a master who is a true Qi realm expert?" "As I do." "You accuse me of being ungrateful, Yet if I truly were, this matter would not have unfolded as it has. If my master were to discover that her precious disciple has been delayed for 3 years by a worthless individual like you, what do you think would transpire? Following her declaration, a profound silence enveloped the scene, leaving no one willing to speak further. Why had they all fallen silent? The flames of gossip ignited fiercely within Qin Iju's heart. A female divorced from a male. What a scandalous affair. Should this news spread, it could very well render the Yun family a subject of ridicule. Kong Lin remarked, they may wish to speak, yet the weaker party will always lack a voice. Indeed, he mused, astonished that Li Ye had a true Qi realm expert as her master. With such formidable backing, it was only natural for her to look down upon the Yun family, as Kong Lin prepared to speak. He was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of a woman's perfume yet tinged with the scent of herbs. Xiaoju, do you smell something unusual? Qin Iju sniffed the air and shook her head, responding, not at all. I haven't applied any perfume today, so where could this fragrance be from? This was indeed peculiar. He had distinctly sensed a fragrance moments ago. Look, someone else is approaching, Kong Lin pointed out, following Qin Iju's gaze towards a figure gradually emerging against the sunset. As the person's face came into clearer view, Kong Lin exclaimed, it is none other than Zhang Lin. This is becoming quite intriguing. Dressed flamboyantly, Zhang Lin strode directly into the midst of the two groups, casting a disdainful glance at Yun Tianxiong before rushing to Li Ye's side, his obsequious demeanor more loyal than that of a dog. Yun Tianxiong coldly remarked, it appears my suspicions were not unfounded. Indeed, your Li family has long since secured a fallback plan, or else you would not have confronted me so openly. Alas, it is the nature of humanity to strive for higher ground while water flows downward. Li Sheng responded, since you, Brother Yun, have grasped the situation, then accept this letter of divorce. If there is to be a separation, it shall be on my terms, not at the behest of Li Ye. Yun Tianni, I see you are courting death. Zheng Lin narrowed his eyes, and his loyal hound, Zhang San, stepped forward, poised to act upon Zheng Lin's command, ready to rend Yun Tianni to shreds. Zheng Lin, does your family intend to meddle in this affair? Yun Tianxiong demanded a definitive answer. I have no desire to interfere. However, you did strike one of our Zheng family members, Zheng Lin replied. Your Zheng family member? Ah, you mean him, Zheng Lin pointed at the servant who had been kicked down by Yun Tianni, adding, it is said that one must consider the owner when striking a dog. If you wish to quarrel with the Li family, then do so, but do not take out your frustrations on my Zheng family. It is clear you do not regard us with any respect. What a clever maneuver, Yun Tianxiong realized, having unwittingly stepped into a trap laid by Li Sheng. Now, with the Zheng family drawn into this web, it was evident that they sought to impose this humiliation upon him, not a game within a game. Truly, Li Sheng was formidable. I have heard whispers of Li Sheng's prowess, and now I see it firsthand. Ah, where are you going? Qin Iju, who had been lamenting the situation, noticed Kong Lin walking towards the exit and inquired, I am going to lend a hand. You stay here. Yun Tianxiong could no longer withstand Li Sheng's tactics, and Kong Lin recognized that it was time for him to make his entrance. Chapter 17. 10 days who dares to intrude upon my Yunyan Academy? Do they seek to meet their demise? Kong Lin stormed out with a fierce demeanor, shouting even before he drew near. Li Sheng, preparing to apply further pressure, was interrupted. Since he had chosen to confront them, he had accounted for Kong Lin's appearance, opting instead to observe coldly in silence. However, upon hearing Kong Lin's words, Zheng Lin was incensed. In Yunyan City, only he had the authority to dictate life and death, and no one, not even the city lord, could determine his fate. Open your eyes wide and behold who I am. Ah, it is Zheng Lin. And look, there are members of the Li family as well. Kong Lin, who had been smiling moments before, now wore a serious expression and asked in a low voice, on this late evening, you all arrive uninvited. Are you planning to steal something? You call this dilapidated school a gate? What could possibly be worth stealing? Zheng Lin mocked, pointing at the broken stone door. 3 years ago, you played the thief. Now you return to your old ways, is it not? Leave at once, or I shall not be polite. Did I hear you correctly? You want me to leave? Zheng Lin found the remark to be the height of absurdity. They say you, Kong Lin, are a clever man, yet it is evident you are a fool. The Kong family has fallen, and you dare to prance before me, truly believing it is still 3 years ago. Do you think I need to wait for the right moment to deal with you? Kong Lin produced a transparent crystal stone from his pocket. Have you ever seen this? It is a recording gem I brought back from Wooding City. Everything you say and do will be captured within. According to the iron laws of my great Wu kingdom, any distance beyond 100 feet from the academy is regarded as its territory. The very ground upon which you stand is part of Yunyan Academy. As the head of Yunyan Academy, I undoubtedly possess the authority to command your departure. I now instruct you to leave. What shall you do about it? Kong Lin stepped forward, smiling. I assure you, should you dare to speak, this record stone shall undoubtedly find its way to the lord of the city's desk. Li Shang hastily tugged at Zheng Lin, signaling him to remain calm. Openly defying the iron laws is tantamount to treason, a label not to be worn lightly. Director Kong, you misunderstand. We are primarily here to discuss the annulment of the engagement. I am aware of your intentions to assist Yun Tianyi, but how long can you truly aid him? The ancestral home of the Yun family lies beyond the confines of your academy. Should we cause a scene in the streets, it would surely be even more disgraceful. They say that a teacher for a day is a father for life. Should you not attempt to dissuade him? Kong Lin nodded slightly, extending his hand and stating, Since you have articulated your position so clearly, I must indeed advise you. Hand me the divorce papers. I knew it. Director Kong is a man of discernment. Li Shang grinned as he gestured for his attendant to present the divorce papers to Kong Lin. Upon receiving the document, Kong Lin turned to glance at Yun Tianyi. What are your current feelings? Humiliation, endless humiliation. Yun Tianyi stared at the ground, his fists clenched tightly. It is good that you recognize your humiliation. With that, Kong Lin tore the divorce papers into shreds. Director Kong, what does this mean? Li Shang immediately adopted a cold demeanor, asking in a deep voice that it means nothing. I merely tore a piece of paper. Director Kong, there is something you may not yet be aware of. This year, Lingxiao Academy has delegated the qualification for the assessment to us, which means that, in 10 days, you will be heading to Nandu Academy for evaluation. Li Shang's smile was icy, his words dripping with threats. He assumed that Kong Lin would be intimidated by this news. But to his surprise, Kong Lin raised an eyebrow, his expression delightfully pleased. That is splendid. It saves me countless troubles. It appears I have done you a great favor. Indeed. Kong Lin fixed his gaze on Li Shang, speaking slowly. In 10 days, Yun Tianyi shall defeat Zheng Lin at Nandu Academy, proving that you all are blind. This good-for-nothing Yun Tianyi believes he can defeat me? Who does he think he is? Zheng Lin, though merely a Meridian Realm warrior drained by frivolous pursuits, should have no trouble besting a waste. Kong Lin inquired with a smile. Are you willing to grant him these 10 days? Or do you fear that you may not triumph over him? Fear. I could vanquish him with a mere finger. What is 10 days? So be it. Lin Gu. When men speak, women should remain silent. Zheng Lin shot Li Yaya a glare before turning away. Uncle Li, this concerns my reputation. I implore you to agree, no matter what Li Shang sighed. Now that Zheng Lin had stated it so plainly, what could he do but comply? He suddenly realized how vital it is to choose a wise ally. The Zheng family would eventually be doomed under the stewardship of this imbecile. Director Kong truly is a master strategist. Do not be modest. We are equally matched in that regard. Very well, 10 days hence, I shall await your esteemed presence at the Southern Dipper Academy. Kong Lin slightly nodded, raising his hand to gesture towards the rear, stating, No need to see me off. Li Shang once again departed in a dejected manner. Yuni spat contemptuously at the Li family and exclaimed with indignation. What nonsense! How dare she dally with others while still betrothed? Young master, such a woman is unworthy. Allowing her into our household would spell disaster. I am aware of that. Yun Tianyi took a deep breath, turned back, and bowed deeply to Kong Lin, expressing gratitude. Dean, thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for your intervention today, I cannot fathom what course my father might have taken. One thing is certain, the Yun family would have faced utter ruin. The Li family would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to conspire with the Zheng family, perhaps even summon Li Yaya's master. Do not thank me. Conserve your strength for the training ahead. As for Yun Tianxiong, there is no need for him to come for now. I understand you have pressing matters. The forthcoming lessons will primarily focus on enhancing the student's physical abilities, and given that Yun Tianxiong is a washing marrow realm practitioner, his presence would serve little purpose. Thank you, Dean. Once this matter is resolved, I shall repay your kindness handsomely. After expressing their thanks, the group hurriedly departed. Concealed within the grove, Qin Aizhu cautiously peered out, ensuring no one was returning before daring to emerge. Kong Lin, your nature remains unchanged despite the passage of time. You still hurl insults without regard for whom you address. When Kong Lin berated Zheng Lin moments ago, Qin Aizhu was utterly startled. Zheng Lin is notoriously arrogant, and his lackeys, Zheng San, are exceedingly ruthless. Those they have dealt with have often been left maimed. Even teachers at the Southern Dipper Academy have been assaulted by them. What if a confrontation ensues? Even if I were to intervene, I would be no match for them. Silly girl, this is my territory. Li Shang is a clever man and would not dare to strike. But what if it were outside your territory? In 10 days, we must go to the Southern Dipper Academy for the assessment. That is another's domain. Have you forgotten my master? With such a formidable backing, dealing with him will be a breeze. Indeed, I nearly overlooked your significant support. Qin Yiju's anxieties finally eased, and she patted her chest, stating, I should return now. I won't be able to come in the next couple of days, so take care of yourself. Very well, allow me to escort you home. Chapter 18. Successful preparation upon returning home. Li Shang summoned the clan elders to the council hall, with Li Yeye joining them this time. On the way back, she had been harassed by Zheng Lin, leaving her quite displeased. She lamented, Father, why must we choose the Zheng family? Did you not see how Zheng Lin behaved today? After Kong Lin made his appearance, she and her father opted to remain aloof, intending to let Kong Lin take center stage. To their surprise, the foolish Zheng Lin chose to confront the situation head-on-it would have sufficed had he merely engaged. Instead, he allowed himself to be led by the nose and even aided Kong Lin in redirecting the conversation with a few words. I cannot comprehend whom he was truly assisting. Yeah, do not be upset, Li Shang responded with a calm smile. Everything remains within my control. I am about to express something. I firmly believe that Kong Lin is the stumbling block to the revival of the Li family's grand ambitions. Can he truly be a match for the Yun family, being merely a scion of a fallen household? The third elder, Li Feng, was not convinced in the slightest. Li Shang remarked. When I first pressured the Yunyan Academy, I shared the same sentiment, yet Kong Lin astonishingly resolved the toxic curse with a miraculous elixir. Third elder, you are well aware that this toxic curse was cultivated by Yeye over an entire year. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. However, just yesterday, Kong Lin produced a first-tier, 3-patterned recovery pill. How should we interpret that? Li Feng fell silent, unable to fathom from where Kong Lin had acquired such prowess. Li Shang rose, surveying the room before stating, prepare yourselves. I have arranged for someone to investigate Kong Lin's background. Once we ascertain the facts, we shall initiate our plans. Until then, you may indulge yourselves with the Yun family. Enjoy some diversion, as we have already torn down the facade. Understood. Family head. As dawn broke the following day, the Yun family dispatched individuals to deliver the medicinal materials. Subsequently, Kong Lin devoted an entire day to thoroughly comprehend the secret compendium of pills. He then began formulating the refining liquid, delegating oversight and other responsibilities to Yun Yi for the time being. Thus, 2 days passed in this manner. On the 4th day at noon, as Kong Lin allowed a single drop of the dark green octagonal flower extract to fall into the large vat, the murky liquid transformed into clarity at an observable pace. Congratulations, host, on successfully concocting the perfect Yang fire refining liquid. The initial trial of the potion task has been completed, and the rewards have been issued. Truly, heaven does not forsake those who labor diligently. After 8 failures, success had finally come. Under the blazing sun, 8 figures were perspiring profusely in the training grounds of Yunyan Academy, with Yun Tianyi leading the group. With each step he took, he called out a number, 14,872, 14,873. The 7 youths trailing behind him looked upon him with admiration. Over the past 3 days, they had witnessed the birth of a miracle. Initially, all 8 had to support one another to complete 4.5 laps in the gravity zone. Yet, after 3 days, Yun Tianyi was now capable of completing 10 laps in one go. Without a moment's pause, nearly catching up to Yun Yi. The level of admiration this group of youths held for him was second only to that for Kong Lin. In the midst of the training grounds, Yun Yi, overseeing the proceedings, received a message from a servant and called out, rest, prepare for a meal. Brother Tianyi, Brother Yun Yi has called for a break. Yun Tianyi shook his head in refusal, pressing onward. Only 127 steps remained to complete 10 laps and break yesterday's record. He was determined to persevere. The 7 youths had grown accustomed to Yun Tianyi's tenacity and made their way towards the shade of a nearby tree. Gathering beneath the tree's canopy, one youth took a sip of water to quench his thirst, gazing at the still training Yun Tianyi with a sense of reflection. This prodigy was indeed a genius. He possessed not only better familial circumstances but also a greater capacity for endurance. They could never hope to catch up to him in this lifetime. Another youth remarked, Tianyi is truly remarkable. After completing 10 laps, he remains unsatisfied and even carries a heavy stone for weight training. You have no idea about the stone's weight. I secretly tried to carry it yesterday and nearly succumbed to its pressure. Why does the dean show such favoritism towards Yun Tianyi, even providing him with specialized training methods? Ranhao, do you believe the dean is biased? Mu Jinhai felt discomfort upon hearing this. Kong Lin had accepted them into the academy despite immense pressure. Yet this person dared to complain. It is not favoritism, but rather a sense of injustice. Other academy instructors impart martial skills upon enrollment, yet we have learned nothing thus far, merely running daily. Ranhao's indignation resonated with the other two students, who nodded in agreement. The dean had long stated that martial skills would only be taught once we entered the blood-burning realm. Were you not listening? Mu Jinhai, speak more courteously and refrain from adopting a senior's demeanor to chastise others. At that moment, Mu Jinhai sprang to his feet, and Ranhao did the same, ready to engage in a scuffle, until Qin Yizhu appeared just in time. What are you doing? Can't you discuss matters civilly without resorting to violence? She stepped between the two and said, I will report this to the dean. Now sit down. The two exchanged glares before returning to their seats. Jinhai, during my absence these past 2 days, what has Dean Kong been up to? Has any outsider appeared? Qin Yizhu had endured considerable turmoil lately, as her parents had taken her to seek a new mentor, only to be rejected at every turn. Today, she had finally found an opportunity to escape from home. The dean has been secluded. I know not what he is studying. We haven't even caught a glimpse of him these days, nor has any outsider appeared, Mu Jinhai responded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yizhu's face paled. She understood Kong Lin's temperament all too well. If he fixated on something, he would pursue it relentlessly, disregarding food and drink. Who had been delivering him meals and water these past 3 days? Yun, of course. He is practically becoming the dean's caretaker, delivering meals on schedule every day. Qin Yizhu pondered for a moment, still feeling uneasy, and resolved to check on the situation personally. After her departure, Ranhao took the initiative to apologize. Jinhai, I am sorry. I should not have argued with you just now. My attitude was inappropriate, and I sincerely apologize. With the other party taking the first step towards reconciliation, Mu Jinhai also softened his stance. He paused before continuing, however, I must say, given Dean Kong's immense capabilities and the pressure he faces in accepting us few underachievers, we ought to be grateful rather than questioning him. I do not question him. I am merely anxious. In 6 days, the fate of the academy will be decided, yet we remain ordinary. We need not worry about that. We must simply complete the tasks assigned by the dean. Let us head to dinner and afterward, continue our training. Meanwhile, Kong Lin had just prepared the refining liquid when a sudden foul odor assailed him, nearly causing him to faint. With a shake of his head, he suddenly recalled that he hadn't bathed in 3 days. During this time, he had been in contact with various herbs, and after 3 days of fermentation, the smell was simply overwhelming. He prepared a tub of bathing water, and just as he finished undressing, the door swung open unexpectedly. Chapter 19. Promotion to the Blood Ignition Realm. Qin Yizhu intended to check on Kong Lin, but upon pushing the door open, she was met with the sight of him unclothed, prompting a startled scream to escape her lips. Stop screaming. The one exposed here is me. All right. Kong Lin hastily grabbed a piece of clothing to cover his vital areas, his expression one of exasperation. Kong Lin, what on earth are you doing? Why do you strip the moment you see me? I'm taking a bath. What else would I be doing? Are you suggesting one bathes fully clothed? Oh, Kong Lin noticed Qin Yizhu peering at him through her fingers, and he rose with a lewd grin. Are you curious? If you want to see, just say it out loud. I'm not denying you. With that, he pretended to tug at his clothing, causing Qin Yizhu to leap about like a frightened rabbit, shrieking as she dashed out. Silly girl, do you really think this is your home? You barged in without knocking. If you'd come just a moment later, you would have truly seen everything. Kong Lin was oblivious to the extent of Qin Yizhu's concern. In her flustered state, she naturally forgot to knock. Standing at the door, her face flushed, Qin Yizhu had already mentally berated Kong Lin 1,000 times. How dare this rogue tease her, truly despicable. Teacher Qin, is something the matter? Yun Tianyi, who was dining, rushed over upon hearing her exclamation. And no, it's nothing. Please, go eat. Little Zhu, let Yun Tianyi in. Kong Lin's voice called from within the room, and Qin Yizhu wore a peculiar expression. You're bathing. Why invite someone else in? And it's a man, teacher. I'm coming in. As she spoke, an ecstatic Yun Tianyi pushed past Qin Yizhu at the doorway. Kong Lin had mentioned that seeking him out would signify the success of the refining liquid, and after such a long wait, he had finally arrived. Inside the room, Yun Tianyi pointed to the large vat before him and inquired, Dean, is this the Yang Fire refining liquid you prepared? Indeed, go on and soak in it. Kong Lin had yet to complete his bath, so he could only squat in another vat while conversing. Yun Tianyi, not one to hesitate, swiftly shed his clothes, donning only a pair of shorts before plunging into the liquid with a splash. How does it feel? It's scorching, like countless ants crawling over me, biting me. Precisely. From this moment on, remain still, focus your mind, and keep soaking until you feel nothing before you open your eyes. Although Kong Lin had altered the composition of the Yang Fire refining liquid, its efficacy remained unchanged. This improved version was a result of meticulous effort, designed to enhance an individual's physical attributes to the greatest extent in the shortest time, while simultaneously awakening the internal vitality and blood, transforming the original formula's potential to leave hidden injuries into one that could heal them. Half an hour later, after finishing his bath and tidying up the room, Kong Lin suddenly heard the system notification sound. Ding! Student Yun Tianyi has successfully advanced to the blood ignition realm. You have received 100 master points. Has he really achieved it so swiftly? The results are indeed remarkable. Returning to the realm of blood ignition, Yun Tianyi once again felt an abundance of energy and formidable strength. He opened his eyes and declared, "Master, I have succeeded, I understand now." Kong Lin tossed a garment to Yun Tianyi, urging, "Hurry and put it on." Yun Tianyi responded with a nod, placing his hand on the edge of the large vat to rise. However, as he exerted himself, a resounding crash echoed through the air, shattering the vat into countless fragments. This? Yun Tianyi gazed at his palm, his eyes wide with astonishment. Kong Lin chuckled. "You simply have yet to acclimate to the power you wield. There is no need for such alarm. Is this not cause for alarm?" This vat was a substantial piece relocated from the manor by Yun Yi, specifically for martial practitioners. To shatter, it would require at least 300 kilograms of force. Overwhelmed by this unexpected revelation, Yun Tianyi stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. Noticing that Yun Tianyi had donned his attire, Kong Lin opened the door, revealing Qin Yizhu, her face flushed with indignation. "What were you two doing in there? Speak the truth. What on earth occupies your thoughts? Can you not behave normally?" "I brought him in for the purpose of testing the refining liquid." The accusatory tone of Qin Yizhu left Kong Lin exasperated. If there had been a woman present in the room, her reaction might have been understandable, but what could two men possibly engage in? This other world was not known for dueling, and besides, Kong Lin's sexual orientation was perfectly normal. "Thank you very much." With a jab from Kong Lin, Qin Yizhu wore a sorrowful expression. She wished to act normally, yet after Yun Tianyi entered, she intermittently overheard snippets of conversation. A mention of undressing, something about being fiery, and a plea to not move. Honestly, anyone could misconstrue that. "Young master, you have entered the realm of blood ignition?" Yun Yi, standing in the background, noticed that Yun Tianyi's essence had transformed entirely. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and the veins in his arms bulged, clear indicators of abundant blood energy. Indeed, he is now a practitioner of blood ignition. Kong Lin confirmed. "Splendid, director. You have finally succeeded." Mu Jinhai applauded in celebration. Since Yun Tianyi had ascended to the rank of blood ignition practitioner, it was only a matter of time before he too would achieve the same status. "Tianyi, test your strength," Kong Lin instructed. Outside the secluded area where Kong Lin had been in meditation stood a strength-testing stone. Yun Tianyi approached the stone, accumulating energy according to the stance and punching technique Kong Lin had previously taught him. Then struck with great force, a dull thud resonated, and 3 bull heads illuminated on the left side of the testing stone. Upon witnessing this result, Yun Yi promptly dispatched a servant to convey the joyous news, while others surrounded Yun Tianyi in celebration. Qin Yizhu approached Kong Lin, inquiring, "Why do you seem somewhat displeased?" "I am not displeased. It is simply that there remains a distance from my anticipated standards." "Is that so? How high are your expectations?" While Qin Yizhu had not been present for the past couple of days, she had a general understanding of the training situation. Now that Yun Tianyi had successfully entered the realm of blood ignition, it indicated that Kong Lin's refining liquid had proven effective, making the eventual ascension of the remaining students to blood ignition a certainty. 10 practitioners of blood ignition far exceeded the criteria for the strength assessment ceremony. It was more than sufficient. Yet Kong Lin shook his head. It is not a matter of height, but rather a question of lacking the capacity to astonish. Having lived anew, Kong Lin had come to comprehend many truths. Now he possesses a school, supported by a system, enabling him to hold himself to much higher standards. In the city of Yunyan, there are 3 academies, with Lingshao Academy boasting the strongest prowess. Nandu Academy is backed by the formidable Zhang and Li families, giving it substantial momentum, while his Yunyan Academy is the weakest and has also fallen out with the Li family. If he continues to focus solely on the present without envisioning the future, he will undoubtedly be devoured by the 2 stronger institutions, leaving nothing but remnants. Only by astonishing everyone and elevating the Academy's reputation can he attract more students, foster its development, and earn the right to realize his potential. Qin Yizhu, influenced by this spirit, smiled and said, "Although I am unaware of how you plan to make a grand impression, I fully support you and will assist you. As my vice president, it is only natural that you support me." This fool truly lacks the sensibility to utter a few pleasant words. It is quite exasperating, Qin Yizhu thought. By the way, let me share something with you. She recounted the recent altercation between two students, stating, "Although the atmosphere has stabilized for now, you must indeed consider the matter of martial skills. I am aware of that." Chapter 20. The contract. Kong Lin had long devised a plan, placing the instruction of martial skills after the refining liquid. Upon hearing Qin Yizhu mention the fight, he found it rather amusing. During the fingerprint registration in the first class, Kong Lin had already taken note of this Ran Hao. While the others' fingerprints were red, this individual's was notably pale. Yun Tianyi's rapid progress was due to the intensity of his training, while the remaining students had yet to meet his anticipated standards. Could it be the refining liquid's influence? As he pondered, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for completing Main Quest 2. Rewards have been issued. Main Quest 3 has been triggered. Quest summary. A great leader requires capable soldiers. A single individual cannot forge a great academy, so you need assistance. Quest requirement. Recruit a teacher. Quest deadline. 30 days. Quest reward. Mysterious reward. Failure penalty. No further quest will be triggered henceforth. 30 days to recruit a teacher. That should suffice to AT this stage. The most crucial matter remains the student strength assessment ceremony, and Kong Lin intended to observe the results. Upon arriving at the academy grounds, he found Yun Tianxiong engaged in conversation with Mu Jinhai, speaking in an exceptionally gentle tone. "Mu Jinhai, is it? Please test your strength." Being addressed so kindly by a renowned figure from Union City left Mu Jinhai flustered and awkward, and he nodded stiffly before rushing to the testing stone, delivering a punch that registered a strength of 1,000. Yun Tianxiong continued, "Don't be nervous. Try again." Given his calm demeanor, how could anyone remain unperturbed? Kong Lin stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Maintain a steady mindset. Do not let it waver." Then, he assumed a hoarse stance, raising his hands to his waist, instructing, "Remember, when you punch, the power must originate from your legs and waist. Driving your arms forward." As Kong Lin taught, the other 6 students followed suit, including Yun Yi. After inspecting each person's posture, Kong Lin stepped aside, leaving the remainder of the task to Yun Tianyi for supervision. Chapter 21. The Recovery Elixir. Apologies, esteemed Dean, for utilizing a portion of your refining liquid without your consent. Yun Tianxiong approached, taking the initiative to apologize. He had wished to witness the effects of the refining liquid firsthand, thus assigning a somewhat knowledgeable common servant to soak in it, which unfortunately yielded no successful results. Kong Lin sighed and remarked, "One must not lose their rationality. Once that is lost, foolish actions ensue. Consider this carefully. Is it so easy to enter the blood ignition realm? The reason these students could effortlessly attain that level is inseparable from their daily training within the gravity spirit patterns." "I'm sorry, Dean. I got enough. Kong Lin waved his hand, interrupting Yun Tianyi. "I understand that the situation with the Yun family has made you anxious, but you must realize that this refining liquid cannot save the Yun family. However, I am certainly willing to assist, for you're my student." "That's wonderful, thank you, Dean, and don't be too quick to thank me. I have no intention of becoming free labor." Kong Lin clarified his stance and inquired, "Now, let us discuss the specific effects of the Li family's golden healing pill. A fresh wound instantly scabs upon consuming the golden healing pill. I have witnessed this myself. Later, I heard that the pill could heal new wounds within a day." Kong Lin nodded upon hearing this. The efficacy of the golden healing pill reaching such heights is indeed commendable. I have prepared a first-grade elixir for you, which can similarly cause a wound to scab almost instantaneously, with a healing speed that surpasses the Li family's golden healing pill by half a day. Most importantly, it also possesses the ability to treat internal injuries. Yun Tianxiong, upon hearing this, felt his breath quicken. If what Kong Lin said was true, and it could also heal internal injuries, it would be a remedy for both external and internal ailments, transcending the scope of the golden healing pill. Indeed, but we must also consider the cost. Although the effect is remarkable, if the cost is exorbitant, it would not be worthwhile. Esteemed Dean, what is the cost of this elixir? Approximately 5 silver coins. 5. Are you certain? According to Yun Tianxiong's knowledge, most elixirs that treat both internal and external injuries belong to the second-grade category, with the cheapest costing around 40 silver coins. Kong Lin's claim of a mere 5 silver coins was an astonishing 8-fold reduction. I am not entirely aware of the cost of the medicinal materials. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the formula so you can calculate it yourself. Before long, Kong Lin returned with the formula he had just pinned. The warmth of his speech flushed Qin Yizhu's cheeks even deeper. After Kong Lin departed, she pondered for a moment and then began to cheer loudly, occasionally glancing at the focused Kong Lin across from her. What could be more exhilarating in this world than the thrilling spectacle of combat? At that moment, Yun Yi was not using claw techniques. Like Yun Tianyi, he employed the overlapping waves palm. Whenever the two engaged in a fierce exchange, The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air. With a change in vantage point, Kong Lin felt a rush of blood surging within him, yearning to join the fray and land a few punches himself. Cloud Tianyi, male, 18 years old, body refinement realm, blood ignition, strength. 4, average within the same realm, constitution. 4, average within the same realm, willpower. 10, top tier within the same realm, agility. 4, average within the same realm, talent. 1 star, martial technique. Layered waves palm. Second level, yellow grade, medium, 183 flaws, evaluation. 3 years of ups and downs, having tasted the vicissitudes of life. With unwavering will, one can forge ahead without hesitation. Cloud Yi, male, 19 years old, body refinement realm, meridian expansion, strength. 5, average within the same realm, stamina. 5, average within the same realm, willpower. 6, above average within the same realm, agility. 9, above average within the same realm, martial skill. Eagle's Cry in 9 heavens, yellow grade. Superior, 367 flaws, martial technique. Layered waves palm, second level, yellow grade, medium, 127 flaws, movement technique. Flying star, yellow grade, superior, 91 flaws, evaluation. Proud and self-assured. After a harsh lesson, remains a piece of uncut jade. The information about the two individuals left Kong Lin somewhat astonished. There was no need to elaborate on the prodigy that was Cloud Tianyi, whose 1-star talent was evident, having regained his martial skills from the blood ignition realm, albeit with a few excessive flaws. However, it was Cloud Yi who truly surprised Kong Lin. He had always assumed Yi specialized in claw techniques, only to discover he also possessed proficiency in the layered waves palm, with even fewer flaws than in his claw techniques. With proper refinement, his future achievements could be remarkable. Unbeknownst to Kong Lin, Cloud Yi had entered the Cloud Manor at the age of 8 and was chosen as Cloud Tianyi's sparring partner at 10. To excel in this role, he first learned the layered waves palm, only acquiring the claw techniques after Cloud Tianyi encountered difficulties. The match concluded with Cloud Tianyi's defeat. Chapter 22. A special session after the match. Kong Lin approached the two, first praising Cloud Tianyi extensively, then remarked, "Cloud Yi, you have been quite discreet. To think you also excel in the layered waves palm. Had you not demonstrated it, I would have remained oblivious." "Director, you flatter me," Cloud Yi replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. "You two have made a splendid start, so let go of your modesty. Such sparring sessions should be conducted frequently. Only through practical combat can you truly progress." Clearing his throat, Kong Lin continued. "Now that you have both reached the blood ignition realm, we shall proceed to the much-anticipated martial skill instruction segment. What would you like to learn?" For a moment, the students were taken aback by their experience. Once they entered the academy, they had no choice but to learn whatever the teachers instructed. Now, Kong Lin was asking them what they wished to study. Cloud Tianyi was the first to respond. "Director, I prefer close-quarters combat. I am open to learning boxing, palm techniques, or leg techniques," Eugene Hai added. "Director, I wish to learn the sword. I am drawn to the grand and sweeping motions it entails." Ran Hao chimed in. "Director, I would like to learn the sword. I feel that wielding a sword is incredibly stylish." As each student expressed their desires, the atmosphere transformed into a lively marketplace, with Qin Eizhu diligently recording everyone's words to present to Kong Lin. Kong Lin cast an appreciative glance and raised his head to say, "I extend my gratitude to our esteemed Vice Dean for his assistance. You must remember, next time, to speak one at a time, for decorum's sake. Let me see, there are 3 aspiring to learn fist techniques, 3 for palm techniques, and 1 each for sword and saber, no problem. I shall accommodate you all. I hereby declare that there will be no classes tomorrow. The instruction in martial skills will commence the day after. You may now take your leave and bid farewell to the lovely moments." Kong Lin's words did not intimidate the 7 children. They cheerfully said their goodbyes. After their departure, Qin Eizhu pondered for a moment before approaching him and inquired, "Kong Lin, I want to be able to come tomorrow. May I come the day after?" "Of course, that's perfectly fine. Tomorrow is quite uneventful." "Uneventful? Isn't a new teacher supposed to arrive? Who told you a new teacher was coming? Didn't you mention a new course would be introduced?" Kong Lin paused, then chuckled. It seemed this naive girl was overthinking things. Indeed, he intended to initiate a new course, but there was no new instructor arriving. The martial skills of the body refinement realm were not as intricate as those of the true Qi realm. They did not involve the complexities of Qi circulation routes. As long as one was familiar with the techniques and possessed a certain level of experience, able to discern the shortcomings of the martial skills, that sufficed. Now, endowed with keen insight, no flaw could escape his notice. Whether it be 4 courses or even 10, it would be a breeze. He patted Qin Eizhu's delicate shoulder and reassured her, "You need not worry about the courses. I can manage that. Kong Lin, are we still friends? Qin Yizhu suddenly felt a distance between them. Over the past few days, she had asked many questions, but Kong Lin remained reticent, offering only vague reassurances that there was no need for her to fret. Had he changed? Oh dear, please don't cry. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yizhu's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Kong Lin, overwhelmed, could hardly bear to see a girl cry. He quickly replied, "Of course we are friends. Just don't cry, and I'll reveal the solution regarding the courses right now." All right, then do tell it. At that moment, Kong Lin was convinced that girls were born to be exceptional actresses. As soon as he uttered his words, although tears glistened in Qin Yizhu's eyes, they vanished in the blink of an eye, as if absorbed. Truly remarkable. It's not difficult at all. I can teach all 4 courses by myself. Can you really? You see, when I speak the truth, you don't believe me. When I remain silent, you get upset. What am I to do? Fine, I believe you. For now, I shall let this go. It's been a while since I stepped out. I should return. Noticing Qin Yizhu's sudden fluster, Kong Lin smirked inwardly. The little girl had indeed fallen under his influence. Allow me to escort you. Initially intending to take Qin Yizhu to the school gate, their conversation led him to accompany her all the way home, where he unexpectedly met her parents. Sensing the situation was becoming precarious, Kong Lin quickly concocted an excuse to make his exit. Dear, who was that young man you were with just now? He seems familiar. Father, please don't be suspicious. He is just a passerby. I'm hungry. I want something to eat. All right, let us return home. Father will prepare something for you. Hee, you are truly wonderful, dear father. Upon arriving at the academy, Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi had yet to depart. They were still engaged in a sparring session, the sounds of their combat audible even from a distance. After observing for a while, Kong Lin finally comprehended why the father and son duo, Yun Tianxiong and Yun Yi, held Yun Yi in such high regard. As a sparring partner, the most fundamental requirement is the courage to strike. Once a flaw is identified in the opponent's technique, one must attack without hesitation, using pain to convey. This is your critical point. Yun Yi was unlike other sparring partners. Upon discovering a weakness in Yun Tianyi's martial arts, he would relentlessly and mercilessly exploit it, continuing until Yun Tianyi rectified the flaw, only to resume his scrutiny and offer further guidance thereafter. Kong Lin approached and said, "Cease your actions. Director, what commands do you have?" Yun Yi inquired, clasping his hands in respect. "Earlier, I praised you, and now you act so insincere. Clinging on, are you merely seeking to have me provide special instruction? In truth." Yun Tianyi had no intention of requesting special instruction from Kong Lin. He was already immensely grateful to Kong Lin for the opportunity to return to the blood ignition realm, and given the mysterious and omnipotent image Kong Lin held in his mind, how could he dare to ask for anything? Yet, since Kong Lin had taken the initiative to offer him special instruction, being called insincere was of little consequence. After picking up his attire to wipe away the sweat, Yun Tianyi asked, "Director, what must I do?" "The reason you lost to Yuni is primarily due to your realm. His physical attributes surpass yours in every aspect. Secondly, there are flaws in your martial technique. Your ripple palm contains 182 weaknesses. If you can reduce that number to below 100, you should be able to exchange 50 moves with Yun Yi. If you can further reduce it to 50, defeating Yun Yi would not be a problem." Yun Tianyi felt his blood boil with excitement. He had long wished to witness Kong Lin's prowess in identifying flaws. "Director, please, just instruct me on how to rectify my martial flaws, and I shall comply with whatever you require." "Excellent. I am greatly pleased by your mindset. Now, take the initiative and attack." Kong Lin smiled slightly, and Yun Tianyi, standing opposite him, immediately felt a chill coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Struggling to suppress his fear, he swiftly formed the starting stance of the ripple palm and launched his attack. Kong Lin did not flinch, standing still as he calmly raised his hand to deliver a punch, causing Yun Tianyi to collide directly with his fist, subsequently tumbling to the ground. Chapter 23. The celestial art clan Yun Yi, who had been observing silently, fell into contemplation. He had just replayed the exchange between the two in his mind and discovered something peculiar. Although Yun Tianyi had taken the initiative and targeted the most vulnerable area of the human body, the heart, coupled with an all-out strike, Yun Yi dared not confront it head-on. Yet Kong Lin stood foolishly in place, responding with a simple punch. The oddity arose when Yun Tianyi's gaze had noticeably shifted as Kong Lin initiated his strike. As an experienced martial artist, adapting to the opponent's moves is the bare minimum. Why did Yun Tianyi not change his tactic? He charged in recklessly like a fool, only to be knocked down. A truly perplexing situation. Kong Lin lowered his arms, his face a mask of disappointment. "I have always believed you to be a genius, But it was only after our recent spar that I realized you cannot even execute the most fundamental offensive moves. In light of this, you may take a rest. Yun-E, step forward and demonstrate the first 2 layers of the dialing palm for me. Yes, master. Yun-Tianyi, disheartened, retreated to contemplate Kong Lin's words, while Yun-E stepped forth to showcase the techniques of the dialing palm. As Yun-E executed the moves, a figure appeared in Kong Lin's mind, mimicking the dialing palm's performance. By the time Yun-E concluded the demonstration, Kong Lin had nearly mastered the techniques himself. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Yun-E and commanded, Yun-Tianyi, come here and stand ready. Next, I shall employ the Pai Yun technique of the dialing palm to strike your left chest. Upon hearing this, Yun-Tianyi immediately prepared his defenses. Just as he positioned himself, Kong Lin launched his attack. Master, something terrible has happened. At that moment, a house servant rushed in, exclaiming, while we were unloading, a sudden white mist enveloped the area beside the dean's residence. We have no idea what it is. Old Zhang merely reached his hand into it and inexplicably lost it. Everyone is terrified. As the servant spoke, Kong Lin recalled the reward he had yet to utilize after completing the main quest. This reward, if not actively employed, would automatically trigger after a certain period. Tell them not to move recklessly, and if they do not heed my warning, hurry back and instruct them to unload cautiously, avoiding that white mist. This matter must remain confidential. Anyone who dares to spread rumors shall not escape my wrath. Yes, I shall remember, the servant replied, trembling as he departed. From their vantage point, they were able to observe the unloading area, and Yun Tianxiong became intrigued by the dark figures. He had wanted to inquire previously but refrained, fearing to offend Kong Lin due to their recent acquaintance. Now, however, the sight was extraordinary. Although it was night, the moonlight illuminated the scene brilliantly, revealing massive silhouettes moving amidst the white mist. The hulking figures of the servants were burdened with sizable objects. Dean, what is this? You are aware that the Tianqian continent is vast and teeming with countless races. These are the Tiangong clan, whom my master has subdued from distant lands. Kong Lin had already devised an explanation. Though the Tiangong clan stands 100 feet tall and possesses a formidable physique, they are astute and excel in construction, demonstrating both speed and quality. My esteemed master has entrusted these Tiangong slaves to me, and you must not disclose this information, of course not. Yun Tianxiong hastily waved his hand, assuring he had no ulterior motives. Even if given tenfold courage, he would not dare. Nevertheless, he admitted he had never heard of this giant race. Subsequently, he fell silent, as did Kong Lin. In truth, Yun Tianxiong grappled internally with whether to share his findings with Kong Lin. As the unloading neared completion, he finally resolved to speak. Dean, are you familiar with the Black Dragon Gang? I recall they are the largest faction in Chuning City, correct? Yes, I have discovered that the Black Dragon Gang is connected to the catastrophe that occurred 3 years ago. Kong Lin's gaze immediately sharpened. Speak of all that you know. Chapter 24, 3 years ago, 3 years prior, 4 reasons unbeknownst to him. The city lord Yu Chongli abruptly departed from Union City with his troops. Their destination shrouded in mystery. Following their departure, a formidable band of over 300 robbers appeared, seemingly coordinated, and breached the defenses of Union City. Wherever they roamed, they wrought havoc, committing atrocious acts of violence and pillage that were utterly abhorrent. At that time, the 3 prominent families of Union City, the Yun family, the Kong family, and the Zheng family, united their forces to resist, yet the sheer strength of the robbers proved overwhelming. The 2 principal leaders were masters in the realm of true qi, while 3 vice leaders were practitioners of the cleansing vein stage, accompanied by more than 200 robbers at the blood-burning and meridian opening levels. In a bid to safeguard the ordinary citizens of Union City, the 3 families convened a brief meeting and resolved to shift the battlefield to Union Academy. After a fierce confrontation, the Kong family suffered grievously, taking one of the robber leaders down with them, while the Yun family, at the cost of their patriarch, severely injured another leader. Numerous elders from the Yun family sacrificed themselves by taking down 2 vice leaders of the robbers, and the Zheng family incurred the least losses. With only a few elders perishing in the fray. In the aftermath of the calamity, the young Yun Tianxiong was entrusted with the leadership of the Yun family. Alongside the task of revitalizing the family, he diligently sent out inquiries regarding the whereabouts of that band of robbers. Fortune favored the diligent, and recently, he finally unearthed the lead. That band of robbers had stolen numerous valuable items from the 3 families, amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Yun Tianxiong surmised that the robbers would eventually part with their ill-gotten gains, so he placed spies in auction houses and black markets alike. Not long ago, a pair of gauntlets surfaced in the black market of Chuning City, with the seller claiming them to be the weapon of the former patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Jian. Upon hearing this news, Yun Tianxiong personally traveled to Chuning City to bid. Upon securing the item, he confirmed it was indeed his father's weapon. Thus began his investigation, ultimately leading him to a local gang in Chuning City known as the Black Dragon Gang. Upon hearing this, Kong Lin inquired, "So you believe the Black Dragon Gang to be that band of robbers?" Yun Tianxiong replied, "Indeed." When Yu Chongli returned, he was beside himself with rage, and within half a day, he contacted the city lords within a 500-mile radius, enlisting their aid in apprehending the robbers. With no mountains in the vicinity, the pursuit teams traversed any hills or rivers they encountered. The robbers, lacking mounts, were simply unable to escape. I suspect they have altered their appearances to blend into the lives of ordinary people, for only in this manner could they evade the city guard's pursuit. Kong Lin nodded, having gleaned this information from the memories of the original owner. The original owner had just returned from an academic journey at that time, and the scale of the manhunt was considerable, appearing far from a mere fabrication. However, this information bore little practical utility. He could not simply venture to Chuning City and confront the Black Dragon Gang head-on. That would be tantamount to courting death. Yun Tianxiong continued, "Director, not only have I traced the Black Dragon Gang, but I have also uncovered something regarding the Zheng family. Could it be that the Zheng family is connected to them?" "There is a connection, but Director, please believe me, I do not speak thus out of a desire for vengeance against the Zheng family. Consider this. Our two families suffered the gravest losses. Your Kong family is left with but a single survivor, while our Yun family remains severely weakened and has yet to recover. Yet the Zheng family, they have only lost a handful of elders. The Zheng family is currently engaged primarily in the business of fabrics and silk. During my investigation into the Black Dragon Gang, I unexpectedly discovered that they too are involved in the fabric trade, with the Zheng family serving as their main supplier in plain sight. Could this be a trap?" Kong Lin observed that since this band of outlaws has resolved to disguise themselves and conceal their identities, there is no reason for them to brazenly sell weapons belonging to the patriarch of a prominent family. If someone were to uncover this lead, they would undoubtedly pursue it further. In such a case, wouldn't their painstaking efforts to alter their identities be rendered futile? All their endeavors would be in vain. Moreover, the Zhang family is currently allied with the Li family. Could it be that they intentionally released this information to disrupt the Yun family's plans? Yun Tianxiong remarked, "I am hesitant to confirm this, which is why I have not reported it to Lord Yu. Let us not dwell on this for now. Instead, let us discuss a matter that piques my interest. I have always been curious as to why the battlefield was established at Yunyan Academy. At that time, the original owner was absent, and Kong Lin was unaware of how they deliberated, thus unable to discern any issues from those details. I am aware of this matter, and I shall recount the circumstances of that time. The head of the Yun family, Yun Jian, the head of the Kong family, Kong Wei, and the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Qian, convened to determine the location of the battlefield. With the city guards absent, Yunyan City housed the most martial artists within the academy, and Yunyan Academy was the most formidable institution of its time. Hence, they intended to leverage the multitude of teachers and students at Yunyan Academy, along with their familiarity with the terrain, to gain an advantage in battle. History has proven this strategy to be effective. Had they chosen the relatively weaker Lingxiao Academy, it is likely that Yunyan City would have fallen. After hearing Yun Tianxiong narrate the events of that year, Kong Lin inquired, "Then why did all my family perish?" At that time, all the men of the Kong family had gone to Yunyan Academy, leaving only the elderly, women, and children to seek refuge in the ancestral home of the Yun family. How did that band of outlaws come to learn of their whereabouts? Yun Tianxiong shook his head and replied, "I am not certain about this matter. Under such circumstances, your father must have made adequate arrangements. Only those from your Kong family would know the hiding places." Kong Lin nodded, feeling somewhat foolish. This pertains to the ancestral heritage of a prominent family, a closely guarded secret. How could outsiders possibly be privy to such information? Therefore, there is only one possibility: an internal leak. Let us conclude our discussion for tonight. I must attend to my alchemical preparations. With a sigh of relief, Kong Lin mused, "You continue to gather clues. It would be best to find direct evidence indicating that the Black Dragon Gang is indeed that band of outlaws, and that the Zheng family has direct ties to them. Only then can we seize the initiative. I understand. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed Dean. Farewell." With that, Yun Tianxiong departed with his entourage, while Kong Lin ambled back to his lodgings. Along the way, he contemplated that perhaps the information Yun Tianxiong had uncovered was merely what the adversary had chosen to reveal. Since they were willing to display it, it signified that someone could no longer withstand the silence and wished to emerge. With this thought, a glimmer of determination shone in Kong Lin's eyes. "Regardless of whether your targets are the Yun family, Yunyan Academy, or myself, it matters not. So long as you dare to leave a trace, I shall unearth you." Yun Tianxiong's recent shipment of medicinal herbs had filled an entire room to the brim. After relocating the alchemical furnace to his own cultivation chamber, Kong Lin gathered a substantial assortment of herbs, preparing to concoct the recovery pill. The process of alchemy bears a striking resemblance to that of formulating refining liquids. The distinction lies solely in the emphasis on purification versus boiling. To engage in alchemy, the initial preparations do not revolve around the herbs or the furnace, but rather the firewood of flames. This peculiar plant, renowned for its ability to absorb spiritual energy, is remarkably resilient to combustion, with even a small segment capable of burning for an entire day. Furthermore, its combustion releases spiritual energy, enhancing the efficacy of the resulting elixirs, making it an indispensable material for body-refining alchemists. The unique properties of firewood of flames render it highly sought after. Its mere appearance in the market results in immediate purchases by eager buyers. The firewood of flames that Yun Tianxiong procured today had been amassed by the Yun family over the past 3 years. Chapter 25. The 4 halls. Kong Lin inserted the lit firewood of flames into the furnace's opening, patiently awaiting the furnace surface to glow a vivid red before he commenced the arrangement of materials. The first herb, fire hemp seed, was chosen for its high fire resistance, requiring a significant duration to be properly boiled. However, once transformed into liquid, it would facilitate the heating process, expediting the subsequent herbal infusion. Next came the Sichuan lotus and the bulrush. Remaining steadfast beside the Yuanyang furnace, Kong Lin meticulously placed the herbs in order. As this was his inaugural attempt at alchemy and lacking guidance, he devised a rudimentary strategy. With each herb added, he recorded the time. If an error occurred, he noted it and adjusted the timing accordingly, thus engaging in a process of trial and error. When he introduced the 4th herb, the fragrant bug, the Yuanyang furnace suddenly quivered, and black mist erupted from the exhaust. This was an unmistakable sign of failure. Glancing at the hourglass nearby, he quickly made a note, cleared the residue from the furnace, and endeavored to start anew. Before long, the issue re-emerged during the introduction of the 4th herb. Comparing the 2 previous mistakes, Kong Lin deduced that his haste in adding the new herbs before the prior ones had reached the appropriate state was the root cause of his failures. He subsequently adjusted the timing of his additions and made no further errors. Kong Lin dedicated an entire night to this trial and error process, and by the following morning, he successfully concocted his first batch of recovery pills, yielding a total of 18. With newfound experience, Kong Lin unleashed his full potential, dedicating the subsequent day and night to alchemy without pausing for sustenance. As dawn broke on the 3rd day, Qin Yizhu, arriving at the academy, was astounded by the sight before her in the area that had previously been shrouded in mist. For structures had suddenly emerged, with white walls and red roofs. Each facade prominently displayed a large character for martial, its vibrant crimson hue strikingly eye-catching. Each of the 4 eaves bore sculptures of weapons, and the copper ornaments chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze. The Sword Hall, Blade Hall, Fist Hall, and Palm Hall. Kong Lin had silently established 4 halls. How had he accomplished this? Unable to fathom the reason, Qin Yizhu resolved to seek out the principal individual. This time, she had learned her lesson. She knocked on Kong Lin's door before entering, waiting for a response. Just in time, my batch of elixirs is nearly complete. How many people have you brought? Kong Lin, have you stayed up late again? Qin Yizhu stood with her hands on her hips, her anger causing her canine teeth to protrude, resembling an irate young leopard. Kong Lin initially assumed that Yun Tianxiong had sent someone to collect the elixirs, only to discover it was Qin Yizhu. I did not stay up late. Just look at your hair. It's all matted together. You haven't washed it in 8 days, have you? Nonsense. It's only been 2 days. With a look of disdain, Qin Yizhu remarked, in such sweltering weather, going 2 days without washing your hair or bathing is simply revolting. Are you not going to take a shower? All right, I'll go at once. You stay outside. If Yun Tianxiong arrives, tell him to wait for me. This foolish girl was surprisingly not angry. What a stroke of luck. Once Qin Yizhu had stepped outside, Kong Lin promptly began to freshen up. After completing his ablutions and changing into a new set of clothes, he opened the door to find Yun Tianxiong waiting. To which he said, "Come in." Upon returning to the room, Kong Lin gestured towards the table laden with gourds. 100 gourds, each containing 100 recovery pills, totaling 10,000 pills. This should suffice for a while. Yun Tianxiong could not help but swallow hard, inquiring, "Respected Dean, have you used all the medicinal materials I brought?" "Indeed. I had no time to refine elixirs afterward." With only 4 days left until the strength assessment ceremony, he still needed to impart martial skills to his students. "How many finished pills did you produce in this batch?" "Between 40 and 60, but it still feels rather insufficient." Dissatisfied with the results obtained through trial and error, Kong Lin optimized the successful steps in the alchemical process, increasing the yield from fewer than 20 to at least 40. After numerous experiments, he now managed a maximum of 60 is that's still too few? Yun Tianxiong smirked, at a loss for words, and said, "You truly are a genius, Dado. Is that so? I share that sentiment. Enough talk. Grab your things and hurry along. I have a lecture to deliver." Yes, I will retrieve it immediately." Leaving the matter in Yun Tianxiong's hands, Kong Lin and Qin Yizhu strolled leisurely to the training grounds. Upon seeing the 4 martial arts halls, he was taken aback, astonished that the system had constructed such ancient Chinese architectural wonders. "These eaves and ornaments are simply exquisite, Xiaoju. Do you not feel that the stone carvings on the roofs of these halls possess a unique quality?" Qin Yizhu had been waiting for Kong Lin to broach this subject, replying, "Indeed, the stone carvings of the sword hall exude sharpness, the blade hall conveys grandeur, the fist hall projects resilience, and the palm hall embodies solidity. Esteemed Dean, could you perhaps enlighten your Vice Dean on how this was accomplished? For martial halls suddenly appearing within a single day, did you transfer them from elsewhere? Not in a day, but in 7 days. 27 days? Observing the gesture Qin Yizhu had made, Kong Lin was speechless. It seemed her grasp of language was quite standard, yet she had misunderstood. These 4 martial halls had already begun construction. I previously employed spiritual patterns to conjure dense fog to obscure visibility. It's merely that you did not notice. Ah, I see. Qin Yizhu had thought it was a distinctive feature of Yunyan City. The reason why Yunyan City is named as such is due to its abundant fog, and the Yunyan Academy, situated to the north of the city, is particularly notorious for its dense mist. Come, let me see how you conduct the 4 lessons today. You should keep your eyes peeled. Once the students have assembled, Kong Lin leads them into the Blade Hall. Today serves merely to familiarize the students with the techniques, so there is no need to specify which student should proceed to which training hall. The Blade Hall is relatively spacious, with various types of swords arranged on either side. The weaponry in the training hall was prepared by Yun Tianxiong, along with 4 types of yellow-tier martial arts techniques. The crowd gathered in a circle, and in the center, Kong Lin announced, "Today, I shall teach you 4 yellow-tier martial arts: overlapping waves palm, tiger leopard fist, 3 blades technique, and azure rainbow swordsmanship. Each of you take a look at these. I will give you an incense stick's worth of time to familiarize yourselves with the techniques, lest you find yourselves bewildered when I explain them later." After the incense stick had burned down, Kong Lin decided to begin with the palm technique. The students learning the overlapping waves palm included Yun Tianyi, Yun Yi, and another student who had already become acquainted with the technique, thanks to Yun Tianyi's assistance. The overlapping waves palm consists of 6 moves: Cloud Dispelling, Ghost Strike, Dominant Slash, Divine Axe, Buddha's Hand, and Dragon Break. The names are quite melodious, yet they can be succinctly summarized in 3 words: push, lift, slash as the first move of overlapping waves palm. Cloud Dispelling is classified as a pushing palm technique and is often employed by many as an opening move, also serving as an aid in combat. However, I believe this move encapsulates the essence of the overlapping waves palm. In addition to generating a tempest that stirs up dust and obscures vision, it can also be utilized to shift positions with momentum. As time progressed, Kong Lin elaborated on all 6 moves of the overlapping waves palm, sharing his personal insights and experiences along the way. Chapter 26. Some are joyful, some are worried. Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi listened with rapt attention. Regarding the opening move, Cloud Dispelling, Kong Lin had outlined 8 distinct methods, each a remarkable tactic that could achieve surprising victories. Now, Yun Tianyi finally comprehended the extent of his ignorance. To say he was like a frog at the bottom of a well would be an understatement. He believed that even if he faced the current Kong Lin 3 years ago, the outcome would only be one: defeat. Throughout the morning, Kong Lin thoroughly covered both the overlapping waves palm and the tiger leopard fist. After lunch, he commenced his instruction on sword techniques. At this moment, he and Mu Jinhai stood at the center of the training hall, each wielding a tiger-headed broadsword. Mu Jinhai, he said, "The 3 blades technique is a martial art I specifically selected for you. The technique consists of only 3 moves, with rather unremarkable names. 1 blade, 2 blades, 3 blades. I have heard that you could not contain your impatience during meal times and secretly practiced it once. Now, please share your understanding of this sword technique." Mu Jinhai smiled sheepishly and replied, "Director, my understanding is that it revolves around cycles. The moves of the 3 blades technique are relatively simple, and during my practice, I felt it did not require much effort. After executing the 3 blades, I still had the stamina to perform another 3. I believe that if my stamina is sufficient, I could overwhelm my adversary with an unending barrage of attacks." Kong Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging Mu Jinhai's profound understanding. The essence of the three blades technique can be summed up in 2 words: simplicity. Very well, your comprehension is commendable. However, there is a crucial point that must not be overlooked. If you aspire to achieve a seamless flow, it is imperative to attain a profound understanding of the techniques involved, ensuring a level of connection that is impeccable. In simpler terms, 3 words encapsulate this concept: swift, precise, and fierce. Observe as I demonstrate the 3-blade technique. Mu Jin Hai, step aside. Kong Lin takes his position at the center, gripping the knife firmly as he tosses the wooden stick into the air. His waist and legs suddenly exert force, and his right hand, holding the knife, follows suit. Swish, swish, swish. After executing 10 powerful strikes, Kong Lin immediately halts. Before his feet lie 10 wooden pieces, all of identical length. The onlookers are astonished. Could the Dean truly possess such formidable skills? The stick he just threw was small and light. Yet despite the tremendous force applied during the slicing, it not only remained intact but was also cleaved into uniformly sized segments. This is truly remarkable. Mu Jin Hai, your training method is remarkably straightforward. Practice your chops in the courtyard until you can execute 3 strikes within a single breath, and then you may seek my guidance. Remember, I am referring to the gravity zone. Mu Jin Hai excitedly replies, no problem. Ruan Hao, who has been watching for quite some time, feels a surge of adrenaline. It is finally time for his own swordsmanship. Just then, Yun Tianxiong bursts in impulsively. Dean? Could you step outside for a moment? You all continue your practice. I shall return shortly. As Kong Lin follows Yun Tianxiong outside. He chuckles, seeing you so agitated. Could it be that the recovery pills have sold out? Not just sold out, but have been a tremendous success. Dean, do you have any idea how much money you've made in just half a day? 5,000? Kong Lin speculates, glancing at Yun Tianxiong as he extends 5 fingers. Upon hearing this figure, Yun Tianxiong nearly faints. After all, he is the patriarch of a prominent family, albeit slightly fallen from grace, and it would be hard to believe he has never seen 5,000 gold coins. Initially, the expenses incurred to admit Yun Tianyi into Lingshao Academy amounted to a total of 10,000. He decides to drop the pretense and lays it all out. 50,000, a full 50,000 gold coins. 50,000? Kong Lin, accustomed to a life of poverty, stutters in disbelief. Tio earned 50,000 in half a day. Surely the elixir industry yields exorbitant profits. Wait, hold on. The cost of a recovery pill is 6 silver coins. And factoring in labor, let's estimate it to be around 10 silver coins. How many must be sold to amass 50,000? How many have you sold in total? 1,000. When I left the storefront, I calculated that the total profit amounts to 70,000 gold coins. 8,000 recovery pills have been sold, leaving 2,000 remaining. We previously agreed on a 70-30 split. You take 70% of the profits. And with a little extra I contributed, that totals 50,000, does it not? For this significant turnaround, Yun Tianxiong has refrained from engaging with the Li family and has channeled all his energy into promotion, ensuring that nearly everyone in Yunyan City is aware of the new elixirs available from the Yun family. Initially, he set the price at 20 silver coins each, akin to the Li family's golden healing pill. And a few returning customers, driven by curiosity, purchased some recovery pills. It was from this point that circumstances began to improve. Some customers, trying the elixir on the spot, found the effects remarkably good and spontaneously contributed to the word-of-mouth promotion. As the news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, the crowd of onlookers swelled, as did the number of buyers. A person expresses skepticism despite some positive remarks, suspecting that the favorable opinions may have been orchestrated. However, as more individuals speak in favor, those who were previously hesitant can no longer restrain themselves and eagerly join the throngs to make purchases. Observing this turn of events, Yun Tianxiong promptly raises the price to 40 silver per unit. Although the number of customers diminishes somewhat, a considerable number still come, drawn by reputation. By noon today, a surge of merchants from outside the city suddenly arrives at the Yun family storefront. Their purchasing power proving formidable, with the minimum quantity bought being 500 units. In response, Yun Tianyi adjusts the price to 1 gold per unit. While smaller merchants are taken aback, the larger ones remain unfazed. One mysterious buyer even procures 6,000 units. Upon hearing the detailed account from Yun Tianxiong, Kong Lin finds the situation utterly insane. 1 gold per unit, he could produce 10,000 units in just a day and night. And after deducting costs and labor, the profit would be no less than 90,000. Surely, one cannot amass wealth from gold mining at such a rapid pace. Now, return immediately to prepare the materials. In the same quantity as before, I will require another 10,000 units by this time tomorrow. The opportunity to earn money is fleeting. Seize it while you can, for every little bit counts. Very well, I shall prepare at once. Is there a need to wait for the students to leave before delivering? No need. Bring it directly. Kong Lin intends for the other party to be aware. For without such knowledge, this performance might falter. The Li family council chamber. Li Shang's expression is as dark as storm clouds, while the elders lower their heads, too intimidated to utter a word. What is happening? Can anyone enlighten me on the situation? Li Shang learns from a spy embedded within the Yun family that Yun Tianxiong intends to retaliate with a type of healing elixir for external injuries. With the timing set for today, he has had the formula sent by the spy thoroughly examined, confirming its reliability, and even discovers that the cost of this formula exceeds that of their own golden wound elixir. Li Shang had previously mocked Yun Tianxiong for his foolishness, believing he would not learn from past mistakes and would dare to engage in a price war, failing to recognize the circumstances. He issues a stern order to those at the storefront, instructing them to spare no effort in seizing this opportunity to utterly dismantle the Yun family. However, as the market opens today, the Yun family's promotional slogan shifts from solely treating external injuries to encompassing both internal and external healing. Catching Li Shang off guard, he quickly regains composure and prepares two responses, one to contact the spy for the latest updates, and the other to procure some recovery pills for analysis. After a prolonged silence, the elder responsible for business within the Li family remarks, "Today, our family's profits from elixirs have been halved. If we cannot devise a countermeasure, we shall all be left to face the bitter winds of misfortune. The informant among them has perished, and the remaining individuals have no access to the core secrets of the Yun family. It is a challenging situation indeed, leaving me at a loss." The elder in charge of intelligence speaks with visible distress, as the Yun family's insider was his illegitimate son, whom he had placed in the Yun family years ago. This midday, his corpse was discovered in the southern part of the city, a gruesome sight, with not a single good piece of flesh remaining on him. Chapter 27. Nandu Academy. Father, I am at an impasse as well. The components of the recovery pills are far too numerous. Uncle Li and I can only identify 3 types, and we remain uncertain as to how many more exist, said Li Yeye. Responsible for the elixirs, Li Shang waved his hand, and once the crowd fell silent, he spoke. Given the circumstances, there is no need for anyone to blame themselves. Let us hear the good news brought back by my appointed messenger. And no sooner had he spoken than the doors of the assembly hall swung open, revealing a youth who entered. The young man was none other than Ran Hao, a student of Kong Lin. Ran Hao, pray tell me what information you have gathered today. Why, Lord. Ran Hao began this afternoon. Yun Tianxiong visited Yunyan Academy to speak with Kong Lin. Their conversation remains a mystery, but Kong Lin subsequently dismissed us. After leaving the academy, I entered from another direction and noticed a sudden influx of members from the Yun family, who were transporting numerous medicinal herbs to Kong Lin's residence. I also discovered a Dan furnace in Kong Lin's chamber, the Yuanyang furnace, which Yun Tianxiong had recently purchased at a great expense. I overheard him telling Yun Tianxiong that he would be able to refine 10,000 recovery pills by noon tomorrow. This young man, Ran Hao, was indeed a student of Yunyan Academy and was not originally a member of the Li family. Following the disruption of his engagement, Li Shang had sought out Ran Hao and, through special means, exerted control over him, rendering him his subordinate. He intended to glean every movement of Kong Lin through Ran Hao, seeking the opportune moment to absorb Yunyan Academy entirely. Li Shang declared. You may not be aware, but Ran Hao traversed the gravity spirit pattern for 3 days, immersing himself in the refining solution concocted by Kong Lin, and within a single hour, he ascended to the blood-burning realm. It has long been rumored that Yunyan Academy possesses spirit patterns. Now that this has been confirmed, we must be all the more resolute in our intention to consume Yunyan Academy. Patriarch, since this young man has uncovered Kong Lin's activities in alchemy, let us inquire about the composition of the pills so that we may also refine recovery pills and undermine the Yun family. That would be futile. Li Shang chuckled. It is improbable that Kong Lin would divulge the complete recipe to Yun Tianxiong. He is certainly concealing something. What shall we do now? Remain passive. Li Shang understood that his response would perplex them, so he elaborated. Any action on our part would alert the Zhang family, and their response could complicate matters further. At this juncture, the clan elders began to comprehend Li Shang's intentions. The Li family and the Zhang family were not genuine allies. They were merely a temporary alliance forged under the auspices of a powerful figure. When the two families met, they exchanged smiles, yet secretly harbored desires to consume one another. The recovery pill was extraordinarily potent. Combined with the refining solution and spirit patterns, if it could be firmly grasped within their hands, the Li family would surpass the Zhang family in a remarkably short time, becoming the foremost family in Yunyan City. Li Shang was acutely aware that true power lay in his grasp, which made him particularly cautious. Elder Li Feng remarked, yet we cannot remain passive forever. That old fox Zheng Qian is not to be underestimated. I have already made arrangements. The prices of gold healing pills and all medicinal materials have been reduced to create the illusion that we are compromising. This fade will not last long, at most 4 days. Isn't the strength assessment ceremony in 4 days? I almost overlooked that. Yun Tianyi is set to challenge Zheng Lin. Indeed, the entire city is aware of this matter. The strength assessment ceremony in 4 days? I intend to ensure that Kong Lin's reputation is utterly destroyed in the following 3 days. Kong Lin maintained a remarkably regular routine. Mornings were devoted to imparting martial skills to his students, afternoons to rigorously training Yun Tianyi, and the nights were split between cultivating his abilities in the early hours and alchemical practices in the latter half. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the strength assessment ceremony had arrived. Upon arriving at the academy, Qin Yizhu discovered that the 3 members of the Yun family and several students had already gathered. The first words she uttered upon seeing Yun Tianyi were, "You must ensure that fickle-hearted rogue is thoroughly beaten into a pulp." Although she had not attended school for the past 3 days, Qin Yizhu was well aware of the fact that Yun Tianyi had managed to hold his own against Yun Yi. Who was Yun Yi, you may ask? He was a practitioner at the Meridian expansion stage, a formidable opponent even within the South Dipper Academy. Given that Yun Tianyi could contend with a practitioner at the Meridian expansion stage while still in the blood ignition stage, he would undoubtedly have no issues facing Zheng Lin, that flowery pillow of a fighter. Teacher Qin, I will strive earnestly. Qin Yizhu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to remark, on such an important day, it is utterly vexing that Kong Lin is late. Just as she was grumbling, Kong Lin, having completed his grooming, arrived. Upon noticing his dark circles, Qin Yizhu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Kong Lin silently accepted this gesture, stating, "It seems everyone is ready. Let us depart." Their destination, South Dipper Academy. The strength assessment was to be conducted by instructors from the academy who would evaluate the students sent by the respective academies, and if necessary, engage in practical combat. Originally, this was merely a minor assessment, not even qualifying as a competition, and certainly less impressive than the sparring matches among the academy's students. However, thanks to the efforts of some individuals to promote it, the perception changed dramatically. When Kong Lin and his students arrived at the periphery of South Dipper Academy, they were immediately struck with trepidation at the bizarre scene before them. Layers upon layers of people, densely packed and ominously dark. Especially at the moment they made their entrance, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The onlookers, in perfect synchrony, ceased their chatter, turned their heads, and widened their eyes to gaze at them. This scene unnerved Kong Lin, evoking an image of an owl in the night, silently observing with wide eyes. My goodness, so many people! Qin Yizhu felt somewhat flustered. She had never experienced being the center of such collective attention before. Kong Lin was also slightly astonished. While he had anticipated a significant turnout for the assessment, he had not expected such a multitude. The crowd likely comprised 4/5 of the entire population of Union City. Are you all not conducting business? How can one be so idle? Kong Lin was unaware of how enticing the promotion from South Dipper Academy had been. When the residents heard that Yun Tianyi was to duel Zheng Lin, they were utterly astonished. Everyone knew of Yun Tianyi's prowess, but Zheng Lin was a practitioner at the Meridian expansion stage. The disparity was vast, and how could such a match even occur? It seemed ludicrous. Although they had formed their conclusions, they still yearned to witness the event with their own eyes. Let us proceed. It would be quite embarrassing to be intimidated like this. Taking a deep breath, Kong Lin and Qin Yizhu walked side by side toward the gates of South Dipper Academy. Li Shang, standing at the entrance, hurried over and said, "Director Kong, I have come personally to welcome you." "You are so gracious. I am quite taken aback," Kong Lin replied. The onlookers exchanged glances, bemused. Was this truly a display of being taken aback? After all, he had placed his hand on another's shoulder. Li Shang, feeling somewhat disinclined to engage in pleasantries, raised his hand in a gesture of invitation and remarked, "Let us proceed. Dean Zheng Qian and Lord Yu are awaiting you inside." Kong Lin nodded, beckoning his students to follow Li Shang as they made their way into the South Dipper Academy. Established 3 years after the Great Catastrophe, the academy was under the auspices of the Zheng family. They had astutely seized the moment, launching an extensive promotional campaign that attracted numerous faculty and students from Union Academy to the embrace of South Dipper Academy, swiftly elevating it to become the second largest institution in Union City. Consequently, Kong Lin encountered many familiar faces along the way. Under Li Shang's guidance, they entered the testing area for the day, the academy grounds of South Dipper. This venue was slightly smaller than that of Union Academy, with stone pavilions erected in each of the 4 cardinal directions. Outside the grounds, faculty, students, and onlookers congregated, while city guards patrolled to maintain order. Chapter 28. Betrayal. Kong Lin followed Li Shang to the Eastern Stone Pavilion, where he beheld two individuals, Zhang Qian, the Dean of South Dipper Academy, and Yu Chongli, the Lord of Union City. It had been 3 years since he had last seen these two men. Zhang Qian was a middle-aged man with a weasel-like appearance and a small mustache, while Yu Chongli was a robust figure, exuding a commanding presence that could be felt from afar. Before Kong Lin could utter a word, Zhang Qian spoke first. Dean Kong, you have finally arrived. We have been eagerly awaiting your presence. The scale of your welcome is truly overwhelming, leaving this worldly-wise individual quite astonished for a considerable time. I must apologize for keeping you both waiting, Kong Lin replied. The one who ought to apologize should be me, Lord Yu Chongli interjected. This year, there was a lapse in our city lord's office, which resulted in a last-minute alteration of the assessment candidates, catching Dean Jing off guard and failing to notify you in a timely manner. Understanding is appreciated, Kong Lin responded. That is good to hear. Yu Chongli stood and glanced at the individuals behind Kong Lin, inquiring, Dean Kong, are these the students you brought for the assessment? Indeed, there are a total of 10. Qin Yizhu, who stands beside me, is not included in that count. The onlookers gasped, for among the 10 students Kong Lin mentioned was none other than Yun Tianxiong, the head of the Yun family and a top-tier powerhouse in Yunyan City. The notion that the family patriarch had become Kong Lin's student was rather amusing. Zhang Qin chuckled, Dean Kong, you truly are remarkable. Even the head of the Yun family has become your pupil. I simply happen to possess the capability to guide his prowess, Kong Lin replied, though Zhang Qian, outwardly smiling, inwardly cursed, I believe that nonsense. Why Yu Chongli did not press further, stating in that case, let us commence. Dean Zhang, please present your assessment instructors. Wait. The crowd turned to find that the speaker was Mu Jinhai, one of Kong Lin's students. Kong Lin inquired, Jinhai, do you have a question? Without looking at Kong Lin, Mu Jinhai addressed Lord Yu. My lord, there is a matter on which we seek your guidance. Could this not wait until later? So many are in attendance, Yu Chongli replied. Knowing he could not address matters at this location, it cannot. It concerns Dean Kong. Upon casting a glance at Kong Lin, Yu Chongli noted the displeasure etched upon the latter's countenance, which piqued his interest. Dio share, he remarked. Kong Lin is not only biased but has also deceived us. What are you talking about, Mu Jinhai? Yun Tianyi interjected, his voice rising sharply. What, are you angry the moment I attempt to unveil Kong Lin's true nature? Mu Jinhai chuckled softly. Initially, at the enrollment conference, Kong Lin proclaimed his commitment to treating everyone equally, and my 6 companions and I were drawn to this promise. However, upon entering the academy, everything changed. The tuition was agreed upon as 1 gold coin. Yet on the very first day of class, Kong Lin demanded an additional 9 gold coins, citing other expenses, asserting that without this payment, we could not attend class. Our families are already struggling, but our parents trusted that Dean Kong would impart genuine skills to us. So we gritted our teeth and cobbled together the remaining 9 gold coins. When class commenced, Kong Lin only addressed the questions posed by Yun Tianyi, distributing to each of us a subpar yellow-grade martial technique manual, instructing us to learn it on our own. We 7 have endured until today, daring to voice our concerns, and we seek your intervention, City Lord in the great martial kingdom. Martial arts flourish, leading to the establishment of academies. The state formed a coalition to manage academy applications, cancellations, upgrades, and competitions. As for the oversight of the academies, due to insufficient personnel and geographical constraints, this responsibility was delegated to the local lord's office. The issues raised by Mu Jinhai regarding tuition fees were certainly within Yu Chongli's purview. Do you possess any evidence of the additional tuition fees paid? No, our parents trusted Dean Kong, so no evidence was retained. Without evidence, this becomes problematic. Why Yu Chongli then turned to Kong Lin, inquiring, Dean Kong, is what he claims true? Kong Lin, feeling the weight of the accusations, turned pale and replied, false. From the moment they entered the academy until now, spanning 11 days, I have not collected any fees from them. The tuition was settled at the enrollment conference. Who can attest to this? I can. Qin Yizhu stepped forward, declaring, I can confirm that Kong Lin has not overcharged at any point. So can I. Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi joined in solidarity. You are all in cahoots with Kong Lin, naturally defending him, Mu Jinhai retorted. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Qin Yizhu was nearly beside himself with frustration. Among these students, apart from Yun Tianyi, Kong Lin had treated Mu Jinhai with particular favor, and it was shocking to witness this betrayal. Enough, Kong Lin interjected, pulling Qin Yizhu back. May I concede on this matter? I shall provide you with what is due after we return, but I must clarify that I have never taken an extra copper coin from you. And what will you give if you haven't taken anything extra? Mu Jinhai scoffed, turning to Yu Chongli. City Lord, did you hear his words? If he defaults, you must advocate for use. Why Yu Chongli nodded. I will oversee this matter. Rest assured. Now, may we commence the assessment? Go ahead with your assessment. We 7 have resolved to withdraw from Yunyan Academy. What a cunning scheme this is. Who, pray tell, has instigated you to act in such a manner? No one in particular. We are acting of our own volition. The crowd surrounding them buzzed with discussion. Initially, they rejoiced at Yun Tianxiong's acceptance as a student of Konglin, for this seemed to ensure the survival of the venerable academy of Yunyan City. Little did they know that calamity would strike in the very next moment. The Yunyan Academy boasted a mere 10 students, and now 7 had departed, leaving them woefully inadequate in number for any assessment. Yu Chongli inquired, Director Kong, should the student count fall below 10, I fear the evaluation ceremony may have to be cancelled. Do you possess any other students? Upon seeing Kong Lin shake his head, many felt a pang of regret. It appeared that the esteemed academy of Yunyan City was destined to be lost to the annals of history. Yet, some harbored a different sentiment, with a tone of schadenfreude. One remarked, so what if there are none? What is there to lament? Indeed, I had always thought that Kong Lin would follow in the footsteps of the former Kong Wei, and I had considered sending my own child there. But now to perhaps not point 10 gold coins is simply extortionate. Did others not say that they had not charged excessively? Do you truly believe him? If he did not collect more, why would he return any? Is he not merely fearful of Lord Yu's investigation? The issue of overcharging for tuition is quite serious. Should it be discovered that he indeed collected more, not only would he lose his position as director, but he could also find himself imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. How could he not be intimidated? Observing several lackeys ready with their prepared slanders against Kong Lin, Li Sheng maintained an outward calm, though internally he was equally composed. This was merely the first step of his plan, to utterly tarnish the image that Kong Lin had so painstakingly cultivated, fostering distrust among the residents of Yunyan City. An academy that fails to attract new students, how long can it endure? Yu Chongli let out a sigh of regret and declared, in that case, today's strength assessment will be cancelled, I hereby announce. Wait a moment. Chapter 29. A mission not in vain. Kong Lin lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glinting with a fervent madness. Lord Yu, I have decided to invoke Article 9 of the Iron Laws of the Great Martial Nation Academy. I cannot abandon Yunyan Academy. Are you certain? Yu Chongli's tone turned grave. Article 9 of the Iron Laws of the Great Martial Nation Academy. Institutions that possess strength yet are unable to recruit students for various reasons should be treated with distinction. Even if the student count is fewer than 10, they may demonstrate their strength through practical combat. The strength of the students sent for assessment must surpass that of the students from the assessing academy by a small realm, and their numbers must be doubled. Victory in battle will suffice for passing. The proposal put forth by Kong Lin meant that Yun Tianyi would have to confront 2 warriors of the expansion realm simultaneously. Only through triumph could he pass the evaluation. The head of the Yun family is also your student. The Nandu Academy cannot provide a true Qi realm expert. Do you intend for me to take the field myself? Does the regulation not state that as long as one student can demonstrate their capabilities, it suffices? I will send Yun Tianyi to participate in the practical combat. Why Yu Chongli nodded, casting a glance at Zheng Qian. This too required consultation with the assessing academy. Should they dissent, the evaluation ceremony would have to be postponed. He initially believed that Zheng Qian would consider their past relationship with the Kong family and postpone the match. To his surprise, the other party agreed almost instantaneously, without a moment's hesitation. Since both sides consented, preparations for the imminent confrontation could commence. Several mentors from the Nandu Academy surrounded Yun Tianyi, while the onlookers expressed great curiosity. How did this come to pass? Were these seasoned individuals truly unafraid of Yun Tianxiong's wrath? Those lacking insight should remain silent. Had they not heard that Kong Lin intended to employ extraordinary measures to address the situation? This was an assessment of Yun Tianyi's true capabilities. What was Kong Lin thinking, allowing Yun Tianyi to exhaust his energy before his upcoming duel with Zheng Lin? What if he were to lose? It was almost a foregone conclusion. After the mentors concluded their assessment, they unanimously determined that Yun Tianyi was indeed at the blood-burning realm. Li Sheng approached Yun Tianxiong with congratulations, stating, Congratulations, brother Yun. Do not say such things. We are not well acquainted, Yun Tianyi replied. Li Sheng, feeling embarrassed after being rebuffed, retreated awkwardly. Zheng Qian waved his hand, and 2 students clad in the Nandu Academy uniform strode confidently into the arena. These are students from our martial arts department, having just entered the Meridian expansion realm yesterday. Zheng Qian spoke the truth. The 2 had indeed just achieved this level, but they had done so specifically to assess Yun Tianyi. In another pavilion, Zheng Lin reclined in a chair, opening one eye to observe the arena, scoffing, Zheng San. Is this the best my father could find to test Yun Tianyi's foundation? Zheng San nodded slightly, responding, Indeed, These two are martial artists of the Meridian Expansion realm, and their purpose is to compel Yun Tianyi to reveal his full strength, thereby preparing young master. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin overturned the fruit platter before him in anger, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? Do you truly believe I cannot defeat Yun Tianyi? Is it necessary for you to seek assistance to gauge my abilities?" Zhang San, having received a slap, remained unperturbed and replied without averting his gaze. This is in consideration of young master by the old master. He learned from Li Shang that Kong Lin would not relent and would surely employ special regulations to protect the academy. Hence the preparations Li Shang's scheming was indeed amusing. What could be resolved with a single punch was needlessly complicated into a three-step plan. How tedious. Very well, you may keep watch for me. I shall take a moment to rest. As you wish, young master. The assessment concluded, and the three had already made their preparations within the arena. Wei Yuchongli approached them, stating, "The special regulations permit the occurrence of injuries or fatalities during this practical combat. Do you all understand?" Both Yun Tianyi and the other two nodded. In that case, I announce that the competition shall commence immediately. Sound the drums." As the war drums echoed, the once lively arena fell into silence. The individual on the left was named Ren Zhe, practicing the inch exploding fist, while the one on the right was named Jiang Yifeng, who practiced the Tongbei fist. Zhang Qian explained, "Two fists cannot withstand four hands. It appears that Dean Zhang has made thorough preparations." Wei Yuchongli, arms crossed, remarked, "The inch exploding fist emphasizes a fatal strike and is among the finest techniques for close combat, while the Tongbei fist compensates for the former's short range, truly meticulous consideration." Zhang Qian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, the astuteness of Lord Yu is remarkable. I find it impossible to conceal my intentions, Director Kong. Did you hear that? Director Zhang Qian is resolute in his determination to triumph in this competition." Yu Chongli began to stoke the flames of excitement. "Now that you have appeared, it is impossible for others to show leniency," remarked Kong Lin with a somber tone. "Who would dare to play tricks in front of a formidable master like Yu Chongli? Such folly would be tantamount to seeking death." Coupled with the opponent's status as a city lord, which carries the burden of supervisory responsibility, there could be no favoritism or injustice. However, at this moment, Kong Lin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. While Li Shang was scheming against him, he too was plotting in kind. He possessed unwavering confidence in Yun Tianyi. Not only these two, but even if two more were to join, it would be of no consequence, as long as he secured victory in this match. The slander directed at him by the 7 students who had turned traitor would be rendered baseless. Some parents do not care for wealth. Their sole concern is whether their children can truly acquire genuine skills. As a series of urgent drumbeats abruptly ceased, the match commenced. Yun Tianyi took the initiative to attack, launching his opening move with a swift strike toward the two opponents. "Yun Tianyi certainly has potential," Yu Chongli remarked with a smile. The two students from the Southern Dipper Academy practice a vigorous style of boxing. He is not only unguarded but also takes the offensive. "Indeed, the best defense is a good offense," Kong Lin stated. Though these two exude a powerful presence, their foundational strength is evidently lacking, and their martial techniques are riddled with flaws. Why should a genius like Yun Tianyi not take the initiative? Having heard tales of Kong Lin's arrogance, Zhang Qian was not surprised by his demeanor upon witnessing it firsthand. Though he is the head of the Southern Dipper Academy, he is also a teacher of martial arts. These two students are his pupils, and Kong Lin's words are akin to a slap in his face. Is genuine strength not the antithesis of arrogance? Do you believe that Yun Tianyi can conclude the battle within 3 moves? Very well, I shall observe how he intends to finish the fight within 3 moves. Zhang Qian was indeed skeptical. Even if one were a genius, they could not prevail in a situation where they were outnumbered by 2 practitioners of the Meridian opening realm, especially while still recovering from severe injuries. Just as their discussion concluded, Yun Tianyi, surrounded by the 2 opponents, made a decisive move. He utilized Pai Yun to create a turbulent airflow, disrupting Ren Zhe's line of sight, and then, with the aid of the air currents, he seized a fleeting moment to successfully break free from their encirclement. After extricating himself, Yun Tianyi executed Pai Yun once more, darting to Ren Zhe's left side and unleashing a fierce Buddha's hand. Ren Zhe did not remain idle. He countered with his most formidable technique, Starburst, aimed directly at Yun Tianyi's heart. Boom! The clash resulted in Ren Zhe being sent flying. Following this, Yun Tianyi swiftly turned his attention to Jiang Yifeng, simultaneously launching the Ghost Roar and Divine Axe from the overlapping wave's palm. These 2 moves propelled Yun Tianyi's momentum to new heights, causing the originally fierce Jiang Yifeng's spirit to wane. Once the momentum faltered, the outcome became inevitable. Casting a glance at the 2 fallen adversaries, Yun Tianyi bowed in the direction of Kong Lin, saying, "Teacher, I hope I have not disgraced my mission." Chapter 30. The duel begins splendid. I knew you could do it, Qin Yizhu exclaimed, leaping with excitement while simultaneously pinching Kong Lin. The practical application of the special regulations concluded in triumph, ensuring that Yunyan Academy remained intact. Thus, she could continue her role as the vice president. Ha ha! Kong Lin cast a resentful glance at Qin Yizhu, pondering what transgressions had led him to provoke this tempestuous woman. To achieve victory using the renowned, layered wave palm, known for its steady and gentle force, against the vigorous martial arts was no small feat. Kong Lin, you have indeed nurtured an exceptional student. The recent battle, in Yu Chongli's eyes, was rather ordinary. However, Yun Tiany's approach was nothing short of breathtaking. Summoning Yun Tiany before him, Yu Chongli smiled and said, Tiany, congratulations on your resurgence. Might I inquire if the tactic of using cloud dispersion to maneuver for an escape was your own innovation? Certainly not. It was imparted to me by Dean Kong. The technique of utilizing airflow for repositioning is merely a subtle maneuver. I could have demonstrated much more, but alas, the two opponents were far too feeble to warrant my full exertion. Zhang Qian, eavesdropping, fumed with indignation. Look at you, so full of yourself. Had I known, I wouldn't have probed your depths but would have found two formidable opponents to eliminate you directly. To haha, well done. You are impressive. As is Dean Kong, Yu Chongli replied with a hearty laugh, clapping Kong Lin on the shoulder. Among my city guards, there are also soldiers specifically trained in the layered wave palm. Oh, come by sometime. I would be grateful for your guidance. The invitation of the city lord. I shall certainly attend. Zhang Qian and Li Sheng both sensed the underlying implications in Yu Chongli's words. It seemed the invitation to offer guidance was but a pretense for discussing other matters. It had been 3 years since Kong Lin last visited the lord's estate, and Yu Chongli's proactive invitation hinted that there would be more to discuss after today's affairs concluded. Now that Yun Tiany had secured victory, the first move had been successfully executed. However, Li Sheng felt a lingering disquiet. It wasn't merely the swift defeat of the two challengers that deprived them of further intelligence, but rather the unsettling sense that everything unfolded too smoothly. Indeed, it was unnervingly seamless. For years, Li Sheng had not interacted with Kong Lin. To put it plainly, they existed in entirely different realms. Yet, since the moment Kong Lin rescued Yun Tiany, their encounters had revealed a composed young man. Apart from the impulsive expression he wore to safeguard the academy, he bore little resemblance to typical youth. There was no trace of the arrogance and hubris often seen in those under 20. Nor did he flaunt his wealth from the lucrative alchemical ventures with the Yun family. Instead, he possessed the demeanor of a man in his 30s or 40s, seasoned by life's vicissitudes. While contemplating this, a sudden call pierced through his reverie, and Li Sheng realized that all eyes were upon him. Kong Lin remarked, "So calling you Vice Deanly received no response, yet addressing you as Deanly elicited an affirmative. It seems your ambitions are considerable. Please, Dean Kong, refrain from jesting at my expense. I was merely engrossed in thought and did not notice. Are you no longer preoccupied? Then shall we proceed with the subsequent agenda?" Kong Lin's gaze radiated confidence, and in that moment, Li Sheng suddenly grasped what felt amiss. I am prepared on my end. He stepped into the center of the courtyard and addressed the assembly. Everyone, you are aware that today there is a contest between Zhang Lin and Yun Tiany, yet you may not know the reasons behind this competition. Allow me to elucidate the circumstances surrounding it. Li Sheng took the initiative to mention their intention to annul the engagement with the Yun family, but this time he adopted a different approach, emphasizing the 3 years of neglect by Yun Tiany and the 3 years of longing experienced by Li Yeya. Among the onlookers, there were many women who resonated with Li Sheng's words, beginning to empathize with Li Yeya and categorizing Yun Tiany as a superficial man who prioritized reputation over everything else. The more Kong Lin listened, the more pronounced his smile became. He had not anticipated that Li Sheng would see through his scheme. His subsequent plan was to utilize this contest to tarnish the reputation of the Li family. But unexpectedly, the adversary had brought it to light. "Dean, what should we do now?" Sensing that the situation had turned awry, Yun Tianxiong had temporarily halted the plan. Kong Lin glanced towards Yu Chongli and then shook his head, silently uttering 2 words. In an instant, Yun Tianxiong understood and retreated in silence. Kong Lin had advised him to remain inactive and cautioned him to be mindful of the true essence realm expert nearby. Yun Tianxiong ceased issuing verbal commands, discreetly signaling to Yun Yi to cancel the action. The latter comprehended immediately and swiftly withdrew. With Li Sheng's speech concluded, during which Li Ye had also shed a few tears, the Li family had now seemingly cleared their name. "Dean Li, you are truly remarkable, able to proactively expose shortcomings. I am in awe," Kong Lin remarked to the returning father-daughter duo. "This is not an exposure of shortcomings, but rather a matter of speaking the truth. Furthermore, I am the vice dean. The dean is Lord Zhengqian, Li Sheng replied before leading Li Ye back to their original position. Why Yu Chongli observed the group and realized that the matter was far more complex than he had initially perceived. His presence at South Do Academy today was not merely for the assessment of Yunyan Academy, but rather for the duel between Yun Tianyi and Zheng Lin. This duel would significantly influence the future power dynamics of Yunyan City, and there was a risk that a family might perish today. Thus, he could not remain idle. After careful observation, he noted that Yun Tianxiong was completely obedient to Kong Lin, resembling a loyal servant rather than a man showing respect due to gratitude. This was intriguing. Could the fallen Kong family be on the verge of a rebirth? With this thought in mind, Yu Chongli stepped forward and declared, I announce that the duel between Zheng Lin and Yun Tianyi is about to commence. The onlookers erupted in excitement. This was a clash between the former son-in-law and the current son-in-law, and they felt fortunate to witness it. Yun Tianyi strode to the center of the arena, fists clenched, his gaze fixed forward at the nonchalantly approaching Zheng Lin. For this moment, he had endured countless hardships and torment, and now it was finally time to cleanse the humiliation. Zheng Lin chuckled. Why are you glaring so wide-eyed? Do you think defeating those two useless ones means you can challenge me? Yun Tianyi's response was a palm strike known as Buddha's hand. Zheng Lin did not evade. Instead, he retaliated with a punch that sent Yun Tianyi staggering backward. Now you understand why I agreed to Kong Lin, don't you? It's to take this opportunity to completely incapacitate you. Prepare to meet your end? A glint of malice flashed in Zheng Lin's eyes as he charged forward with his fist raised. Zheng Lin, 23 years old, body refinement level, 2 OMI, strength, 6, upper middle tier within the same realm, physique, 8, upper middle tier within the same realm, willpower, 6, upper middle tier within the same realm, agility, 5, medium tier within the same realm, talent, 1 star, health, kidney deficiency, martial arts, shattering stone fist, yellow rank, mid-grade, 683 flaws, martial arts, iron bone technique, yellow rank, mid-grade, 367 flaws, martial arts, iron skin technique, yellow rank, mid-grade, 296 flaws, martial arts, iron crotch technique, yellow rank, low grade, 32 flaws, evaluation, a shameful waste. Ding! The host has discovered a genius. Kong Lin was astonished to learn that Zheng Lin was indeed a 1-star genius. This marked the second 1-star genius he had encountered. In no wonder the system issued the judgment of a shameful waste, as the first 3 martial techniques were riddled with flaws, while the iron crotch technique was mastered to perfection. Chapter 31. You lost. Director Zhengqian, your son is studying iron bone technique, iron skin technique, and shattering stone fist, right? The well-informed Yu Chongli immediately recognized it. Indeed, my son is learning these, though he does not seem particularly invested in martial arts. By is he not invested? Yu Chongli pointed to the retreating Yun Tianyi, stating, he has a very proficient grasp of the techniques of the 3 martial arts and has already achieved a level of synthesis. Zheng Qian no longer feigned modesty, accepting the compliment with a smile. Director Kong, I wonder why you appear so unconcerned. Your student seems to be at a disadvantage, Yu Chongli remarked again. What is there to be anxious about? This is not the final outcome. This is not merely a suppression of realms. There is also the aspect of martial arts countering one another. The 4 techniques that Zheng Lin has mastered render his body as hard as iron, making Yun Tianyi's wave palm ineffective against him, and it may even rebound harm upon himself. This is the essence of martial arts countering. It applies to ordinary individuals, but not to geniuses. Let us wait and see. Kong Lin swiftly dismissed Yu Chongli's probing inquiries. Revealing his trump card would diminish the anticipation in the arena. Yun Tianyi fought while retreating, all the while observing the opponent's flaws in their strikes. Zheng Lin, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, shouted in anger. Do you only know how to run? Useless. Your flight resembles that of a stray dog. Useless, do not flee. If you have the capability, confront me directly. Yun Tianyi ignored the insults. Continuing his search. At last, he discovered a particularly telling flaw. When a person is caught in a lie, panic is inevitable. No one is exempt from it. It appears that this Kong Lin indeed has a formidable figure backing him. Is he deliberately feigning innocence to mislead others into believing he has no support, thus allowing him to act without restraint? Ridiculous. In the arena, Yun Tianyi looked down upon Zheng Lin, declaring, You have lost. These 3 words struck Zheng Lin like a resounding slap, harshly landing on his face. No, I have not lost. How could I possibly lose to a waste like you? He shouted as he struggled to rise. But before he could steady himself, Yun Tianyi delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. Yun Tianyi followed up with another kick, allowing us to vent our frustrations. Yun Tianyi then slapped him across the face. For a slap is the epitome of humiliation, letting him experience the bitterness of such indignity. Perhaps it would be best to sever his very essence, to prevent him from causing further harm to others. The onlookers, who usually kept their heads bowed in submission, dared not retaliate even when bullied by Zheng Lin, enduring their grievances in silence. However, witnessing Yun Tiany's handling of the situation, they not only reveled in the misfortune but also laughed heartily, their joy unmistakable. Why, Yu Chongli remarked, Director Zheng, it would be prudent to discipline Zheng Lin more frequently. I had no idea so many harbored discontent towards him. Whenever Zheng Lin bullied someone, there would always be those willing to clean up after him, as the common folk were too intimidated to report him. Even if Yu Chongli wished to take action, he found himself devoid of justification. Zhang Qian understood the implication in Yu Chongli's words and nodded in agreement. Lord of the city, I take full responsibility for this matter. I have been preoccupied with school affairs, while his mother is busy supporting the entire family. I shall certainly enforce stricter discipline moving forward. Very well, I believe the match should come to an end, he concluded, for Zheng Lin had already been incapacitated by Yun Tiany's kicks. Zhang Qian had been waiting for this moment, ready to signal an interruption of the match. But just as he opened his mouth, Yu Chongli suddenly shouted, Stop! Zheng Lin has not lost. As soon as Yu Chongli's words echoed through the arena, the fallen Zheng Lin seemed to have consumed a miraculous elixir, instantly restoring himself and even surpassing his previous state. He swiftly grasped Yun Tiany's foot with such force that it elicited a cry of pain from him, before hurling his opponent away. In an instant, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, Zheng Lin lunged forward. Yun Tiany rolled to evade the attack, but Zheng Lin, seemingly driven mad, pounded the ground with ferocity, shattering the adamantine surface beneath him. I will make you pay for this, Zheng Lin bellowed, having finished his assault on the ground, as he charged once more at Yun Tiany. At that moment, Zheng Lin exuded an aura of ferocity, reminiscent of a awakened beast, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Each punch and kick he unleashed resonated with explosive force, striking terror into the hearts of the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled and murmured among themselves. Did he just create a sonic boom? Has Zheng Lin entered the Washing Marrow realm? Chapter 32. Victory. A martial artist in the Washing Marrow realm has achieved a state of returning to simplicity. Their aura restrained, eschewing flamboyant displays. I suspect he must have imbibed a medicinal pill, thus experiencing a meteoric rise in strength. But the competition strictly forbids the use of such pills. Does the Lord of the City not notice? The only plausible explanation is that Zheng Lin has employed forbidden techniques, paying a steep price for his newfound power. The discussions among the spectators were fervent, while those in the pavilion fell into silence. Qin Yizhu could not predict the outcome of the match. She needed to gauge Kong Lin's expression. If he appeared calm, it would indicate that all was under control. However, if panic were to cross his features, it would suggest that Yun Tiany might indeed face defeat, compelling her to prepare for timely consolation. Cautiously, Qin Yizhu turned her head for a glance, then quickly spun back, feigning nonchalance. Yet sensing something amiss, she glanced again, placing her hand on Kong Lin's waist, squeezing tightly before spinning around. Hiss! Kong Lin gasped in pain, turning around fiercely to say, Why are you pinching me? With Yun Tiany in this state, how can you still have the mind to look at other women? Qin Yizhu noticed that Kong Lin was staring at Li Yeye, his gaze peculiar, revealing both excitement and a hint of lewdness. At that moment, she thought to herself, It seems my father was indeed correct. Aside from him, all other men are fickle-hearted rogues. I beg you, please stop pinching me. Can I call you sister? Oh, so I am so old in your eyes? I will pinch you. So what? Go ahead and hit me. Kong Lin took a deep breath. He indeed contemplated it, but there were too many people around. He decided to postpone any confrontation until after this matter concluded. He muttered for them to cease their antics and returned his focus to pondering. Just then, he noticed something strange. When Yu Chongli called for a halt to the match, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, the same one he had encountered when Li Shang had blocked the door, and he was observing in the woods. After some investigation, his suspicion fell upon Li Ye. He wondered if Zheng Lin's sudden surge in strength could be linked to this scent. Hey, I'm asking you a question. What are you thinking about? Qin Yizhu, now irate, was ready to pinch him again. It's nothing to worry about, trust me. Even if Zheng Lin returns to peak condition, Tiany will surely win. Fearing that this young lady would cause more trouble, Kong Lin raised his voice and shouted, Tiany, stop playing around, and finish this quickly. Upon receiving the command, Yun Tiany, who was engaged in combat with Zheng Lin, immediately altered his fighting style, transforming his palms into fists, delivering a powerful blow to Zheng Lin's solar plexus. Zheng Lin retaliated with his own punch, a fierce clash of strength. The tremendous force shattered Yun Tiany's shirt. exposing his already crimson upper body to the eyes of all. Peak of blood ignition, abundant vitality, Yu Chongli exclaimed in astonishment. His voice seemed to possess a petrifying magic, rendering those who heard it motionless, staring blankly at Yun Tianyi, except for Kong Lin, who seized the opportunity to pinch Qin Yiju's cheek. At that moment, Yun Tianyi's state was the pinnacle of the blood ignition realm, abundant vitality, an ultimate result of 3 days of grueling training. This state, rare and sought after, required immense willpower to cultivate oneself to achieve. According to incomplete statistics, 70% of martial artists never experience the state of abundant vitality in their lifetime. 20% attain it only after reaching the true Qi realm, while merely 10% manage to achieve it during the body refinement stage. A martial artist in this state possesses not only surging vitality but also a speed of circulation that is double that of ordinary blood ignition realm practitioners, indicating a strength that is twice as formidable. Zhang Lin, using all his might, felt as if he were punching into a bottomless abyss. His eyes widened in disbelief as the indestructible ground beneath them cracked. Could it be that Yun Tianyi's body was even harder than the adamantine rock? Seizing the fleeting moment of Zhang Lin's distraction, Yun Tianyi grasped Zhang Lin's right hand and squeezed tightly, the sound of shattering bones echoing. Then, he delivered a kick to Zhang Lin's chest, and this time the sound of breaking bones was even more intense, causing Zhang Lin to spit blood and fly backward. The onlookers had lost the ability to articulate their thoughts, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the man at the center of the courtyard. Is this the true power of the blood ignition pinnacle? It is utterly terrifying. With a single strike, he has reduced Zhang Lin, as if a demon had descended, to the state of a defeated dog. Remarkable, they have triumphed. Qin Yiju leaped up in excitement, while Kong Lin, having learned from past experiences, swiftly changed positions before the cheers erupted. Yun Tianyi cast a glance at the unconscious Zhang Lin and slowly approached Kong Lin, kneeling on both legs, his voice trembling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Rise, there is no need for such formality at your age. Kong Lin chuckled, assisting Yun Tianyi to his feet. I have merely imparted methods to you. It is your own toil and suffering that have brought you here. Yun Tianyi shook his head with a smile and declared loudly, Teacher, you have granted me 3 rebirths, the first when you rescued me in the southern part of the city, the second in. As Yun Tianyi recounted his experiences, the audience realized the extent of Kong Lin's silent contributions. Bestowing a grade 1, 3-line healing pill without expectation of recognition would likely have become sensational news in other academies, serving as a promotional gimmick. Would someone capable of generously giving away a 3-line elixir suddenly demand 9 gold coins for tuition? Clearly, Kong Lin's countermeasures had taken effect, casting doubt in the minds of the audience regarding the claims made by Mu Jinhai and his companions. Your recollection is so vivid. It moves me. Now go. Your parents are waiting for you. Kong Lin smiled as he cleared a path. Upon seeing his mother, who appeared as if drenched in tears, Yun Tianyi ran towards her with a grin, and the 3 of them embraced tightly. Kong Lin, your assistance to him. Are you not wary that he might betray you like Mu Jinhai? Qin Yiju whispered, her concern palpable. The sudden defection of Mu Jinhai had imparted a crucial lesson today, leading her to question even Yun Tianyi's loyalty. Kong Lin affectionately ruffled Qin Yiju's hair, reassuring her. Such a thing shall not occur again. You need not worry. How annoying. Do not touch my head. I will not grow tall. Still hoping to grow taller? Are you not afraid of tripping while walking? I am perfectly fine. How could I possibly trip while walking? Qin Yiju retorted, glancing at him only to find him smiling warmly at her. She suddenly grasped Kong Lin's intent and, feigning ferocity, exclaimed, Kong Lin, I shall bite you to death, as the saying goes. While some rejoice, others lament. Naturally, Yun Tianyi and his companions were jubilant at their victory. But Zhang Qian and Li Shang were not faring well. Zhang Qian, after all, was Zhang Lin's biological father. The loss in the competition was a bitter pill to swallow, especially given Yun Tianyi's vigorous state. With Zhang Lin sustaining such severe injuries, the physician had shook his head repeatedly, stating that immediate treatment was necessary. He was currently instructing Zhang San to make arrangements. Chapter 33. Drinking wine. Li Shang and Li Ye's expressions were even grimmer. Today, they had publicly distanced themselves from the Yun family to cling to the Zhang family's influence. Some spectators were already mocking them as blind, forsaking true talent in favor of a waste. Li Shang retrieved a pill from his sleeve, declaring, Brother Zhang, this is the grade 2 Yuanrong pill gifted by Ye's master, specifically designed to remedy deficiencies in vital energy and internal injuries. Quickly, administer it to Zhang Lin. Thank you very much. What is the cost? I will settle it later. Brother Zhang, you are too polite. Zhang Lin fights for Ye. He has been injured. and our Li family cannot stand by idly. Moreover, we are now in-laws. I almost forgot about this. Please make way. Zhang San and his entourage have arrived. Li Sheng and Li Ye stood up awkwardly. Although Zheng Qin's words were not cold, they lacked warmth, akin to addressing an ordinary friend. The father and daughter exchanged a glance, and Li Ye dutifully followed Zheng San and the others as they departed, while Li Sheng returned to the pavilion. As the vice president, he could not leave until matters here were concluded. Very well, remember to visit my residence when you have the time at a tea that moment. Yu Chongli had just finished conversing with Yun Tianxiong and his son. Observing Zheng Qian and Li Sheng's return, he smiled and said, "You two have returned just in time. Matters here have concluded, and I must take my leave." Li Sheng felt disdain in his heart. Even the lofty city lord has moments of personally courting talent. The battle concluded, and he followed suit, only now announcing the end. He smiled, saying, "All right, city lord, please attend to your business." Yu Chongli departed with his entourage, and Kong Lin followed suit. Upon Zheng Qian's return, prepared with his remarks, he found the crowd had dispersed, leaving him feeling exceedingly frustrated. As night fell, the Yuan residence was ablaze with light, all the corridors adorned with bright red lanterns, more festive and lively than during the holidays. Today, Yun Tianyi asserted his dominance by defeating Zheng Lin, proclaiming to all in Yunyan City that the fallen genius had returned, thus compelling those who once looked down upon him to acknowledge his resurgence. "Brother Tianyi, I have long recognized your extraordinary talents and was certain you would rise again. Returning in glory, I respect you." Yun Tianyi forced a smile as he clinked glasses with this individual, recalling that this man had slapped him in place of Zheng Lin just 3 days after he had been rendered a waste. Now, however, he was treating him with utmost respect. This exemplified the distinction between a genius and a failure. "I sincerely apologize, Brother Yun. Seeing you restored fills me with immense joy. Words fail me. Let us drink. I shall take the first toast in your honor." Yun Tianyi maintained his forced smile as he clinked glasses again, recognizing this man as a significant client of his family, who had severed business ties with the Yun family on the very day he was deemed a waste. "Brother Yun," as the evening progressed, Yun Tianyi began to feel a sense of nausea, not only towards these individuals, but also towards himself. Their shamelessness surpassed that of a cornered city wall, truly a display of utter shamelessness. He even doubted that if he were to slap one of them, they would merely smile and commend him for it. Why did he despise them yet still drink with them? Thus, Yun Tianyi slipped away, retreating into Kong Lin's room, instructing Yun Yi to handle these individuals. Upon seeing Yun Tianyi enter, Kong Lin smiled and said, "What brings our great genius here unexpectedly? Director, please refrain from teasing me. Do you not find those people outside a bit nauseating?" Yun Tianyi replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. "Then why don't you strike them? With your current status, a mere slap would send them scurrying away, without a word of protest. Indeed, some might even obediently roll out," Kong Lin remarked. "Because they currently have business dealings with the Yun family, I fear that if I were to strike them, they might turn to collaborate with the Li family, thereby complicating matters for my father." Yun Tianyi elucidated the reason. Kong Lin, upon hearing this, laughed heartily. "To consider such a point demonstrates that you are no longer the arrogant genius of yore. To put it bluntly, you have matured. Though your talents are remarkable, your naivety leaves you unaware of the intricate nuances of human relationships. Yet, at times, if leveraged wisely, this knowledge can yield unforeseen benefits. Tianyi, do raise a toast to the dean." Yun Tianxiong reminded him. Enough of jesting. After clinking glasses with Yun Tianyi, Kong Lin's expression turned serious as he inquired, "What do you know about Li Ye's master?" Yun Tianxiong instantly sobered up, pondering Kong Lin's question. Did he intend to take action against the Li family? He recollected and replied, "Li Ye's master is named Yi Mei, a second-tier alchemist, apparently at the qi gathering stage. The stages of true qi include qi gathering, qi nurturing, and qi manipulation." Kong Lin silently noted this information and asked, "Anything else?" Yun Tianxiong sighed with a wry smile. "That is all I know. Yi Mei is a recluse, unaffiliated with any faction, and her whereabouts are unpredictable. Only Li Ye can establish contact with her." Kong Lin nodded and turned to Yun Tianyi. "Where did you spend most of your time during those 3 years of madness?" "I know this best." Yun Tianxiong contemplated for a moment and said, "Due to his drinking habit, when he could not find alcohol at home, he would venture outside, often finding himself on the streets. During that time, the Li family showed more concern for him than I did as a father, frequently sending someone to bring Tianyi to their home. Thus, he spent the majority of those 3 years with them." "Tianyi, do you recall if the Li family offered you anything special during that time?" "Not food, but something quite extraordinary." Yun Tianyi pondered for a moment, shaking his head. He had been in such a daze back then that he could hardly remember. Dean, are you asking this for a reason? Yun Tianxiong inquired cautiously. I suspect the poison within Tianyi originates from the Li family, Kong Lin replied. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianxiong's expression grew tense. Today, as I departed from the Nandu Academy, I discovered a worm from the blood spat out by Zheng Lin. Kong Lin began recounting everything he knew, reiterating the peculiar fragrance emanating from Li Yeye. Suddenly, Yun Tianxiong interjected, Dean, I nearly forgot. I too have detected the scent you mentioned on 2 occasions. Could it indeed be the mischief of Li Yeye? Truly, the heart of a woman can be most venomous. Do not be alarmed, Kong Lin said, patting Yun Tianxiong's shoulder. I do not yet possess conclusive evidence. I merely wish to caution you to be vigilant and exercise caution. After draining his glass of fine wine, Kong Lin remarked, I must take my leave. You may continue drinking. Tianyi, see the dean off. No need. I shall walk by myself. Chapter 34. The hidden task in the Li residence within the council hall, Li Shang occupied the position of the family head, having just returned from the academy. Before him stood Mu Jinhai and 6 others, trembling with trepidation. What has led to this predicament? What have you been doing? Li Shang scoffed, causing the 7 youths to weaken at the knees. They exchanged glances, and Mu Jinhai stepped forward, saying, My lordly, we truly had no knowledge that Yun Tianyi had reached the vigorous stage of blood essence. During our training sessions, we focused our attention on Kong Lin and paid little heed to Yun Tianyi. Later, when Kong Lin began to impart martial techniques, we separated. We remained at the academy in the mornings, but dared not return in the afternoons, for the vicinity was heavily guarded by members of the Yun family. When did this situation arise? 4 days ago, when we had just entered the blood ignition realm for 2 days. Kong Lin commenced his instruction in martial arts, stating that it was to prepare us for a rigorous training regimen specifically designed for Yun Tianyi. So, it follows that Kong Lin detected something amiss 4 days prior? Li Shang pondered, lowering his head in contemplation, recalling whether they had devised any strategies against Kong Lin at that time. The answer was no. They had been preoccupied with competing against the Yun family for market dominance, leaving them little inclination to concern themselves with Kong Lin's activities. My lordly, we never divulged your orders, Mu Jinhai said, fearful that Li Shang would place the blame for this incident upon them, potentially implicating their families. I am aware. Bring them into the blade team and escort them away. The 7, pale-faced, were led away. Uncertain of what the blade team entailed, yet an ominous premonition loomed over them. Shortly thereafter, Li Yeye entered, looking weary. Father, I have returned. Such nonsense, Li Shang exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, anger etched across his face. Why did you awaken the Silver Soul Gu without permission? Li Yeye made a playful face, approaching her father and tugging at his arm with fervor, coaxing, Father, I simply did not wish to witness Zheng Lin's defeat. And what was the outcome? Did he not lose? Instead, he has only served to elevate Yun Tianyi. Why not consider it from another perspective? Have we not compelled Yun Tianyi to reveal his hidden strengths? At the very least, we are now aware of his formidable capabilities and must proceed with caution. Li Shang found himself at a loss with his daughter, returning to his seat and speaking earnestly. In the future, please refrain from awakening the Silver Soul Gu in public. Father, are you concerned that Kong Lin might discover it? With his level of insight, how could he possibly be aware of the Silver Soul Gu's existence? He is well versed in concepts such as harmonious force. It is conceivable that he might indeed know of the Silver Soul Gu, Li Shang added. My greatest concern lies with the Zheng family. Zheng Qian is most astute regarding his son's hidden talents. Zheng Lin's sudden surge in strength will undoubtedly attract his attention, and he may already harbor suspicions about you. Li chuckled lightly, seating herself beside her father, but those are merely suspicions. Does he dare to take action? If he were to disrupt Lord Long's grand plans, how many lives does he possess to make amends? That is a valid point. Zheng Qian is indeed the most fearful of death, Li Shang mused before inquiring. Now, speak honestly, has Zheng Lin lost half of his life in this encounter? It is nearly accurate, though not a consequence of the residual effects of Gintama, but rather the result of a punch from Yun Tianyi. Li Yeye rose and declared, I will accompany them back to the Zheng family. Zheng San has summoned several physicians to examine Zheng Lin's condition, and they have arrived at a unanimous conclusion. A significant portion of his internal organs is missing, and his bones are shattered. He will require at least half a year of recuperation, during which he must refrain from engaging in combat. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Shang's eyes as he contemplated. Another piece has been removed from the board. It appears that Yun Tianyi must be eliminated. Otherwise, our plans will face considerable hindrance. We must find an opportune moment and exhaust all means to dispose of him. What about Kong Lin? He is the one who trained Yun Tianyi. If we do not address the issue at its root, we cannot claim to have truly resolved it, Li Yeye countered. Li Shang shook his head. Responding, He is of great significance and cannot be allowed to perish so easily. At the very least, we cannot permit his demise until we uncover his secrets. Dispatch someone to Union Academy to gauge his capabilities. I knew father would retaliate. I had already given instructions upon my return. Whom did you send? I shan't tell you. You always leave me in a state of unease. To the north of Union City lies a small forest. The moonlight shines brightly, filtering through the trees and casting a luminous glow upon the ground. A crimson fire rat is foraging for food among the fallen leaves. After a strenuous search, it finally discovers a nut. But before it can take a bite, it is startled by a noise from afar and scurries back to its burrow. Peering quietly from its den, it observes a swaying figure approaching, when the stranger inadvertently crushes the nut underfoot. The fire rat emits a frantic chirp. The man halts, locating the source of the sound, and glances down at the remnants beneath his feet. With a smile, he reassures, "Little one, do not fret. I shall find you a new nut shortly." This man is none other than Kong Eliand. As he departed from the Yun family, he had intended to leisurely make his way back to the academy and retire for the night. However, upon reflection, he recalled that preserving the reputation of Union Academy was the original owner's desire. Having been reborn in this body, he felt compelled to pay homage. Thus, he brought along 2 jars of wine. After finding a dozen nuts for the fire rat, Kong Lin continued on his path, cradling a jar of wine. Upon traversing the forest, an expansive meadow came into view. This was once the site of the Kong family's ancestral home. When Kong Lin returned from his studies abroad, he single-handedly transported the remains of his kin, who had fallen at Union Academy, back to the ancestral home, and subsequently set it ablaze, shattering 1 jar of wine. He settled against a tree with the other and muttered to himself, "Dear relatives, though I, as an outsider, have claimed the last bloodline of your clan, I have not let you down. Union Academy has been preserved, and we can now expand enrollment. Furthermore, with the assistance of the system, I suspect you otherworldly beings are unaware of what a system entails, are you? Simply put, it is something a million times more precious than heavenly martial skills. With it, I shall become the mightiest individual in this realm. So, rest easy. Under my leadership, Union Academy will ascend to unparalleled greatness. Ding, congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task, Barrier. Your realm has been elevated, and you have triggered the side quest, Class C Academy. Task Introduction. Now that the Academy has been preserved, it must continue to develop and cannot remain stagnant. Task Content. Elevate the Academy to Level C, 100 students, 10 teachers. Task Reward. Phase 2 Guardian Spirit Talisman. 1 Elder from the Martial Arts Pavilion. Task Deadline. 99 days. Failure Penalty. Loss of Host Identity. Upon hearing the system prompt, Kong Lin's inebriation immediately dissipated. He was aware that the system's tasks were categorized into mainline, side, and special tasks, but when had a hidden task emerged? After some contemplation, he suddenly realized that this hidden task had been automatically accepted at the moment of his rebirth. The so-called barrier referred to the divide between his foreign soul and the original host's body. As he borrowed this body for his rebirth, the original host had perished, yet the soul had not entirely dissipated. Today, having preserved the Union Academy and come here to honor the deceased members of the Kong family, he fulfilled the original host's lingering attachment, thus dissolving the barrier. Now, Kong Lin was unequivocally a denizen of another realm. I knew it. How could a genius like me be confined to the blood ignition realm? Kong Lin lamented. Chapter 35. The masked man. From the moment of his rebirth until now, he had never relaxed. Prior to alchemy, he had been diligently practicing the chi drawing technique overnight, and even after beginning alchemy, he did not cease, as he remained before the alchemical furnace, absorbing the true energy emanating from the firewood. When Yun Tianyi ascended to the pinnacle of the blood ignition realm, he had doubted his own talent. But now it was evident that the issue was not with him. Do as you will. Kong Lin flicked his finger once more, sending a stone that struck the rock beside Zhang San. The immense force sent chills down Zhang San's spine. Should the stone strike him, even if it did not result in death, he would surely be gravely injured. A captive must possess the awareness of their predicament. Thus, I shall punish you. Kong Lin picked up another stone from the ground and declared, "This time, I shall aim for your vital parts. You may evade. If I miss, you may leave. However, should I hit, do not blame me." Can one jest about vital parts? Zhang San immediately capitulated. "All right, I shall confess. It was Zhang Qian who sent me. He said you did not show him respect during the strength assessment ceremony and instructed me to take one of your arms as a warning, compelling you to bow and apologize at the gates of the South Dipper Academy tomorrow." Kong Lin pocketed the stone, narrowing his eyes as he coldly stated, "Zhang family s brave. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Either speak the truth, or face death." "How do you know my true name?" Zhang San inquired. This name had not been used in ages, and even Zhang Qian was unaware of it. How could Kong Lin know? Seeing the other party begin to aim for his head, Zhang San quickly replied, "It was Li Yeye who sent me. She mentioned needing a formula for an elixir." "Then the poison you bear was also sown by her?" Chapter 36. Setting a trap. Zhang San continued, 3 years ago, I accompanied young Master Zhang Lin to the Qinghua Pavilion for a night of revelry, and upon returning, I discovered something was amiss with my body, experiencing excruciating pain every night that kept me awake. Later, Li Yeye discreetly approached me, revealing that she was the architect behind this situation. She assured me that by following her guidance, I could alleviate my suffering and enhance my abilities. After she uttered those words, I entered the realm of marrow washing, and from that moment onward, I harbored no doubts about her. Subsequently, with my assistance, many experts from the Zhang family fell under her covert control, including young Master Zhang Lin. At this point, Kong Lin inquired, "You mentioned experiencing excruciating pain every midnight. Wouldn't Zhang Lin inform his father if he were afflicted?" Zhang San replied, "Young Master Zhang Lin is cursed with the second-generation silver soul bug. Until Li Yeye activated the bug, he was like an ordinary person. It is only upon activation that the two effects manifest. First, an enhancement of strength, followed by the unbearable pain. It seems even the act of cursing requires one to consider social hierarchy." Li Yeye is indeed intriguing. Kong Lin recollected another matter and asked, "Why did you use a dagger to pry up the stone?" "I am unsure. It was Li Yeye who instructed me to do so," claiming it was for her father's examination. Upon hearing this, Kong Lin pondered deeply. It appeared that Li Shang was also privy to the information regarding the gravity spirit pattern. Although he did not personally construct the courtyard, he certainly possessed some knowledge of its intricacies. Activating a spirit pattern necessitates a vast amount of true energy for maintenance. Hence, the pattern must be inscribed upon materials capable of absorbing spiritual energy. The courtyard within Yunyan Academy is crafted from a massive stone imbued with such properties. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked in Kong Lin's mind. "Hey, why are you closing your eyes? Are you dozing off?" "I have already divulged everything I know." Asked the esteemed dean, still considering releasing me. "Indeed, I intend to let you go." Kong Lin smiled faintly, retrieving a transparent white pill from his sleeve. He stated, "However, before you depart, you must consume this." Zhang San, who had barely begun to feel joy, instantly wore a look of despair upon noticing the small insect concealed within the pill. This was a special exchange made to control Zhang San, costing a staggering 100 master points, which pained Kong Lin greatly. He truly didn't wish for such a situation, but with Li Yeye already taking action, it would be exceedingly impolite not to reciprocate in some manner. Kong Lin explained, "The insect within the pill is known as the devouring organ bug. Should you disobey, it will swiftly emerge and, within the span of an hour, consume your internal organs, ultimately crawling out from your abdomen. If you manage to survive, you may even witness the devouring organ bug in its grown form. Quite a sight, indeed." With that, Kong Lin transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards Zhang San with lightning speed. Forcing the pill into his mouth, he then stood up, chuckling, "Would you like to experience the sensation of having your insides ripped apart ahead of time?" Zhang San shook his head vigorously. "Since you wish to avoid that, then simply do as I instruct." I in the Li family's council chamber. As Zhang San returned, Li Sheng opened his eyes from his meditative state. "Have you secured the items?" "I have, my lord." "Please take a look." Zhang San respectfully presented the alchemical formula to Li Sheng. Li Sheng awoke Li Yeye, who was nestled beside him in slumber, after receiving the information. Grasping the precious alchemical formula, Li Yeye exited promptly. To recount the events, I, adhering to the young lady's instructions, made my way directly to Yunyan Academy from the Zhang family estate. The journey proved to be seamless. Kong Lin had not yet returned, and within merely half an hour of searching, I successfully located the alchemical formula. Along with this, Zhang San presented the stone he had acquired. Upon receiving it, Li Shang closed his eyes to sense its essence and remarked, "Indeed, it is of spirit-absorbing material." It appears that Mu Jinhai and his companions spoke the truth. Zhang San inquired proactively, "My lord, is there anything else you require of me? Please, give your orders, go train those 7 newcomers in the Blade team, then return to the Zhang residence and await further instructions. As you command." After Zhang San departed, half an hour later, Li Yeye entered with a pill in hand, her face alight with joy. "Father, the formula that Zhang San retrieved is indeed accurate. After waiting through the night, we have finally made a significant breakthrough." Li Sheng smiled and said, "You should retire for the night." Also, kindly inform Master Tang to rest well, for we shall be busy starting tomorrow. Then, father, you too should rest early. I take my leave. Not long after Li Ye's departure, the sleep-dazed Li Feng entered. With his eyes still closed, Li Sheng instructed, Third Elder, take my token and retrieve the latest supply channels of the Yun family from the information pavilion. Based on the herbs listed in the formula, send someone to acquire them overnight and have all the materials delivered here. Upon glancing at the formula, Li Sheng felt his drowsiness dissipate entirely, and he exited with a cheerful demeanor. Yun Tianxiong, the one I, Li Sheng, have set my sights upon, shall not escape. Await your demise. After Zhang San left the academy, Kong Lin refrained from both cultivating and concocting elixirs. Instead, he stood quietly beside the narrow path adjacent to his residence. He had just received a system notification indicating that the martial arts pavilion was nearing completion, and the accompanying 1,000 volumes of yellow-grade martial arts techniques had led Kong Lin to abandon his training. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, an inexplicable gust of wind arose, dispersing the white mist that enveloped the pavilion, revealing a resplendent structure before Kong Lin's eyes. System notification. The martial arts pavilion has been completed, taking a total of 62 hours to construct. The system has deposited 1,000 volumes of yellow-grade martial arts techniques into their designated area. Additionally, the system discovered that the Academy originally possessed 136 volumes of inferior yellow-grade martial arts techniques, which have also been placed in the corresponding area for the host to inspect. From the exterior, this pavilion, imbued with elements of Huaxia and ancient aesthetics, resembled the golden throne room within the Forbidden City. Although devoid of the white jade steps and considerably smaller in scale, its brilliance and grandeur remained unaffected. At the pinnacle of the central entrance hung a plaque edged in gold against a blue background, inscribed with the 3 characters Martial Arts Pavilion. Before even opening the door, Kong Lin caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, a scent inherent to the martial arts books, reminiscent of the passage of time. The instant he pushed the door open, the layout of the Martial Arts Pavilion materialized in his mind. The pavilion was divided into 4 sections: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, corresponding to the 4 tiers of martial techniques. Lifting his gaze, Kong Lin observed that the sections of Heaven, Earth, and Profound were utterly vacant, devoid of any contents. In the Yellow section, 3 10-tier wooden racks stood, each tier containing 50 compartments, with each compartment housing a martial technique. The names clearly inscribed at the forefront. Kong Lin hastily approached the wooden shelf, picking up a martial arts manual titled Filong Shou for examination. After perusing a few pages, he set it aside and selected another tome. Liuxing Luo, a superior yellow-grade hammer technique, with 235 identified flaws. Next, he examined Shengqiang Ju, a medium yellow-grade spear technique, which revealed 132 flaws. Lastly, he scrutinized Jihua Baqian, an inferior yellow-grade fist technique, uncovering a staggering 1024 flaws. As he continued to sift through the volumes, his excitement grew exponentially. This collection of 1136 yellow-grade martial arts encompassed every conceivable type of technique in the world. Even the Lingxiao Academy could not boast such a comprehensive array. At long last, he felt emboldened to challenge both Lingxiao and Nandu academies. Chapter 37. The creation of martial arts. Upon reaching the end of the aisle and turning back, Kong Lin was taken aback by an unusual phenomenon. All the manuals he had discarded on the ground had automatically returned to their designated places. At that moment, the system remarked, "Host, there is no need for curiosity. The structures created by the system possess specific functionalities. For instance, the martial arts hall enhances students' comprehension, aiding them in swiftly grasping the relevant techniques. The martial arts pavilion, on the other hand, has an inherent organizing feature, ensuring that any manual discarded within its confines will return to its original position." Kong Lin could not help but admire this function. Pondering how much trouble it would save him, he then resumed his search for martial arts, seeking techniques that would suit his needs. He had not forgotten that he could only execute a single move. Menghu Baiwei. Previously, he had lacked the resources to choose. Now, with options at his disposal, he was determined to select wisely. Kong Lin gravitated towards fervent, frenzied close-quarters combat, relishing the visceral thrill of impact, which set his blood racing at the mere thought. However, after a thorough search, he found himself in a quandary, confronted by 13 manuals arrayed before him. These tomes included techniques for fist, palm, leg, body refinement, and various other forms. Kong Lin was reluctant to forfeit any one of them, believing that abandoning a single volume would create a chink in his martial arts system. "Host, why not attempt to create your own martial arts?" The system's suggestion struck Kong Lin like a clarion call, awakening him from his profound dilemma. The martial arts of this world were structured in a hierarchical manner. The higher the grade, the scarcer the techniques. For instance, while there might be 10,000 yellow-grade fist techniques, only 1,000 exist at the profound grade, with merely 100 at the earth grade and a mere 10 at the heavenly grade. The reason those 10 heavenly grade techniques could surpass the 10,000 yellow grade ones was that they had addressed all conceivable flaws. His struggle stemmed from the concern over these flaws, prompting him to consider multiple volumes for compensation. Now, however, he need not complicate matters. By grasping the essential principles of fist, palm, leg techniques, body movement, and body tempering, he could establish a foundation from which to gradually expand and rectify any shortcomings. Moreover, with his keen insight, he could identify flaws before they were even apparent, allowing him to engage opponents without any vulnerabilities. Ding. The host has comprehended the true essence of martial arts, triggering a hidden quest. Create a martial art. 1. Task reward. The Fire Eye has ascended to master level. Task deadline. None. Failure penalty. None. A surge of warmth enveloped his eyes. The Fire Eye had now advanced to a level of mastery, while the unique technique he had cultivated transformed into a secret manual, quietly resting in Kong Lin's palm. Fuyao, a lower-tier yellow-grade technique, exhibited no flaws. This was the first time Kong Lin had encountered a martial art with zero vulnerabilities, and he was certain it represented the pinnacle of yellow-grade techniques. Kong Lin inquired, "System, how much time was consumed this time?" Host, the creation of this technique took a total of 10 hours. 10 hours. This implied that 5 hours had elapsed in the outside world. This was concerning. Chapter 38. Fuyao in the early morning. With a gentle breeze caressing her, Qin Eizhu stepped into the Union Academy, basking in the sunlight. Gazing at the rays piercing through the clouds in the distance, she mused that the scenery of Union Academy surpassed that of Nandu Academy by leaps and bounds, though it lacked a bit in the number of people. With this thought, Qin Eizhu recalled the 7 individuals from Mujin High, a memory that she still could not let go of, her heart filled with resentment towards them. Why had they tarnished Kong Lin's kindness? Lost in contemplation about how to find more students for Kong Lin, she inadvertently collided with a tree. Wincing, she rubbed her forehead, and upon looking up again, she discovered she had arrived at Kong Lin's residence. To her surprise, a large building had appeared to the left of the residence, where Yun Tianxiong and his son, along with Yun Yi, were also present. She hurried over to greet them. "Uncle Yun, Tianny, Yun Yi, you all arrived so early. Good morning, Teacher Qin," Yun Tianxiong replied, pointing towards the building behind him. "Do you know anything about this martial arts pavilion?" Qin Eizhu let out a wry smile. Shaking her head, "Don't ask me. I am equally in the dark. Oh, I see. What brings you here so early today?" Just then, Kong Lin opened the doors of the martial arts pavilion. "Good morning, director, teacher," he said. "Come in and let's talk." "Kong Lin, how on earth did you manage this?" Upon entering the pavilion, Qin Eizhu noticed that the interior decorations far surpassed those of the martial arts pavilion at Nandu Academy, with intricate carvings that were notably more exquisite. Be cautious not to pry into a man's secrets. One might find oneself enamored, Kong Lin teased, and the trio from the Yun family chose to ignore his flirtation. Proceeding together to the yellow-grade martial arts area, still intrigued by martial arts. "How annoying. If you want to speak, then don't. I won't ask again," Qin Eizhu pouted. Kong Lin chuckled, ruffling her hair as he approached the yellow-grade martial arts section. "Yun Tianxiong, you seem troubled. Is there an issue with the medicinal herbs? Director, your insight is indeed remarkable." Yun Tianxiong nodded, his expression difficult to articulate. This morning, while still lost in slumber, Yun Tianxiong had been abruptly awakened by commotion. Hearing from his subordinates that their supplier for the recovery elixir's ingredients had suddenly run out of stock, he found the situation suspicious and immediately dispatched someone to investigate. The results were swift. Not only had their cooperative herb supplier ceased deliveries, but other suppliers were also hiking prices. Furthermore, the Li family was in the midst of aggressively purchasing materials for the recovery elixir. Yun Tianxiong was acutely aware that the recipe for the recovery pill had been leaked, prompting him to seek assistance. Kong Lin shook his head and sighed, saying, "My impression of you at this moment is that you only seek me out when there's something to gain. You seldom come to me without ulterior motives, director. I would rather not be in this predicament," Yun Tianxiong replied. Weariness etched on his face. "Over 100 mouths in the Yun family depend on me for sustenance." "Enough of your lamentations," Kong Lin interjected. "I understand that being the head of a family is no easy task. Otherwise, you would have been expelled long ago." He then shifted his tone, proposing, "If you wish to find a solution, there is a way. The 3 of you must face me in a match. If you win, I shall assist you. Director, you are a formidable master of true qi. Even with 3 of us, We cannot hope to defeat you, Yun Tianxiong lamented, his face falling. Surely, you don't intend to use this as an opportunity to settle scores with me. The chasm between realms cannot be bridged merely by numbers. I shall not lay a hand on you. I will merely evade. Yun Tianxiong chuckled upon hearing this. Had you mentioned that earlier, I would not have been so troubled. In the courtyard, the three members of the Yun family positioned themselves around Kong Lin, encircling him. Qin Yizhu stood outside the courtyard, her expression tense. She had not heard Yun Tianxiong mention that Kong Lin was a master of true qi, leaving her particularly puzzled as she anticipated how Kong Lin would contend with the trio. Within 10 breaths, if any part of your body touches me, I shall concede. If not, then so be it, for you cannot keep up with my speed. Director, do you truly believe we cannot catch you? One of the three questioned. Whether you can or cannot, we shall soon find out. Let the contest begin. With that, Yun Yi took the initiative, his speed outpacing the others. Yun Tianxiong had instructed him to entangle Kong Lin, aiming to restrict most of his escape routes. Yun Tianyi then entered a state of heightened vitality, his blood surging and his body taking on a crimson hue as he launched himself at Kong Lin with the technique known as pushing clouds. Yun Tianxiong was the last to strike. Although he had not mastered any movement techniques, years of accumulated experience made his approach straightforward and forceful. Kong Lin shook his head. For reasons unknown, he found the trio's speed rather sluggish. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, leaving behind only an afterimage. Yuni was taken aback, his heart racing. What kind of speed was this that left behind an afterimage? Unwilling to be deterred, Yun Tianxiong swiftly altered his course, charging towards the now absent Kong Lin, with Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi closely trailing him. Outside, Qin Yizhu clenched her small fists tightly, her nerves frayed. The 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. After evading their attacks, Kong Lin returned to his original position, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the three. His flawless martial arts rendered them unable to even graze his clothing. Director, you must practice an earth-grade movement technique, correct? Yun Tianxiong speculated, believing only such a technique could yield such speed. It is of the yellow grade, low tier, and it is a technique of my own creation. Kong Lin replied with a smile, To be candid. I merely wish to test how effective my technique was against the three of you, and I must say, it performs admirably. You created your own martial art? Yun Tianxiong suppressed his astonishment, offering a wry smile. Director, if you wish to test it, you could have simply stated so, without the need for subterfuge. With a knife not resting upon your neck, would you give your all? During the recent chase, Yun Tianxiong exerted himself the most, nearly grasping the corner of Kong Lin's garment on one occasion. This provided Kong Lin with significant inspiration, enhancing his confidence in the improvements to Fuyo. He waved his hand and said, Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi, you two may withdraw for now. The unique movement technique I created is within the martial arts pavilion. Thank you, Dean. The impatient Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi swiftly made their way to the pavilion. As they departed, Yun Tianxiong deeply bowed to Kong Lin, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Kong Lin was truly selfless, unconditionally sharing his valuable insights with them. Such an impressive technique, if presented in other academies, would require exorbitant fees even for the most favored disciples of the instructors. Kong Lin cut to the chase, stating, The alchemical formula for the Li family was given by me, so you need not overthink it, Dean. Your actions render my efforts futile. Are you implying that you've set a trap for the Li family? Pray tell, how did you do so? Yun Tianxiong inquired. He was aware that the Li family would once again arrange for an undercover agent to infiltrate his clan. Thus he had prepared a false alchemical formula, intending for it to reach Li Sheng through this mole, resulting in a failed alchemical endeavor and a significant financial loss for them. Chapter 39. You wish for beauty. Kong Lin shook his head and chuckled. You seem to be mistaken. With Li Sheng's cautious disposition, do you truly believe he would procure materials without thoroughly examining the formula? What purpose do you think the alchemist hired by the Li family serve? You are correct, Dean. The pit I've dug for them is indeed akin to your thought, as it is also a false formula. The formula I provided can produce recovery pills, but it carries side effects. Consuming just 2 will lead to symptoms of poisoning. Yun Tianxiong appeared utterly astonished. This was a clear demonstration of specialization in one's craft. The composition of a single pill is highly intricate. Even the addition of an extra herb or a slight alteration in quantity can lead to failure in pill formation. If the Li family were to produce such a toxic pill and sell it widely, the repercussions, Yun Tianxiong could scarcely bear to imagine. Kong Lin remarked, Now it is your moment to shine. You must display a frantic demeanor before the entire clan. Only when Li Sheng realizes that neither of us can manage the situation will they feel secure enough to proceed with alchemy, thereby stepping into the trap I have laid. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Dean. I shall heed your counsel. Yun Tianxiong felt as though he had lived more than 40 years as a mere dog. Kong Lin was only 20, possessing superior martial skills, a depth of cunning far beyond his own, and an unfathomable background. To have such a disciple, Kong Lin's master must surely be a formidable figure. I have prepared the new formula. You may retrieve it from my room, review it, and then destroy it, committing it to memory. Thank you, Dean. Yun Tianyi quickly expressed his gratitude. Upon your return, do not rush into alchemy. First establish the purchasing channels for the new materials and wait for my instructions. When I signal you to buy, you may proceed. And let me share a little tip. Does the Li family not prefer to lavishly bribe your material suppliers? You have disseminated a bit of false information to entice them into purchasing. Perhaps after several transactions, they will learn their lesson, and it might even yield unexpected results. Indeed, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Dean. After expressing his gratitude, Yunti Yangxing went to fetch the prescription. Wandering about the academy, Qin Yizhu observed their conversation coming to an end and, like a little rabbit, bounded over with exuberance. Stop hopping, I'm feeling dizzy, exclaimed Kong Lin, quickly tilting his head, as he felt a surge of blood rush to his nose. You are insufferable, Qin Yizhu retorted. Her cheeks flushed. Kong Lin, do you find it rather bothersome that every time I seek you out, I have to ask questions? Not at all. The pursuit of knowledge is inherent to humanity. It is through this quest for understanding that we achieve progress. This phrase was borrowed from a book Kong Lin had encountered on Earth, which subsequently became his motto, often recited to the children in the mountainous regions. Then, could you enlighten me about when you established the martial arts pavilion? People are quite curious. I cannot. With a playful smile, Qin Yizhu reached out towards Kong Lin, who had anticipated this and swiftly evaded her grasp, seizing her arm instead, and said menacingly, Have I not warned you against pinching me? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? I shall administer a severe punishment. With that, his palm met Qin Yizhu's pert backside with a sharp crack. Cease at once. A furious voice echoed from afar, and upon hearing it, Qin Yizhu's face turned pale as she struggled. Let go of me, my father is coming. What? Your father is here? Kong Lin was thoroughly alarmed. After all, it was Qin Yizhu's father, the one who cultivates cabbages. As they parted, the pair turned towards the school gate, where indeed, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman approached side by side. The man sported a short beard, his complexion rosy, and held a closed folding fan in his left hand, exuding an air of cultured affability. He was Qin Yizhu's father, Qin Feng. The beautiful woman, sharing the same oval face as Qin Yizhu, wore a pale red robe that could not conceal her alluring figure. She was Qin Yizhu's mother, Bai Yu. Both possessed a striking similarity. Their eyes shimmered with an intensity that could almost devour. Upon reaching Kong Lin, Qin Feng inquired sternly, Kong Lin, what have you just done to my daughter? I did nothing at all. Kong Lin, who was otherwise fearless, found himself at a loss for words. Done nothing? Do you take us for blind? Bai Yu's brows furrowed in displeasure. Qin Feng grunted softly. He had long warned his daughter against associating with Kong Lin, yet she refused to heed his advice. Had they arrived even a moment later, a truly irreparable incident might have occurred. Come with me, Qin Feng commanded, pulling Qin Yizhu aside, and asked in a low voice, Is this what you refer to as attending the academy? Father, this is indeed the academy. I have not ventured elsewhere. Qin Yizhu feigned ignorance. You truly wish to drive me to my grave. Seeing Qin Feng clutch his chest, Qin Yizhu dared not argue further, fearing her father's old ailment might resurface. Meanwhile, after Qin Feng departed, Bai Yu visibly exhaled in relief. She drew Kong Lin aside and said, Kong Lin, please do not take offense at my earlier tone. It was merely for my husband's sake. Kong Lin nodded. Bai Yu was a close friend of his mother, and the two had always held high hopes for him and Qin Yizhu. However, Qin Feng was not entirely pleased with Kong Lin. Thus, whenever the two were present together, Bai Yu would feign disdain towards Kong Lin. Aunt Bai, just now, I was with Xiao Zhu. After all, Xiao Zhu has yet to step through the gates of your Kong family. One must be mindful of propriety. Indeed, Aunt Bai, your admonishment is correct. Kong Lin sincerely reflected on his actions. In a moment of pride and elation, he had somewhat lost his composure. Just as he was in the midst of his contemplation, Qin Feng approached, instructing Bai Yu to reprimand her daughter. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kong Lin glanced at Qin Feng and said, Uncle Qin. Qin Feng, getting straight to the point, inquired, Do you wish to marry my daughter? The abruptness of the question caught Kong Lin off guard, yet he answered honestly, Of course I do. You wishful thinker. To my knowledge, Union Academy is on the verge of being disbanded, correct? Are you planning for Xiao Zhu to endure a life of hardship alongside you? Uncle Qin, I have already guided my students through the most arduous evaluations, and the academy will not be disbanded. Moreover, I have successfully nurtured an exceptional student, Yuntiani.O. So you claim credit for his accomplishments merely by association? If you are so certain, let us visit the martial arts pavilion. He is inside. Why should I go? Since you have already made your declaration, there must be someone awaiting me. Whether it is indeed Yuntiani is uncertain, as I am unfamiliar with martial arts and do not know him personally. Kong Lin discerned that Qin Yizhu's father had come solely to provoke him. It was common knowledge throughout Yunyan City, and he found it hard to believe that the prominent Qin family was unaware of it. Did they lack a gossiping servant or a meddlesome relative? He subtly gestured, and Qin Yizhu, who was currently receiving a reprimand, immediately understood the cue. Taking a deep breath, Kong Lin calmly replied, Uncle Qin, I am aware that you harbor disdain for me, and I have no intention of deceiving you. I assure you that my previous statements were entirely sincere. Let me clarify. I do not disdain you, but rather, I doubt your ability to provide a good life for Xiao Zhu at this moment. In truth, I believe you understand that 3 years ago, my lack of opposition was due to the Kong family's standing. I was confident that Xiao Zhu would lead a good life by your side. However, the Kong family is no more, and you are its last descendant, burdened with the responsibility of revitalizing Yunyan Academy. Will Xiao Zhu not suffer hardships by your side? Chapter 40. Son-in-law. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Kong Lin fell silent. Qin Feng's assertion held a grain of truth. He currently faced 3 adversaries, the Li family, the Zheng family, and the Black Dragon Gang based in Chuning City. He genuinely questioned whether he could provide Qin Yizhu with a life of true happiness. Yet, this was his first experience of love, a cherished first romance. For most, first loves fade without a trace, but Kong Lin was unwilling to accept such an outcome. His feelings for Qin Yizhu were genuine. Bai Yu approached, grasping Qin Feng's arm, and remarked, My dear, did I not hear that the head of the Yun family, Yun Tianxiang, is also one of Kong Lin's students? Alternatively, let him summon Yun Tianxiang. If that is truly the case, why shouldn't we take a moment to consider it? Qin Feng cast a discontented glance at the dejected Kong Lin. Look at him. Does he seem like someone capable of guiding Yun Tianxiang? He appears rather frivolous, lacking the demeanor of a director. Who says he isn't? A commanding voice resonated from the depths of the surrounding woods. Qin Feng turned to see Yun Tianxiang and Qin Yizhu emerging from the winding path. Approaching Kong Lin, Yun Tianxiang respectfully stated, Director, I have duly noted your instructions. Kong Lin raised his gaze and replied, Very well. I ask that you do me a favor by recounting to Uncle Qin how I led Tianyi and the others to successfully complete the strength assessment, thus preserving the reputation of Yunyan Academy. Subsequently, Yun Tianxiang assumed the role of a master storyteller, vividly narrating the events of that day, ensuring to extol Kong Lin at every pivotal moment. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his wife became the quintessential audience, their expressions and gestures more professional than seasoned actors. Kong Lin whispered, Xiao Zhu, your father's performance skills are quite remarkable. It would be a pity if he did not pursue acting. Acting? What is that? It is akin to the performers on stage. Upon hearing Kong Lin's praise of her father, Qin Yizhu instinctively reached towards Kong Lin's waist, delivering a sharp pinch. Why don't you go act? I would love to, but alas, I have no opportunity. Go on. Don't be so serious. Those on stage are not to be trusted. Avoid mingling with them. In this world, individuals in the performing arts face significant discrimination. Men are viewed as unrefined and of lowly status, while women fare slightly better than courtesans, yet the difference is negligible. In summary, it can be encapsulated in a single phrase. A disgrace to our ancestors. Master Yun, is everything you said today true? Qin Feng inquired after listening intently. Yun Tianxiang nodded, firmly clasping Qin Feng's hand. Old Qin, do you still doubt me? The director possesses genuine capabilities. Should there be any deceit, feel free to confront me. This was precisely the affirmation Qin Feng had been awaiting. He turned to Kong Lin and beckoned, Son-in-law, come here. This is what it means to call someone son-in-law. How swift that was. Upon hearing this, Kong Lin's hair stood on end. After all, this was their first encounter across 2 lifetimes. Qin Yizhu immediately flushed crimson, wanting to rush over to pinch her father, but was unfortunately pulled away by Bai Yu, missing the opportunity to witness this amusing spectacle. Yun Tianxiang, sensing the moment, gracefully withdrew to the martial arts pavilion. Qin Feng grasped Kong Lin's hand and earnestly remarked, Now I am convinced of your capability to care for Xiao Zhu. It is regrettable that your parents are no longer with us. As for the marriage contract, Uncle Qin, the matter of the marriage contract was settled long ago by my mother and Aunt Bai. Qin Feng's eyes widened in realization. Oh, I see. Then I can rest assured in entrusting Xiao Zhu to you. However, there is one thing you must understand. I have never looked down upon you for lacking wealth. Now that you have the means, I shall not require a betrothal gift. When the time comes for Yeye's marriage, I will prepare 100,000 gold coins for you as a token of my goodwill. Who would have imagined that this father-in-law possessed such wealth? Kong Lin nodded and said, Uncle Qin, I currently have no such intentions. The academy has just begun, and I cannot afford to be distracted. However, rest assured, since I have promised you, I shall take good care of Xiao Zhu. With your word, I am at ease, Qin Feng replied, turning away from Kong Lin. I and your Aunt Bai are leaving now. The Qin family will also be your family in the future. Whenever you have time, feel free to return with Xiao Zhu. Qin Feng then approached Qin Zhu and said, My dear daughter, your father does not oppose your relationship. You may come and go as you please. Your mother and I will take our leave now. No need to see us off. As Qin Feng and Bai Yu departed hand in hand, moving slowly and sweetly, an aura of affection enveloped them. Watching their retreating figures, Kong Lin furrowed his brow. He felt Qin Feng's sudden change in attitude was rather swift, almost uncharacteristic. Kong Lin, what are you pondering with such a furrowed brow? I regret not having revealed that gold card worth 100,000 gold coins to your father just now. If he were to discover the extent of my wealth, what sort of expression would he wear? How dare you hide your savings from me? Hand over the money at once. Even before becoming my wife. You are already so controlling. What would happen if you actually became my wife? Don't run away. I shall bite you. Ouch, don't tickle me. I am ticklish, hee. At the entrance of the academy, the couple, Qin Feng and Bai Yu, heard the melodious laughter and couldn't help but smile. Bai Yu remarked, Husband, I fail to understand why, knowing Kong Lin's capabilities, you still choose to act so irrationally. Qin Feng chuckled softly, tightening his grip on Bai Yu's hand, and replied, My dear, have you forgotten how challenging it was when I first courted you? Surely, my father-in-law was more unreasonable than I. Bai Yu smiled, and his words transported her back to the beautiful and tender days of their early acquaintance. Qin Feng sighed, You have already taken on the role of the virtuous one. Thus, I shall embrace the mantle of the villain. Let us return home. Within the martial arts pavilion, Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi were diligently practicing Kong Lin's self-created technique, Fuyo, in an expansive area while Yun Tianxiong observed. The more he watched, the more astonished he became. This Fuyo was indeed extraordinary. Although Yun Tianyi had never trained in agility before, mastering Fuyo had propelled him to a new level, making it a challenge even for Yun Tianxiong, a practitioner of the cleansing marrow realm, to catch him. After learning Fuyo, Yun Yi transformed into a figure as swift as the wind, evading capture entirely. At that moment, Kong Lin entered and said, Head of the Yun family, I would appreciate it if you could deliver my elixirs to Xiao Zhu later. I need to step out for a while. Where are you headed, Principal? Shall I escort you? Not far, to the City Lord's manor. Kong Lin contemplated for a moment. It was indeed time to visit the City Lord's manor. Perfect, Tianyi has already agreed to accompany you there. Very well, Yun Tianyi, we shall set off. Thus, Kong Lin, Yun Tianyi, Yun Tianxiong, and Qin Yizhu left the academy together, while Yun Yi chose to remain behind, guarding the premises. The four individuals parted ways in the bustling marketplace, with Kong Lin and Yun Tianyi heading towards the City Lord's mansion, while Qin Yizhu followed Yun Tianxiong to collect Kong Lin's share of the profits. Upon reaching the entrance of the City Lord's mansion, they were halted by the guard stationed there. Halt! Who are you two? Chapter 41. The City Lord's mansion. Kong Lin found amusement in the guard's words and inquired, The City Lord has summoned us. Did he not inform you? The guard scoffed, You two? The City Lord invited you? I am Kong Lin, and this is Yun Tianyi. Does that ring a bell? Upon hearing their names, the guard's expression shifted, locking onto Yun Tianyi with a predatory gaze. You are the formidable Yun Tianyi? This declaration struck a dissonant chord with Kong Lin. Was he being overshadowed? Indeed, that his words alone hold no weight. Prove your worth in combat, the guards replied in unison, brandishing their halberds to obstruct both their advance and retreat. It was astonishing how combative the gatekeepers were. Left with no other option, Kong Lin resolved to show them a lesson. Tianyi, since the City Lord wishes for us to act as intruders, let us oblige him. Remember to go easy. Kong Lin was convinced that Yu Chongli had issued specific instructions. Observing the fervor igniting in the eyes of the two guards and the soldiers behind them, he quickly understood that this skirmish had been deliberately orchestrated by Yu Chongli. Therefore, he decided to seize the opportunity, treating this encounter as a practical exercise for Yun Tianyi. Upon receiving the cue, Yun Tianyi sprang into action, delivering a couple of straightforward punches that swiftly incapacitated the guards at the entrance, and then boldly strode forward into the City Lord's mansion. Someone is breaching the City Lord's mansion. A voice rang out, prompting the soldiers within to spring into action. Rather than charging en masse, They formed two lines, as if to welcome the intruders. As Yun Tianyi ascended the steps, two soldiers lunged at him with their halberds. He adeptly sidestepped the thrust, clamping down with both hands, shattering the metal weapon with ease, then propelled himself forward, sending the two soldiers stumbling back into a throng of their comrades. On the rooftop of the city lord's mansion, Yu Chongli observed the unfolding scene and inquired, Jianjun, what is your assessment of him? The young man clad in armor beside him replied, I believe you may be exaggerating, my lord. Yun Tianyi appears rather ordinary. Since you possess such confidence, do assist me in reclaiming our honor. Should we allow him to triumph, I shall be left with a tarnished reputation, understood. Why Yu Chongli had anticipated that Kong Lin would arrive with Yun Tianyi, initially expecting the presence of Yun Tianxiong and the notably skilled Yun Yi, but was surprised that the latter two did not accompany them. He remained on the rooftop, quietly observing, as each of Yun Tianyi's moves unfolded before him. He could not help but nod in approval. From the perspective of a formidable practitioner of true energy, he recognized that Yun Tianyi was indeed impressive, effortlessly dispatching 13 robust soldiers while maintaining a composed demeanor against 4 others wielding metal halberds, a feat not to be underestimated. Moreover, on this occasion, he witnessed Yun Tianyi employing 6 alternative methods of paiyun that had not been showcased previously. Ha ha ha, Kong Lin is truly a genius. He has transformed the first move of the overlapping waves palm into the most formidable technique, possessing a practicality that surpasses even the dragon break. My lord. Why do you say that? Did you not observe? Yun Tianyi can not only maneuver using paiyun from the ground, but can also hurl objects of slightly lesser weight as if they were projectiles, truly maximizing their utility. The man, feeling indignant, scoffed and remarked, since my lord has stated it, I must take my leave now to go, but remember to hold back. Injuring him is acceptable, but if he were to sustain severe injuries, it would be a difficult relationship to mend. Understood. The man responded and immediately leaped from the rooftop, which was over 50 feet high. Kong Lin, observing from the side, quickly noticed this commotion. Narrowing his eyes, he beheld the figure emerging from the billowing smoke. 50 feet is approximately 17 meters. To fall from such a height without injury indicates this individual possesses remarkable prowess. Of course, he is also a bit ostentatious. As if unaware of his own strength, AS soldiers instinctively parted to create a passage. The 4 who were engaged with Yun Tianyi also halted their actions. The man approached Yun Tianyi, brandishing his long spear horizontally, and coldly declared, I am Chang Jianjun. I have heard tales of the genius from Yunyan City, daring to intrude upon the lord's estate. Upon meeting you today, I find the reputation somewhat unmerited. Then strike if you wish. Spare me the idle chatter, Yun Tianyi retorted. Very well, your decisiveness puts me to shame. Choose your weapon, and my weapon is my fist. The soldiers began to retreat, clearing an area for the two to engage. After 3 breaths, Chang Jianjun launched an aggressive assault, thrusting his spear into the ground and forcefully flicking it upward, sending a barrage of debris hurtling towards Yun Tianyi. Watching from above, Yu Chongli shook his head in dismay. He had warned against such a mistake, and yet Chang Jianjun had committed it nonetheless. Yun Tianyi's counterattack unfolded precisely as Yu Chongli had predicted. He raised his hands, simultaneously unleashing paiyun. The powerful gust of air blew the stones back, transforming the opponent's offensive into his own. Subsequently, he entered a state of vigorous blood energy and executed the fuyo technique, closing the distance and engaging in close combat with Chang Jianjun. Chang Jianjun, male, 23 years old, body refinement realm, meridian expansion, strength, 7, upper tier of same realm, endurance, 7, upper tier of same realm, willpower, 7, upper tier of same realm, agility, 5, middle tier of same realm, health, near death, martial skill. Meteor Chase Moon, mid-tier profound level spear technique, 415 flaws, movement technique. Martial Wind, lower tier profound level movement technique, 136 flaws, evaluation. A person of deep loyalty and righteousness, worthy of friendship. Chang Jianjun exuded an aura of peculiarity. Having fallen from a great height, unscathed indicated a robust physique. Yet his health was on the brink of death, capable of perishing at any moment. As for his martial skills, they were impressive. Mid-tier profound level spear techniques and lower-tier profound level movement techniques. It was the first time in Kong Lin's life that he had witnessed an individual proficient in 2 forms of profound level martial skills. At the age of 23, standing at the threshold of the Treading Pulse realm, he appeared astonishingly mediocre. The enigma of this individual eluded Kong Lin's comprehension. Throughout the course of their encounter, which had already spanned 4 or 5 exchanges, Chang Jianjun found himself increasingly alarmed. Despite Yun Tianyi's vigorous state, He possessed advantages in various aspects. Yet, with each clash, he felt more drained. Moreover, this man had already engaged in 4 or 5 battles prior. How could he still exhibit such stamina? Were Kong Lin privy to Chang Jianjun's thoughts, he would likely burst into laughter. Initially, he had instructed everyone to train within the confines of the gravity spirit patterns to build endurance, in martial confrontations. Equivalent strength is paramount, but endurance is equally critical. If you possess stamina, your opponent is rendered powerless against you, allowing you to outlast them. Tianyi, swift resolution is key. The sun now hovered overhead. Having toiled through the night without breakfast, and now faced with the future father-in-law's vexations, Kong Lin felt a gnawing hunger in martial trials. Fairness is of utmost importance. Thus, being interrupted by an outsider only intensified Chang Jianjun's ire. With a single thrust, he sent Yuan Tianyi sprawling, then directed his spear towards the speaking Kong Lin. Be cautious, teacher. Kong Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging the warning, and remained still, patiently awaiting the oncoming confrontation. As Chang Jianjun's long spear neared him by approximately 2 feet. He took a small step to the left, narrowly evading the thrust, then forcefully collided his shoulder against his opponent. Clang! Chang Jianjun immediately sensed a tremendous force coursing through the spear into his palm, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 42. Inter-Academy Exchange Competition. Once Kong Lin seized the initiative, he afforded no opportunity for his adversary. With a powerful push of his legs, he closed in and delivered a punch to Chang Jianjun's right shoulder, the very point of his vulnerability. Clatter! The long spear fell to the ground as Chang Jianjun collapsed. Kong Lin retrieved the spear and approached his opponent. Why did you strike me? Because you violated the rules of the contest? Chang Jianjun replied with a fierce glare. As Kong Lin prepared to retort, the spear in his hand suddenly swung back, knocking aside a soldier who had attempted a sneak attack. Witnessing this, Chang Jianjun barked. Who permitted you to intervene? Get lost. Do I need your assistance? A bunch of useless gluttons. Kong Lin nodded slightly, acknowledging the man's character, and inquired, where do these rules originate? Who decreed that spectators must remain silent during the contest? A thunderous applause suddenly interrupted Chang Jianjun's protest. Why Yu Chongli emerged from the city lord's mansion, clapping his hands with a smile. Director Kong truly conceals his depths. Today has been an eye-opening experience. Kong Lin lifted his gaze, a smile that did not reach his eyes gracing his features. The city lord is quite formidable himself. To have us, master and disciple, summoned, it seems I must engage in several more bouts to finally meet you. Are you concerned we might eat too little, thus specially arranging a pre-meal warm-up? Enough of that, Yu Chongli retorted with a chuckle. I have long heard of your sharp tongue. Today, I have truly witnessed it. He gestured towards the soldiers behind him and remarked, my soldiers are exceedingly intrigued by the exploits of Yuan Tianyi. You see, the curiosity among warriors is not akin to that between men and women. It can only be quenched through direct confrontation. As for my personal guard's sudden assault on Dean Kong, rest assured, I shall discipline him thoroughly later, and I hope Dean Kong will grant me a modicum of leniency. If even the lord of the city speaks thus, would it not be rather ungrateful of me to refuse? Now, let us proceed to dine. Lord Yu Chongli has prepared an exceptionally lavish feast today, with no fewer than a dozen meat dishes, accompanied by fine wines. Kong Lin pointed at a roasted object resembling a wild boar in front of him and inquired, Lord of the city, is this the exotic beast known as the grayback wild boar? Indeed, this is the grayback wild boar. Have you encountered it before, Dean Kong? I have. I had the fortune to taste it during my studies in the imperial capital, and I never anticipated having the pleasure of savoring it once more in your esteemed company. This world is not solely inhabited by humans. It is also home to exotic beasts. Some of these creatures possess immense strength, capable of shattering city gates with a mere swipe of their claws, while others can soar through the skies or burrow through the earth. The grayback wild boar, while among the least threatening of these beasts, boasts the most exquisite meat. Even hidden deep within the mountains and forests, hunters are sure to track it down. Why Yu Chongli lamented, this grand feast has been specially prepared for the two of you. For the days to follow, we shall have to subsist on meager fare. Kong Lin chuckled, Lord of the city, do refrain from invoking pity on my behalf. Is there anything you wish to instruct us? As your disciples have come to your lordship's residence? The Academy Exchange Competition, Yu Chongli replied, isn't that scheduled for the latter half of the year? It seems you have been so busy that the date has slipped your mind. Starting from today, there are only 100 days remaining until the Academy Exchange Competition. Kong Lin's expression changed abruptly as he calculated the timeline in his mind, exclaiming, thank you for the reminder, Lord of the city. Had Yu Chongli not mentioned it, he would have indeed overlooked this matter. The Academy Exchange Competition is an annual grand event for the great martial nation, commencing from regional cities where each academy sends 5 representatives to participate. After successful selections at the city level, they must then advance through the county and state competitions. Ultimately, teams from various locales converge at the imperial capital, Wooding City, to vie for the championship. The victorious team not only receives substantial rewards, but also has the honor of being received by the king, the martial emperor, in person. This is a coveted honor for every academy and a swift path to elevate its standing. Now that he was alerted by Yu Chongli, Kong Lin truly felt pressed for time. Participation in the Academy League requires first attaining the status of a Grade C academy, and the leading teacher must possess the qualifications of a silver mentor. Achieving Grade C status is manageable, requiring only 100 students and 10 instructors to pass the Academy Alliance's evaluation. However, qualifying as a silver mentor presents a more formidable challenge. Candidates must undertake a 30-day internship at a higher education institution and possess a true energy realm of skill, in addition to having 10 students at the marrow washing stage. Upon careful calculation, it indeed seemed insufficient. Since Yu Chongli mentioned the Academy Exchange Competition, Kong Lin had been preoccupied with subsequent plans, to the extent that he nearly overlooked the opportunity offered by the lord of the city. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Kong Lin, Yun Tianyi, and Yu Chongli engaged in light-hearted banter, concluding the gathering with a series of jovial exchanges that traversed a myriad of topics. Yu Chongli personally escorted the two to the entrance before retreating back to his study. Observing Chang Jianjun standing rigidly before him, Yu Chongli remarked, "Had I not intervened just now, you would have revealed our intentions. Do you understand, my lord? I acknowledge my fault and beseech your punishment." Chang Jianjun replied, his expression one of resignation, for he was all too accustomed to Yu Chongli uncovering his hidden thoughts. "My lord, there is a matter that perplexes me today. Might you enlighten me? Speak." Yu Chongli urged. "In your esteemed position, why do you treat Kong Lin in such a manner?" Yu Chongli gazed contemplatively towards the western horizon and replied, "The events of 3 years ago still weigh heavily upon my conscience, which compels me to act thus towards Kong Lin. 3 years prior, Yu Chongli had received a clandestine missive indicating unusual occurrences at Qianglai Mountain in the west, suggesting the emergence of a hidden realm. Without hesitation, he mobilized all the forces of Yunyan City to venture forth. To his dismay, the promised secret realm eluded them, while Yunyan City itself faced catastrophic devastation. Were it not for the valiant resistance of the 3 prominent families, Yu Chongli might well have faced dire consequences. Upon his return, he implemented numerous remedial measures, instituting special regulations aimed at the 3 families, such as tax exemptions on medicinal herbs for the Yun family and establishing exclusive channels for the Zheng family's textile trade. However, the compensatory measures for the Kong family remained insufficient. Kong Lin either secluded himself within Yunyan Academy or wandered among neighboring cities, disregarding Yu Chongli's summons. He could not personally confront the matter, as it would be unjust to the other families and would imply an admission of guilt on his part, which is why he had delayed addressing the issue until now. When Kong Lin accepted the invitation at Nandu Academy, Yu Chongli realized an opportunity for atonement had arisen, prompting him to orchestrate this particular affair. Chang Jianjun appeared perplexed and inquired, "My lord, does your notion of atonement merely entail conveying this information to him?" Yu Chongli shook his head. "It is certainly not limited to that. I have also procured for him an internship qualification at a B-level academy in Kuning City, along with the requisite documentation for participating in the academy's exchange competition. Among other things, I am aware that these gestures cannot fully rectify the mistakes of the past, but every bit of compensation counts, for I am no longer the same person I once was. My lord, is the secret realm you mentioned truly real?" Chang Jianjun asked fervently, his eyes alight with excitement. "It is a rare opportunity, one that promises unparalleled fortune and unexpected windfalls. Unfortunately, it seems unlikely, at least for now. Otherwise, the cities within a 500-mile radius would have already been inundated by outsiders," Yu Chongli replied as he rose. "Enough of this. You have just engaged in a strenuous endeavor. Take the time to recuperate. The recent unrest in Yunyan City necessitates your readiness, lest you falter when your skills are truly needed." "Understood. I shall take my leave," Chang Jianjun responded, bowing slightly before departing. Chapter 43. The blood cloud true mushroom in the bustling market. Kong Lin and Yun Tianyi walked side by side. Yun Tianyi, intrigued by Chong Li's actions today, inquired, "Master, do you think the city lord summoned us specifically to discuss trivial matters and the information regarding the student exchange competition?" Kong Lin let out a light scoff and replied, "He seeks to seize this opportunity for atonement, to make amends for the transgressions of 3 years past." Upon hearing this, Yun Tianyi understood immediately. He too was a victim of that calamity 3 years ago. Had it not been for that disaster, he might have already attained mastery in the true Qi realm. Time, once lost, cannot be reclaimed, and the path to redemption is seldom straightforward. I suspect he must have something more up his sleeve. As for what it is, I cannot say, nor do I wish to ponder it further. Kong Lin then stated, I am returning to the academy. Will you accompany me? Yun Tianyi smiled and replied, of course. I must go. I have yet to complete today's weight training task. He had long since grasped the purpose behind Kong Lin's insistence on training, and thus bore no grievances. Moreover, having been reborn and now standing at the pinnacle of the blood ignition realm, he possessed the strength to contend with warriors of the meridian expansion realm, yet he knew it was still insufficient. His aspiration was to reach the zenith of martial arts, to engage in combat with the strongest, even if it meant meeting an untimely demise along the way. Such was the hope of Yun Tianyi, with no room for complaint. Ding! The student's state of mind has been elevated, rewarding 100 master points. As Kong Lin walked, he found himself somewhat perplexed. Could a mere statement truly elevate Yun Tianyi's state of mind? How wondrous indeed! Upon hearing the reward, Kong Lin recalled that he had not checked his master points in quite some time. Having been preoccupied with teaching students, alchemy, and cultivation, balancing two tasks, he glanced ahead while also checking his master points balance. To his astonishment, he discovered he now possessed a total of 1560 points. The initial promotion of 8 students to the blood ignition realm had granted him 1000 points, supplemented by various minor task rewards and student cultivation advancements. These master points could yield a whopping 150 consecutive draws. What treasures might be unearthed? Master, look! Lost in delightful reverie, Yun Tianyi suddenly halted, pointing ahead. Kong Lin refocused his attention, observing a throng of people gathered together, akin to witnessing a lively performance. This is the marketplace. It is merely street performers, nothing of significance, he remarked. Would Zhang San and Zhang Qian make an appearance merely for street performances? Following the direction of Yun Tianyi's finger, Kong Lin strained to spot Zhang San and Zhang Qian hidden within the crowd. After a brief contemplation, he declared, let us go and see. The two pushed through the throng, discovering a trio comprising 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was familiar to Kong Lin. It was Zhang Qian, the head of the Southern Dipper Academy. The other man, an one-armed figure with disheveled hair and a tattered robe, appeared as though he had fled from some disaster. In his arms lay a woman clad in a white robe, veiled, her eyes tightly shut. From the half-visible face of the woman, Kong Lin discerned the essence of anguish. Before the one-armed man lay a wooden plaque inscribed with bold characters, Seeking Medicine, Blood Cloud True Mushroom, Price. As Kong Lin entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to the one-armed man. He sensed an aura of sharpness emanating from him, akin to facing an unparalleled sword. A scar traversed the otherwise ordinary, chiseled features of the man, adding a touch of ferocity to his demeanor. Zhang Qian adopted a posture of deference, bowing respectfully before addressing the one-armed figure. Greetings, I am Zhang Qian, the head of the Southern Dipper Academy. I have heard that you are in search of blood cloud true grass to treat your wife. Although our academy does not possess such a herb, we have numerous physicians who might be able to cure your wife's ailment. I only want blood cloud true grass, nothing else. Now be gone. The one-armed man dismissed him with a curt command, leaving Zhang Qian's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of green and red. You dare to show such disrespect after my master personally invited you? You must be tired of living with that. Zhang San brazenly made his move. Gasps erupted from the audience, who quickly covered their eyes, anticipating a scene of limbs and bloodshed, especially since the one-armed man was holding a woman. While the spectators shut their eyes, Kong Lin did not. He was eager to observe how the other would respond, to validate his assumptions. The one-armed man, unperturbed, lifted his gaze and casually snatched the sword from the ground, deftly flicking it to strike Zhang San's chest. A crisp crack echoed as Zhang San fell to the ground, clutching his chest in agony. This is merely a lesson for you. Should you trouble me again, you shall find yourself on a path to death. After delivering this warning, the one-armed man planted his sword into the ground, unleashing an aura of unparalleled sharpness. Zhang Qian, closest to him, retreated in fear, stumbling back several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Zhang San helped Zhang Qian to his feet. He noticed Kong Lin moving closer and inquired, Master, Kong Lin is approaching. Should I intervene? No need. Let him experience some hardship, Zhang Qian replied with a smile, inwardly hoping that this man would eliminate Kong Lin outright, thus saving them considerable trouble. He continued, you must return immediately and consult Li Shang regarding blood cloud true grass, including its efficacy, so we can prescribe the appropriate remedy. This man possesses formidable strength. If we could recruit him into the Southern Dipper Academy, it would significantly bolster our power. Yes, I shall go at once. Kong Lin had taken merely 3 steps forward with the elixir when the one-armed man sensed his presence. Lifting his head to glance over, he observed that Kong Lin held nothing in his hands and coldly remarked, "Are you incapable of understanding human speech, or do you seek death?" Chapter 44. The new teacher Kong Lin stood his ground, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I understand perfectly well, and I am not seeking death. While I do not possess Blood Cloud True Grass, the elixir I hold should prove beneficial." The one-armed man tightened his grip on his sword and stated, "In light of your good intentions, I shall spare your life. Now, begone, brother, do strike." Zhang Qian seethed with frustration, eager to inquire of the one-armed man's intentions. Why was it that he had endured a beating despite his courteous words, while Kong Lin, who had done nothing wrong, was treated with such civility? Kong Lin shook his head, gesturing towards the elixir in his hand as he spoke. This elixir is known as the Blood Fortifying Pill, which stabilizes and accelerates the recovery of vital energy. Is that true? Let me see it, the one-armed man exclaimed eagerly, extending his hand. Without hesitation, Kong Lin handed over the pill, and the one-armed man, not even glancing at it, promptly swallowed it whole, closing his eyes to savor its effects. Moments later, he opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. He could indeed feel the efficacy of the blood-fortifying pill on his vital energy. "How much does it cost?" he inquired. "No payment is required. I merely seek your companionship, dummy." As the one-armed man uttered these words, he caught sight of Kong Lin's smile, a chill coursing through him. He swiftly drew his sword and lunged forward. Kong Lin deftly caught the sword sheath between his fingers, clarifying, "What I meant was for you to join my academy as a teacher, nothing more. Should you agree, the blood-fortifying pills will be abundant, and I will assist you in acquiring the true blood cloud mushrooms." The one-armed man, without a hint of hesitation, readily agreed, "No problem, but I require a vial of the blood-fortifying pills first." Kong Lin, without any reluctance, tossed him an unopened vial of the elixir. Upon receiving it, the one-armed man immediately took out a pill, consumed it, and only after confirming its safety did he administer it to the woman in his arms. Kong Lin mused to himself, "This man's wariness is excessive." He even tested the medicine on himself. It seems he has faced considerable hardships in his quest for healing. However, given his severely injured state, could he be fleeing from vengeful pursuers? Will inviting him into the academy attract unnecessary calamity? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Kong Lin dismissed it. His priority was to develop the academy. As long as one was not malevolent or engaged in wrongdoing, he was willing to admit them. As for trouble, he would confront it when it arose. "Where am I?" The woman in the one-armed man's embrace stirred awake and, upon seeing a familiar face, promptly inquired, "Xiaoning, do not speak. I have found the elixir to alleviate your injuries. Please rest well. I will take you to our refuge now." "All right, I will follow your lead." The one-armed man secured his sword on his back, lifted the woman, and declared, "We can depart now." "Very well, follow me," Kong Lin instructed as he and Yun Tianyi led the way, with Long Jianfeng trailing behind. The four swiftly vanished into the bustling market. Zhang Qian, with a grim expression, watched their departing figures and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Kong Lin, how dare you snatch away what is mine? I will ensure you pay dearly for this." Kong Lin felt as though he were becoming a silent observer. The lengthy journey from the market to the academy was made all the more tedious by Long Jianfeng's silence. It was understandable, given his status as a newcomer. Yet, Yun Tianyi was equally taciturn, merely trudging ahead lost in thought. Fortunately, this torment did not last long, as the four of them hastened their pace and soon arrived at Yunyan Academy. Upon seeing the four large characters inscribed on the stone gate, Long Jianfeng's eyes flickered with an inscrutable light. Kong Lin turned to introduce, "This is my academy, I forgot to mention. My name is Kong Lin, and I am the headmaster of this institution. This is my student, Yun Tianyi." Long Jianfeng nodded indifferently, acknowledging the introduction. Taking a deep breath, Kong Lin resolved to settle these two individuals before delving into further details. "As I stepped through the school gates, two individuals suddenly leaped forth from behind the stone portal, demanding, 'Halt! Who are you?' I intended to inquire about their identities as well, but they continued, lacking discernment, 'Are we? We are the guardians of Yunyan Academy.' Once more, we ask, 'Who are you?'" Kong Lin was perplexed. When had he employed two guards? "Since you choose not to speak, do not blame us for being impolite." "Spare no one." Just then, Qin Eizhu came running from a distance, collapsing against Kong Lin, panting. Once she had regained her breath, she announced, "This is the dean." Upon hearing this, The two men were so startled that they could scarcely hold their clubs. Trembling as they stammered, "Forgive us, esteemed Dean. We are new here and have not yet had the honor of meeting you." Kong Lin furrowed his brow, waving his hand dismissively, and turned to Qin Yizhu, asking, "What is the meaning of this?" Qin Yizhu explained, "I noticed that the academy had no one to guard the entrance, so I asked Yin Yi to find these two to keep watch. They will be paid 10 silver coins each month. Isn't that quite reasonable?" Kong Lin nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it is quite affordable. Let us proceed inside." Pleased by the praise, Qin Yizhu beamed and added, "You cannot return to your quarters just yet. I am preparing a surprise for you." "All right, I shall refrain from going," he replied. This foolish girl, did she not realize that once a surprise is revealed, it ceases to be a surprise? Kong Lin gestured towards the newcomer, Lung Jianfeng, saying, "This is the new teacher. Please find him a clean room. Then please follow me," she replied. Kong Lin did not accompany them back to the quarters, but instead headed directly to the academy grounds. Soon, Lung Jianfeng, having settled everything, approached. He spotted Yun Tianyi training in the gravity zone and remarked, "Gravity spirit pattern?" "Indeed, this is the gravity spirit pattern." Kong Lin, having risen from his meditative state, inquired, "Is everything in order?" Lung Jianfeng nodded. Kong Lin retrieved a vial of medicine from his robe and tossed it to him, stating, "This is bone reinforcement powder. First, tend to your left arm's wound, and then face me in a spar." Lung Jianfeng caught the vial and asked in a low voice, "How did you know I was injured on my left arm?" "Not only do I know of your injury, but I also am aware that your name is Lung Jianfeng." "Go to hell," Lung Jianfeng retorted, drawing his sword and lunging forward. The moment he struck, Yun Tianyi, engaged in endurance training within the gravity zone, felt a sharp sting, as if invisible blades were slicing through him. This was his first encounter with a true Qi realm expert. Despite the opponent's injuries, Kong Lin did not allow himself to be complacent. "Come at me," he shouted, employing his self-created movement technique, Fuyo, tilting his body 45 degrees to the left. Although he evaded the strike, Lung Jianfeng's sword emitted an intangible sword aura that cleaved through Kong Lin's right sleeve and robe. Kong Lin controlled his descent towards the ground, and just before impact, he utilized Pai Yun, harnessing the air currents to momentarily suspend himself in midair. Then, using his left hand as a pivot, he unleashed a series of rapid kicks. The sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly as Lung Jianfeng was caught off guard by the flurry of strikes. Stumbling backward with each blow, after he steadied himself, he let out a fierce roar, and the long sword in his hand shimmered with flickering blue light. Kong Lin watched with delight, finally witnessing the grand move he had been waiting for. Chapter 45. Sanctuary. The blue light was the vital energy cultivated by a powerful practitioner and infused into the body. This energy not only strengthened the physique but also augmented the force of one's attacks. A wielder of weapons could envelop their weapon with this vital energy, rendering it sharper, more durable, and far more destructive than ordinary weapons. For close combat warriors, channeling this energy into their physical form would fortify their bodies and amplify their destructive capabilities. Lung Jianfeng, being gravely injured, could only muster a limited amount of vital energy, yet even this small reserve was enough to instill fear in the onlooking Yun Tianyi. With a hearty laugh, Kong Lin activated the vital energy that had lain dormant within him for many days. As the membrane of the qi-condensing pill dissipated, the vital energy surged like molten lava into his veins and tendons, the sharp pangs awakening him further and filling him with joy. Glimmering blue lines appeared on his wrist, marking the pinnacle state of the meridian expansion realm, the 100 meridians. In an instant, Kong Lin felt a profound transformation within his body. The pain diminished dramatically, and an overwhelming force surged from the depths of his being. Witnessing this spectacle, even the usually taciturn Lung Jianfeng could not help but internally criticize, wondering what kind of prodigy this was. First, there was the vigorous blood energy, followed by the 100 meridians. Both the perfected state of the body refinement realm had seemingly been mastered by him. Once he finished his silent critique, Lung Jianfeng launched his attack, and a pale blue long sword seemed to descend from the heavens, infused with a cataclysmic aura. Kong Lin clenched his left fist, transformed his right hand into a palm, and radiated blue light, resembling a war god descending from the sky. With 3 sharp sounds, the battle concluded. Lung Jianfeng stood behind Kong Lin, still in a sword-drawing posture, his eyes wide with disbelief, his throat bobbing in silence, unable to utter a word. Kong Lin had just delivered a punch to his chest, leaving him breathless, and then with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Still watching? Hurry and train. I need you to spar with me tonight. After warning Yun Tianyi, Kong Lin hoisted Lung Jianfeng and made his way to the teacher's residence, As night fell, the courtyard of Yunyan Academy was illuminated with lights. Kong Lin and Qin Yizhu sat atop a small hill, basking in the moonlight. Ugh, how annoying. I told you not to come back. With every utterance of her annoyance, Qin Yizhu pinched Kong Lin. Today, she was busy arranging Kong Lin's room, preparing a special surprise, and was infuriated by his unexpected return. I told you it was a mistake. You simply wouldn't believe me. That moment, he had been carrying Long Jianfeng and hadn't paid attention, leading to the blunder. Upon entering the room, he saw that she was changing his bedding, and everything had been rearranged. Who would believe you? Qin Yizhu turned away in a huff. Kong Lin chuckled softly, observing the bustling servants below, reflecting indeed, it becomes lively with more people around. Today, Qin Yizhu not only summoned the gatekeeper but also hired a cook. A group was merrily preparing for the evening feast in the courtyard. She even had her personal maid bring over a portion of clean clothing, indicating her intention to stay at the academy. Xiaozhu, it's truly wonderful to have met you. Humph, at least you know how to say something nice. Qin Yizhu, feeling slightly unsettled, inquired, where did you find your teacher? You look as cold as ice, and your gaze is quite intimidating. Reflecting on her earlier encounter, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Today, while she had been selecting a room with Long Jianfeng, she walked ahead while he trailed behind. Each time she glanced back, she found him staring at her intently, his eyes quite fearsome. After they had finalized the room selection, Qin Yizhu mentioned that he could approach her directly if he had any matters to discuss. Yet Long Jianfeng offered no words of gratitude. Kong Lin, seizing the moment, wrapped his arm around Qin Yizhu's delicate shoulder and sighed. That's just his nature, cautious and meticulous. Once he becomes acquainted with his surroundings, things will improve. He possesses considerable skill. I brought him to the academy to serve as a sword instructor. Qin Yizhu retorted, how can you say that? Up until now, there are only 3 students, and they are all training under your guidance. For others to learn, there must be students willing to come. Yes, not difficult to recruit students. I shall begin taking on students starting tomorrow. The current Yunyan Academy is not what it used to be. With a talent like Yuntian, how could we fear a lack of attendees? It should have been this way long ago. The old Yunyan Academy was far better, bustling with people and vibrant energy. If you were to bear me a child, it would be even livelier. I could just strangle you. With a playful snarl, Qin Yizhu lunged at Kong Lin. After a hearty meal, Qin Yizhu directed the servants to clear the remnants. While Yuntian had already returned home, Kong Lin, once again atop the small mountain, contemplated the bright moon. A rustling sound behind him prompted him not to turn around as he remarked, awake, are you? Your wife refuses to eat what we provided. First, resolve her needs for sustenance before seeking me out. Hearing the departing footsteps, Kong Lin chuckled and shook his head. The System-S evaluations had their flaws. While the infatuation was accurate, the intellect appeared somewhat lacking. After some time, Long Jianfeng's figure emerged behind Kong Lin. Why didn't you kill me? He asked. Why would I do that? Kong Lin replied with a smile, turning to face him. You and I have had no grievances in the past nor any enmity recently. What benefit would there be in your demise? Moreover, you are now an instructor at my academy. Then how do you know my name and the state of my injuries? Long Jianfeng pressed. Such questions are ultimately inconsequential, Kong Lin stated as he rose, casting a glance at Long Jianfeng before stepping behind him. What matters is that I will not harm you, nor will I pry into your past. You simply need to understand that you are a member of Yunyan Academy, as long as you fulfill your role as a teacher. Yunyan Academy shall be your sanctuary for life. A sanctuary? Long Jianfeng scoffed lightly. You have no idea how formidable the individuals pursuing me are. Dio, you know what realm I currently occupy. True Qi realm. At minimum, the nourishing Qi stage, at maximum, the controlling Qi stage. Based on their earlier sparring, Long Jianfeng surmised that Kong Lin's prowess was considerable, at the very least at the nourishing Qi stage. Hence, his initial question of why he wasn't killed arose from a sense of resignation to his fate. Kong Lin shook his head with a smile. You are mistaken. I am merely a Meridian Expansion Realm warrior. Before Long Jianfeng could express his astonishment, Kong Lin continued, the Qingfeng sword technique you practice has 216 flaws, and the swift wind steps have 113 weaknesses. And what else? The issue with the Qingxian scripture you have practiced is quite apparent. If you continue to utilize it so frequently, your life may soon be forfeit. Long Jianfeng, having lost his composure, wore a visage of sheer astonishment. How could he possibly know of this matter? Is it not a closely guarded secret of the Long family? Who exactly are you? Do you wish to uncover my identity? Very well, first sign this document, and then I shall reveal it to you. Kong Lin produced the Yunyan Academy contract and stated, consider carefully. Once you affix your signature, you shall become a teacher at Yunyan Academy, and from henceforth, you will heed my guidance. For now, I can only serve as your mentor for 1 year, but should you procure the blood cloud true herb, the duration shall be at your discretion. Very well, sign it. Observing Long Jianfeng press his fingerprint onto the document, Kong Lin inwardly chuckled, thinking, once you arrive, there shall be no turning back. Ding. Main quest 3 completed. Rewards have been distributed. Mysterious reward. 1 fragmented pill recipe. Ding. Main quest 4 triggered. Quest overview. The current faculty of the Academy is exceedingly imbalanced. Only through equitable development can it function sustainably. Quest requirements. Recruit 10 teachers, covering the disciplines of martial arts, medicine, and beast mastery. Quest deadline. 3 days. Quest reward. Mysterious reward. Failure penalty. No further quest shall be triggered henceforth. It seems that this main quest overlaps with the requirements for upgrading to a Class C Academy. Nevertheless, let us set that aside for now and address the immediate matters at hand. Chapter 46. A family. The reason I discern the issue with your practice of the Qingxian scripture is due to what I observed during your strikes. In this world, martial artists must learn 3 essential elements: martial techniques, cultivation methods, and qi guiding techniques. Martial techniques can be learned in the body refinement stage to strengthen the body and for combat purposes. However, cultivation methods and qi guiding techniques are exclusively for those who have reached the true qi realm. The qi guiding technique drawn by the protagonist does not count among these. Qi guiding techniques are employed to direct true qi into the body. Fundamentally, they are the same, with the only distinction being the quantity and speed of the qi being guided. Cultivation methods, however, vary significantly. The true qi that is directed into the body through qi guiding techniques circulates in accordance with the incantations of the cultivation method within the corresponding meridians. This is the fundamental source of strength for those in the true qi realm. Should the cultivation method be flawed, the consequences could range from the complete loss of cultivation, rendering one a cripple, to death itself. Kong Lin discerned this with his keen insight, yet he currently lacked the means to rectify it. So he resorted to a falsehood. I believe you can sense the issues with your cultivation method as well, so I advise you to refrain from utilizing true qi for the time being until I have the opportunity to assist you in making the necessary modifications. Can you truly amend cultivation methods? Of course, but that is a matter for the future. The primary objective for tonight is to help you understand where you faltered this afternoon. Follow me with that. Kong Lin picked up a wooden stick from the ground and leaped into the courtyard. Once Long Jianfeng approached, he said, "You must pay close attention now. If you remain obstinate despite my explanations, do not blame me for turning against you, nor for expelling you and your wife from the academy. As for the blood cloud true herb, do not expect my assistance in locating it. To deal with such individuals, one must apply the appropriate remedy, as expected." Upon hearing those words, Long Jianfeng immediately relinquished his doubts and fixated his attention on Kong Lin. When Kong Lin gradually raised the wooden stick in his hand, his aura underwent a sudden transformation, akin to a sword unsheathed, before he swiftly thrust it to the left. Long Jianfeng, who was merely a spectator, felt his pupils constrict sharply. This was precisely the first move he had employed in his afternoon duel with Kong Lin, 3 feet. Subsequently, Kong Lin executed another technique, Shattered Stars. The duration of these 2 maneuvers was exceedingly brief, yet that fleeting moment dramatically altered Long Jianfeng's perception of Kong Lin. He had only performed these techniques once earlier that afternoon, and yet Kong Lin was able to replicate them flawlessly that very night. How was he able to achieve such precision in such a short interval? You have executed a total of 3 moves today, 1 for defense and 2 for attack. Your defense was executed in a hasty manner. Had my strength been a tad greater, you would have struggled to maintain your grip on the sword. As for your attacks, they were even more flawed, revealing 8 vulnerabilities within the span of 2 moves, particularly during the sword swing. At that moment, Kong Lin entered a state of supreme mentorship, illuminating all 8 flaws exhibited by Long Jianfeng's 2 techniques and conducting an in-depth analysis. Qin Yizhu, though lacking knowledge of swordsmanship, found herself captivated, as she deemed Kong Lin's earnest demeanor to be utterly charming. Just then, another person appeared beside her. Qin Yizhu exclaimed, "Oh, you're up? Weren't you unwell?" The woman in question was indeed the one Long Jianfeng had been supporting. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Thank you for your care. I am feeling much better now." Assuming the role of a gracious hostess, Qin Yizhu extended her hand with aplomb, stating, "Greetings, I am Qin Yizhu, the vice president of Yunyan Academy. From now on, we shall be like family." "Family? You are not aware yet, but my husband is the president of this academy. Today, he encountered you at the market and provided the medicine needed for your recovery, which in turn made him a teacher at this institution." Understanding dawned upon the woman, who smiled softly and shook hands with Qin Yizhu. saying, "My name is Du Ning. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. How old are you? 24, and you? Hee, I'm just 20. From now on, I shall call you Sister Du Ning." Such rapid camaraderie blossomed between the women, and within mere moments, they were addressing each other as sisters. Meanwhile, in the training area, Kong Lin had concluded his exposition of the 8 flaws and was about to inquire if Long Jianfeng had comprehended them, only to be met with a swift attack. Kong Lin deftly sidestepped the strike and raised his wooden stick, which snapped audibly in two, falling to the ground, thus halting Long Jianfeng's onslaught. Impressive. You have addressed the flaws after just one explanation. Very well done. Kong Lin beamed with satisfaction. Long Jianfeng retracted his long sword and, with utmost respect, clasped his fists in salute to Kong Lin, genuinely acknowledging his prowess. Not only had Kong Lin astutely identified the weaknesses in his technique, but he had also provided succinct and effective remedies, proving himself to be the most formidable instructor he had ever encountered, surpassing even the elders in his family who had dedicated their lives to swordsmanship. After a long night, it was time to rest. Your wife is here. The mention of this. Long Jianfeng turned to see and promptly rushed over. As Kong Lin approached, the two were already entwined in a sweet embrace. Qin Yizhu gazed at Kong Lin with a mournful look, her eyes seemingly imploring him. "Why don't you hold me? Please, embrace me." Kong Lin took Qin Yizhu's hand and remarked, "You two should rest early. Do not indulge in any inappropriate activities here." The following morning, Kong Lin rose early. The night prior, he had conferred with Qin Yizhu regarding the commencement of student recruitment, with the teaching duties temporarily assigned to him and Long Jianfeng. He intended to accompany Qin Yizhu to the market to procure various materials needed for enrollment. After awakening Qin Yizhu, who was sleeping in another room, they quickly tidied themselves and set off for the bustling marketplace. "Look over there. Do you remember that tree?" Kong Lin pointed out. "We used to play there often as children. And that river. Do you recall how you once pushed me into it?" He exclaimed. "Wow, look, that wooden sign is still here after all this time." Qin Yizhu was full of vivacity, pulling Kong Lin hither and thither in search of their childhood memories. Kong Lin smiled at her. Perhaps this was the essence of childhood sweethearts, though he had not personally experienced it. He could still feel the genuine affection in her words. What should have taken half an hour stretched into a full hour as they wandered from the southern part of the market to the east. Along the way, Yun Tianyi and Yuni joined them, fortuitously providing Kong Lin with additional help. The moment this prodigy appeared, passers-by halted to watch, enthusiastically greeting him. Such a person was rarely seen in everyday life. Kong Lin suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he prepared a sign earlier for Yun Tianyi to carry around the market, there would have been no need to send someone to promote their endeavors. "Get lost, hurry up and leave. If you bother me again, don't blame me for being rude. Guards, are you all blind? Come and assist." A sudden, thunderous shout startled Qin Yizhu. She looked up to see a crowd gathered at the entrance of Nandu Academy, where a teacher was vociferously reprimanding the throng. Grasping Kong Lin's hand, she inquired, "Why are there so many people?" Kong Lin was equally puzzled. What could be the reason for this gathering at Nandu Academy? Was there an issue with the students? A bystander remarked, "They've been causing a ruckus for 2 days now, claiming they were swindled out of a considerable sum of money." Swindled? As he pondered this, 2 familiar faces entered Kong Lin's line of sight. Wasn't he the uncle who had fled in terror when confronted by Kong Lin outside the city? "Hey, Kong Lin, where are you going?" To meet an old acquaintance. Chapter 47. Mastery Qualification Scoundrel. "You deceitful rogue, Lung Boizhong, return our money. Return our hard-earned money." A throng gathered at the entrance of Nandu Academy, their shouts echoing from afar. As Kong Lin and several others entered, a teacher emerged from within the Southern Dipper Academy, his face clouded with anger. He said, "I must say, you bunch of troublemakers are quite amusing. Not only do I choose not to stoop to your level, but you also have the audacity to take advantage of my leniency, truly believing I am a soft target to be manipulated at will, to speak such blatant falsehoods." The 2 factions soon found themselves embroiled in yet another heated argument. The group surrounding them consisted of approximately 50 individuals, while the Southern Dipper Academy, though fewer in number, matched their intensity, particularly bolstered by the imposing presence of 2 towering guards wielding long swords, which deterred the crowd from crossing the line. After listening for a brief period, Kong Lin began to grasp the situation. It turned out that the group blocking their path comprised villagers from the outskirts of Union City. They claimed that Long Boizhong had recently visited their village, promoting a scheme that promised entry into the Southern Dipper Academy without the need for qualification testing, provided they paid a fee of 10 gold coins. Furthermore, living expenses and other miscellaneous fees would be waived. The villagers were overjoyed at this news, as the Southern Dipper Academy was the second-largest institution in Union City, boasting a robust faculty and having produced numerous talented individuals. The tuition alone was 20 gold coins, not to mention the additional cost for the medicinal meals provided to students, which amounted to approximately 100 gold coins for annual living expenses. Initially, skepticism had clouded their judgment, but upon seeing Lang Boizhong clad in the Academy's instructor robes and bearing the official instructor's token, their doubts evaporated. Consequently, 50 households pooled their life savings to pay for their children's tuition. However, when they arrived 2 days ago to finalize the enrollment process, an unexpected incident occurred. The guards summoned Lang Boizhong for questioning, yet he adamantly denied ever having received any money from these villagers and claimed not to recognize them. The two factions immediately erupted into a dispute, which escalated into a significant altercation. Eventually, officials from the city lord's manor arrived, and after conducting an investigation, they found no evidence to support the villagers' claims against Lang Boizhong, nor were there any records of them leaving the city. Thus, the matter remained unresolved, continuing to fester until the present. Kong Lin remarked, "These people are so pitiful. They have lost their entire life savings." In Qin Iju's recollection, the villagers surrounding Union City were known for their simple and honest ways. How could they resort to such slanderous actions? Kong Lin shook his head. This girl had many admirable qualities, yet her overly compassionate nature rendered her susceptible to exploitation. He resolved to seize an opportunity to impart a lesson to her. It is often said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes produce phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will inevitably burrow. Who could they blame for their own greed? Lang Boizhong sneered derisively, stating, "You lot have achieved so little in your lives. How exceptional do you expect your children to be? If you are deceived, you have only yourselves to blame. Consider this a lesson learned." Nonsense. The esteemed director Kong Lin of Union Academy has proclaimed that my child possesses the potential of a master, destined for greatness in the future. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. Could this dark-skinned child, who was merely poking ants with a stick, truly possess such masterful potential? How absurd. Kong Lin, when did you say that? I was completely unaware, Qin Iju remarked with a cheerful smile. Kong Lin rubbed his nose and whispered to Qin Iju, "It was just the other day. I mentioned it casually to persuade them to enroll." Ding. A side quest has been triggered. The director's words are law. Quest description. As the head of the academy, one must honor their words. The goal of producing a master is too ambitious. Let us first achieve a modest objective. Task content. To take Jin Feng into the academy and diligently instruct him, enabling him to advance to the blood ignition realm within 3 days, thereby demonstrating the strength of Union Academy. Task reward. Academy structure. Level 1 Apothecary Hall. Task deadline. 3 days. Failure penalty. Loss of host identity. This system is indeed quite intriguing, presenting yet another challenge-laden task. At the entrance of Nandu Academy, Lang Boizhong couldn't help but chuckle through his tears as he remarked, "Good sir, are you aware of what it means to be a grandmaster? How can you say such things without a hint of embarrassment? Your audacity is truly astonishing." "Why should I feel embarrassed? It was Director Kong who said it." "Then go confront him about it." Admittedly, this gentleman hesitated. For the last time Kong Lin had paid to admit his son into the academy, only to be dismissed as a fraud. To confront him now would be to invite trouble, especially since others had pointed out the prodigy Yuan. Could he possibly find favor in his son? "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" "That implies you are lying, not only slandering Nandu Academy but also disparaging Union Academy, thus offending 2 institutions at once." "Quite impressive, I must say." He did not lie. Kong Lin stepped out from the crowd and approached the gentleman, stating, "Indeed, I did utter those words. Is there a problem with that, Director Kong?" Lang Boizhong replied, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "You surely understand what being a grandmaster entails." Kong Lin nodded. "Of course, it represents the pinnacle of martial prowess in our great Wu kingdom. Yet, you seem to forget that grandmasters are not born. They must start from the very beginning. Do you not fear that by underestimating him now, he may one day ascend to the grandmaster's position and return to slap your face?" With an expression of eager anticipation, Lang Boizhong replied, "To be struck by the hand of a grandmaster would be an honor indeed. I await that moment." Kong Lin felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared this man was a masochist, relishing the idea of being struck. "Director Kong, producing a talent like Yuan does not necessarily reflect your own prowess. Let us not forget that Yuan was already a genius. You merely bask in his glory. One should remain humble and not overly arrogant," Lang Boizhong retorted. "Arrogance does not breach the ironclad laws of the Great Wu Kingdom. Do you doubt my ability to cultivate a grandmaster?" Kong Lin countered. "Talent requires not only aptitude but also resources." Lang Boizhong conceded. What does your Yunyan Academy currently possess? Fewer than 10 students, and you are the only instructor. There are no top-tier chefs to prepare medicinal cuisine for the students, no spirit patterns to assist in their practice, and certainly no elixirs. I wonder where your confidence originates. Kong Lin burst into laughter. Realizing the source of his opponent's assertions, allow me to clarify the foundation of my confidence. First and foremost, the quality of students is what truly matters. A single Yun Tianyi under my tutelage could easily surpass all your students combined. As for instructors, our academy has recently welcomed a master swordsman of the true Qi realm. Regarding medicinal cuisine, to be frank, I find your academy's offerings rather unimpressive. Can that even be called medicinal cuisine? A mere combination of ingredients and herbs tossed into a pot does not constitute genuine medicinal fare. It is utterly ineffective. Dan medicine, my specialty lies in alchemy. The rejuvenation pills currently offered by the Yun family are sourced from my expertise, along with the healing pills once consumed by Yun Tianyi. Tio, speak frankly. Do not even attempt to compare academic resources with me. You are merely courting disaster. Lung Boizhong responded with a sardonic chuckle before continuing. In this realm, power speaks volumes. Since you claim he possesses the potential of a master, it must indicate his innate talent. I grant you 30 days. Can you transform him into a blood ignition realm warrior? If you succeed, I shall bow in apology, acknowledging you as the finest teacher, and reimburse the funds this group has been deceived out of. Should you fail, however, you will bow in apology to me. What say you? Kong Lin laughed. The last person who wagered with me has long been expelled from the academy. Dio, you still dare to gamble? Unlike that fool Wang Long, are you willing to accept my challenge? Indeed, but the time frame must be adjusted. 30 days. Do you take me for a fool? 3 days will suffice. This, of course, was tantamount to admitting defeat. Lung Boizhong could already envision Kong Lin kneeling before him in 3 days. Very well, as you wish, Director Kong, I shall await your arrival in 3 days. Chapter 48. Poison erupts. Lung Boizhong returned to the academy, confident of victory in 3 days' time. He began to devise ways to leverage this opportunity to elevate his reputation in Yunyan City. Kong Lin squatted beside the uncle, a cheerful grin on his face as he remarked, brother. It has been quite some time, Kong, Director Kong. Indeed, it has been a while. About the last incident. Enough. It is evident you are not one to engage in clever repartee. Kong Lin rose and inquired. What I said last time still stands. Are you willing to send your son to my academy for my guidance? The uncle, taken aback by this unexpected fortune, stood dumbfounded for a moment before kneeling. Prepared to express his gratitude through bowing, I do not favor such displays of thanks. Kong Lin interjected. What is your name? My name is Jin Dan, and this is my son Jin Feng. What a splendid name. Kong Lin was tempted to jest about whether his father was named Jin Ji, for a golden chicken lays golden eggs. The crowd surrounding them was dissuaded by Jin Dan, who promised to provide an answer in 3 days. These simple folk, lacking in eloquence, could only express their gratitude through bows, leading Kong Lin to feel as though he were a benevolent deity. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Aizhu rushed over, gripping Kong Lin's arm and shaking it vigorously. She was elated. Although Kong Lin had not reclaimed the money for them, his willingness to intervene surpassed that of others. Sensing the softness of her grip, Kong Lin suppressed the fire igniting within him and playfully pinched her nose. What are you so merry about? You shall have cause for joy in 3 days. Very well, I shall await that moment. Now, let us continue shopping. I in the background. Yun Tianyi and Yuni exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility of their situation. Was it truly wise to behave thus in public? After another half-hour of shopping, the group finally began their journey home, with Jin Dan and his son quietly trailing behind. Laden with an abundance of goods, as they approached the intersection of the marketplace, they suddenly heard shouts emanating from the eastern direction. Kong Lin turned his head and discovered a throng of people gathered in front of a shop named Li Shi Dan Hang. Those at the back were leaping vigorously, as if vying for some coveted item. Is this not the pharmacy of the Li family? Tianyi, has the Li family begun selling recovery pills? Kong Lin inquired. Indeed, master, Yun Tianyi whispered beside Kong Lin. Starting from today, all shops of the Li family are selling recovery pills. Upon hearing this, Kong Lin nodded, realizing that the Li family had made ample preparations, having acquired the formula just 2 days prior to its sale. However, no matter how shrewd Li Sheng may be, he will still have to drink my bathwater, he then declared. Have your father come to the academy to see me? And do so swiftly. He then hastened back to the academy with Qin Yizhu and the father-son duo, Jin Di and I in the evening. At the Li family's council hall, all the elders had gathered, their faces aglow with joy. Once everyone had arrived, the family head, Li Sheng, cleared his throat and announced, Esteemed elders, our days have not been easy lately, as the Yun family has kept us pressed down with their recovery pills. But today is different. We, too, Have recovery pills available for sale. Second elder, please share with everyone the profits from today. The second elder, his face radiant, stood up. Today, we sold a total of 40,000 recovery pills, yielding a net profit of 180,000 gold coins. 40,000. I recall that we have only refined 40,000 in total over these past few days. Indeed, 3 of those 30,000 were purchased by the staff of the Chuning City Auction House. And not only that, they have signed a long-term cooperation agreement with me, with the initial delivery yielding a profit of 300,000 gold coins. Good heavens, the Chuning City Auction House, such a colossal entity, is actually collaborating with the Li family. This is bound to propel us to great heights. Third elder Li Feng inquired. Second elder, how did you manage to establish contact with them? We owe our gratitude to our old rival, Yun Tianxiong. The second elder replied, the people from Chuning City originally intended to collaborate with the Yun family, but upon discovering that the Li family also had recovery pills for sale, albeit of slightly inferior quality, they found our prices more appealing. Merchants follow profit. They will partner with whomever offers greater returns. Ha ha ha, if Yun Tianxiong were to learn of this, he would surely be infuriated. If he does not succumb to his rage, we might as well send him a token of our appreciation, along with an explanation. Who knows, it might just push him over the edge. Laughter erupted among those gathered in the council hall, dispelling the gloom that had accumulated over the past few days, leaving an indescribable sense of elation in their hearts. Li Shang raised his hand to signal for silence and stated, since we have initiated our offensive, let us not relent. I have decided to forego a portion of our profits to completely obliterate the Yun family's pharmaceutical business. What say you all? Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing that sacrificing immediate gains would lead to far greater rewards. Currently, the Yun family is the only competitor for their market. Eliminating them would equate to seizing control over the entire pharmaceutical market in Union City, allowing them to set prices as they wish. Just then, a servant burst through the door, exclaiming loudly, Master, esteemed elders, something dreadful has occurred. A multitude of individuals congregated at the entrance of our shop, proclaiming that our elixirs were toxic. The smiles of all present instantly froze. Toxic? Impossible! Li Yeye promptly dismissed the accusation. After acquiring the formula, she, alongside the alchemist Tang Yaoda whom she had invited, diligently tested a variety of subjects, only to find no issues whatsoever. How could there be a problem now? Li Shang cast a sharp glance at Li Yeye and addressed the steward. Have any physicians been dispatched for an examination? The response was affirmative. Indeed, the examination confirmed poisoning, and the physician had conducted an experiment based on the claims of those individuals present. It was revealed that consuming just 2 pills consecutively would result in symptoms of poisoning. It was evident that our elixirs were indeed flawed. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Li Shang, draining him of strength, causing him to collapse into a chair. Father, do not concern yourself with me. We must immediately conduct the tests he suggested. Today, patrons from all corners of Union City had purchased elixirs, including significant clients from Chuning City. Should this matter not be handled adeptly, financial losses would be the least of their worries. The very existence of the Li family could be at stake. The thought of such a dreadful outcome sent a chill down Li Shang's spine. When he looked up again, Li Yeye had already commenced the experiments, with all the elders observing intently. The steward was seen consuming 2 revival pills, and within mere moments, his complexion turned an alarming shade of ashen, resembling someone pulled from a vat of dye, with his scara taking on a yellowish hue that was quite unsettling. Li Yeye crouched down to examine him thoroughly, then retrieved several varieties of antidotes from the vial, administering them to the steward in batches, yet the symptoms of poisoning showed no signs of abating. After a brief moment, Li Yeye weakly stated, Father, the antidote I concocted cannot counteract this poison. Summon Tang Yaoda. The second elder was nearing a state of panic, witnessing the onset of a lucrative venture unraveling into chaos. How could they endure such a calamity? Tang Yaoda is merely skilled in alchemy. His knowledge of pharmacology pales in comparison to that of Yeye. He is of no use. Li Shang rubbed his temples and replied, Yeye, take the antidote to your master at once and seek her assistance in devising a solution. Second elder, instruct the staff at the shop to suppress this matter by any means necessary. It cannot be contained. It is too late. Chang Jianjun suddenly entered from outside, stating, a method for detoxification has already been proposed. So there is no need for you, clan leader Li, to worry. I am Chang Jianjun, the personal attendant of the city lord. Please, clan leader Li, accompany me. The city lord wishes to speak with you and your alchemist. Chapter 49. Making a name at the city lord's manor, Li Shang encountered the individual who had suggested the detoxification method, Yun Tianyi. In that moment, he realized he had fallen into a trap set by Kong Lin. Eagerly awaiting his misstep, Li Shang, What is it that amuses you? In the wake of this calamity, you still dare to smile? Yun Tianxiong demanded. Li Sheng shook his head and replied, I am laughing at myself. Despite my utmost caution, I still fell into the snare you and Kong Lin laid. Madman speaks madly, Yun Tianyi retorted, before turning to Chongli, City Lord. I must trouble you to guide the detoxification process. I shall take my leave for now. The gratitude should be mine. I sincerely thank clan leader Yun for your selflessness. The entirety of Yunyan City shall remember your deeds. This is all I am meant to do. I shall take my leave now. Yun Tianxiong generously provided detoxification pills for those afflicted, not only salvaging Yu Chongli's reputation, but also aiding him in winning the hearts of the people, which was a significant assistance. After Yun Tianxiong departed, Yu Chongli turned to Li Shang and inquired, patriarchally, do you have anything further to say? Nothing of consequence, replied Li Shang. Yun Tianxiong has already provided a solution. All I can do is offer compensation to appease those individuals. Do you not forget about the people who came from Chuning City? Li Sheng's eyes suddenly brightened, and he chuckled. Does the city lord also take an interest in our family's affairs? Why would I concern myself with that? Yu Chongli retorted, producing a contract, the supply agreement signed between the Li family and the Chuning City auction house. Others have sought me out, fearing that you might not be able to afford the compensation, hence they asked me to intervene. I must warn you, UCU is not someone to be trifled with. It is prudent for you to compensate honestly and avoid any cunning schemes. Should you be held accountable, you risk jeopardizing the entire Li family. Moreover, I must inform you that this poisoning incident is quite serious. Were it not for the timely intervention of the Yun family, your Li family would be finished. Therefore, I believe it is prudent to temporarily confiscate your rights to sell the pills. You may remain here to enjoy tea with me while your family members handle these matters. Li Shang silently nodded, realizing that Yu Chongli had summoned him under the pretense of discussion, but the true intent was to exert control. Without him, Li Shang, the Li family would be like a headless chicken, scattered and disorganized. Thus, they must adhere to his directives. The city lord is indeed no fool, Li Shang smiled. I have long heard of your fine tea, and I shall impose upon you this evening. Everything that transpired today was meticulously planned from the outset. The Li family, through Zhang San, acquired the formula for the poisonous pills, undoubtedly accumulating strength to seek a decisive victory against the Yun family. Little did they know that the more the special restorative pills were sold, the higher the likelihood of poisoning would become. At this juncture, Yun Tianyi made his entrance, distributing detoxification pills free of charge under the auspices of Yunyan Academy. This not only enhanced the reputation of Yunyan Academy, but also elevated the standing of the Yun family while simultaneously undermining the Li family. This was the first step of Kong Lin's plan, to gain renown. As for Chuning City, this major client was entirely unexpected. Kong Lin had not anticipated that Li Shang would encounter such misfortune, and he remained oblivious to the existence of this individual. At this moment, Kong Lin was executing the second phase of his plan, the most crucial step. Lung Boizhong had spoken wisely today. Yun Tianyi was once a genius, and it is not surprising that he has returned to that echelon. Thus, it is normal for doubts to arise regarding his teaching abilities. Kong Lin intended to elevate Jin Feng to the Burning Blood realm within 3 days, ensuring he mastered a remarkable martial technique to silence all critics while simultaneously bolstering the reputation of Yunyan Academy. Upon returning to the academy this morning, Kong Lin first allowed the father and son to rest before handing over the detoxification pills to Yun Tianxiong and commencing the assessment of their qualifications. Jin Feng, a boy aged 11, strength, 2, children of the impoverished mature early, stamina, 6, innately stronger than others, willpower, 6, innately stronger than others, agility, 3, children of the impoverished mature early, evaluation. Character is resolute. Once he sets his mind on something, he does not waver, even if he must crash against a wall. This aptitude is considered ordinary among 11-year-olds, but who is Kong Lin? He never assesses individuals by their attributes, but rather by their character. He inquired what weapon Jin Feng favored. Interest is the finest teacher for a child. Addressing one's passions can yield remarkable results. Jin Feng expressed his preference for swords. Swordsmanship places less emphasis on strength and more on speed and technique. As the other party lacked any foundational skills, it was not yet time for Long Jianfeng to impart martial arts. Therefore, Kong Lin returned to his familiar craft, preparing a refining solution. While he concocted the solution, Jin Feng began to train his stamina in the gravity zone. The refining solution was ready in less than an hour, and afterward, he brewed some antidotes. Soon, evening arrived. Before dinner, Kong Lin placed a large vat containing the refining solution in the courtyard, instructing Jin Feng on the precautions before summoning everyone to dine. Tonight's meal was prepared by Jin Dan. Having received such significant assistance from Kong Lin today, he felt compelled to contribute in some manner. Upon tasting a dish, Kong Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. The dish possessed a delightful spiciness. "Old Jean, how did you prepare this dish?" Jean Dan, thinking his cooking was inadequate, quickly responded, "Director Kong, I'll redo it right away. Please wait a moment. No, I did not imply that the dish was unsatisfactory. I meant to inquire about the source of this remarkable flavor." "What flavor? Let me taste." Qin Iju remarked as she sampled a bite, promptly setting down her chopsticks and fanning her mouth, exclaiming, "What is this? It feels so fiery." "This is a winter dish developed by those of us who venture into the mountains. When paired with strong liquor, it keeps one warm even in the coldest of winters. I should redo it. It seems you are not quite accustomed to it. Come, I shall accompany you." Kong Lin now harbored a notion of introducing hometown cuisine to this other world, subsequently establishing a training program to promote these dishes. Ding, side quest activated. Sentiment. Quest overview. If one aspires to become the most formidable academy, it must possess educational resources that other institutions lack. Sometimes, singularity can foster greater advantages. Quest objectives. Establish a culinary department, train an instructor capable of preparing 3 hometown dishes, and gain the approval of 100 individuals. Quest reward. Complete collection of earth dishes. Quest deadline. None. Failure penalty. Loss of host identity. How intriguing that thoughts manifest into reality. Kong Lin now pondered whether excavators might appear in the future. Setting aside distractions, Kong Lin spotted a small red fruit in the kitchen, the source of the spiciness. The golden egg remarked, "This fruit is quite common in the mountains, yet due to its flavor, even the wild beasts shun it. Only we, the woodcutters venturing into the hills, occasionally make use of it." Kong Lin picked one up, placing it in his mouth to chew, and a long-forgotten taste surged forth. Indeed, it was that flavor. Spicy. He immediately said, "Old Jean, could you do me a favor?" The director responded, "Please speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall certainly assist you. Return and gather this fruit. However many you can collect, I will take them all, at a rate of 1 gold coin for every 10,000. Ah, is it truly so valuable? Come, let us discuss as we eat." Back at the table, Kong Lin briefly recounted the uses of the red fruit, leaving the others in a state of confusion. Although Jean Dan did not fully comprehend, he still resolved to proceed as Kong Lin had suggested. Chapter 50. The Birth of a Genius Director. I shall return now to gather the fruit. Why venture back at such a late hour? Are you not afraid of wild beasts? Not at all. What do mountain folk have to fear from beasts? Even so, it is best not to go. Your son will likely advance to the blood ignition realm by tonight. Would you not wish to witness this monumental moment? So soon? Lung Jianfeng regarded Kong Lin with skepticism. Indeed, let us eat first. Jianfeng only commenced his training today. It cannot be so easy to enter the blood ignition realm. He had begun his martial arts journey at the age of 4, simultaneously learning swordplay and martial techniques, supplemented by his family providing top-tier blood nourishment to bolster his physique. With such extensive support, it took him 2 full years to reach the blood ignition realm, making him the swiftest in his family to. As he pondered, Jianfeng suddenly stood up. Kong Lin glanced at the hourglass beside the large vat, stating, "Half an hour, quite accurate. Since we have nearly finished eating, let us gather round to witness the birth of a genius." When Kong Lin initially soaked the refining liquid, he had made a rough estimation that as long as one traversed or ran within the gravitational zone for an hour, stirring all the internal organs, they could absorb the efficacy of an entire vat of refining liquid. Jianfeng had been running since morning, continuing after lunch, and by now, he had run for approximately 4 hours. Meeting the required standard, he remained within the vat, meticulously attuned to the changes throughout his body. How does it feel? Very good. This child was even more taciturn than his father, truly a master of few words. Kong Lin proposed, "Let us see if you can smash the water vat." Jianfeng nodded, clenched his small fist, and struck down. Crash! The vat shattered instantly, its liquid spilling across the ground. Lung Jianfeng fell silent, somewhat incredulous at this reality. Earlier that morning, when Kong Lin entrusted Jianfeng to him, he had conducted an assessment and found the child's strength lacking, unable to even steady a sword, thus not yet ready to learn sword techniques. Yet, now, it was evident that his strength had surged remarkably. Was the refining liquid truly that potent? Jianfeng, male, 11 years old, strength, 3, children of the impoverished mature early, endurance, 6, innately stronger than others, willpower, 6, innately stronger than others, agility, 3, children of the impoverished mature early. Evaluation, tenacious character. Once he sets his mind on something, he does not waver, even if he must confront insurmountable obstacles. Kong Lin nodded in satisfaction. The results of the refining liquid had begun to manifest. His strength had increased slightly, now comparable to that of children who had begun to learn martial arts. The next step was to learn martial skills, followed by rigorous training. After Jin Feng finished his meal, everyone gathered once more at the strength testing stone beside their residence. Jin Feng, unleash your utmost strength and deliver a punch. Bang. 1 bull strength, not bad. Kong Lin imparted his techniques to the boy, saying, once more, bang, 2 bull strength, splendid. Lung Jianfeng was speechless. It seemed almost like child's play. In less than a day, an ordinary person had transformed into a practitioner of the blood ignition realm. Who would believe such a tale? Yet he believed it. Fact spoke louder than words, and he now understood that Kong Lin was not only adept at identifying weaknesses, but also had substantial achievements in the field of medicine. What else could he not do? Beast taming, perhaps? Upon witnessing the results, Jin Dan paced excitedly, thinking to himself that Director Kong was indeed a remarkable figure, achieving such evident results in merely half a day. He resolved to repay Director Kong handsomely, even if it meant toiling like a beast. Kong Lin declared, let us conclude for tonight. You two should rest. True training commences tomorrow. 3 days later, at the entrance of the Southern Dipper Academy, the much-anticipated competition was upon them. The choice of location, adjacent to the bustling market, drew an even larger crowd. Rumors had spread that Kong Lin had transformed that boy into a master of the blood ignition realm. Was it truly so remarkable? Who could say? However, seeing the boy's confident demeanor, it seemed likely. Amusingly, Lang Boizhong was also brimming with confidence. Yet the outcome would reveal who would ultimately prevail. The spectators buzzed with chatter, though most retained a skeptical stance, doubting Kong Lin's ability to convert an ordinary individual into a genuine warrior within a mere 3 days. Zhang Qian and Lang Boizhong stood side by side, their expressions calm, though the excitement in their eyes was unmistakable. When Zhang Qian first heard the news, he was nearly overjoyed to the point of leaping for joy. Finally, an opportunity had presented itself to vent his frustration over the earlier incident. He had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. At that time, he had remarked that the stakes were too low. Not only should the boy bow and apologize, but he should also publicly slap himself. Now that would be truly satisfying. With everything prepared, Kong Lin pushed Jin Feng forward, stating, Lang Boizhong, summon your student. Lang Boizhong inquired, shall we not conduct a strength test? Kong Lin replied, a waste of time. It is better to conserve that strength for the competition. While Director Kong is confident, why expend such effort? Zheng Qian interjected. Indeed, the director speaks wisely, Lang Boizhong conceded, turning to say, then let us commence. However, it must be stated in advance that swords are blind. Should any harm befall you, do not raise your voice in protest. This sentiment is also conveyed to you. Kong Lin smiled faintly and uttered these words. As soon as his voice fell, the atmosphere grew tense. Lang Boizhong had selected a sword-wielding student, tall in stature and exuding an air of arrogance, with a faint smirk of disdain lingering at the corners of his mouth. In stark contrast stood Jin Feng, diminutive in size, wielding a sword that was markedly shorter than his opponent's. His expression betraying neither sorrow nor joy to the onlookers. This was indicative of a cowardly spirit, leaving him visibly unnerved. With a commanding shout, Lang Boizhong declared the start of the match, prompting his student to swiftly draw his long sword and lunge towards Jin Feng. Jin Feng deftly sidestepped the thrust, striking his opponent's blade with the sheath of his sword. To his surprise, the opponent's sword remained steadfast, while he himself was jolted back 3 steps by the force contained within the blade. Ha! This lad cannot even hold his sword properly, and yet he dares to compete. Such was the sentiment echoed among the spectators, who deemed his chances of victory bleak. Who can blame them? How heartless of Kong Lin to pit such a young child against another. They whispered among themselves. In truth, the blame lay squarely upon the child's father, who, in his misguided wisdom, had made such decisions for a child so young. Today, his father was conspicuously absent. Perhaps he had already relinquished hope for the boy and was engaged in the pursuit of progeny with his wife anew. In any contest, there exists no shortage of those eager to capitalize on another's misfortune. These individuals, upon witnessing a competitor's slight disadvantage, hastily conclude his impending defeat, analyzing every aspect to showcase their own prowess. Zhuahu, 15 years old, body refinement stage, blood ignition, strength, 5, mid-level within the same realm, endurance, 3, low-level within the same realm, willpower, 4, low-level within the same realm, agility, 3, low-level within the same realm, martial skill. Qingming Sword Manual, yellow grade, low tier, 136 flaws exposed, evaluation. Arrogance clouds judgment, unlikely to achieve great success. Zhua Hu, dispatched by Long Boizhong, had mastered a comprehensive sword technique, encompassing thrusts, slashes, and cuts, with intricate variations. In contrast, Jin Feng had only learned a single move, rendering him somewhat awkward. Yet, despite the murmurs of the crowd, he refused to yield, his expression unwavering as he diligently sought his opponent's flaws. The resounding clang of long swords colliding echoed repeatedly, while Long Boizhong and Zhang Qian watched with keen interest. Chapter 51. Jin Feng draws his sword with utmost respect. Long Boizhong inquired, "Esteemed Dean, how long do you suppose that young lad can endure?" Zhang Qian cast a sidelong glance before responding. "That boy's steps are unsteady. It is evident he is struggling. Your student possesses a solid foundation, moving with composure. Your teaching has been commendable. Thank you for your insights, Dean Boizhong. Once this match concludes, be sure to reward your student handsomely. It would be quite the achievement to have the dean of another academy bow in contrition. He has rendered great service to our South Dipper Academy. Ha ha, indeed. I shall promptly bestow upon him the final 3 tiers of the Qingming Sword Manual." Zhua, who had been attentively listening to their dialogue. Upon hearing of the new martial technique, he felt a surge of elation, but this momentarily distracted him, causing a lapse in the continuity of his moves. It was at this juncture that Jin Feng detected the opening. He placed his hand firmly upon the sword's hilt. Swish! In an instant, the long sword was drawn, and a flash of silver light darted through the air. The sword in Zhua Hu's hand fell to the ground, and the victor was determined. The onlookers, akin to ducks suddenly grasped by the throat, who had been cawing loudly just moments before, fell into a profound silence. What was happening? Was it an illusion? No. Rubbing their eyes to regain clarity, the crowd observed Zhua Hu clutching his right wrist in apparent agony, crimson droplets seeping through his fingers. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the spectators. Had that silver flash risen a fraction higher, it would not have merely been a matter of blood from a wrist. Yuni produced a chair, upon which Kong Lin seated himself, imperiously commanding, "Long Boizhong, come forth and bow." Zhang Qian incessantly signaled to Long Boizhong, urging him not to fulfill his pledge. After all, Long Boizhong was currently adorned in the minter's garb of South Dipper Academy. Should he kneel, it would signify a defeat for South Dipper Academy against Yun Yen Academy, tarnishing its reputation irrevocably. Regrettably, Long Boizhong was oblivious to this, preoccupied with the recent swordplay exhibited by Jin Feng. He had perceived more than the others. It seemed as though a strand of sword light had sliced through Zhua Hu's hand, reminiscent of a draw sword technique. "What, is Teacher Long attempting to weasel out of this?" Kong Lin chuckled. Long Boizhong shook his head and replied, "I never intended to evade responsibility. I merely pondered what technique your student employed. Would you kindly enlighten me? First fulfill your wager, and then I shall divulge the details." "Very well, it is settled." However, just as Long Boizhong took a step forward, Zhang Qian interjected, "I hereby announce that Long Boizhong has been expelled from South Dipper Academy due to issues of character. He is no longer a teacher of South Dipper Academy, and his actions bear no relation to the institution." Kong Lin's laughter turned cold upon hearing this. This old dog was indeed swift, quickly expelling Long Boizhong at the first sign of trouble. Yet could this truly safeguard South Dipper Academy's reputation? Did he believe the surrounding spectators were simpletons? Such actions would only deepen their contempt for South Dipper Academy. After uttering this proclamation, Zhang Qian led his entourage back to the academy without a trace of nostalgia, fearing that Kong Lin might seize the opportunity to humiliate him. "Heh, quite the swift escape," Kong Lin remarked, shaking his head as he rose to depart. "Wait." Long Boizhong obstructed Kong Lin's path, declaring, "I have yet to fulfill my wager." Without hesitation, he knelt and bowed, executing the motion with a cleanliness that revealed no discomfort. This unexpected display garnered Kong Lin's newfound respect. Having previously faced ridicule and scorn from him, Long Boizhong now chose to embrace his obligation without attempting to distance himself from his past misdeeds. Who would have thought there was a glimmer of integrity within him? "Very well, rise," Kong Lin said, glancing at Jin Feng beside him. "Can you still execute that technique?" Jin Feng hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. Kong Lin raised his voice. "I believe it would be more enlightening for you to experience it firsthand rather than merely comprehend it conceptually." Long Boizhong nodded enthusiastically, rushing to the forefront and adopting a defensive stance with his sword. The gathered crowd instinctively parted, eager to witness how Jin Feng would triumph over Zhua Hu. Jin Feng gradually approached, and when he was about 10 feet away from Long Boizhong, he suddenly accelerated. Placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, with 3 swift sounds, clang, 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 the battle came to an abrupt end. Long Boizhong stared in disbelief at the sword lying on the ground, mirroring the astonishment of the onlookers. The first and last sounds were those of the sword being drawn and sheathed, while the sound in between signified the true strike. Yet, it was this singular attack that had sent Long Boizhong's sword crashing to the ground. Now, his mind was consumed with bewilderment. How could a mere child possess such strength? Despite being a martial artist of the cleansing marrow stage, he had been disarmed under a state of preparedness. A tale that would surely evoke laughter from peers of his rank if divulged to that moment. Kong Lin, resembling a sage from a distant realm, remarked, "I have stated before that there are no absolute fools in this world. Only foolish teachers who fail to impart knowledge. I hope you remember this saying." Let us depart. At the Yunyan Academy. In the courtyard, Long Jianfeng glared at Kong Lin as he applied medicinal alcohol to Jin Feng's wounds. Before leaving that day, he had cautioned that Jin Feng's current physical condition could only sustain the use of martial skills once. Yet Kong Lin had insisted he perform twice. Upon returning to the academy, Jin Feng's arm, which wielded the sword, had swollen, rendering him incapable of practicing sword techniques that day. After applying the medicinal alcohol, Kong Lin said, "All right, enough with the sour face. I have already acknowledged my mistake. If you keep giving me that look, do you believe I won't give you the blood-solidifying pill?" Long Jianfeng gestured for a considerable time before finally uttering, "You truly are a splendid dean." Kong Lin chuckled, "Of course I am a splendid dean. Go to another academy and try expressing your anger at their dean. See if they do not expel you. Then I shall cleave them with a single sword strike." Kong Lin was left speechless, awkwardly laughing as he walked to the center of the courtyard to observe Long Jianfeng imparting swordsmanship knowledge to him. During today's competition, the technique Jin Feng employed was Long Jianfeng's ultimate skill, drawing the sword. Drawing the sword is the most fundamental maneuver for any swordsman, yet few transform it into a technique due to the high demands it entails. To generate immense lethality from a sword draw, the requirements for strength are nearly stringent. Only with formidable power can one create speed, and together, they yield tremendous destructive force. When Jin Feng entered the blood ignition stage to learn sword techniques, Kong Lin urged Long Jianfeng to teach him this move, intending to demonstrate that a lack of talent need not hinder learning. However, Jin Feng, with the unwavering determination of having performed the sword draw 20,000 times, managed to persuade Long Jianfeng to acknowledge this child. Had it not been for Kong Lin exchanging for special elixirs to mend physical injuries using the name of a renowned teacher, Jin Feng's arm would have surely been rendered useless. Qin Yizhu approached, visibly irked, and without uttering a word, fixed her gaze intently on Kong Lin. "What is it, silly girl? Why are you staring at me like that?" Regarding this appellation, Qin Yizhu had struggled against it for 3 days, yet despite her attempts to reprimand Kong Lin, he remained steadfast in his address, leading her to resign herself to it. She inquired, "What of the students? Was it not promised that recruitment would commence? It has been 4 days." Previously, Kong Lin had delayed the recruitment due to Jin Feng's matters. Yet today, having triumphed in the competition and gained renown, why not seize the opportunity to announce the recruitment, thereby squandering a golden chance? Kong Lin pulled Qin Yizhu down to sit beside him and remarked, "I completed this task the day before yesterday. Tomorrow, 50 students will arrive. Was it Uncle Jin Dan who assisted you? Clever." Chapter 52. Recruiting teachers. While Jin Feng was honing his martial skills under the tutelage of Long Jianfeng, Kong Lin was not idle. He remained fixated on that crimson fruit and resolved to see it for himself, contemplating whether it could be transplanted or grafted. Later, he observed numerous children in the village unable to attend school due to tuition fees, struggling to find sustenance and clothing, forced to stay home to gather firewood and fish for survival. This evoked memories of his past experience teaching, stirring a sense of compassion within him. He then spent a day accompanying Jin Dan on visits, ultimately gathering 50 students of commendable character. "Now I must prepare the refining solution in advance, so I am entrusting you with the task of drafting the teacher recruitment guidelines." "All right, I will take care of this matter." Qin Yizhu sighed with relief, feeling as if she had been merely a decorative vase, engaging in tasks anyone could perform. Now, at last, she had something substantial to do. For the remainder of the day, while Kong Lin prepared the refining solution, Qin Yizhu diligently formulated the guidelines. In the evening, she joyfully approached with the guidelines, slamming them onto the table and proudly proclaiming, "Come and admire the fruits of my labor from this afternoon." I specifically referenced the teacher benefits from the Nandu and Lingxiao academies, ensuring ours surpassed theirs. Kong Lin set aside his work and took a look. Recruitment of teachers for Yunyan Academy. Requirements: proficient in at least one martial skill, minimum yellow rank middle tier, and must have reached the cleansing body realm, minimum requirement. Compensation: 30 gold coins per month, 1 recovery pill. Note: Proficiency in multiple martial skills or a higher realm will result in corresponding increases in compensation. Seeing Kong Lin shake his head, Qin Yizhu inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something amiss?" "It's not that it's incorrect, but you have chosen the wrong competitors," Kong Lin said, gently pinching Qin Yizhu's cheek. "Our rivals cannot possibly be these two mediocre academies in Union City. They are at best a C-tier institution, thus we must elevate our benefits." Kong Lin took a pen and rewrote the guidelines. Qin Yizhu glanced at it and nearly fainted. Recruitment of teachers for Union Academy. Requirements: proficient in at least one martial skill, and must have reached the cleansing body realm, minimum requirement. Compensation: 100 gold coins per month, 10 recovery pills, 1 portion of refining solution, or personal guidance from the headmaster, or a scroll of Shin-tier martial skill from the Martial Skill Pavilion. E-note: proficiency in multiple martial skills or a higher realm will result in corresponding increases in compensation. 100 gold coins. This compensation had doubled, plus the refining solution. Most critically, the Shin-tier martial skill, while commonplace in C-tier institutions, would likely be the finest offering in D-tier academies, unparalleled. Qin Yizhu exclaimed, "I want to address other issues, but let us consider one. If a student learns a yellow-rank low-tier martial skill merely to take advantage of the situation, what then? I shall personally verify the qualifications of the instructor in question, so you need not worry." "Very well, I shall heed your advice. Entrust this matter to Yuntianyi, and instruct him to post it in the bustling marketplace." "Indeed. However, be prepared, for I have a premonition that many will come forth." The following morning, within the courtyard of Union Academy, Kong Lin had been meditating there throughout the night. As the sunlight illuminated his countenance, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment. The more he practiced the qi induction technique, the stronger his capacity to endure true energy became. He no longer required the aid of qi-nourishing pills to withstand the pain. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and without turning around, Kong Lin already knew who it was. He chuckled. "What seems to be the matter with you lately? Not spending time with your wife, yet constantly sneaking glances at my training." The visitor was Long Jianfeng, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue as he calmly replied, "Dean, it appears I have uncovered your secret. Pray tell, what have you discovered?" Kong Lin turned to face Long Jianfeng, wearing a smile to greet him. "You are a master of true energy who has experienced a decline in realm." Since the healing of his physical wounds, Long Jianfeng had resumed his cultivation. Just 2 nights prior, after finishing his sword practice, he had prepared to circulate his energy to absorb true qi when he suddenly sensed a fluctuation of true energy. Believing it to be an enemy's pursuit, he rushed to the courtyard only to find Kong Lin absorbing true energy. At that moment, he felt perplexed but remained silent. After observing for 2 consecutive nights, he discovered that Kong Lin could absorb true energy without any hindrance. Thus, he was convinced that Kong Lin was indeed a master of true energy whose realm had fallen due to injury. Now, he felt a sense of balance in his heart. To have been defeated by a true master was not unjust. Kong Lin was tempted to say, "I truly admire your imagination," but he doubted the other would grasp the concept of imagination, so he decided against it. Tomorrow, after imparting the qi induction technique to Yuntianyi, witnessing the astonishment on his face might prove amusing. Turning back to his quarters to bathe, just as he was midway through, the system abruptly alerted him that someone had intruded into the academy, followed by a surge of sword energy. Kong Lin hastily donned his clothing and rushed outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, he found 4 strangers kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing and pleading for mercy, while Long Jianfeng stood before them with his sword drawn. As he fastened his buttons while running, he called out from a distance, "What is happening here?" Long Jianfeng responded, "They claim to have come to be teachers." "Indeed, we are here to be teachers. This is Union Academy, is it not?" A middle-aged man mustered the courage to speak. Kong Lin chuckled, for it was true that under the lure of great rewards, brave souls would emerge. It was still early, yet people had already arrived. Having secured his attire, Kong Lin inquired, "Since you wish to be teachers, why did you intrude upon the academy?" The man sheepishly replied, "Well, there were simply too many people outside. We thought we would seize the opportunity and come in early to claim our positions." "Too many people?" Kong Lin exclaimed. "Dean Kong, you may not be aware, but there are already over 100 individuals waiting outside the school gates, and why heavens?" Kong Lin instructed Long Jianfeng to keep watch over the 4 of them, and then he hurried to the academy entrance to take a look. Indeed, a large crowd stood outside, engaged in hushed conversations. As soon as they caught sight of him, they began to shout enthusiastically, "Dean, I am a practitioner at the Shisui realm, well versed in the art of palm techniques, here to assume the role of a teacher." "Dean, I am a practitioner at the Shisui realm, proficient in palm techniques, boxing, and leg techniques, also here to take on the role of a teacher. Dean Kong? I am. Over 100 voices clamored simultaneously, transforming the previously tranquil Union Academy into a scene more boisterous than a bustling market. Kong Lin noticed several individuals in the crowd clad in the garb of instructors from the Southern Dipper Academy. Would Zhang Qian be so enraged by this that he might spit blood? Clearing his throat, Kong Lin raised his hands above his head and then pressed them down, declaring, "Those who wish to become teachers, line up. Do you think this is some casual establishment? Dainyu and Eru, assist them with the forms and issue numbers. We will proceed in order. Anyone who dares to disrupt will be noted, and their qualifications will be revoked upon my arrival." Yes, Dean, Dainyu and Eru were two gatekeepers recruited by Qin Yizhu, having recently entered the Tuolmai realm. Under Kong Lin's guidance, although they could not defeat practitioners of the Shisui realm, they were certainly capable of exchanging a few moves with them. Chapter 53. The assessment of teachers. Kong Lin returned and summoned Qin Yizhu, who, upon hearing that candidates had arrived for interviews, shook off his drowsiness and even called upon Du Ning, the wife of Long Jianfeng, to assist. Kong Lin instructed the four intruders to queue up and directed the servants to arrange tables and chairs at the entrance of the academy, as the assessment phase was about to commence. With a smile, Kong Lin stated, "We will proceed according to the numbers. The assessment will evaluate your mastery of martial skills, and only those who pass will move on to the next stage. Number 1, Kai Shijin, step forward." After a thorough inspection by Dainyu and Eru, Number 1 timidly emerged, a middle-aged man in his 40s, bearing a long knife on his back. He stammered, "Hello, Dean Kong, I am Kai Shijin, a practitioner who has entered the Shisui realm for 2.2 years. Kong Lin smiled gently and said, "Do not be nervous. First, demonstrate the martial skills you have learned, and then we will test your strength." "All right." Kai Shijin gripped the knife tightly, took a deep breath, and shouted with vigor as he began to showcase his learned techniques. Kong Lin face-palmed in disbelief. This Kai Shijin was rather amusing. He had not asked for a performance, but rather a demonstration of skill. To save time, Kong Lin utilized his discerning eye and, as expected, discovered that this individual was merely a Tuolmai realm practitioner with 1,024 flaws in his knife techniques, likely learned solely for the purpose of this assessment. "Stop," Kong Lin called out decisively. "What is a Tuolmai realm practitioner doing acting as if he is of the Shisui realm? The Changhong knife technique is something you have only recently acquired." "Correct. You are riddled with flaws. You are eliminated." Hearing this, Kai Shijin could barely steady his knife, pondering how Kong Lin could be so astutely aware. Dainyu and Eru wasted no time, swiftly escorting the unfortunate man off the stage and bringing in the next candidate. The subsequent assessments were nothing short of a dismal spectacle, with some daring to apply with the strength of the Ranchua realm, incensing Kong Lin to the point of having Long Jianfeng draw his sword to intimidate them. Eventually, no one dared to impersonate a higher realm again. However, the situation remained unsatisfactory, and Kong Lin found himself repeating a phrase in his mind countless times. Rotten fish and stinking shrimp are hardly worth mentioning. He is a teacher recruiting students, not merely a student himself. His intention is for the moment the students enter, he can impart knowledge, rather than waiting for them to seek guidance before commencing their education. Thus, the day dragged on in a monotonous fashion, with many candidates eliminated, yet the influx of interviewees continued to swell. Kong Lin harbored doubts. How could the enrollment guidelines have reached Chuning City? And who had transmitted them? Chiu Kuan inquired, "Director Kong, have I passed the assessment?" Setting aside his confusion, Kong Lin replied affirmatively, "You have passed. Please step forward." Next. The recruitment of teachers persisted, and as the day progressed, nearly all the remaining candidates hailed from Chuning City. As evening approached, the entrance of Union Academy buzzed with a cacophony of voices, akin to a bustling marketplace. That night, the stars twinkled brilliantly. Inside the academy grounds, Qin Yizhu ambled about, stretching her body. Although she had indulged in the role of an examiner for a day, the exertion was quite overwhelming. Each time she stretched, her exquisite figure was revealed, inciting a wave of jealousy in the nearby Kong Lin. Clearing his throat, he approached and shot a glare at Qin Yizhu. "You can cough all you want, but why glare at me?" she replied. Feigning innocence, Kong Lin, agitated, whispered, "Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? Be mindful of others." Within the academy, they were not alone. Yun Tianyi and Jin Feng were also training, alongside the couple Long Jianfeng and the new teacher Chiu Kuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Yizhu's eyes sparkled with amusement. It was evident that he was envious. "All right, I shall certainly be more attentive from now on." After soothing Kong Lin, she asked, "Given the current situation, we will likely be here all day tomorrow as well?" Kong Lin nodded, indicating that it seemed probable. By the day's end, there remained 70 to 80 individuals yet to be assessed, not to mention those still en route. Tomorrow, another 50 students needed to be accommodated. It was going to be busy. Chokuin, how did our academy's enrollment guidelines come to appear in Chuning City? Kong Lin had been unable to fathom this matter, leaving him perturbed. Chokuin responded, Director, these guidelines originated from the Xinyang auction house in Chuning City. Upon seeing them, I rushed over immediately. Xinyang auction house? I am unfamiliar with it. Initially, I was puzzled, thinking you had a cooperative relationship with Xinyang auction house, hence their assistance in publicity. However, it now appears to be quite the opposite. Despite this, Chokuin had no intention of departing. Though he had only observed for half a day, he was convinced of Kong Lin's genuine capabilities, as he could pinpoint issues with remarkable precision during each assessment. Even if the candidates were not hired, they would still receive valuable feedback on their shortcomings. With both competence and interpersonal skills, in the presence of a formidable teacher skilled in the realm of true energy, it was evident that the individual possessed genuine strength. Following such a mentor, a promising future seemed assured. The next day, roles were clearly defined. Qin Yizhu and Du Ning were tasked with organizing the 50 children brought by Jin Dan, while Kong Lin and Leng Jianfeng would oversee the evaluations. Watching the group of children clad in patched clothing, their curious gazes sweeping the surroundings and innocent smiles adorning their faces, Qin Yizhu felt a genuine sense of joy. Du Ning remarked, Xiao Zhu, your husband truly possesses a tender heart, waiving the tuition fees for these children and even providing free education and sustenance. You have indeed chosen well. Qin Yizhu chuckled softly and replied, Sister Ning, your husband is quite remarkable as well. You should have seen the way he was when you fell unconscious. It was heart-wrenching for those who witnessed it. He is rather like a block of wood, requiring my care for his daily needs. Yet, despite her words, it was evident to all that Du Ning's sentiments were laced with affection. Xiao Zhu, do you know that woman? Which woman? Following the direction pointed by Du Ning, Qin Yizhu observed Kong Lin engaged in conversation with a woman, a distinct scent of fox wafting through the air. Sister Ning, I'll leave this to you for a moment. I shall return shortly. Very well. Qin Yizhu stormed off, incensed. How dare that scoundrel Kong Lin converse with another woman? He must be taught a lesson. Chapter 54. As Qin Yizhu approached, she overheard the woman saying, I have long heard of Dean Kong's illustrious reputation. Seeing him today, he truly is extraordinary, captivating hearts effortlessly. Qin Yizhu felt her temper flare. Could it be that Kong Lin had unwittingly stolen someone else's heart? Kong Lin, who is this beautiful sister? She stepped beside Kong Lin, placing her hand possessively on his waist. The woman chuckled softly, covering her mouth and said, This must be Vice Dean Qin Yizhu. Impressive indeed. In comparison to you, I find myself lacking by the way. What I just said was all in jest. Such a blatant attempt to cover her tracks, the wretched fox. That would be for the best. Qin Yizhu retorted, puffing out her chest, then pinching Kong Lin lightly, demanding, You still haven't answered me. Kong Lin smiled wryly, You should first attend to those children. I will speak with you later. All right. Qin Yizhu's mother had taught her to grant her husband respect in the presence of others, ensuring no one could mock them. Thus, she departed, albeit glancing back thrice. Delegating the assessment tasks to Leng Jianfeng, Kong Lin, the woman, and Yun Tianxiong moved aside. Kong Lin inquired, Uncle Yun, this young lady must be from the New Yang auction house in Chuning City. Correct? Yun Tianxiong nodded silently. The woman flashed a charming smile, batting her large eyes, and said, Dean Kong is truly impressive. I hadn't even introduced myself, and you've already deduced my identity. May I ask how you figured it out? Perhaps you could enlighten this young lady? You, a young lady? With those eyes, that figure, one could practically squeeze water from her, and her voice possessed a softness that seemed almost malleable. However, Kong Lin was no ordinary man. Having lived 2 lives, even if he had never dined on pork, he had certainly seen pigs run. His experience with action films in his previous life had honed his skills. He smiled slightly and explained, I observed that the faces of the teachers from Chuning City changed dramatically upon your arrival, as if they had encountered a formidable figure. Furthermore, a new teacher I hired yesterday mentioned that the New Yang auction house promoted our humble academy, leading me to connect the dots. The young woman languidly remarked, Yunyan Academy is no mere institution. Director Kong Lin has reinstated Yun Tianyi to the ranks of the talented, transforming an ordinary individual into a blood ignition realm warrior within the span of merely 3 days. It has already demonstrated the capabilities of a prestigious academy. How could it still be considered a small school? The girl continued, There is no need for formality. May I inquire your esteemed name? She added with a hint of annoyance, It should be a name of distinction. My surname is Yu, and my given name is Siyu. The eavesdropping Yun Tianxiong nearly stumbled at her words. Being in the presence of this formidable woman was quite the torment, and he couldn't discern whether those accompanying her had been rendered mute, as they exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Why you Siyu? A splendid name, Yun Tianxiong exclaimed. Director, Miss Yu has come today to discuss matters of cooperation. I must return to attend to a few matters at the front office. Kong Lin nodded, acknowledging that Yun Tianxiong's words surely pertained to the elixir business. He inquired, Miss Yu, might you wait until I conclude the assessments here before we converse? Yu pouted and shook her head. Time waits for no one. We must seize the moment, Director Kong. At that moment, a middle-aged man behind her stepped forward and stated, Miss Yu requests that you return tomorrow. Do you have any objections? Dare we object? Since Miss Yu has spoken, we shall certainly comply. We shall take our leave and return on the morrow. The group exchanged a few curt words before hastily retreating, as though a ferocious beast were in pursuit. Kong Lin squinted at them, discerning that this woman possessed quite the prowess, as among those departing were not a few warriors of the marrow-cleansing realm. Yet they were utterly cowed by her presence. It seems you are rather presumptuous, Miss Yu. Despite the evident hostility, Kong Lin remained unperturbed. This was his domain, and no sooner had he spoken than the cold sword of Jian Feng was drawn. And Yu's attendant mirrored the action, the air thick with the tension of impending conflict. Alas, I recognize that this approach may be inappropriate, but rest assured, Director Kong, I shall provide compensation. Very well. Should the compensation fail to meet my expectations, do not blame me for being ruthless. I do enjoy those who are ruthless. Please, come inside, Director Kong. This is your alchemy chamber. It resembles a lady's boudoir. Qin Yizhu assisted in responding. All of Director Kong's quarters were arranged by me. Does Miss Yu have any objections? Upon witnessing Kong Lin escorting this woman inside, she had refrained from summoning the students, instead sending Yun Tianyi to assist, while she monitored the situation closely. How could I dare to object? I was merely reflecting on the fortunate position of the vice director, having a beloved's quarters to organize, while I lack both a place and someone to assist me. This statement was intriguing. Why mention others? What was this enchantress intending to organize? Hearing Kong Lin chuckle quietly, Qin Yizhu turned and delivered a sharp reprimand. Kong Lin quickly regained his composure and inquired, Miss Yu, you have yet to disclose the purpose of your visit today. Of course, it is the restorative elixir. The recovery pills you have refined will be fully acquired by our Xinyang auction house. Director Kong, simply name your price. Why Yu's sudden shift in demeanor left Kong Lin somewhat taken aback. Just moments ago, she had exuded the allure of a woman from a lavish entertainment venue. Yet now she stood composed, like an untouchable queen upon a lofty throne. I entrusted the restorative pills to the Yun family, did I not? Miss Yu should be negotiating with them instead. However, I fear that issues may arise once more. Arise again. Kong Lin's gaze turned stern, sensing the underlying implications in her words. Why Yu replied, Director Kong, do refrain from feigning ignorance. The mere fact that I have found my way here indicates that I am privy to many matters. To be candid, my initial purpose for coming here was to discuss collaboration with the Yun family regarding the restorative pills. Subsequently, upon learning that the Li family was also selling restorative pills, we chose to ally with them. Little did we expect that the Li family's restorative pills were actually poisoned. Thankfully, the poison manifested early. Had it been sold through our auction house, the consequences would have been dire. So, you believe I am responsible for this matter? Kong Lin inquired. Why Yu resumed her regal demeanor, batting her eyelashes innocently as she replied, I never implied such a thing. You are the one who arrived at that conclusion. It seems I have indeed fallen for the tricks of this young woman. It is difficult to nurture both women and the unscrupulous, Director Kong. Are you chastising me? I did not say such a thing. You are the one who posited it. Having regained some ground, Kong Lin felt particularly elated and asked, what sort of collaboration do you envision? Director Kong will provide us with unblemished restorative pills as well as that refining solution. We shall acquire the restorative pills at a price of 10 silver coins per pill, and the refining solution at a price of 1 gold coin per portion, or alternatively, you may sell us the formula outright. The formula for the restorative pills is valued at 10,000 gold coins, while the formula for the refining solution is worth 100,000 gold coins. Truly, there is no business devoid of cunning. I shall opt for the former. Chapter 55. The Alchemist Guild. Had I known you would choose thus, I would require Director Kong to concoct the pills on-site to confirm their authenticity before proceeding with our collaboration. Do not misconstrue my words. I have ulterior motives. Die in an instant. Yu transformed back into her authoritative persona, retrieving a silver token from her sleeve, upon which were inscribed the characters Alchemist Guild. I am a silver steward of the Chuning City branch of the Alchemist Guild. Your restorative pills have not been recorded by the guild, nor do you possess the status of an alchemist. You may concoct the restorative pills on-site to verify your alchemist identity and simultaneously contribute the formula for the restorative pills to the guild, achieving a dual purpose. The evaluation of alchemist status has long been on Kong Lin's agenda. It simply had not yet reached its appointed time to AS for submitting the formula to the Alchemist Guild. It is not entirely without compensation. Other alchemists may pay to borrow the formula, and half of the profits will belong to the formula's originator. In the short term, it may seem a loss, but from a long-term perspective, it is undoubtedly a gain. This UCU is indeed formidable. While negotiating business, she also manages to contribute to her other identity, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I had anticipated that Director Kong would make such a choice. Let us commence. Kong Lin retrieved 3 portions of the materials for the revitalization pill from the medicinal storage room, igniting the firewood to prepare for the alchemical process. Why you observed from the side, her mind filled with doubts. If the revitalization pill truly required such an abundance of ingredients, the production cost would significantly increase. Collaborating with the other party would render the auction house devoid of any profit. If that were the case, she would need to inform Kong Lin to cancel their partnership after the alchemical process. Yet, she decided to wait until the end to address this matter. The Yuanyang furnace had been preheated, and Kong Lin began to add the materials in sequence, meticulously recording each addition and resetting the hourglass timer. Witnessing this scene, Yu could not help but smirk inwardly. Her suspicions were indeed confirmed. Kong Lin was not the one capable of concocting the revitalization pill. Prior to her arrival in Union City, she had thoroughly investigated the matter and discovered that the Yun family had sold tens of thousands of revitalization pills. If Kong Lin were the sole alchemist responsible for producing such a vast quantity, he would undoubtedly be well-versed in every aspect of the process, rendering the need for timing unnecessary. As the alchemical process continued, Yu closely observed Kong Lin's every move, forming her judgments about him. Once the last ingredient was added, Kong Lin exhaled with relief. This was a bold endeavor. He intended to produce a quantity thrice the usual amount. Fortunately, the addition of the materials had proceeded without incident, and now the time had come to assess the results. Kong Lin inquired, "Miss Yu, how many pills do you suppose this batch will yield?" Yu placed her hand thoughtfully upon her lips, contemplating for a moment before responding. "It should be between 30 and 50. I expected you to be more worldly, yet you appear quite naive." Kong Lin, embracing a tone of mockery, retorted, "I assert that this batch will yield no fewer than 100 pills. Yu scoffed, "Director Kong, boasting can sometimes come at a cost. What price do you intend to exact from me? The failure of the alchemist assessment? Then do watch closely." Kong Lin forcefully struck his hands against the sides of the Yuanyang furnace, producing a resounding thud as the lid flew open, releasing a plume of white vapor that rapidly filled the room with a rich aroma of elixirs. As the white mist dissipated, Kong Lin gestured towards the Yuanyang furnace, saying, "Please retrieve them, lest you accuse me of deceit." "Very well." Yu tilted her head, and a man behind her promptly approached the Yuanyang furnace to extract the pill tray. 1, 2, 3.110. "Miss, not a single one more or less, exactly 110. Mississippi Yu's mind was in a state of upheaval. Her previous assessments of Kong Lin, deeming him unworthy of trust and companionship, now seemed misguided, as he appeared to be quite the worthy ally. When the servant called her name thrice, she snapped back to reality, quickly adopting a charming demeanor as she gazed at Kong Lin. "Director Kong, you truly are remarkable. To produce 110 pills in a single attempt is a new record for a first-tier alchemist. They are sure to take note of this. So, does that mean the assessment? Of course you passed. Your alchemist attire and identity badge will be delivered tomorrow. Now, we shall proceed to the next item. The refining solution. Wait a moment, I never mentioned contributing the refining liquid to the guild." Kong Lin is not foolish. Currently, the Academy is incurring expenses from all sides. If he were to donate the refining liquid, how would he generate revenue to offset the losses? However, you could at least demonstrate it on site. They are quite curious about how you transformed an ordinary person into a blood-burning realm warrior within 3 days. Kong Lin was utterly taken aback by this remark, feeling goosebumps all over. He rubbed his arms and frowned, saying, "I warn you, speak properly." "Humph, so lacking in charm." Kong Lin, uninterested in the woman, replied, "Firstly, it is indeed true that an ordinary person can become a blood-burning realm warrior in 3 days, but it is impossible for you to witness that at this moment. The earliest you could see it is by evening. Then I shall stay until evening. I haven't had the chance to explore Union Academy properly yet," Yu remarked. Now that Kong Lin had piqued her curiosity, How could she possibly leave? What is there to explore in a desolate ruin? It would be far better to engage in a delightful conversation with Miss Yu. Delightful conversation? How do you wish to converse? Let us discuss Chuning City. Why Yu Siyu's beautiful eyes widened. Why did Kong Lin suddenly want to know about Chuning City? Could it be no problem? But it must be a conversation between just the two of us. Kong Lin nodded with enthusiasm, saying, I will step out to arrange some affairs of the academy. Please wait a moment. Make it quick. I shall be waiting for you, she replied. Upon leaving the room, Kong Lin was immediately surrounded by Qin Yizhu's barrage of questions. He pulled the irritable young lady aside and said, Xiao Zhu, can we not make a fuss? Kong Lin, have you developed a liking for that vixen? How could that be? She pales in comparison to my dear Xiao Zhu that I am inquiring about Chuning City only to uncover the truth from 3 years ago. Yun Tianqiong had mentioned the Black Dragon Gang, and Yu Chongli had spoken of the student exchange competition. Just from these two instances, the name Chuning City had been indelibly etched in Kong Lin's mind. Since I will eventually go there, why not clarify things in advance? Kong Lin wished to take this opportunity to observe Yu Siyu's attitude, to ascertain which side she truly stood on. All right, I believe you. But if I discover that you dare to act in a way that betrays my trust, humph, Qin Yizhu said, making a dismissive gesture that sent a chill down Kong Lin's spine. The refining liquid had long been prepared, so all that was needed was for the new recruits to practice in the gravity zone. After issuing this command, Kong Lin returned to his room, only to find his gaze unable to wander away. Yu Siyu was reclining beside the tea table, her fair thighs partially visible, her posture languid, gazing at him with a captivating allure. Kong Lin struggled to avert his eyes and teased, Miss Yu, is this intentional? Or is it simply your nature? If you say it's intentional, then it is. If you say it's my nature, I can certainly maintain it and let it become my true nature, she replied. Cursing inwardly at the enchantress, Kong Lin inquired, is this how you conduct business with other clients as well? Chapter 56. Quick questions and answers. Upon hearing this, Yu Siyu immediately resumed her regal demeanor and calmly remarked, acquiring information from me comes at a price. I thrive on lucrative transactions. You buy, I sell, and there will be no entanglements afterward. Kong Lin poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward her, inquiring, how many academies are there in Chuning City? 3, she replied, 2 are grade C, and 1 is grade D. Why Yu Siyu then asked, I presume Director Kong is inquiring about this matter in preparation for the academy exchange competition? I can assist you in obtaining a teaching assistant position at a grade C academy, provided you reduce the price of the refining liquid a bit. Kong Lin chuckled, this hardly resembles an auction house. It feels more akin to a black market, with everything for sale. Why Yu Siyu retorted, isn't an auction house merely a legitimate black market? Kong Lin sipped his tea and said, Miss Yu, shall we engage in a game? Quick questions and answers. I pose a question, and you respond immediately, without hesitation. If you manage to answer fluently throughout, I shall concede, and you can dictate the price of the refining liquid. However, if I win, you must agree to fulfill one request of mine. Are you willing to accept? Absolutely. I relish thrilling games, Yu Siyu replied, licking her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. What industry is the most profitable in Chuning City? Without a doubt, it is the pill and silk industries. Both are commonplace commodities. Which family produces the finest silk? That would be the Ning family. What is your relationship with the Ning family? None whatsoever. Does the Ning family have any ties to the Black Dragon Gang? Yes, but I shan't divulge further. With a beaming smile, Yu Siyu gazed at Kong Lin. Dear little brother, information about the Black Dragon Gang cannot be bought with merely a refining liquid. Kong Lin shook his head with a smile. I have already discerned the answer in your eyes. Moreover, you must remember, you lost this round, and you owe me a favor. Such a cunning little fox. You don't even know how to concede. Why Yu Siyu languidly stretched and warned. I advise you against harboring any designs on the Black Dragon Gang. They are not to be trifled with. Whether they are to be trifled with, we shall discover only through action. As night fell, the courtyard was ablaze with light, with 10 large vats placed in the center, each containing a child. These 10 children, both boys and girls, had chosen the path of martial arts and had endured 3 hours in the gravity zone. As she glanced at the hourglass on the table, she realized that half an hour was about to pass, marking the moment to witness the effects of the refining liquid. While waiting, Yu Siyu unconsciously shifted her gaze toward Kong Lin, only to be met with the hostile glare of Qin Yizhu, prompting her to quickly look away. After conversing with Kong Lin for most of the day, Yu Siyu felt that the intelligence agency of the auction house required restructuring. Kong Lin was far from the harmless, inept communicator described in the reports. Instead, he struck her as a seasoned negotiator, speaking with precision, unwilling to cede an inch when necessary, yet ready to relent without hesitation when the situation warranted. The clarity of choices left Yu, a seasoned expert, somewhat astonished. Furthermore, regarding martial skills, during her private conversation with Kong Lin, the attendant she brought also engaged in dialogue with Chiu Kuan, learning that Kong Lin possessed almost omniscient knowledge of martial arts. He could pinpoint the flaws of any technique with remarkable precision. Currently, Yu's overall assessment of Kong Lin stands at 1 star, and if the refining liquid proves effective, it may very well increase. With a crash, half an hour passed, and the 10 children awoke promptly, rising simultaneously. Kong Lin stood up and approached the first child, speaking gently like a caring older brother. Do you see that stone tablet? In a moment, you will exert all your strength to strike it, understood? The child nodded resolutely, then followed Kong Lin over. Bang! A force akin to that of an ox. Then came the second, the third. Each child took their turn to punch, and with every strike, the astonishment on Yu's face intensified. By the time the last child had delivered their blow and the results were displayed, Yu could hardly remain standing, needing to lean against her chair to sit down. Prior to this, she had doubted the external rumors, but now her skepticism vanished. This refining liquid could truly be dubbed a divine elixir. Kong Academy head, are you willing to sell the refining liquid's formula? I am open to negotiation as long as the price is satisfactory. 1 million gold coins. Is that sufficient? Kong Lin smiled, a broad smile of genuine delight. Upon witnessing this expression, Yu's heart sank. She had made a critical error. She had come seeking collaboration. Thus the power to set the price rested firmly in Kong Lin's hands, leaving her in a position of passive bargaining. Now, in her eagerness, she had unwittingly revealed her psychological price by mentioning 1 million, thereby relinquishing the initiative entirely to the other party. This was a cardinal sin in negotiations. Kong Lin's smile faded as he replied, You must understand that this refining liquid must be used in conjunction with gravity spirit patterns. Are you certain you wish to purchase outright? Without hesitation, Yu nodded, asserting that even 1 million, let alone 2 million, was worth it. All Grade B academies possessed spirit patterns. Even those lacking could borrow them, ensuring that every student could utilize the refining liquid. She was unaware of the exact number of academies in the vast martial nation, but she knew that acquiring this refining liquid would fulfill her objectives for the year and grant her a voice in the family meeting, potentially elevating her status further. Given this, I shall cooperate with you, but the price must be amended. I propose 500,000 gold coins, 50 pieces of true essence stone, and 50,000 volumes of yellow-tier martial techniques. The 50,000 volumes must be delivered to me within 3 days post-contract signing, while the 500,000 gold coins and 50 true essence stones shall be paid quarterly. Do you agree? Yu could no longer muster a smile. She had anticipated that Kong Lin would negotiate regarding the gold coins, but instead, he cunningly targeted the true essence stones. True essence stones are condensed entities of heavenly true energy and serve as currency for high-grade items. Each true essence stone is valued at 10,000 gold coins in the market, yet this does not imply that one can simply exchange 10,000 gold coins for a single stone. That would be a mere fantasy. Allow me a moment to ponder. Kong Lin nodded and said, No problem. Take as long as you need to consider. You may even rest here tonight. Accommodations have been prepared for you. After speaking, he stepped aside, allowing Jean Dan to lead the group of children back to the inn for rest. As the academy had no spare lodgings and they could only temporarily stay outside, he then summoned Chiu Kuan to the small hill. Dean, you are aware of the reason I called you here, aren't you? Upon seeing the intensity in Kong Lin's eyes, Chiu Kuan relinquished any pretense of denial and, with a heavy heart, confessed, Yes, I informed Miss Yu's servant of your information. Kong Lin nodded and replied, I have taken you on as a teacher not for your martial skills, but for your character. I hope you will apply your versatile nature to benefit the academy, rather than harm it. Do you understand? Understood. Do you feel pain each time you perform the breaking wind fist, particularly in your chest and waist? How do you know, Dean? Chiu Kuan was taken aback. This was a secret he had never divulged to anyone, not even to his courtesan. Chapter 57. A pleasant cooperation. Kong Lin chuckled lightly and said, I am aware of many things. It is not easy for you, being in your 30s and yet mastering fist, palm, leg techniques, and a particular movement skill so proficiently. You have endured much hardship, but you also possess an eagerness for quick success. If I am not mistaken, the physician's diagnosis is that you have a maximum of 30 years left to live. Correct. In this world, the average lifespan of ordinary people is 100 years, while martial artists in the body refinement realm may live up to 150. Chiu Kuan nodded gloomily. Kong Lin's words were entirely accurate. He had indeed concluded that he could only live for another 30 years, a result reached after consulting over a dozen physicians. His childhood had been filled with sorrow. His parents passed away early, leaving him to toil alongside companions in the city, working as a servant and a waiter. His versatile nature was cultivated during those times. Later, with his savings, he purchased his first martial technique, the breaking wind fist, thus embarking on the path of martial arts. In his quest for success, he worked during the day and practiced at night, mastering the breaking wind fist within a month. He then formed a mercenary group to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness for profit. 3 decades of deceit and treachery faded like passing clouds as Chiokuin witnessed his battle companions perish at the claws of exotic beasts. Suddenly, he found himself cherishing his own life more, leading him to wash his hands of past misdeeds and become a teacher. Later, upon discovering health issues, he realized he needed a substantial amount of money to purchase medicine to sustain his life and strive for the Qi realm to extend his lifespan. The remuneration from Chuning City no longer sufficed to satisfy his desires, prompting him to seek refuge at Yunyan Academy. Today marked his first and last chance. Should I discover again that you are selling out the Academy's interests or divulging anyone's secrets, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Thank you, Dean. Kong Lin tossed a pill to Chiokuin and said, "This is a temporary remedy to suppress the hidden injuries in your body. I will provide you with one every 10 days. If you successfully educate your students, I will assist you in resolving your lifespan issues completely within 90 days before the student exchange competition. During this period, I expect to see your efforts." After Kong Lin finished speaking, he departed, hesitating for a moment before placing the elixir into his mouth. A gentle wave of energy swiftly enveloped his entire body, alleviating his pain. At that moment, Chiokuin wore an expression of utter astonishment. He had come to trust Kong Lin. Upon returning to the courtyard, the remnants of the earlier chaos had been largely cleared away, and Yu had reached a decision. She quickly approached him with a light jog. "I accept your terms, but I require a promise from you in return. Should new potions arise in the future, you must prioritize our collaboration. I prefer to work with acquaintances. Rest assured, there will be more opportunities for partnership down the line." Having attained her desired outcome, Yu exhaled in relief and instructed her attendant to retrieve and amend the contract. Before long, both parties pressed their fingerprints onto the agreement. The moment their prints were affixed, the contract seemed to take flight, spontaneously igniting in the air. This was the unique effect of the teleportation rune, signifying that the contract had been dispatched to the Empire's Contract Bureau. Should either party breach the agreement, the other could request arbitration, with the Bureau intervening to assist. Kong Lin extended his hand with a smile, saying, "To a pleasant collaboration." "TOA pleasant collaboration. I have good news for you. The Li family has completely run out of funds. If you wish to seize the market in Yunyan City, now is the time to act." They had signed a supply agreement for the recovery pill with the Li family, who had faced difficulties and compensated 500,000 gold coins. You believe this was already the limit for the Li family. To be honest, I don't regard the Li family as a significant concern. Miss Yu, please expedite the delivery of those 50,000 martial technique manuals to me. At this juncture, Kong Lin required strength. He could not afford to corner the Li family too aggressively. What if he provoked Li Ye's master? He would be ill-equipped to handle such a situation. "I am quite curious as to why you did not opt for the Shin-level martial techniques. My Xinyang auction house is widespread throughout the Great Martial Kingdom. Not only 50,000, but even 500,000 would be feasible. Miss Yu, there is a saying you must have heard. Never develop an interest in a man, lest you find yourself ensnared deeper and deeper. How deep do you wish for me to fall? That depends on how deep you can go." The following day, the recruitment of teachers at Yunyan Academy continued. Perhaps due to Yu's presence, the group of instructors from Kuning City had set aside their airs of superiority, behaving with considerably more decorum than before, even showing courtesy to the gatekeepers, Denyo and Heir Hud. By the time Kong Lin arrived, everyone was quietly holding their number plates, waiting for him to call their numbers. Kong Lin smiled slightly and announced, "Today's situation is a bit special. The Academy seeks to first recruit an experienced physician. Remember, it must be someone with experience. Those without should refrain from complicating matters." Lung Jianfeng was responsible for imparting sword techniques, while Chiokuin could teach boxing and kicking, with his prize student, Yun Tianyi, assisting from the sidelines. 50 students had accounted for 2/3 of the applicants. However, there remained 1/3 of the children aspiring to become physicians, prompting Kong Lin to make an exception in their recruitment. Upon hearing this, 2 or 3 dozen individuals raised their number plates. Observing the abundance of aspiring physicians, the martial arts instructors shook their heads and stepped aside, seemingly resigned to the fact that the morning would not be theirs. The assessments continued. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye during the late morning. At this moment, before the Kong Forest stood a 35-year-old woman named Wen Yao, who had served as a teacher of medicinal arts at the Wanxiang Academy in Chuning City for 3 years. The Wanxiang Academy is one of the two prominent institutions in Chuning City. The Ding level is categorized as a college, while the Bing level is referred to as an academy. With varying titles according to their ranks, Kong Lin found this woman quite impressive. Her tenure as a teacher at Wanxiang Academy for 3 years surely indicated her exceptional abilities. Qin Yizhu shared this sentiment, noting that despite being 35, Wen Yao retained an almost youthful innocence akin to that of a Na-ve girl, clearly a testament to her remarkable medical skills, which could even be said to reflect her mastery in preserving one's youth. Indeed, he thought it prudent to seek her guidance. Teacher 1, could you elucidate your understanding of the concept of the mutual generation and restriction of medicinal properties? This question is considered a classic in the realm of medicinal arts, yet responses vary greatly due to individual interpretations. When Yao organized her thoughts and began to respond, as the saying goes, medicines possess a third of their toxicity. The concept of mutual generation of medicinal properties signifies that the inherent toxicity of the herbs can be mitigated, while mutual restriction indicates that the latent toxicity may be amplified. As physicians, our primary concern during the process of concocting medicines lies with the properties of the herbs, as this pertains to. Listening intently to her exposition on the issue of the mutual generation and restriction of medicinal properties, Kong Lin nodded in agreement, his face a canvas of affirmation. When he turned to instruct Qin Yizhu to take notes, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Yu Siyu, who was observing him with a beaming smile. Noticing her enchanting gaze, Kong Lin returned a slight smile before quickly averting his eyes. He could not shake the feeling that Yu Siyu harbored some ulterior motive towards him. Her smile was simply too alluring. Sighing inwardly, he continued to pose his questions. After articulating 3 inquiries, he found Wen Yao's responses to be exemplary. Rising to his feet, he declared, Teacher 1, I welcome you to join Union Academy. Have I passed? Wen Yao exclaimed, her surprise evident as happiness arrived unexpectedly. Certainly, Kong Lin replied, gesturing towards Qin Yizhu with a smile. Hasten to her and sign the documents. Upon hearing this, the 30-something Wen Yao exhibited a demure demeanor, stamping her foot in delight before regaining her composure and approaching Qin Yizhu. Kong Lin tilted his head upwards. The scorching sun now hung high in the sky, and he announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the positions for medicinal arts instructors have been filled. Currently, Union Academy is in need of professors for swordsmanship, spear techniques, halberds, claw techniques, and alchemical arts. Due to some obligations this afternoon, the assessments will be postponed until tomorrow. You may disperse. Chapter 58. 50,000 volumes of martial techniques. As the crowd dispersed, servants began to clear the tables, allowing passage through the main entrance. The 50,000 volumes of yellow-tier martial techniques were set to arrive that afternoon, which also accounted for Yu Siyu's lingering presence. Qin Yizhu had already engaged Wen Yao, inquiring about the secrets of maintaining youthful appearance, while Yu Siyu seized the opportunity to sidle up to Kong Lin. Smiling as she remarked, What do you think? I assent Wen Yao quite impressive. Kong Lin, taken aback, took a moment to comprehend before offering a wry smile. So, that is how it is. He had previously pondered that perhaps Wen Yao had suffered some injustice at the Wanxiang Academy, which might explain her decision to forsake such splendid benefits and come to Union City, driven by emotions summoned by Yu Siyu. Do not misunderstand. I merely cannot bear to witness those children receiving inadequate education, hence my assistance. Upon learning yesterday that Kong Lin unconditionally admitted these children and even subsidized their families, Yu Siyu's compassion was stirred. She found this person intriguing. When it came to money, he was adamant, refusing to part with even a single coin. Yet when discussing aid for the impoverished, he would generously toss gold coins without a second thought. Why gratitude extends to you, and no need for thanks. Simply do not forget the promise you made to me last night. What promise? Qin Yizhu's small head squeezed between the two, casting a glance at Yu Siyu before fixing her gaze on Kong Lin. Awaiting his explanation, it is nothing, dear Sister Zhu. Please do not misunderstand, there is truly nothing between me and Dean Kong. After uttering these words, Yu Siyu covered her mouth and departed, her laughter echoing long after she had gone. This feigned explanation ignited Qin Yizhu's jealousy. She clung to Kong Lin like an irate little leopard. Kong Lin sighed inwardly. What could he promise? It was merely that he would prioritize Yu Siyu regarding beneficial prescriptions. Yet, this girl was incredulous. After lunch, Qin Yizhu dispatched several servants to accompany Wen Yao to the marketplace to procure medicinal materials in preparation for the course commencing the following day. Lang Jianfeng and Qiu Kuan took the children to the training hall to impart martial skills, while a group of servants had already cleared the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of the vehicles carrying martial arts supplies. After about an hour, Kong Lin was on the verge of dozing off when Yu Siyu suddenly called out that they had arrived. He sprang to his feet, darting to a large rock to gaze towards the city outskirts, and indeed, a dark mass was moving along the official road to the north. Before long, a long line of horse-drawn carriages came into view. With white steeds clad in black armor, their protectors wielding various weapons, and the leader brandishing a banner inscribed with the word Xinyang Auction House. You explained. They are the Black Iron Guards from the Chuning City branch of the Xinyang Auction House, riding the golden-threaded white dragon steeds, which were awarded by the martial emperor for their remarkable service. Such horses are exclusive to the Xinyang Auction House. Any others daring to use them would be tantamount to rebellion. Kong Lin assisted with the explanation, continuing, "Do not regard me with such an expression. Do you truly think that as the dean of this small city, I am ignorant? I have studied in the imperial capital." After all, Yu's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent as she smiled. "Very well. I concede that I misjudged you." As they conversed, the Black Iron Guards had already entered the city, making their way up the hill towards Union Academy, and soon arrived at its entrance. The leading guard dismounted, hurried to Yu, knelt on one leg, and presented a scroll, saying, "Miss Yu, the 50,000 volumes of yellow rank martial skills you requested have all been delivered. Please verify." The guard spoke with a powerful voice, his eyes bright and focused, exuding a calm yet formidable aura that imparted a sense of danger to Kong Lin. This left him somewhat pensive. Indeed, being one of the 3 major auction houses, the leader assigned to escort the items was a formidable practitioner of the true Qi realm. Yu did not bother to examine the scroll. She simply tossed it to Kong Lin behind her, saying, "Director Kong, you may peruse it yourself." Upon unrolling the scroll, Kong Lin discovered that the 50,000 volumes of yellow-tier martial arts encompassed various techniques, including fist, palm, claw, leg, as well as weapons such as knives, spears, swords, and halberds, along with body techniques and body refinement methods. Among these, the fist techniques were the most numerous, while the body refinement methods were the least. "I trust Miss Yu. There's no need to deliberate further. Let's move it in," he declared. "Did you hear that? Director Kong has spoken. Move it in?" "Yes." With a command from the leader of the Black Iron Guards, those in the rear began to mobilize once more. After Kong Lin led them to the martial arts pavilion, the Black Iron Guards commenced the transportation of boxes. Seizing the opportunity, Yu took a moment to explore the martial arts pavilion, which she had never entered before. Upon seeing the meager collection of over 1,000 yellow-tier martial arts on the shelves, she lamented, "What a pity for this century-old academy." "From what Miss Yu implies, you are aware of the events from 3 years ago?" Kong Lin retorted, "Am I blind and deaf? How could I possibly be unaware?" With a flirtatious glance, Yu inquired, "The question is, where have so many high-tier martial arts gone? For a century-old institution, there should be at least dozens or even hundreds of earth-tier or profound-tier martial arts. Yet now all that remains are these scant yellow-tier volumes, barely over 1,000. It is a tragedy beyond words." Kong Lin sighed with a smile. "When I returned, the martial arts pavilion had already been emptied. If you had arrived here a few days earlier, your sentiments might have been even more profound. Would you like my assistance? It won't cost you anything." Kong Lin glanced at her and noticed the sincerity in Yu's eyes, and he shook his head, replying, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary. In truth." Kong Lin was already aware of the whereabouts of the missing martial arts. Even if he found them, what would it matter? Without evidence in hand, others would adamantly assert their claim to them. What could one do? One cannot expect the martial arts to speak for themselves, can one? "Well, perhaps I was being overly sentimental. Let's proceed. It is time for the delivery." Indeed, during the time the Black Iron Guards were transporting the boxes, Kong Lin had the prepared children immerse themselves in the large vat of refining liquid. According to the stipulations outlined in the contract, Kong Lin was required to guide Yu's companion in personally creating a batch of refining liquid, followed by testing its efficacy. Thus, after signing the contract the previous night, Kong Lin had swiftly guided Yu's attendant in the preparation of the refining liquid. Once the Black Iron Guards completed moving the boxes, the test results were revealed. Yu smiled and said, "Director Kong, now this truly counts as a pleasant collaboration. The transaction is complete, and I must take my leave." "Very well, I shall not see you off. I recall I still owe you a favor. Had you arrived in Chuning City earlier, I would have assisted you. Otherwise, do not blame me for having a poor memory." After saying this, Yu unhesitatingly boarded the carriage. Kong Lin rubbed his nose, pondering if this woman craved even greater chaos. Just as she was about to depart, she turned back to reveal the furious countenance of Qin Iju. The following day was meant for examinations of teachers, yet not a single individual met Kong Lin's expectations throughout the entire day. On the 3rd day, after still failing to find reliable instructors, Kong Lin ceased the recruitment of teachers for Union Academy. After careful consideration, along with himself, the Union Academy now boasts 4 esteemed instructors, encompassing both the martial arts and medical arts departments, with a total of 50 students, an associate dean, 2 gatekeepers, and a servant dedicated to menial tasks, specifically tasked with culinary duties, known as Jindan. The foundational structure of the academy is thus nearly complete. Chapter 59. Seclusion on the 4th day, in the main hall, Kong Lin summoned Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi to his side, stating, "In the forthcoming period, I shall enter a state of seclusion. During my absence, you two are to assist Vice Dean Qin Yizhu in managing the affairs of the academy. Do you understand?" Both Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi nodded respectfully in unison. "You are both my personally trained disciples, therefore, before I commence my seclusion, I shall bestow upon you one last boon. Extend your hands." Kong Lin placed the pre-prepared ganqi pills into the palms of both students, 5 for each, and continued. "I am about to impart to you a scroll of qi induction technique, titled Tianlan, which is most crucial for use within the body refinement realm." Upon hearing the initial part of his address, both Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi were under the impression that Kong Lin was preparing to elevate them to the true qi realm, thus expecting the impartation of the qi induction technique at this juncture. They were taken aback to learn it was applicable even in the body refinement realm. Noticing their astonished expressions reminiscent of familiarity, Kong Lin chuckled. "Do not be surprised. Close your eyes and focus your minds. First memorize the incantation of Tianlan." Upon hearing this, Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi promptly shut their eyes. Kong Lin recited the incantation 3 times for them, and after confirming their recitation, he instructed them to open their eyes. The pills you hold are known as ganqi pills, and their efficacy is realized only when used in conjunction with Tianlan. Each training session will necessitate the consumption of 1 pill. We shall begin with Tianyi. While Yun Yi observes in the ensuing moments, Kong Lin guided the two through their inaugural practice of Tianlan, addressing any issues that arose during their training, embodying the role of an attentive mentor. Once they entered that enigmatic state, Kong Lin secured the room and proceeded to the sword hall. Within the sword hall, Lung Jianfeng was instructing the children in the intricacies of swordplay, wielding a wooden sword as he demonstrated, while 23 young ones mimicked his movements behind him. Upon noticing Kong Lin beckoning, he instructed Jin Feng to oversee the children and stepped outside. "Dean, what brings you to seek my counsel?" "I intend to enter a period of seclusion." Lung Jianfeng immediately responded. "Understood. I shall ensure the academy remains well guarded, I assure you. Should any formidable adversary dare to intrude, they shall have to tread over my lifeless body." Having spent a considerable time at Union Academy, Lung Jianfeng was well aware of Kong Lin's character. If others treated him with sincerity, he would reciprocate in kind. "I maintain a low profile, causing no trouble. I ask that so? How is it that I heard you nearly brought the Li family to ruin?" Faced with such an unexpected retort, Kong Lin found himself somewhat embarrassed, clearing his throat to dissipate the awkwardness before he replied. "During my seclusion, I shall rely on your diligence. By the time I emerge, your wife's ailment should be entirely resolved." Truly, the previously stoic expression on Lung Jianfeng's face was replaced by overwhelming joy. Although Du Ning's condition had stabilized for the time being, the lack of a complete cure remained a lingering threat. He had anticipated a lengthy wait, never expecting such swift resolution. "Would I deceive you?" Kong Lin continued. "Therefore, I implore you to oversee the academy well. Do you comprehend?" "Understood, Dean. You may depart with peace of mind." Kong Lin cast a disdainful glance at the mute individual before striding away. Upon finding Qin Yizhu, the young lady was engrossed in crafting a map of the academy within her chamber. As soon as she noticed his entrance, she hastily dragged the map beneath the table. Her cheeks flushed as she inquired, "What brings you here?" "Just came to see you." "What do you mean by that?" "I intend to enter seclusion at the martial arts pavilion for a while." Qin Yizhu exhaled in relief, having feared that Kong Lin was off to Chuning City to seek out that vixen. "You see you. How many days will you need?" "That depends. I'm not entirely certain. If any issues arise that I cannot resolve, come directly to the martial arts pavilion to find me." All right, you go ahead, but be sure to rest adequately. When you emerge, I shall present you with a surprise. A surprise." Kong Lin did not articulate his thoughts, but nodded with eager anticipation, then gently ruffled her small head before departing the room and entering the martial arts pavilion. The days of seclusion were rather monotonous and tedious, essentially a pursuit of diverse martial techniques. Inside the martial arts pavilion, Kong Lin sat cross-legged in the expansive training area, rapidly perusing a yellow-tier boxing manual. Upon completion, he reached out and grasped the air, prompting another yellow-tier martial technique to automatically soar into his hand. Having already developed his own movement technique, he had no flaws in speed. Thus, his next focus would be on the arts of boxing and striking. Historically, Boxing techniques were renowned for their fierce offensiveness and piercing attacks, with legends of a single punch that could shatter mountains, capable of resolving myriad grievances with just one blow. Conversely, palm techniques could be both rigid and gentle, while leg techniques could seamlessly integrate with movement techniques. If one could master these three categories of martial arts, they could unleash unexpected effects in combat. This was Kong Lin's aspiration, to ensure he harbored no deficiencies in martial arts. However, the martial techniques in this world surpass those on Earth in their myriad branches. Among the 50,000 martial techniques dispatched by UCU, there were hundreds of boxing styles of similar categories and diverse martial arts. A true flourishing of diverse forms that left Kong Lin somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, he resolved to commence with boxing techniques, tackling the most challenging aspect first. Yellow Ape Boxing Technique, low-grade yellow tier, with 132 flaws. Flowing Wind Boxing Technique, mid-grade yellow tier, with 336 flaws. Shattering Celestial Star Boxing Technique, mid-grade yellow tier, with 135 flaws. Thanks to the convenience of the system, whenever Kong Lin studied a boxing technique, a small figure would automatically practice the corresponding martial art within his mind. He seamlessly addressed the deficiencies of this technique while absorbing its essence before continuing to peruse the next one. Time passed swiftly, and before long, night fell. A carriage came to a halt outside the gates of the Li residence, where a multitude of elders from the Li family emerged to welcome it. A figure descended from the carriage, Li Shang, who had been confined under the pretense of tea with Yu Chongli at the city lord's manor. Exchanging a glance with the elders, Li Shang offered no pleasantries and made his way directly back to the Li residence. Crisp. The sound of a dry twig snapping echoed as he surveyed the courtyard strewn with fallen leaves, a sense of desolation resonating within his heart. In just a few days, the Li family had descended into such a state of disarray. Even the cleaning servants had vanished. The head of the family, Zhang Qian, has been waiting for your return in the council hall for quite some time, remarked elderly Feng. Li Sheng took a deep breath, nodded, and then assumed a different demeanor as he swiftly made his way to the council hall. Upon pushing the door open, he found Zhang Qian seated in the position of the family head, with Zhang San standing behind him, both gazing up at him. In-law, what brings you here today? Li Sheng inquired with a smile as he approached. Zhang Qian let out a cold chuckle and replied, Brother Li, you seem to be living quite the carefree life, spending 3 days at the city lord's mansion sipping tea while leaving me to deal with this mess at the academy. If you no longer wish to be the vice president, feel free to say so. I shall find someone capable to take on the role. Under your leadership, Nandu Academy has been flourishing, has it not? How could it possibly be a mess? Enough with the formalities between us. Aren't you tired? How has your time at the city lord's mansion been? What can be said? I've nearly drunk myself sick from all the tea. Li Shang grunted, disdainfully pushing away the teacup before him, muttering that Yu Chongli is quite amusing. He simply doesn't want me back. He fears your entire clan might flee. Zhang Qian teased, then continued, let us speak of serious matters. I sought you out tonight for one purpose, Kong Lin. Chapter 60. Retribution in the past half-month. Following 2 wagers with Kong Lin, Nandu Academy has not only lost 2 teachers and a student, but also suffered a loss of trust and prestige. While the loss of 2 teachers and 1 student can be swiftly remedied, the critical issues are trust and reputation. The residents of Union City now perceive Nandu Academy as inferior to Union Academy and even circulate disparaging rumors about Nandu Academy being filled with incompetence. Though Zhang Qian is not a woman, he too is wary of such slander. If appropriate measures are not taken soon, the fruits of their 3 years of labor, the coveted position of 2nd place in Union City Academy, may slip through their fingers. Brother Zhang, I must confide in you that I currently have no means to deal with Kong Lin, Li Sheng said with a bitter smile. Look at my Li family. 3 days ago we were basking in glory, and today I nearly thought I had wandered into the wrong place. Is this still my Li family? How pitiful, how tragic. Following the citywide poisoning incident, the Li family is burdened with a compensation of 500,000 gold coins to the Xinyang auction house, along with 400,000 gold coins for goods, totaling nearly 120,000 gold coins. In a bid to extricate Li Sheng promptly, the Li family has been selling off storefronts and valuable items, piecing together funds with great difficulty, and now they can scarcely afford to pay their servants, resulting in many clever servants absconding. Why sell anything at all? Why not follow Yun Tianxiong's lead and sell recovery pills? To replicate others' elixirs is one thing, but to have them fail is another. Is this not akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot? Zhang Qian found this perplexing. Li Shang was at a loss for words. He could hardly confess that it was Zhang San beside him who had provided the formula for the elixir. Despite his caution, he had fallen into a trap. Had it not been for the discovery of the silver soul bug still within Zhang San, Li Shang might have thought Zheng San had defected. So what will you do now? Will you simply endure? Zhang Qian inquired again. Of course not. Li Shang let out a cold laugh and remarked, Yaya has already acquired new alchemical knowledge from her master and is on her way back. This will be the cornerstone of the rise of the Li family. This time, I shall ensure the downfall of the Yun family and Kong Lin. Brotherly, one must take measured steps. If one strides too boldly, be wary of stumbling, cautioned his companion. Li Shang nodded with a smile. Fully aware of this principle, he had deliberately spoken for the benefit of the foolish Zhang Qian. Over the past 3 days, he had not been oblivious. Kong Lin had guided a blood-burning realm warrior to triumph over Zhua Hu of the South Dipper Academy. A display of strength that left him on edge. Zhang Qian's public expulsion of Leng Buozhong had been nothing short of foolishness. Why was this imbecile leading the Zhang family? Li Shang found it perplexing but chose to dismiss the thought. He needed to prepare for a severance with Zhang Qian, maintaining a facade of collaboration with the Zhang family, while subtly shifting the Li family's operational center to Chuning City. Starting a new dais for the small pie that was Yunyan City, it could be relinquished to the Yun family for now. They would reclaim it once they had the means for revenge. Brother Zhang, how is Liner faring? He is gradually recovering, but still cannot practice martial arts. As long as he is well, that is all that matters. What nonsense! Zhang Qian slammed the table, his face contorted with rage. I have never suffered such a significant loss. Regardless, I will ensure Kong Lin pays the price. Isn't it straightforward to make him pay? I have a method at hand. What is it? Qianglai Mountain, 10 days later. At Yunyan Academy, noon. The season had reached its zenith of heat, with the midday sun seemingly capable of melting a person. Nevertheless, within the gravity training area, a group of children persevered through endurance training, supervised by Qiu Kuan, who promptly corrected any improper stances. Teacher Qiu, it's time for lunch, called Jindan, who held the culinary reins. Upon hearing this, Qiu Kuan signaled for the students to take a break. After taking a bite of the dish, Qiu Kuan's eyes brightened, and he chuckled. Old Jin, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. This dish is becoming increasingly delectable, nearly rivaling the chefs at Zhu Xinglu. What is Zhu Xinglu? That is the finest restaurant in Chuning City. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you there. Jindan chuckled and continued serving food. His son was present, so why venture to Chuning City? Dressed in light attire, Qin Yizhu and Du Ning strolled hand in hand, taking a seat across from Qiu Kuan. Qin Yizhu inquired, Teacher Qiu, I've been rather occupied lately and haven't had the chance to ask you about the teaching habits. Qiu Kuan nodded with a smile, replying, I have become quite accustomed. This group of children is incomparably superior to those from affluent families in Chuning City. I am teaching them well, to be honest. Since that discussion on the previous night, Qiu Kuan had been feeling quite troubled. Kong Lin had insisted he cultivate this group of students, which he perceived as a significant challenge. During his time in Chuning City, he had felt quite stifled. One could neither strike nor scold the children of wealthy families, and had to coax them into studying, as if serving ancestors. Upon arriving at Yunyan Academy, although this group of children hails from the village, they are still teenagers, naturally at a rebellious stage in their lives. As Kong Lin once remarked, he too refrains from striking or scolding them. Having prepared himself to serve his ancestors, he was pleasantly surprised to find that these children were not only obedient but also devoid of complaints or grievances. They complied with his every request. Qiu Kuan had never experienced such a comfortable teaching environment. Very well, if there is anything you require, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall assist in addressing it. As it happens, there is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you. Concerning the student Yun Tianyi, I find myself somewhat at a loss in teaching him. Qin Yizhu set down her chopsticks and inquired earnestly, Has Tianyi been disrespectful to you in class? I shall speak to him immediately. No, that is not my intention. Qiu Kuan quickly gestured, then expressed his inner conflict. Yun Tianyi had originally been studying the art of palm techniques under Kong Lin, but when Qiu Kuan took on the role of instructor for both the fist and palm classes, naturally, the student began to follow him. However, during the process of imparting knowledge and resolving doubts, Qiu Kuan realized that no matter what he conveyed, this young lad comprehended it within moments. While this should have been a source of joy, the frequency of such occurrences rendered it rather uninspiring, stripping away the sense of accomplishment that comes with being a teacher. With a wry smile, Qiu Kuan remarked, I believe Tianyi's understanding of palm techniques surpasses my own. He is already capable of teaching others. Qin Yizhu nodded with a smile and replied, Very well, once the dean emerges from his retreat, I will convey this matter to him. I am most grateful to the deputy dean. After a half-hour respite following their meal, Qiu Kuan led his students back to the fist hall for a break. Qin Yizhu returned to her room to continue crafting a map, a surprise for Kong Lin upon his emergence from seclusion. depicting the essential structures required for elevating to a Grade C academy. According to the iron law of the Great Martial Kingdom, a Grade C academy must not only meet the requisite number of students and teachers, but also possess corresponding buildings to be eligible for application. These include the Martial Arts Hall, the Courtyard, the Alchemy Room, the Medicine Storage Room, the Martial Techniques Pavilion, and the Student Dormitory. Chapter 61. Emergence. Currently, Union Academy still lacks the Alchemy Room, the Medicine Storage Room, and the Student Dormitory. Qin Yizhu estimated that constructing these three types of buildings would require approximately 50,000 gold coins, ideally completed within 30 days, just in time for the Academy's exchange competition. The architectural style had already been determined, and the next step would be to reconstruct the Academy's aesthetic. Kong Lin would surely be delighted to see this. With this thought in mind, Qin Yizhu promptly set to work on the Academy's stylistic transformation when suddenly, she heard shouts emanating from the direction of the courtyard. Upon her arrival, she found a thrilling duel already underway, with the ever-anticipated Kong Lin engaged in combat with Qiu Kuan at the center of the courtyard. How long has the dean been out? Qin Yizhu asked Yun Tianyi, who stood beside her. Not long, just a little while. Moments ago, Qiu Kuan had been imparting knowledge of fist techniques to his students when Kong Lin burst in, demanding a sparring match with him, leading them both to the courtyard, where Yun Tianyi and the other students gathered to watch. This guy never ceases to be a source of concern. The moment he emerges, he starts a fight, Qin Yizhu muttered under her breath. In the courtyard, Qiu Kuan's anxiety grew with each exchange. He is a primary attacker, and his style revolves around swift assaults. Although the shadow of his punches is evident, he struggles to breach his opponent's defenses. Kong Lin blocks a punch, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarks, "Haven't you had your meal? You're using all your strength to strike me." Qiu Kuan lets out a bitter laugh, then grits his teeth to unleash the strongest technique from the Breaking Wind fist, known as Breaking Wind. As he throws a punch, a tempestuous wind howls, suddenly stirring up the dust that blankets the courtyard. Although the observing students cannot comprehend the duel between the two, they can sense the formidable power behind Qiu Kuan's fist through the roaring wind. Positioned to be attacked, Kong Lin remains unfazed, smiling serenely. This technique belongs to the straight punch category, appearing somewhat ostentatious and lacking in practicality. Suddenly, Kong Lin stomps his foot, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed to collide with Qiu Kuan's fist. Just half a foot away from the oncoming punch, he boldly raises his right hand, forming a fist to prepare for a direct confrontation. Boom! As their fists clash, a sound akin to thunder erupts, prompting the onlookers to instinctively cover their ears. In this face-to-face encounter, Qiu Kuan is vanquished. "You are not fast enough. Allow me to demonstrate what true speed looks like." He gestures for Yun Tianyi to assist Qiu Kuan out, then addresses the silent Long Jianfeng. "Stop standing there. Come over." With a swift motion, Long Jianfeng steps into the courtyard and unsheathes his long sword, the crisp sound of its ringing echoing throughout Union Academy. At this moment, his fighting spirit is unparalleled. Having narrowly lost to Kong Lin previously, he is determined to claim victory this time. There are no words, only the clash of swords as their sparring commences. During their last encounter, Kong Lin had the advantage of Long Jianfeng's injuries and the system. Now, however, Long Jianfeng is unscathed, and Kong Lin refrains from using the system to discern any weaknesses, opting for a battle of utmost effort. Kong Lin retreats a half-step, narrowly evading the sharpest point of the sword, then slides to the side, resulting in a peculiar scene. It appears as if an invisible stone supports him, enabling him to attack at an angle. Once within striking distance, he raises his fist, launching a direct assault towards Long Jianfeng's heart. In a flash, Long Jianfeng retracts his sword to block, allowing Kong Lin's punch to collide with the blade. Clash! Both combatants retreat simultaneously. After regaining his footing, Kong Lin stomps again and advances towards Long Jianfeng's left side, initiating a dazzling flurry of combat. To the onlookers, this is a breathtaking display of skill, as both Kong Lin and Long Jianfeng leave behind afterimages. Yet, to Qiu Kuan's eyes, it is a quintessential lesson on close-quarters combat versus swordplay. "Teacher Qiu, would you like Teacher 1 to take a look at you?" Yun Tianyi inquires upon noticing the pained expression on Qiu Kuan's face. Qiu Kuan quickly waves his hand in refusal, asserting that not only is he fine now, but even if he were missing a limb, he would still wish to witness the conclusion of this battle. Among martial artists, close combat specialists have always been a topic of contention. Some argue their inadequacy due to their lack of weapon advantages in terms of length, hardness, and sharpness. They contend that to harden one's body to the quality of blades, one must engage in body refinement techniques, which require an extensive duration. Others believe in their capabilities, asserting that they do not need to cultivate a rapport with weapons, as they can naturally wield them as extensions of themselves, allowing for a quicker entry into the martial arts. Qiuquan was inclined towards the latter, for due to his childhood experiences, he placed no faith in heaven or earth, nor in the weapons at hand, but solely in the strength of his own fists. Thus, he chose to master the art of boxing as his first martial skill, specifically the swift and agile breaking wind fist, which integrated footwork and an aggressive fighting style. He focused on close-range rapid strikes, striving to secure victory within mere breaths. Until today, he had reveled in the belief that he had grasped the essence of quick combat. Yet upon reflection, he realized he had barely scratched the surface. He discerned with clarity that Kong Lin lacked footwork. Instead, he engaged in a direct and forceful confrontation with Long Jianfeng, in the previous breath. He had sent the long sword flying with a punch, and before the next breath could arrive, his fist was already poised at Long Jianfeng's chest, the speed utterly astonishing. The essence of close-range combat lay in swiftness. How to achieve this speed? It required not only rapid fists and agile movements, but also a quick mind and acute perception to anticipate the enemy's attack patterns and determine where their strikes would land. In this manner, whether one struck first or second, they could gain the upper hand. While engaging in combat, Kong Lin simultaneously imparted wisdom, astonishing onlookers with the accuracy of his insights. Each time he sent his fist towards an empty space, it seemed that in the next moment, Long Jianfeng would inevitably bring his sword or body directly into the path of that fist. Qiuquan experienced a moment of profound enlightenment and subsequently bowed deeply to Kong Lin, expressing his gratitude for introducing him to this foundational knowledge. With a series of rapid kicks that forced Long Jianfeng to retreat, Kong Lin laughed heartily, shaking his head and waving his hands. No more fighting. I'm hungry. Long Jianfeng let out a low grunt as he sheathed his long sword. He did not perceive Kong Lin's words as an attempt to spare his pride, for neither could best the other. Moreover, he was now more certain than ever that Kong Lin was indeed a formidable master of true energy. As the students returned to their classes, Kong Lin settled beneath a tree's shade, gnawing on a roasted leg of an unknown beast, his mouth greasy with juices. Xiao Zhu, how did you know I would emerge today? He inquired. To be honest, I had no idea I would be out today either. I have Uncle Jean prepare a roasted leg for me every day, so you can enjoy a meal whenever you return, she replied. Kong Lin felt a surge of gratitude. She was the first woman, aside from family, to show such concern for him. Just as he was about to pinch her playfully, Qin Yizhu recoiled with a look of disdain, frowning as she said, "After so many days without a bath, you think you can touch me? Not a chance. So, if I bathe, I can touch you," he teased. "Until we are married, don't even think about it." Qin Yizhu, blushing with embarrassment, playfully scolded before darting away. Kong Lin chuckled and shook his head, finding this little girl rather amusing. Halfway through his roasted beast leg, Qin Yizhu approached, holding a rolled-up map. "I intended to show you this once it was completed, but there is something urgent I need to discuss. We are running low on funds." "How much do we have left?" "A little over 50,000. Kong Lin nearly choked on his meat. Over 50,000 gold coins was hardly a trifling sum. After all, an ordinary person's annual living expenses amounted to only 300 or 400 gold coins. Chapter 62. Planning. Qin Yizhu observed Kong Lin's expression and realized he had misunderstood. "If it's just for food and drink, we should be fine. But don't forget the construction requirements for upgrading to a Grade B academy." Almost forgetting about that matter, Kong Lin muttered a curse under his breath. Qin Yizhu retrieved the map with a bamboo handle, stating, "Within this, there are depictions of 3 buildings, along with the layout of the academy. Please take a look. I shall amend any necessary changes," he continued. "The construction team has also been contacted. We await your word." "Hold on, let me ponder for a moment." Kong Lin set down the meat leg. Adopting a contemplative expression, he recalled that the system's marketplace offered architectural options, which he had not had the chance to explore previously. However, it would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of ordinary workers, alleviating concerns about subpar construction. As he opened the system, Kong Lin was astounded. He had anticipated that during his seclusion, some students would make breakthroughs, thus augmenting his esteemed mentor points, but he had not expected to encounter such a multitude of students. Long Xiaoya, female, 11 years old, body refinement realm, burning blood. Strength, 3, lower tier within the same realm. Endurance, 5, medium tier within the same realm. Will, 5, medium tier within the same realm. Agility, 3, lower tier within the same realm. Talent, alchemy, evaluation. Weak personality, fond of Jean Feng. An alchemical talent? A notification chimed, indicating the detection of a special talent holder, triggering a side quest. Cultivate a successor. Quest overview. As the head of the academy, one cannot attend to every detail. Thus, cultivating a successor is of paramount importance. Quest requirements. Train Long Xiaoya to become a first-grade alchemist, meeting the requirements of the Alchemist Guild. Quest reward. Alchemical Secret Tome, Volume 2. Quest deadline, 3 days. Failure penalty, permanent loss of the qualification to offer alchemy courses. To his surprise, shortly after attaining mastery in discerning talents, he encountered a student with an alchemical aptitude. Excellent. Kong Lin gazed at the timid Long Xiaoya, while the usually reticent Jin Feng spoke as if he were a gregarious conversationalist. After emphasizing the significance of celebrating birthdays, Qin Yizhu sent the two children off to rest. Strolling along a winding path with Kong Lin, he observed beams of moonlight filtering through the leaves onto the ground, when suddenly, Qin Yizhu was reminded of a familiar scene. 13 years ago. Right here. When we were both young, I spent your first birthday with you, Kong Lin remarked. Qin Yizhu's eyes suddenly glistened with tears as she replied, Kong Lin, from now on, whenever a new student arrives, let us celebrate their birthday. Shall we? Of course, I shall draft a school regulation, with the first stipulation stating that it was proposed by the esteemed Madame Qin Yizhu, requiring the academy to celebrate every student's birthday in the future. Even if these students leave, they will forever be grateful to you. How annoying, they haven't even agreed yet. They haven't agreed? Perfect. What did you say? Perfect. What are you thinking? Are you reminiscing about that vixen from Chuning City? That is a grand vixen, thoroughly ripe. At last, I understand your thoughts. Help, my husband is being murdered. It was indeed this conversation that solidified Kong Lin's commitment to a non-profit path for the academy. As he had numerous avenues for profit and did not need to devise means to extract money from students, with certain exceptions, of course. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that Yunyan Academy shall soon emerge as the most formidable institution in the Tianqian continent. A congregation of the strongest, unmatched by any other. Chapter 63. Long Xiaoya, on the following day, unusually refraining from his training, Kong Lin found himself experiencing a rare bout of insomnia. He then arose once more. Pondering deeply throughout the night, he had already attained the prowess to contend with a true Qi realm expert, yet he felt it insufficient. He needed to amass a few trump cards to ensure a decisive victory against such formidable opponents. The academy had found its footing, gaining increasing renown, and numerous parents were contemplating enrolling their children to attend classes there. Thus preparations for recruitment of both students and teachers could commence. As for the Li family, who had been duped, they seemed to have fallen silent, leaving Kong Lin somewhat bewildered. He chose not to dwell on it, allowing matters to unfold as they would. Should they dare extend their claws, he would not hesitate to sever them. Arriving at the temporary alchemy chamber, Kong Lin began to mix the medicinal herbs. Du Ning's symptoms involved an inexplicable dissipation of her vital energy, accompanied by excruciating pain that she had to endure incessantly since the onset of her ailment. Lung Jianfeng had already provided the corresponding prescription, and Kong Lin had utilized 300 master points to verify its authenticity with the system, confirming its efficacy. However, this particular formula was of the second tier, known as the Blood Dragon Pill. Uncle Dean, here I come, Long Xiaoya announced as she entered, her demeanor lively. What do you need from me? From now on, you must call me Brother Dean. Remember that, Kong Lin replied, crouching down to pose a question. Answer your brother this. Do you like medicinal pills? Although the system had indicated that this child possessed a talent for alchemy, Kong Lin still felt the need to ascertain her interest. What if she lacked enthusiasm? Well, if not, I shall find a way to make her enjoy it. What are medicinal pills? Are they edible? It was evident that the young Long Xiaoya had yet to form any impression of medicinal pills. Hence, this presented a perfect opportunity. Yes, they are indeed consumables. With a smile, Kong Lin produced a small pill he had prepared in advance and handed it to her. After she consumed it, he inquired, how does it taste? It's sour and sweet, quite delicious. Do you know how much this little red pill is worth? 1 gold coin. So expensive. Long Xiaoya's eyes widened in alarm, nearly brought to tears upon realizing she had inadvertently consumed a gold coin's worth. How terrifying. Do not fret, dear sister. I did not intend for you to compensate. I merely wish to ask if you would like to learn alchemy. If you do, I shall teach you, and you can sell the pills you create for a great deal of money. Being still quite young, Long Xiaoya could not fathom Kong Lin's subtle persuasion. She only knew that learning this skill would enable her to earn plenty of money, alleviating her parents from the strain of early mornings and late returns, and allowing her brother Jinfeng to acquire a fine sword. After pondering for a moment, she tilted her head and said, Brother Dean, I wish to learn, but I feel a bit foolish. What should I do? The sudden head tilt caught him off guard. Fear not. As long as you are willing to learn, I will teach you patiently. Kong Lin was filled with immense joy. Indeed, children are far easier to please. He promptly led Long Xiaoya to the shelf where the medicinal herbs were arranged and retrieved a particular herb, stating, when it comes to alchemy, the foremost task is to familiarize oneself with the types of herbs and understand the properties of each ingredient before one can truly engage in the art of potion making. Do you comprehend? Yes, teacher, one has imparted to us the knowledge of alchemy. The herb you hold is called Danlongkeo. Its properties are gentle and it serves as a primary medicinal guide for treating wind-cold ailments. Is that so? What else did she convey to you? Teacher Wen taught us that as a physician, one must possess meticulousness and a good memory. When preparing medicine, one must never tremble. A slight shake could lead to miscalculating the dosage. She mentioned that I am the student with the best memory in the pharmacy. Kong Lin nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the word tremble. If the lecture had been held in the cafeteria, it would have quite resembled the tone of the cafeteria staff. Nevertheless, Teacher Wen was indeed correct. A physician's most vital trait is attention to detail. A mere excess in dosage transforms not just into a failure, but rather a remedy into a poison. Then I must apologize to Teacher Wen later for having stolen the title of the best memory student, he quipped, before shifting his tone and once again crouching down to say, Xiaoya, now that you are a student of the Dean, you must strive diligently from here on. Yes, for my parents and brother Jinfeng, Xiaoya will certainly put in the effort. Very well, allow me to impart to you some knowledge on alchemy. After meticulously explaining the workings of the alchemical furnace and the properties of the firewood, Kong Lin continued, what I previously conveyed was merely foundational knowledge. Now I shall share some advanced concepts to leave you with a lasting impression. The purpose of firewood is for use by novice alchemists, but to concoct advanced elixirs, one must utilize true energy. This is due to the elevated melting points of the herbs. The flames produced by firewood are insufficient, and thus, one must harness true energy to evoke high-temperature flames. Therefore, you must commence your martial studies and practice qi induction techniques. This is the most commendable path for an alchemist. Do you understand? Long Xiaoya nodded, indicating her comprehension. Kong Lin also nodded in approval as he began preparing with the young girl for their first batch of elixirs. It must be said that those with exceptional talents are indeed remarkable. Over the course of the previous day, Kong Lin had guided Long Xiaoya step by step, from selecting the herbs to determining whether the Yuanyang furnace was preheated, and how to measure the alchemical time using an hourglass. He elucidated the entire process of alchemy. For an ordinary person, such a plethora of hautios would have been overwhelming, yet Long Xiaoya not only remained unfazed but found joy in the learning, quickly grasping the essence of it all, which left Kong Lin thoroughly impressed. That evening, during dinner, Kong Lin announced the impending lockdown of the academy for the following day. The crafting of second-tier elixirs is no trifling matter. Failure could result not only in the herbs turning to ash, but also in severe backlash, with grave consequences. Following a collective suggestion, 2 lines of defense were established. The first comprised Qiu Kuan, Yun Tianyi, and the students, who were responsible for guarding various points of the academy to prevent outsiders from intruding. Should anyone dare to breach this first line, they would face the second line of defense, the merciless sword of Long Jianfeng. With everything in place, Kong Lin spent the night practicing the qi induction technique, restoring his vitality and spirit to their fullest potential. As the sun ascended from the horizon, he arose and, after attending to his morning rituals, summoned everyone to awaken. Subsequently, he escorted Long Xiaoya into the alchemy chamber. Given that the concoction of the blood dragon pill necessitated high temperatures, it would take approximately half an hour to preheat with fire flame wood. Kong Lin intended for Long Xiaoya to first attempt the refinement of a recovery pill. Even if unsuccessful, it would serve as a valuable practice. Once the temperature of the Yuanyang furnace reached the requisite level, they would commence the crafting of the blood dragon pill. Without delay, Kong Lin instructed Long Xiaoya to prepare the materials for the recovery pill, allowing her to manage everything independently. Chapter 64, Delivered to one's doorstep in the training grounds? Qiu Kuren led a group of children in endurance training within the gravity zone. Since witnessing the confrontation between Kong Lin and Long Jianfeng, he had become acutely aware of his own shortcomings and had now learned to train alongside his students. This approach not only fortified the bond between teacher and pupils, but also honed his own endurance. As the hour approached noon, a sudden piercing scream echoed from the school gates. Qiu Kuan immediately ceased training and, along with Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi, proceeded to investigate. Before they reached the school, they encountered a throng of individuals approaching them, and from a distance, they could hear. What audacity to speak to Principal Feng in such a manner. Tianyi, who are they? Individuals from Lingxiao Academy and Nandu Academy. The man with the square face is Feng Tianxiu, the current principal of Lingxiao Academy. The one with the sharp features is Zhang Qian. The principal of Nandu Academy. Beside Zheng Qian is Li Shang, the vice principal of Nandu Academy, who is known for his cunning schemes. After a brief introduction, Yun Tianyi grasped Qiu Kuan's arm and said, "Teacher Qiu, please inform Teacher Long that I will hold them here." Qiu Kuan's mind raced. With both academy principals present and their demeanor suggesting hostility, it was imperative to notify Long Jianfeng. Very well. Be cautious and avoid any impulsive actions. Yun Tianyi exchanged a glance with Yun Yi, then stepped forward to obstruct their path, smiling as he asked, "What brings you, esteemed principals, to Yunyan Academy?" "Tianyi, we seek to speak with Principal Kong." "Please summon him," Li Shang replied. Yun Tianyi shook his head apologetically. Regrettably, the principal is currently in seclusion, engrossed in the study of martial techniques, and is unable to make an appearance. I advise you to return, and I shall convey your message upon his emergence. Qin Yizhu, having received word of the situation, arrived as well, accompanied by vigilant students who instinctively blocked Zheng Qian and his companion's path. "Tianyi is correct. I am the vice principal of Yunyan Academy, and you may address your concerns to me. If one were to consider Principal Kong's youth, appointing a mere figurehead as vice principal raises questions about the future of Yunyan Academy," Zhang Qian remarked, casting a sidelong glance filled with derision. Li Shang, momentarily taken aback, found it absurd that a venerable family head would speak without thought, merely to gain the upper hand in verbal sparring. "Your words are misplaced, Principal Zhang." Feng Tianqiu interjected with a gentle voice, reminiscent of an amiable scholar. "This vice principal was once a student of your Nandu Academy. Does your statement not reflect poorly upon yourself as well? Is this truly how one conducts themselves? Is that what a comrade on the same front would say?" Zhang Qian shot a glare at Feng Tianqiu. To be honest, he was quite displeased himself. After he and Li Shang had devised their plan to retaliate against Kong Lin, they had rushed to Lingxiao Academy overnight, only to discover that their opponent was in seclusion. After waiting for 2 days without seeing any sign of him, Zhang Qian could no longer bear it and forcefully entered the seclusion area, only to find Feng Tianqiu engaged in a poetic exchange with a female student, the atmosphere vibrant and enchanting. Zhang Qian was infuriated, nearly sparking a conflict with Feng Tianqiu. He waved his hand dismissively, saying impatiently, "Enough, I care not who you once were. I simply wish to see Kong Lin. This matter is of great significance. If we miss the opportunity, do not blame us for not warning you." The Dean Zhang refused to elaborate further, and even if the opportunity were missed, he knew the Dean would not hold him accountable. "Everyone, please take your leave. I shall not see you off," Qin Yizhu said with a smile, gesturing for them to depart. Kong Lin had stated that he had important matters to attend to and must not be disturbed. Zhang Qian, unsure of how to respond, cast a glance at Li Shang, signaling that it was time for him to step forward. This was a carefully orchestrated plan, and if Kong Lin did not take the bait, their efforts would be in vain. Feng Tianqiu stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Vice Dean Qin, even if Dean Kong has pressing matters, it does not hinder the primary purpose of our visit today. I have heard that there is a prodigious young talent named Jin Feng at Yunyan Academy, who, under Dean Kong's guidance, has entered the blood-burning realm in just 3 days and possesses remarkable swordsmanship. Truly a miracle. Are you suggesting a friendly exchange match between our Lingxiao Academy and Yunyan Academy?" Vice Dean Qin inquired calmly. The ironclad rules of the Great Wu Kingdom mentioned that inter-academy friendly matches were permissible, allowing for swift enhancement of both party strengths. Feng Tianqiu nodded slightly, stating, "Coincidentally, one of our students wishes to challenge Jin Feng. I wonder if you would dare to engage in this friendly exchange match." "Why would I hesitate? Please, let us proceed to the training ground." The Vice Dean was indeed a woman of fortitude, her promptness indicating she had been waiting for this very invitation. The group quickly made their way to the training ground, where Qiu Kuan returned, bearing Kong Lin's instructions and Long Jianfeng's decision. Kong Lin had instructed them to bide their time. As long as it was a competition, they could agree to anything the opponent proposed. As for Long Jianfeng, he had decided to remain outside the alchemy room to prevent certain individuals from employing diversionary tactics. Upon hearing this, Qin Yizhu nodded repeatedly, her mind already formulating a rough plan. She then rose to announce the commencement of the exchange match. As her words fell, a white-clad youth wielding a sword stepped forward, his words sharp and brimming with an unyielding brilliance. "Who is Jin Feng?" "Step forward." Jin Feng, cradling his long sword, slowly emerged and cast a casual glance at his opponent, saying, "I am Jin Feng." "And you are?" The youth laughed arrogantly, declaring, "A loser has no right to know my name. Prepare yourself." With that, the boy charged forward, leaping into the air to deliver a fierce downward strike. Jin Feng did not draw his sword. Instead, he simply lifted the sword sheath to deflect the intense attack, then retreated, signaling for a rematch. The youth, now red-faced and furious, shouted in anger and charged once more. This time, The opponent's onslaught was rather fierce, yet Jin Feng did not evade. Instead, he met the challenge head-on with formidable resilience, reminiscent of the previous encounter between Kong Lin and Long Jianfeng. The two engaged in a fervent battle on the training grounds, while the spectators below expressed their critiques with equal fervor. Naturally, the side of Union Academy had nothing but encouragement for Jin Feng, especially since he was the leader of this small group of 50 students. With the leader himself on the field, the cheers and support were unrelenting. Conversely, the atmosphere around Zhang Qian was less favorable. Feng Tianqiu furrowed her brow, discerning that their academy students were gaining no advantage in their offensive maneuvers. It appeared that Zhang Qian's side was behaving like ordinary onlookers, or rather, feigning ignorance deliberately. Each move the young man executed was met with applause. Even when he was struck, he loudly cheered for himself. With a flash, Jin Feng detected a flaw. His sword shot forth in an instant, the silver glimmer even swifter than before, and the angle of attack was exceptionally cunning. A resounding clang echoed as the match concluded. Jin Feng had intentionally held back, severing the young man's sword in two and trimming a few strands of hair, then refrained from further aggression or verbal mockery, turning to return to his position. In his view, he had delivered the most advantageous response. Although the student had gained the upper hand in words, Jin Feng had dealt a devastating blow to the latter's mindset regarding swordsmanship. For a swordsman, having one's own weapon shattered was perhaps the greatest affront imaginable. Perhaps the young man was merely inexperienced or overwhelmed by shock, as he momentarily froze, then cast aside his broken sword and fled to the safety of Lingxiao Academy's crowd without a backward glance. Chapter 65. Cultivating Successors. What a disgrace! Feng Tianqiu cursed vehemently, contemplating how to regain face and considering who might stand a better chance of victory. Noticing the contemplation in Feng Tianqiu's eyes, Zhang Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile. This fool had unwittingly fallen into his scheme. Now, in the pursuit of salvaging dignity, even if one were reluctant, they would have to exert their utmost effort. Director Qin, our South Dipper Academy has faced defeat in the previous 2 contests against your esteemed institution. This time, we shall take the role of challengers, Li Shang declared. Observing the 8 students dispatched by the opposing side, Qin Yizhu stifled a chuckle behind her hand, yet maintained an air of authority as she inquired, Vice Presidently, do you intend to conduct a multi-person battle? Oh no, you, having studied at South Dipper Academy, are well aware of our school rules. We only engage in one-on-one duels. Very well, I consent to this one-on-one match. Allowing Xiao Kuan to send forth 8 students to face the challenge, Qin Yizhu gracefully seated herself, fully aware that Li Shang's actions were merely a diversion. What harm was there in acquiescing? Moreover, having previously faced the gatekeepers, Denyo and Heir who, if they did not reclaim their honor, Kong Lin would undoubtedly reproach her upon his return. Director brother, I've completed the elixir, take a look. Long Xiaoya beamed as she presented her concocted recovery pill to Kong Lin. The moment he accepted it, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, Cultivating Successors. Rewards have been distributed, triggering side quest 2. The blue emerges from the indigo. Task introduction. The goal of every academy is to surpass their predecessors. And it is also your aspiration, albeit with somewhat lofty expectations. Task requirements. Cultivate Long Xiaoya into a second-tier alchemist, which necessitates passing the Alchemist Guild's assessment and obtaining the second-tier alchemist qualification. Task reward. Secret Compendium of Alchemy, Volume 3. Task deadline, 30 days. Failure penalty, permanent disqualification from offering alchemy courses. The assessment by the Alchemist Guild is staged. A first-tier alchemist requires proficiency in merely one formula, while a second-tier necessitates mastery of 10. Thus, the task issued the day before yesterday was effortlessly accomplished, but this task poses a challenge, indicating a journey to Chuning City is essential within 30 days. Xiaoya, you are truly exceptional, indeed a person of talent, having successfully refined the elixir in one attempt. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment, remain humble, understood. Xiaoya will remember the words of the esteemed dean and will continue to strive diligently. Very well, you may rest aside and observe how your elder brother refines the second-tier elixir. The Yuanyang furnace has been preheated. Clear the ashes from the bottom of the furnace, rekindle the firewood, and gather the materials for the Blood Dragon elixir nearby, resetting the hourglass. The first attempt at the Blood Dragon elixir begins with the primary ingredient, the Great Red Lotus, which serves as a harmonizing agent with neutral effects. As Kong Lin spoke while refining, he noted the time once the ingredients melted before continuing to converse with himself. Long Xiaoya sat on a small stool, resting her chin on her hands, intently observing Kong Lin's process. Thanks to the insights provided by Long Jianfeng regarding the Blood Dragon elixir, He flawlessly introduced the 8 materials without error. As he gazed at the white, viscous substance in the furnace, Kong Lin remarked, Xiaoya, the next step involves the initial application of true qi in alchemy. Pay close attention. He retrieved the blood cloud true mushroom from the system marketplace, cast it into the Yuanyang furnace, and then covered it. Kong Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, using both hands to push towards the flames beneath the Yuanyang furnace while directing a thread of true qi hidden within his body. With a whoosh, the flames suddenly intensified, even producing a sound, a remarkable sight that left Long Xiaoya wide-eyed. Outside, Long Jianfeng sensed the true qi and instinctively tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, cautiously scanning the surroundings, aware that they were at the final and most critical step. In the training grounds, the competition continued, with one side celebrating while the other lamented. Naturally, the joyous ones were from Yunyan Academy, having secured victories in 7 consecutive matches. Were it not for the vice dean's need for authority, Qin Yizhu would have leaped up in exuberant cheer. Zhang Qian and the others wore expressions of despair, glaring angrily at Feng Tianqiu, who derisively remarked, Is the esteemed Lingxiao Academy of Yunyan City truly so formidable? 3 consecutive losses. Feng Tianqiu retorted with irritation. Haven't you lost 4 matches? How dare you criticize me? Li Shang pondered deeply, questioning whether Yunyan Academy had truly reached such heights. As far as he knew, this group of students had only been enrolled for less than 15 days. Completing the transformation from an ordinary individual to an experienced student within just 15 days was indeed astonishing. Indeed, it must be the elixir. Only such a potion could achieve what can only be described as an extraordinary reversal. Kong Lin is a master alchemist, and the refining liquid he concocted has fetched an exorbitant price. No, a new strategy must be devised to counter him. I must consult Zhang Qian upon my return. As the 8th bout of combat reached its midpoint, a sudden crimson beam of light shot skyward from the location of the faculty dormitory, within which appeared the spectral form of a blood-red dragon coiling upward. A rich aroma of medicinal herbs rapidly permeated the training grounds, causing Li Shang to exclaim in astonishment upon inhaling the fragrance. A second-tier elixir. Within the training grounds, Zhang Qian's faction responded with a profound silence. That was indeed a second-tier elixir. After a 3-year hiatus, the city of Yunyan had once more witnessed the emergence of a second-tier elixir, and once again, it was at Yunyan Academy. Feng Tianqiu found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Yunyan Academy is truly on the brink of resurgence? No, it cannot be. He would not allow such a thing to transpire. Inside the alchemy chamber, Kong Lin was the closest to the cauldron, and the one who felt its effects most acutely. It is said that high-grade elixirs possess a spirit, and it appears to be true. As the blood dragon elixir was refined, an intangible aura of majesty emanated forth, followed by a surge of blood-red light, accompanied by the phantom of a blood dragon ascending with the beam. 3 blood dragon elixirs lay on the cauldron's tray, each enveloped in a reflective layer of elixir attire. A 1-pattern elixir attire. This indeed indicates a second-tier elixir. Brother Dean, you have become a second-tier alchemist. Long Xiaoya exclaimed joyously upon seeing the elixirs on the tray, clapping her hands in delight. Hearing the commotion, Long Jianfeng pushed the door open and entered, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the 3 blood dragon elixirs. At last, Du Ning's stubborn ailment could be cured. Shoo, it's merely a second-tier elixir. There's no need for such excitement, he remarked. Brother Dean, does your statement imply that you can concoct other second-tier elixirs as well? Of course, Kong Lin replied with an air of pride. To maintain the dignity of the dean, he had to refrain from exuberant cheers, for only in this manner could he command the respect of others. After placing the blood dragon elixirs into a pre-prepared jade vial, Kong Lin declared, Let us proceed to confront our uninvited guests. As for the elixirs, they can wait until later. Upon hearing this, Long Jianfeng nodded. With the presence of the blood elixir and Du Ning's injuries stabilized, the evening would be the most opportune time when there were no outsiders. Kong Lin took Long Xiaoya by the hand and led Long Jianfeng towards the training grounds. Before they could draw near, Long Xiaoya dashed to Jianfeng's side, proudly presenting her own concocted recovery elixir, saying, Brother Jianfeng, look, this is the recovery elixir I made. Jianfeng beamed with an innocent smile, took it directly and consumed it, exclaiming that it was delicious. Chapter 66, Beast Hunting. Long Xiaoya's face lit up with a charming smile. In her heart, making Jianfeng happy was the greatest joy. Standing across from them, Li Shang's pupils dilated sharply, not at the sight of Kong Lin's arrival, but rather at Long Xiaoya. He had clearly seen the recovery elixir in her hand. It was round, glossy, and reflected a pale green fluorescence. It was undeniably a recovery elixir. Could a mere girl of 10 or so truly be so deceitful? Kong Lin is indeed a prodigy. Everyone who comes under his tutelage seems to flourish. Director Zheng Qian, Director Li Shang, and this distinguished Director Feng Tianxiu. What brings you all here uninvited today? Kong Lin approached the gathering with a smile. Qin Yizhu hurried over to inform Kong Lin about the incident involving the assault on the gatekeeper. Upon hearing the news, Kong Lin's smile vanished in an instant, his face clouded with a dark scowl. Who struck my gatekeeper? Step forward, Li Shang interjected, saying, Director Kong, we have come to discuss matters with you. Your gatekeeper spoke inappropriately. This does not justify your actions against him. I ask once more, who did it? Step forward. The previously amiable atmosphere became tense, as the individuals behind Kong Lin exhibited a fervent readiness for battle, as if a mere command could ignite a tumultuous conflict. After a prolonged silence, no one dared to admit culpability. Denyo and Erhu, to the training grounds, Kong Lin bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the academy. Shortly after, Denyo and Erhu approached, Kong Lin demanded, Who assaulted you? Point them out, Director. It's not a significant matter. Let's just let it go. Denyo, bearing the brunt of the beating, had a vivid red handprint on his face, while Erhu fared slightly better, having only received a kicked eye in their eyes. Being assaulted by these dignitaries was typically a situation best diffused, where minimizing conflict was preferable, and a bit of compensation would be ideal. What do you mean it's not a big deal? Kong Lin shouted, causing Denyo and Erhu to shudder. You are members of Yunyan Academy. No one dares to bully you here. If there is to be any bullying, it shall be us bullying others, especially on my turf. Speak up. Who struck you? Him and him. Denyo and Erhu, feeling quite moved, pointed to the two individuals behind Feng Tianxiu. Feng Tianxiu frowned and queried, Kong Lin, is it really necessary to jeopardize our relationship over a gatekeeper? Kong Lin retorted with a cold laugh. It seems our relationship was never particularly good to begin with, was it? Director Kong? Please calm your anger. At that moment, a group arrived, led by Chang Jianjun from the City Lord's office. However, Kong Lin disregarded his words, and in the blink of an eye, he struck the assailants of Denyo and Erhu, sending them flying, their teeth scattered from the force of the slap. Kong Lin shook his hand, his expression dark and menacing. Remember, on my territory, if you are a dragon, then lie low. If you are a tiger, then stay down. Should you dare to extend your claws again, I shall have them severed. Chang Jianjun, his mouth opening and closing in bewilderment, ultimately relinquished his attempts at persuasion, stating, The arrival of both directors today is by the City Lord's directive. So it was the City Lord's directive. Why not mention it sooner? How very frustrating. Kong Lin suddenly adopted a playful demeanor. This abrupt shift in tone was somewhat jarring. He then approached Feng Tianxiu, playfully chastising, Director Feng, you truly lack the acumen to leverage influence. Had you mentioned you were sent by the City Lord, your two companions would not have faced such a fate. Are you intending to ensnare me, sow discord between me and the City Lord? You are quite mischievous. Feng Tianxiu's lips quivered uncontrollably, a surge of frustration compelling him to deliver a sharp reprimand to Kong Lin. Director Kong, it would be prudent for you to cease this charade. It is utterly tiresome. With the facade shattered, Kong Lin promptly reverted to his true demeanor, leaving the onlookers speechless. The members of Yunyan Academy covered their faces in exasperation, pretending not to recognize him. The purpose of our visit today is to extend an invitation for Yunyan Academy to join the beast hunt team. A beast hunt? Kong Lin inquired. Indeed, there has been a surge of beasts at Chonglai Mountain, causing significant devastation to the surrounding villages and towns. What transpired? Pray, provide me with the details. 3 days prior, Yu Chongli received a correspondence from Chuning City, alerting him to the beast uprising at Chonglai Mountain and requesting reinforcements. However, half of Yunyan City's soldiers had already been dispatched for training, heading in the opposite direction of Chonglai Mountain. Their return would take approximately 20 days, leaving Yunyan City without any guards. Consequently, Yu Chongli suggested that the 3 academies send students to assist, thus allowing them to gain first-hand experience in combat. Lingxiao Academy and Nandu Academy were in agreement, leaving only Yunyan Academy. The 2 academy heads volunteered to extend the invitation, which led to the ensuing events. Upon hearing this, Kong Lin nodded in understanding and remarked, Oh, so you wish for me to lead the students in assisting you? Chang Jianjun confirmed, precisely. Kong Lin erupted in indignation. What of your conscience? Most of these students are merely 11 years old and have been enrolled for a mere 15 days, and yet you seek to impose such a burden upon them. Is it that you cannot abide the success of Yunyan Academy, to the extent that you would doom us? Chang Jianjun, taken aback by Kong Lin's fervent outburst, found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed somewhat unethical. Even if training was the intent, It would be more appropriate to send students who had completed at least a year of study. Sending those who had just begun their journey would only invite chaos. Zhang Qian, with a facade of mirth, interjected, "Yet one cannot deny the prowess of Director Kong. These students have recently triumphed over a combined total of 7 students from our 2 academies, all of whom had been studying for over a year." Zheng's implication was clear. Did this not suggest that you concede to the superiority of Yunyun Academy? To concede would offer the advantage that Kong Lin might indeed be swayed, thus allowing their plans to unfold smoothly. Conversely, to deny it would safeguard their reputation, but would undoubtedly prevent Kong Lin from being deceived, rendering their strategy futile. Whether to concede or to deny, this posed a significant dilemma worthy of contemplation. Kong Lin, with a beaming smile, addressed them. "Fear not, for all present are allies. No one shall speak of this." He then shifted his tone, mocking, "In truth, it matters not whether you concede or not. I hold you in no regard. I shall not hesitate to inform you that I intend to relocate to Chuning City shortly, and I shall bring the academy along with me. You two may continue your rivalry. I shall withdraw from this game." The 2 academy heads, one pondering deeply while the other remained contemplative, recognized that while it was feasible for one academy to merge with another, the sole prerequisite was that one must possess the qualifications for advancement. For instance, should the academy ascend to the status of an institution of higher learning, it would be prudent to select a city with a larger population, thereby enhancing the selectivity of the student body. Is it possible that Yunyan Academy has already attained the qualifications to apply for such an institution? Chapter 67. Logging. The 3 individuals raised their gazes to survey their surroundings. The training ground upon which they stood was encircled by towering trees, obscuring any view of other structures, rendering them unable to make an assessment that I concede. Li Shang was the first to yield, followed by Zhang Qian. The remaining Feng Tianxiu, after enduring several glares from Zhang Qian, ultimately acquiesced as well. Kong Lin laughed heartily. "Very well. Since you all have stated your positions so clearly, if I were to refuse, would that not reflect poorly on my discernment? Captain Chong, when shall we depart?" "The sooner, the better. Ideally, we could set off tomorrow, anticipating around 10 days of assistance." "Excellent, then we shall depart tomorrow, and I will personally lead the team." Chang Jianjun was overjoyed, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Director Kong, for your profound understanding. I shall return to make arrangements and set off with you all tomorrow." "Your efforts are much appreciated, Captain Chong." Chang Jianjun clasped his fists once more and swiftly withdrew with his companions. The competition was undoubtedly lost, and they had acknowledged their inferiority. Now, Zhang Qian and the others found themselves in a state of profound embarrassment. Feng Tianxiu, feeling a desire to retreat, spoke. "Director Kong, we shall take our leave for now, and see you tomorrow. No need to see you off in the Li Residence's council chamber." This time, it was not merely a gathering of 2 factions, but a convergence of 3. Feng Tianxiu, Zhang Qian, and Li Shang were all present. This little wretch dared to lay a trap for me. Seeing Zhang Qian slam the table again, Li Shang felt a pang of sympathy for the desk. They had been back for an hour, and during this time, aside from berating Kong Lin for his numerous failings, Zhang Qian had repeatedly struck the table, leaving a handprint on the otherwise pristine red sandalwood surface. "Zhang Qian, it would have been one thing if you had merely admitted defeat, but why must you drag me down with you?" Just moments ago, Zhang Qian had been vigorously signaling with his eyes, and Feng Tianxiu truly wished to remain unyielding. The individuals he had brought along were mere trifles, incapable of representing the combat prowess of Lingxiao Academy. "Let us not forget our ultimate objective." Zhang Qian rose and declared, "We have agreed to suppress Kong Lin. We cannot allow him to continue his antics. Surely, it is not merely a matter of suppression. We must ensure he is rendered incapable of further disruption." Second-grade elixirs, recovery pills, and refining liquids to Li Sheng also stood, stating, "The recovery pills have turned the Yun family into his lackeys, while the refining liquid has transformed the Xinyang auction house into his ally. As for the nature of this second-grade elixir, its effects remain uncertain, yet I am certain they will yield unforeseen consequences." Li Sheng supported himself against the table, his body slightly inclined, as he gravely remarked, "At this juncture, we find ourselves struggling to cope. It seems we must eliminate this Kong Lin to rest easy." "Do you speak of elimination as though it were a simple task? Do you consider the city lord's manor mere decor?" "Director Feng, if you would consent, I shall take charge of all matters. I assure you, no one will detect our actions." Today, Kong Lin's performance astonished Li Sheng, and throughout the return journey, he had been contemplating whether it was truly necessary to reach this point. The answer was affirmative. Since Kong Lin saved Yun Tianyi, it seems as if the two have found themselves on opposing sides. The turmoil surrounding the assessment has brought disgrace to the Li family, while the poison pill incident has severely weakened them, leaving them burdened with considerable debt, with no clear path to recovery in sight. Now that they have become adversaries, why not resolve matters decisively? Reflecting on it, Li Shang wishes he could slap the version of himself that made those decisions, thinking that an early resolution would have sufficed. Old Feng, have you hesitated? Do not forget how, 3 years ago, you seized the opportunity to pilfer numerous martial techniques from Yunyan Academy. For the past 3 years, Li Shang and I have kept this secret, out of respect for our friendship. If Kong Lin were to discover this, what do you think his reaction would be? So you intend to use this matter as leverage against me? Feng Tianqiu scoffed. It is not leverage, but rather a call for you to choose a side. Zhang Qian replied, shaking his head. Standing together means becoming allies. Is it not only natural to safeguard the secrets of an ally? However, should you choose not to stand with us, then we shall be strangers. And I see no reason to keep your secrets. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest, Feng Tianqiu stated. Zhang Qian then turned to Li Shang, who remarked, I need to carefully plan where and how to make certain individuals disappear. May I have 1 night's time for this? No problem. Then I shall trouble you. Old Li.it is no trouble at all. Please take your leave, and I will inform you once the plan is ready. As Feng Tianqiu and Zhang Qian returned to prepare, Li Shang sat in the council hall, plucking at his beard. Li entered and inquired, Father, why are you plucking your beard again? The pain helps me to stay alert. Li Shang replied, looking up. Yeah, I have decided to deal with Kong Lin once and for all that. In addition to dispatching the blade team, I will require your master's assistance. Father, you need not worry. I will send a message to my master immediately. As night fell, Yunyan Academy was filled with jubilant celebration. After achieving a resounding victory, Kong Lin decided to reward the students by having Jin Dan prepare a lavish feast. Lung Jianfeng was also in high spirits that evening. With Du Ning fully recovered, he had no lingering worries and thus raised 3 toasts to Kong Lin before succumbing to inebriation. It seems he is neither impressive in strength nor in drinking capacity, Kong Lin remarked, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. Du Ning shot a disapproving glance at the drunken Long Jianfeng and said playfully, Thank you, Dean, for your rescue. Du Ning shall never forget this kindness. Your husband has already repaid his debt. There is no need for you to do so. Haha. Quickly, help him to rest, will you? Du Ning acknowledged with an affirmative hum and assisted the swaying Long Jianfeng out. As the banquet concluded, Kong Lin sat atop a small hill in contemplation. Qin Yizhu quietly appeared behind him and draped a cloak over his shoulders, saying, It is chilly at night. Take care to keep warm. Little Zhu, during my absence, the academy will rely on you. With Long Jianfeng being a formidable warrior of the true Qi realm, I feel reassured by his presence. The roster for the expedition has already been prepared. I will lead the team, with Qiu Kuan supervising, along with Yun Tianyi, Yun Yi, and students from both the Fist and Palm halls. You must prioritize your safety. The beasts we may encounter are devoid of humanity. Please take good care of yourself. Though Qin Yizhu was reluctant, there was no alternative. Both deans had come to seek him out, and the city lord's personal guard had also made it clear that once a promise was made, one must adhere to it. Rest assured, who do you think I am? He declared confidently. Just as he was speaking, Kong Lin suddenly shouted sharply to his left. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the woods, speaking in a hoarse voice. Dean Kong, I bear no ill will. I have come merely to remind you that Zhang Qian, Li Shang, and Feng Tianqiu have devised a new scheme against you, aptly named lumbering. Exercise caution. With that, the figure vanished into the shadows. Qin Yizhu inquired, Why did you not stop him? I know who he is. Stopping him would serve no purpose. And how do you intend to respond? Lumbering. They harbor murderous intent. Perhaps it would be best not to proceed. Kong Lin patted Qin Yizhu's hand reassuringly, saying, Fear not, my dear Zhu. My skin is quite thick. It will not be so easy to fell this towering tree. Chapter 68. The Green-Eyed Wolf. Early the next morning, Yu Chongli personally saw everyone off from Yunyan City. With all 3 deans leading the way, the procession was particularly grand. During their journey, due to Qiu Kuan inadvertently revealing his past as a hunter, the students eagerly urged him to share tales of his adventures. Meanwhile, Kong Lin lay atop his horse, gazing at the sky while contemplating the matters concerning Chonglai Mountain. Located northeast of Yunyan City, Chonglai Mountain lay 500 li away, a mountain range neither particularly large nor small. It stretched for 1,000 li, featuring flat terrain and abundant vegetation, with villages nestled at its base. The villagers often ventured into the mountains to gather firewood and forage for wild fruits. However, Kong Lin found it perplexing that Chonglai Mountain, devoid of precious herbs or a convergence of vital energies, had suddenly become home to a vast number of wild beasts. It was noteworthy that within a 500 li radius, there were no significant mountain ranges nor lairs of extraordinary creatures, rendering migration implausible. What could have caused the beasts on the mountain to mutate into something extraordinary? Time flew, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. The group settled in a desolate village, where only the skeletal remains of houses remained. Selecting a relatively flat area, Kong Lin lit a bonfire, gathering the members of Yunyan Academy around him. Chang Jianjun approached to report on the day's progress. Dean Kong, we are still 300 li away from Chonglai Mountain. If we proceed at full speed tomorrow, we should reach our destination by evening. Very well, thank you for your hard work, Captain Chang. How will the night watch be arranged? We will handle the watch. You all should rest well, Chang replied. Kong Lin nodded, not wishing to be overly formal. After all, assisting Yu Chongli was already a considerable favor. It would be unreasonable to impose night watch duties as well. Turning slightly to the left, he noticed the gathering of Nando Academy and Ling Shao Academy, where both groups leaned together while Chang Jianjun briefed Zheng Qian and Feng Tianqiu on their situation. Dan, it seems they are intentionally distancing themselves from us, Zhou Kuan whispered. Kong Lin replied, they are all defeated opponents. What face do they have to remain in our company? Indeed, Zhou Kuan chuckled, nodding in agreement. Exceptional individuals are perpetually shrouded in solitude. What concern is it of theirs? Kong Lin inquired further, by the way. Have you completed the instruction on the Fuyo movement technique? Indeed. I have finished the teaching, and I personally assessed their progress. The children have grasped it quite well. Captain Chang also remarked that the majority of the beasts ravaging Chonglai Mountain are of the first tier. And with this movement technique, there should be no issues die in this world. Creatures are classified into tiers ranging from 1 to 9. A first-tier beast corresponds to the strength of a warrior in the Blood Ignition realm, while the second tier aligns with the Meridian Expansion realm, and so forth. The students brought along are all of Blood Ignition strength, coupled with the movement technique, which makes Kong Lin feel quite at ease. Well then, after a day's journey, I suspect everyone is famished? Let us prepare for dinner. The students cheered, finally reaching the much-anticipated dining moment. Among the 3 academies, Yunyan Academy carried the most provisions, as Kong Lin had brought an abundance of meat enough for at least 2 days. He certainly did not wish for his students to subsist on mere remnants of meat and vegetables. Each student grasped a beast's leg as thick as their thighs, and they each retrieved small knives from their packs to slice portions, sprinkling them with a special seasoning before placing them over the fire to roast. Before long, an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Zhang Qian, sitting at a distance, swallowed hard upon catching the scent, and upon glancing up, he found all his students gazing longingly towards the gathering of Yunyan Academy. Director, could we perhaps ask them for a piece of meat? After all, we are part of the same team. One student ventured timidly. Zhang Qian shot him a fierce glare and whispered vehemently, have you never eaten meat in your life? Go beg for some? Are you a beggar? Fool. The student shrank back, no longer daring to broach the subject. Meanwhile, it seemed that Kong Lin and his group were deliberately flaunting their roasted meat in front of them, and after finishing their own feast, they even prepared some for Chang Jianjun and his companions. This left Chang Jianjun deeply moved. With the delicious food before him, even he, who was not one for sweet words, found himself expressing a plethora of compliments. They hardly seem to be out here training. They appear more like tourists enjoying the scenery, Zhang Qian muttered under his breath. Such a sentiment was misguided. Kong Lin suddenly appeared behind Zhang Qian, smiling broadly, and said, we are not here to gallantly march to our doom. Why not indulge in a bit of cheer? Besides, a full belly provides the strength to fight. Would you not agree? The students of Lingxiao Academy and Nandu Academy chorused their agreement. Nonsense. Have you all completed your training for today? If not, hurry up and get to it. Zhang Qian bellowed, causing the students of Nandu Academy to lower their heads once more. Oh, Director Zhang, how can you send them off to train when they haven't even finished their meal? That is rather lacking in compassion. These children, around the ages of 15 or 16, were particularly tall due to their martial training, yet each wore an expression akin to that of a wronged spouse, clutching either a half-eaten piece of meat or sun-dried vegetables in their hands. How could one adequately describe their plight? Director Kong, I kindly ask that you refrain from interfering in the matters of Nandu Academy, if you would. Very well, consider it as though I never spoke, as though I were never here. I shall take my leave. Kong Lin departed, but not before waving the meat leg in his hand, the tantalizing aroma provoking Zhang Qian to curse Kong Lin multiple times in his heart. After the meal, the group began to rest. Zhang Qian excused himself to relieve himself and ventured into a small grove outside the desolate village. Li Sheng emerged from behind a tree and said, Director, we shall act at the hour of the rat. This time it is merely to test the mettle of Kong Lin and Chang Jianjun among others. It won't be long before it concludes, so remain vigilant and do not overlook any telltale signs. Zhang Qian nodded in silence, and Li Sheng promptly vanished as the night deepened. The bright moon was shrouded by ominous clouds. A gentle breeze suddenly swept in from the east, causing the flames of the campfire to flicker wildly. A chilling wolf howl shattered the tranquility, startling everyone from their slumber. The group stood alert. Chang Jianjun, who had been dozing, quickly shouted a warning and brandished his spear, beckoning everyone to huddle together. Before long, a multitude of green eyes emerged from the shadows of the grove, roughly numbering 300 to 400. Damn it! To encounter otherworldly beasts here is truly a stroke of bad luck, Chang Jianjun cursed. Teacher Chiu, what are those? A child inquired. They are called green-eyed wolves, named for their striking emerald eyes. They are a pack-hunting species. We shall stand together and wait for them to approach, Chiu explained. Wait for them to approach? What nonsense! I believe we should take the initiative and strike first, retorted a teacher from South Dipper Academy. Fool! Do you grasp the peril outside? To rush into the darkness is to offer oneself as prey. Can't we just wield torches? Another suggested. Then you go ahead. We at Union Academy shall not accompany you, came the reply. Enough. Let us not quarrel. If we cannot cooperate in this first skirmish, how shall we assist one another in the future? Chang Jianjun hastily interjected. Teacher Chiu's advice holds merit. We should remain within the village. Another teacher challenged, Captain Chang, on what grounds should we heed his counsel? What does he know? I have battled otherworldly beasts for 3 years. Indeed, Zhang Qian added, our academy's teacher Qian was a hunter for 3 years, bearing a first-tier black iron hunter mark. His words carry weight. 3 years. You truly are a novice, sneered Qiu Kuan, brandishing his hunter mark. Be why your logic. My 2 decades of experience with these beasts grants me even greater authority. Does it not? Upon seeing the third-tier golden hunter mark in Qiu Kuan's hand, Chang Jianjun's demeanor shifted to one of profound respect. I had no idea Teacher Chiu was an experienced hunter. Then the command shall fall to you. Chapter 69. There are issues. The revelation of the third-tier golden hunter mark silenced all dissenting voices, and the crowd's astonished gazes shifted between Qiu Kuan and Kong Lin. A third-tier golden hunter is no trivial matter. Qiu Kuan had dedicated 20 years to mastering this craft. An impressive feat indeed. Director Kong has certainly proven his prowess by enlisting such an esteemed veteran. It appears you have chosen your allies wisely. Zhang Qian offered a smile that betrayed his unease. Tio remain in the village could mean the potential failure of Li Shang's plan. Yet, in this moment, he felt powerless to intervene, and could only pray that the green-eyed wolves would prove formidable enough to compel Kong Lin and Chang Jianjun to reveal their true strengths. There is no denying that birds of a feather flock together. Exceptional individuals invariably choose to associate with their equally remarkable counterparts. Without affording Zhang Qian an opportunity to retort, Kong Lin declared, Qiu Kuan, proceed according to your strategy. Indeed, Dean, Qiu Kuan replied with a respectful nod. The green-eyed wolves fear fire. We must promptly select an open area to kindle a bonfire, ideally creating a circle of flames, which should serve to temporarily intimidate this pack of beasts. Subsequently, we shall locate the leader of the green-eyed wolves. Once we identify and eliminate the leader, the crisis will naturally dissipate. Understood. Chang Jianjun bellowed, relaying Qiu Kuan's orders. In the face of a life-or-death crisis, everyone acted swiftly. Before long, they discovered a spacious clearing and erected a bonfire. As they observed the approaching wolves, Qiu Kuan revealed a cruel smile, remarking, how I reminisce about this feeling. Teacher, please don't smile like that. It terrifies us, came a timid voice. Qiu Kuan's voice was low, and his grin appeared particularly sinister in the flickering light of the fire, sending shivers down the spines of several timid children. When dealing with these beasts, fear signifies defeat. This is the essence of today's lesson. Students of Union Academy, take heed, clench your fists and prepare to follow me into battle. Yes, it must be said that Qiu Kuan possessed a remarkable ability. With just a few words, he ignited the fervor of these students, inspiring even those from the other 2 academies. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the clouds above, as the bright moon cast its radiant light upon the earth, illuminating the lurking green-eyed wolves. Found it! Qiu Kuan exclaimed loudly. All eyes followed his gaze, revealing a wolf, twice the size of its companions, emerging into the moonlight. Its visage was fearsome, its coat a patchwork of colors, and a scar marred its cheek, indicating a recent wound. The leader wolf had sustained injuries prior, significantly easing the challenge ahead. Captain Chang, you and the faculty and students from Nandu Academy and Lingxiao Academy shall engage the other wolves, Qiu Kuan instructed. Very well, Teacher Chiu. Students of Union Academy, follow my lead. Each of you shall confront at least one wolf. Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi, you two will provide support. If the situation turns dire, intervene immediately. Understood, Teacher Chiu. With deft precision, Chiokuin allocated roles among the more than 200 participants. He then seized a torch and led the students towards the leader wolf. Remember this. Tough on the outside yet fragile within. Students of Union Academy, raise your fists and strike fiercely at the waists of these beasts, shattering their bones. Should anyone sustain injuries, do not hold me accountable once this is all over. Dean Kong, shall we have a contest to see who can slay more green-eyed wolves? Feng Tianxiu inquired. What shall we compete over? Let us wager who will prepare dinner afterwards. Oh, how cunning you all are. Even if we win, we shan't partake in your meal. Should you triumph, you'll feast upon our roasted meat. Not a chance. Zheng Qian laughed heartily, adding, then let us indulge in a feast together, shall we? You have not noticed that my students are all eager for breakfast. Well, it is merely a meal, a trivial matter. Students of Nandu Academy and Lingxiao Academy, have you heard? Put forth your utmost effort and fight fiercely. Victory will reward you with succulent meat legs. Under the tantalizing allure of the meat legs, the students from both academies truly exerted themselves, blinded by the fervor of battle. Torches were scattered across the ground, illuminating a vast expanse of the dark wilderness. With Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi providing assistance, Kong Lin found himself almost at play. Seizing the opportunity, he observed the students from the other two academies and muttered a curse under his breath, deeming them cunning. The students brought by Lingxiao Academy and Nandu Academy were all at the bone-washing realm, representing those on the verge of graduation, while the majority of students from Union Academy were merely at the blood ignition realm. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, it was just a meal, a trivial affair. The battle raged on, the roar of combat echoing through the skies, and injuries had begun to surface. After dispatching a small portion of the wolf pack, Chang Jianjun, feeling a sudden alleviation of pressure, summoned several members of the guard to establish a temporary treatment area for the wounded. Taking advantage of the moment, Kong Lin covertly observed the students from the other two academies again. But when he shifted his gaze back to his own students, he suddenly furrowed his brow. The students of Union Academy were facing nearly 2 green-eyed wolves each, while their counterparts from the other academies faced only one wolf among several individuals. Could it be that the Wolf King had issued a command? System, is it possible to detect information about the apologies, but it is not feasible. The fire I can only detect human physiques are not human. Kong Lin nodded silently, redirecting his focus entirely onto his own academy's students, wary of potential crises. Gradually, the situation transformed from a scenario of many wolves versus few humans to one where there were fewer wolves than humans. This shift occurred because Union Academy had initially targeted the Wolf King and had been engaged in battle for quite some time, leaving the others who were unoccupied reluctant to vie for glory, opting instead to watch from the sidelines and take the opportunity to rest. Chiokuin also withdrew, collaborating with Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi to seal off 3 directions of the green-eyed Wolf King, allowing the students to practice their mobility techniques. Zheng Qian approached and inquired, Director Kong, what kind of mobility techniques are your students practicing? They are remarkably skilled. Could they be of the Xin tier? Does my Union Academy possess Xin tier mobility techniques? Director Zhang, please do not jest with me. They are merely ordinary, run-of-the-mill techniques, as long as you allow my students to indulge in roasted meat. Upon our return, I shall grant you access to the martial arts pavilion of Nandu Academy once I ask that not inappropriate. Kong Lin replied with a hint of embarrassment. The martial arts pavilion is the most significant place within an academy, symbolizing its legacy. Could these two be attempting to curry favor with him? As this thought crossed his mind, Kong Lin dismissed it. Whether it was an attempt at goodwill would have to wait until after the event, for he did not trust empty promises. What could possibly be inappropriate? It is settled then. Tomorrow at noon, you shall treat everyone to roasted meat, and upon our return, we shall open the martial arts pavilion for you to have a good look. Since the offer is so generous, I shall accept it. Indeed, although the 3 major academies have not been adversarial in the past, there has been little interaction. I feel that this experience has instead brought us closer together. Listening to Zheng Qian's heartfelt musings, Kong Lin couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to his words than met the EY. Be cautious. Retreat swiftly, Chu Kuan suddenly exclaimed. Glancing back, they discovered that the leader of the green-eyed wolf had risen to its full height, towering at 10 feet, rendering the students around it akin to fragile saplings, easily crushed. The leader's limbs thickened at an alarming rate, the veins beneath its fur bulging like writhing serpents. It opened its maw wide, unleashing a piercing, anguished howl that echoed through the night, its fetid saliva spraying everywhere, and its sharp fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight. Retreat. Kong Lin bellowed, vanishing from his spot in an instant, only to reappear beneath the belly of the green-eyed wolf leader, swiftly moving the 3 petrified students aside. With a thunderous crash, The ground where the students had stood was immediately transformed into a massive crater, the turf uprooted. Keep an eye on them. Leave this beast to me. In confrontations where humans and aberrant creatures stood on equal footing, it was often the human who faced the greater peril, for they lacked the inherent advantages of the beast's formidable growth systems. At that moment, the green-eyed wolf leader seemed to have succumbed to a frenzy, its power surging to that of a third-tier beast, placing it among the pinnacle of the tempered body realm. Among those present, only Kong Lin possessed the capacity to confront it alone. Perhaps the invisible aura exuded by Kong Lin intimidated the foolish beast, for it remained still even as Kong Lin removed his long robe. In the depths of the thicket behind them, the cloaked Li Shang chuckled softly, stating, "Ah, the protagonist has finally made his entrance. Let me see just how formidable you truly are." Kong Lin tossed his outer robe to a student, instructing, "Step back. Be wary of collateral damage." Zhang Qian had intended to chuckle, but as soon as Kong Lin's words fell, he vanished once more, followed by a resounding crash. The green-eyed wolf leader was unexpectedly sent staggering backward, crashing into an unknown number of tree trunks. What kind of force is this? Zhang Qian thought his eyes might pop from their sockets, and Chu Kuan stood dumbfounded, entirely unfamiliar with this martial technique. What followed was a one-sided assault. Kong Lin's figure flickered across the ground, and each time he disappeared, the green-eyed wolf leader would be struck by a powerful punch upon his reappearance. The sound of thunderous blows reverberated. Relentless. Kong Lin silently counted in his mind, and after delivering 800 punches, he finally withdrew. Devoid of strength, the green-eyed wolf leader collapsed onto the ground, its body contorted in a grotesque manner, for every bone within had been shattered into fragments. Chu Kuan, bring me the skinning knife. Chu Kuan retrieved his 20-year-old skinning knife from his waist, asking, "Director, what do you need the skinning knife for? It must have something valuable in its head, having gone berserk like that." A beast that could ascend to leadership indicated its exceptional qualities, far surpassing its kin. If this creature had indeed gone mad, it was a certainty that it harbored a precious stone within its mind. The currency of high-level martial artists, the true essence stone. Indeed, the true essence stone does not originate from mineral veins, but rather from the bodies of exotic beasts, the result of these creatures absorbing true qi over the years. Chiu Kuan chuckled bitterly, saying, "Dean, this green-eyed wolf is not in a state of frenzy." Kong Lin's gaze sharpened, and he nodded slightly, yet his actions did not falter. With a swift motion, he sliced through the fur, shattering the skull, and a torrent of white liquid gushed forth. Disappointment washed over him. He had hoped for true essence stones, only to find his efforts in vain. Kong Lin shook his hands as he returned, inquiring, "Captain Chong, where can I find a pool to wash my hands?" "Follow me, Dean," came the reply. The one-sided beating had transformed everyone's perception of Kong Lin. Previously, they believed he had merely relied on his family's influence to arrive at his current standing, attributing his success to mere luck. They had not anticipated that he possessed genuine strength. The power behind that punch was truly formidable. With the crisis averted, the group cleared the carcass of the green-eyed wolf from the gathering place, and Captain Chong began to organize the night watch teams. Upon returning from washing his hands, Kong Lin noticed the children were still awake and remarked, "Why aren't you all in bed yet? If you doze off tomorrow, don't blame Teacher Chiu for being strict." "Dean brother, could you teach us that punch technique you just used?" The children implored Chiu Kuan, who replied that he did not know it. The children then began to protest. Such is the nature of children, blunt and unmindful of the potential harm to others. Kong Lin said, "This technique is called 8 Extremes Fist. I used it during my last spar with Teacher Lung. You may learn it, but you must heed Teacher Chiu's instructions. Only those who meet the physical standards can practice this style, understood?" Also, Teacher Chiu is a formidable instructor. If you have questions, seek him out, and do not bypass him to come to me. Clear? Upon hearing this, Chiu Kuan cast a grateful glance. "Understood, Dean brother. Now go to sleep." With their confusion dispelled, the children ceased their commotion and quickly drifted into slumber. Taking a seat beside Chiu Kuan, Kong Lin whispered, "What did you mean when you said that the leader wolf was not in a frenzy?" Chiu Kuan replied softly, "I have witnessed the entire transformation of a green-eyed wolf into a frenzy. It begins with howling at the moon, followed by the absorption of the moonlight's radiance, until its fur turns snow-white and its eyes become red. Tonight, this leader wolf was not in a frenzy. Rather, it seems to have been controlled by someone and induced into a frenzy through drugs." Upon hearing this, Kong Lin lowered his gaze, then looked up, inadvertently glancing towards the direction of Nandu Academy. Upon realizing Zhang Qian was absent, understanding dawned upon him. He had not overthought it. These wolves had indeed been deliberately sent by someone, in a small grove. Zhang Qian and Li Shang encountered each other once more. Dean Zheng, why are you here again? Your frequent outings may easily arouse Kong Lin's suspicions. What, am I not allowed to step out for a moment? Zhang Qian retorted. You may, but it seems rather excessive. Li Shang thought to himself, for such habits were not typical of a robust man in his 40s. Of course, he chose not to voice these thoughts aloud. Zhang Qian inquired again, have you managed to assess him? I just witnessed his strike with my own eyes. The speed and strength were utterly terrifying, far beyond what one would expect from a practitioner at the body refinement stage. You were indeed correct, Dean. It is preliminarily concluded that Kong Lin possesses the capabilities of a true Qi stage warrior. But rest assured, everything is under control. We have dealt with true Qi warriors before. Well then, I entrust this matter to you. It is imperative that you eliminate him during this trial. Should he become aware of our intentions, neither of us would escape unscathed. Very well, you may return for now. I will make the necessary arrangements. As Zhang Qian departed, Li Shang's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He then retrieved paper and pen from his sleeve and inscribed, plans have changed. Let the captain of the Blade Edge team lead the ascent, personally. He secured this missive to the leg of a small black bird and watched it take flight into the distance. Unbeknownst to Kong Lin, his spontaneous display of strength had nearly instilled terror in Zhang Qian and compelled Li Shang to alter his strategy. However, one certainty remained. The journey to Qionglai Mountain would no longer be solitary. Li Shang's curiosity had been piqued and would not be easily quelled. Chapter 71. From the sky go forth and slay these beasts. Our roasted meat is at stake. On a narrow wild path, a group of individuals was engaged in a fierce battle against a pack of aberrant creatures. This group consisted of Kong Lin and his companions, who faced off against a horde of wild boars, as Kong Lin aptly described them. These boars were tough-skinned and resilient, presenting a formidable challenge for those unarmed. Unfortunately, among the expedition, aside from the city guards wielding halberds, few bore weapons, resulting in numerous injuries of varying severity. Captain Chong, toss me a halberd. While grappling with the boar leader, Kong Lin bellowed. In response, Chong Jianjun, who was fighting valiantly in the rear, swiftly procured a halberd and hurled it over. Kong Lin leapt to catch the weapon, just as the boar leader chose that moment to launch another offensive, intent on piercing the tenacious human before it. Upon securing the weapon, Kong Lin glanced downward. A cruel smile gracing his lips, he found a favorable angle, leveraging his foot against the side of a tusk, and propelled himself into the air. Beast, today you shall witness the art of the halberd descending from the heavens. Reaching a sufficient altitude, Kong Lin grasped the halberd's shaft with both hands, plummeting downwards in an inverted position. This spectacle attracted considerable attention. Onlookers merely beheld a streak of light descending from the sky, followed by the boar leader's anguished scream. Upon hearing this sound, the other beasts scattered in panic, disregarding those they had trampled in their flight. Dean Kong is magnificent, a voice called out, prompting others to join in the cheer, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Once the battle concluded, the group rested on the spot, replenishing their strength with roasted meat. Kong Lin handed a roasted beast's leg to the city guards for the children to enjoy. And soon after, Chong Jianjun approached with another leg, saying, Dean Kong, you have worked tirelessly these past days. It cannot be said that it is arduous. You protect my students while I eliminate the most formidable beasts, leaving us with no debts to each other. Yet, we must extend our gratitude to you. Without your assistance, we would have likely retreated long ago. At this juncture, Chong Jianjun spat vehemently, his heart brimming with frustration. It felt as though he had been cursed during the journey, encountering a horde of strange creatures at every turn. Over the past 3 days, they had engaged in no less than 20 battles. This relentless onslaught had transformed what should have been a 2-day journey into a grueling 3-day ordeal, and with the sun nearly setting, they had yet to reach the encampment of the stationed army. As Kong Lin meticulously sliced the beast's leg to sprinkle the powder, he remarked, do not let it weigh heavily on your mind. Who could have foreseen such an abundance of beasts on the road? It truly felt like a curse. Once I arrive there, I will surely give that scoundrel Jiangku a well-deserved thrashing. What kind of intelligence did he provide? Utter nonsense. Jiangku. He is the commander of the stationed army dispatched from Chuning City. We are merely heading to rendezvous with them. They claimed that the beasts of Qionglai Mountain had been cornered and could not escape. Encountering so many along our path must mean he provided false intelligence. Wouldn't you agree? Kong Lin could only shake his head with a smile. He was aware of the truth but lacked evidence, rendering any revelation futile. Consequently, the burden of blame would unjustly rest upon his comrade Jiangku. Nevertheless, Kong Lin found reason to be thankful to the individual orchestrating the horde of beasts. After nearly 20 battles over 3 days, His mastery of martial skills had reached an unprecedented level of comprehension, seamlessly entering the most perfected state of the washing marrow realm, flawlessness. His body bore no hidden injuries, and his martial techniques exhibited no vulnerabilities now. He merely needed to adjust his mental state and restore his full vigor, poised to break through to the true Qi realm at any moment. How much longer until we reach the encampment? 50 more miles. Even if we encounter more beasts, we should arrive tonight. Very well. Let us resolve this quickly and set forth. These children are quite fatigued. As night fell, the group finally arrived at the encampment of the stationed army at the foot of Chonglai Mountain. Gazing into the distance, the modest Chonglai Mountain transformed into a dark silhouette against the night sky, obscuring a vast expanse of stars. Oh, who might that be? A voice dripping with sarcasm drew everyone's attention. A middle-aged man clad in armor emerged from within the encampment, his long black beard and piercing eagle-like eyes lending him an air of intimidation. A scar across his left eye added to his menacing demeanor. Jiangku, how dare you provide such intelligence? Chang Jianjun, it has been but a short time since we last met. Have you devolved into a foul-mouthed harpy, blaming your tardiness on me? The moment they encountered one another, a palpable tension ignited between them, yet the soldiers standing nearby remained unfazed, even wearing faint smiles. What does this mean? Their leader is on the verge of a brawl. The city guard possesses a certain swagger, and such exchanges are commonplace. Chiokuan timely elucidated the confusion. Tardiness? Look at yourself, you wretched fool. With a wave of his hand, Chang Jianjun gestured for his soldiers, who promptly brought forth a small cart covered with leaves. He lifted the leaves and pointed at the corpse of the wild boar leader within, exclaiming, "Look, this is the extraordinary beast I encountered on my journey. Are you trying to endanger my life with your false information?" With a restrained smile, Jiangke moved closer for a better inspection. He then rubbed his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "It makes no sense. We have blocked all the entrances to Chonglai Mountain. How could any beast escape? Who knows? If it weren't for my familiarity with you, I would have surely pierced you with my spear upon our first meeting. You scoundrel, I shall settle the score with you later. For now, leave me to organize things." After venting 3 days' worth of pent-up anger, Chang Jianjun finally felt relieved and proceeded with the academy personnel to their resting quarters. "Director Kong, this is the best arrangement we could manage for your accommodation. Please bear with us. Once the students are settled, I will need to speak with you at the main camp." "All right, you go ahead. I will join you shortly," he instructed Chiokuan and the others to arrange for the students to rest. And Kong Lin took a brief tour of the temporary encampment before following the guards to the main camp. Our great benefactor, Director Kong, has arrived. As soon as Kong Lin stepped inside, he was greeted with praise. Lifting the curtain, he saw Chang Jianjun and Jiangku smiling at him, along with Zhang Qian, Feng Tianxiu, and several unfamiliar faces. "I apologize for my tardiness. Director Kong, your efforts along the way have been tremendous. Without your assistance, I fear Chang Jianjun would have become mere fodder for the extraordinary beasts," Jiangke remarked with a grin. "You flatter me, Captain Jiang. Everyone has contributed, and the credit is not mine alone." Such humility, excessively so. Upon hearing this, Chang Jianjun's expression shifted. In their city guard, humility was often synonymous with insincerity. Jiangke patted Chang Jianjun on the shoulder and continued with a smile. "I must apologize to the 3 directors for the erroneous information I provided, which made your journey particularly arduous." Having just recounted the challenges faced on their journey, Jiangke had initially found Kong Lin quite intriguing. However, now he felt a bit disillusioned. Being late was one thing, but refusing to accept praise was rather puzzling. Was this not a form of hypocrisy? Perhaps Chang Jianjun was simply fatigued, Jiangke thought. Nevertheless, he concealed any disdain, as they were all there to assist. With a serious demeanor, he said, "Let us discuss serious matters now. I must inform you that the situation at Chonglai Mountain is quite dire, and you must prepare for a fierce battle." Chapter 72. The Fourth Order Extraordinary Beast. "Captain Jiang, could you clarify?" Feng Tianxiu inquired. Jiangke nodded solemnly and stated, "We have discovered a Fourth Order Extraordinary Beast on Chonglai Mountain." The atmosphere fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A Fourth Order Extraordinary Beast could rival a practitioner at the nascent Qi stage, indeed a grave concern. Ironically, Jiangku, as the leader of the suppression forces, had yet to break through to the nascent Qi stage himself. Why not enlist the help of experts at that level? Even if the city lord remained inactive, with the vastness of Kuning City and 2 academies, surely there were some nascent Qi practitioners willing to lend their aid. Zhang Qian exclaimed with evident anxiety. He could not afford to be calm. He had initially thought it was a commendable task, merely allowing the students to undergo some training, but who would have anticipated the presence of a 4th-tier aberration on the mountain? Was this not a clear invitation to calamity? The loss of a few students might be inconsequential, as they were all bound by contracts, yet as the principal, he could not escape the fray. What if he were to be caught in the crossfire? If something were to go awry, who would oversee the vast estate of the Zheng family? Ladies and gentlemen, please remain patient and allow me to elaborate. You shall soon comprehend why I refrained from seeking assistance. Jiang Ke noted that the fourth-tier aberration had consistently remained at the mountain's summit, never descending to the mid-slope, hence he deemed it unnecessary to call for aid. He had another motive. Entrusted with a significant task by the Lord of Chuning City, Jiang Ke aspired to resolve this matter with finesse, preferring to tackle it without external help. Should circumstances dictate otherwise, he would address them then. Kong Lin approached the suspended map of Chonglai Mountain and, pointing to the red circle, inquired, "Is this the activity range of the fourth-tier aberration?" "Indeed, it is," came the reply. "And what of the 3 red circles below?" "Those denote the presence of 3 third-tier aberrations, which pose considerable threats, hence their markings." "What manner of creature is this fourth-tier beast?" "A serpent, a massive black snake." "Hiss, that complicates matters. The great black serpent possesses a significant advantage in size and immense strength." Returning to his position, Kong Lin asked, "What are your plans, Captain Jiang?" "I have resolved to form a strike team to first eliminate the 3 third-tier aberrations. Once we have dealt with those beasts, we shall utilize the Xiong Huang powder to hunt the 4th-tier aberration at the summit. With this naturally lethal powder against serpentine creatures, our odds of success will be greatly enhanced. The remaining personnel shall be tasked with guarding the various passages. Once we have neutralized this troublesome beast, dealing with the other aberrations will be a mere formality. And which individuals do you intend to select?" "I have a clear idea of most of the candidates," Jiang Ke replied, glancing at Zhang Qian and Feng Tianxiu. "The overall strength of the students from the Nandu and Lingxiao academies lies within the Washing Marrow realm, although they lack combat experience. Therefore, I plan to position them at the foot of the mountain to assist our team in defending against and hunting any aberrations that cross the boundary. As for your Yunyan Academy." Jiang Ke shook his head with a smile. "Your strength is simply too low. You cannot even handle the guarding duties. It would be best for you to remain at the camp and rest, awaiting news of our victory." Kong Lin abruptly sat up, too hastily pushing his chair back, and pointed at himself, exclaiming, "What about me?" "You too, Director Kong. Besides, you have endured much fatigue along the way. It would be wise to rest. You might also take this opportunity to instruct your students and enhance their strength. Make the most of your time," Jiang Ke replied with a smile. "Jiang Ke, are you out of your mind?" No one anticipated Kong Lin's sudden outburst as he pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Ke. Chang Jianjun promptly restrained Kong Lin, signaling him to remain silent, then asked, "Jiang Ke, Director Kong's combat capabilities are no less than mine. You have included me in the strike team, so why not him? Who is set to join the Sharp Blade team? I wish to inquire why he holds me in such disdain, why he looks down upon our Yunyan Academy. By what right?" Chang Jianjun forced a bitter smile, remarking, "Does this have any bearing on being looked down upon or esteemed?" Jiang Ke sneered, "Director Kong, those who truly possess strength do not merely speak of it. They prove it through their actions. Very well, I shall demonstrate my capabilities. I will handle those 3 Tier 3 beasts, while you lot take on the Tier 4 beast. Should I succeed, even if you manage to slay just one, I would concede to you. However, if you fail and return maimed, do not seek me out. Simply return to Yunyan City and resume your teaching duties." "Fine, I await your words. Moreover, do not impede my students. If you belittle them, they too shall prove their worth. Let it be clear, your students may venture into the mountains for training, but should any misfortune befall them, do not come to me with that." The matter was settled. Upon departing the main camp, Kong Lin's expression remained grim. Xiao Kuan and Feng Tianxiu exchanged glances before approaching him, saying, "Director Kong, why the anger? Captain Jiang is only looking out for your best interests." Kong Lin replied coldly, "What nonsense." The implications of his words are laced with disdain, all masked as humility. Does he truly believe I am oblivious to the meaning of humility within the context of the city guard? Please, do not be upset. "Are you truly going tomorrow?" Zhang Qian inquired once more. "Of course I am," Kong Lin retorted, his face a mask of indignation. "I must prove that my strength is not merely spoken of." With that declaration, Kong Lin retreated to his tent. Zhang Qian chuckled softly, parting ways with Feng Tianxiu, and then found an excuse to step outside the patrol perimeter. Shortly thereafter, Li Shang arrived, asking, "Director, how have they arranged things?" You seem unusually cheerful." "Not for long. He will soon meet his demise," Zhang Qian replied, recounting the events of the evening. Kong Lin truly believes himself invincible, daring to challenge Jiang Ke. "I am eager to see how he meets his end. Yet, do you not find this situation rather peculiar? Li Shang's voice bore a hint of bitterness. This hardly seems characteristic of Kong Lin. Tio claim he feels belittled is an exceedingly flimsy excuse. Zhang Qian, growing impatient, responded, I know what you are hinting at regarding schemes and plots, but he has ventured alone into the mountains. What of it if there are schemes? Did you not bring along 2 martial artists of the true Qi realm? Can they not defeat him together? Li Shang nodded, acknowledging the truth in this reasoning. In the face of absolute strength. Any scheme is but a paper tiger, easily torn asunder. After relaying the locations of the 3 Tier 3 beasts to Li Shang, Zhang Qian returned, humming a tune. Within the tent, Kong Lin elaborated on the plans for the following day. Addressing Chiu Kuan, Yun Tianyi, and Yun Yi, that fellow Zhang looks down upon us. Ensure you slay several beasts tomorrow to thoroughly humiliate him. But do exercise caution. Chiu Kuan, as an experienced hunter, should know that should any mishap occur due to your negligence, I shall not be kind. Rest assured, Dean, you can leave it to me. Kong Lin handed the pill that suppresses internal injuries to Chiu Kuan and declared, I shall personally hunt down those 3 third-tier beasts. It may take me 2 or 3 days. No, Dean, Chiu Kuan quickly interjected. Come nightfall, the mountains will become the realm of the beasts. You must not take such risks. Then I shall return before sunset. You all must ensure your own safety. Very well, it is settled. The lights dimmed as they retired for the night. Chapter 73. The pursuit on the following day. Hundreds of city guards at the base were on high alert, as the pertinent information had been relayed to those guarding every entrance after last night's planning. Today, Jiang Ku and his team were set to hunt the third-tier beasts. Such endeavors would undoubtedly stir commotion, and their objective was to staunchly maintain their posts, ensuring not a single beast slipped past their watchful gaze. After hastily finishing breakfast, Chang Jianjun stood outside the encampment, gripping his long spear in anticipation. Before long, a sullen-faced Kong Lin emerged, accompanied by the students of Yunyan Academy. He approached and said, Dean Kong, you should remain with the 2 other deans to fortify the defensive perimeter. Kong Lin waved his hand dismissively and replied, Old Chong, we are familiar enough for you to know that once I make a decision, I shall not easily alter it. There is no need for further discussion. By this evening, I will return with the corpse of a 3rd-tier beast to prove my worth. Very well, do take care, Chang Jianjun sighed, pondering how a typically rational person could suddenly become so obstinate. Jiangku had not prepared horses for them, so Kong Lin had to proceed on foot. Fortunately, the distance was not excessively far. Since arrangements had been made the previous night, the group traveled in silence, their focus solely on the journey ahead. Before long, they arrived at the foot of Chonglai Mountain, where the city guards, clad in armor and wielding long weapons, stood vigilant in front of this defensive line. Even the wild grasses were stained crimson, with numerous beast carcasses visible among the underbrush. Seeing the teachers and students of Yunyan Academy, Jiang Ke merely smirked in derision, riding forth to catch up with the leading team. Kong Lin cast a resentful glance at him and said, Chiu Kuan, proceed as we discussed last night. Ensure your own safety. Dean, you need not worry. We have this under control. That is good to hear. I shall ascend the mountain now. Chonglai Mountain is not particularly high, nor is the terrain steep. Thus Jiang Ke's elite team swiftly reached the vicinity of the first 3rd-tier beast. Old Jiang, are you still unwilling to divulge? Chang Jianjun inquired once more. He had pressed Jiang Ke persistently the previous night, but Jiang Ke maintained that his arrangements stemmed from a disdain for Kong Lin. Having spent several years in close quarters with Jiang Ke, even sharing undergarments, Chang Jianjun was well acquainted with him. He sensed that Jiang Ke was withholding something, yet Jiang Ke remained tight-lipped. Planting his spear into the ground, Jiang Ke remarked, Why are you so bothersome? Like a nagging woman? Is there a need for reasons to look down upon Kong Lin? Speak another word, and I shall send you back to Yunyan City. Very well. Chang Jianjun promptly dismounted and remarked, I was just contemplating resigning. In any case, with you arranging my return, I shall be unable to fulfill my duties. It might be better to head back and face the reprimand sooner. Oh, come on, brother. Jiang Ke followed suit, pulling the departing Chang Jianjun back, saying, Let us wait until tonight. After we return, I will explain the reasons, if that is acceptable. Is that true? Damn it, when have I ever deceived you? Damn it, you've tricked me several times. The two began to bicker once more. Meanwhile, Kong Lin, the subject of Chang Jianjun and Jiang Ke's quarrel, was in a dire flight, pursued by a cadre of black-clad figures. Upon reaching the area where the 3-tiered monstrous beasts roamed, the black-robed assailants appeared out of nowhere, brandishing their long knives and charging at him without hesitation. After a fierce skirmish, Kong Lin managed to slay 3 of them, yet the sudden emergence of a Qi realm warrior compelled him to abandon his counterattack and flee. As he leaped across a fallen tree for leverage, He caught a glimpse of the pursuing Qi realm warrior in his peripheral vision. Just as he pondered how to shake off his pursuer, a gust of wind surged before him, and upon turning, he found a fist rapidly enlarging in his sight. With a resounding thud, Kong Lin was struck to the ground by another Qi realm warrior. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaning against a tree trunk, gazing at the black-clad figures as he inquired, "Who are you, and why are you hunting me? Do you not recognize my identity?" "Of course we do. You are Kong Lin, the Dean of Yunyan Academy, and a target of elimination." The voice echoed from a distance. The next moment, a black-robed figure rode in on a spotted beast. Kong Lin's pupils constricted sharply as he trembled, asking, "Who exactly are you? Have you not longed for my appearance along the way? Well, here I am now." The black-robed figure lifted his hood, revealing Li Shang. "Li Shang, why are you doing this? I have held no grievances against you in the past, nor do I harbor any animosity now. Why seek my death?" Kong Lin screamed in desperation. Li Shang scoffed disdainfully. "Stop feigning ignorance. No matter how much time you buy, Jiangku will not come to your rescue." "What do you mean? I do not understand." "Jiangku, originally named Jiangzhong, is your father Kong Jiwei's prized pupil. While I am unaware of how you managed to contact him, I know you would undoubtedly seek his assistance. Although I was not present last night, I am aware that you staged a rather poor performance to deceive Zhang Qin and Feng Tianxiu. Those fools." Suddenly, Kong Lin calmed down, smiling as he replied, "Master Li, you truly live up to your title. You have indeed uncovered this matter, demonstrating your astute foresight." Li Shang was not mistaken. Last night had indeed been a ruse. Regarding how Kong Lin had contacted Jiangku, it all began the night before their departure. After the black-robed figure relayed the message, Kong Lin employed the spiritual letter left by Yusiyu. The spiritual letter, a product of spiritual runes, could convey information to the recipient over great distances within a short time. Upon reaching out to Yusiyu, Kong Lin requested her to inquire about the leader of the suppression army. Upon learning it was Jiangku, he realized that the matter was manageable. Thus, Yusiyu acted as an intermediary, conveying the plan inscribed in cryptic script by Kong Lin to Jiangku, which subsequently led to the performance last night. Derisively labeled as amateurish by Li Shang. Descending from the beast, Li Shang remarked, "You have astonished me at every turn. If I fail to devise a suitable countermeasure, how could I possibly face you? As for being outwitted, did I not also fall into your trap? It nearly led to my ruin. Aha, the head of the Li family is indeed modest." Kong Lin coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood and retorted, "Is it not your intention to take my life? Go ahead. I lack the strength to resist any longer. Do you truly believe I would be so foolish as to allow you to come for my life?" Li Shang said with his hands clasped behind his back, a grin upon his lips. "You have slain 3 of my subordinates, tainting yourself with their poisoned blood. That much is true. However, I am aware that such poison does not rob you of all your strength." Thus, before Li Shang could finish his sentence, Kong Lin delivered a powerful punch against the towering tree that supported him, causing it to shudder and leaves to cascade like rain. Utilizing this recoil, Kong Lin propelled himself towards Li Shang, intent on delivering a decisive blow. Anticipating Kong Lin's assault, Li Shang did not even turn, secretly activating the Silver Soul Worm to command the beast to lunge at Kong Lin, while warriors of the true Qi realm on either side also charged at him. As the 3 parties moved, Kong Lin laughed, executing a technique that sent him crashing to the ground, then pushing off with his legs. He shot backwards with great speed. "Li Shang, you are not foolish, but you are indeed quite dim-witted. Once again, you have failed. Ha ha ha." Li Shang pivoted, but Kong Lin had vanished from sight. His expression darkened. Eyes ablaze, he rasped, "Kong Lin, today I shall surely kill you." Chapter 74. The most powerful academy. The scene rapidly retreated from view. Although he had narrowly escaped, Kong Lin felt no joy, for events had unfolded beyond his expectations. 2 martial artists of the true Qi realm, one adept with fists, the other with feet, accompanied by a cadre of formidable black-robed figures. The most pressing concern was how Li Shang had learned of his connection with Jiangku. Kong Lin was certain that this relationship was virtually unknown in Yunyan City. Jiangku had changed both his name and appearance. Unless seen by someone intimately familiar, he would be hard to recognize. Could it be that a formidable figure from Chuning City was aiding him? Contemplating this, Kong Lin halted his train of thought, realizing that pondering endlessly was futile compared to taking action. Glancing at the bloodstains on his garments, which emitted a foul odor, he smiled faintly. Having been reborn without yet making a significant stand, let it begin with you, Li Shang. The plan for counterhunting had already taken shape in his mind. This would be his first unimpeded and unreserved strike since his rebirth, and Kong Lin was filled with fervor. Meanwhile, the battle halfway up the mountain raged on, as Jiang Ke's blade team confronted a swift and deadly leopard-like beast. The combat zone was exceedingly expansive, causing a tremendous uproar that sent a multitude of beasts fleeing down the mountain. What the hell? Is today cursed? Why are there so many creatures attempting to escape? A soldier lamented, stating that beneath his feet lay the lifeless body of a strange beast, and he himself bore wounds. Meanwhile, two captains were engaged in slaying a formidable creature atop the mountain. Why did these lesser beasts not flee? Did you truly believe them to be foolish? Hurry and move, lest the squad leader catch you idling and resort to using his whip once more. Old Dong, look over there. The city guard pointed towards the area under the jurisdiction of the three academies' defensive perimeter. The students were embroiled in a fierce exchange of fire with the beasts. Your words remind me of something. I have heard it said that both captains hail from the ranks of the combat teams. Point 2. Are you referring to Captain Jiang Ke and Captain Chang Jian? Who else could it be? I've heard they emerged from the Wolf Squad. That shouldn't be the case. The Wolf Army, one of the 4 great combat teams of the Great Wu Kingdom, is directly overseen by the Martial Emperor. The team upholds strict discipline, demanding absolute obedience to orders. Any soldier who disobeys faces severe punishment. Lightly, they may receive a flogging, subsequently expelled from the team, and handed over to the city lord's office on charges of desertion. Severely, they may be executed on the spot. It is precisely this rigid discipline that has rendered the Wolf Army the most formidable combat team in the Great Wu Kingdom, bar none. Go emerge intact from such a team. Even a mere private would possess the qualifications to govern a city. Hence, the city guard's utterance of "shouldn't be" was understandable. Soon, their conversation returned to the students, as Chiu Kuan had already led them up the mountain. He noticed that the area near the defensive perimeter was permeated with medicinal powder, resulting in a scarcity of beasts, thus preventing the students from undergoing a true trial of blood. Therefore, they ventured further in. Upon their departure, the soldiers stealthily mocked them, claiming they were courting death. Without the suppression of the powder, they would face a horde of beasts outside. Hearing the sparse sounds of ridicule from behind, Chiu Kuan encouraged his classmates to forge ahead. The students nodded in unison and advanced together, with Chiu Kuan on the left, Yun Tianyi on the right, and Yun Yi at the rear, forming a triangular formation as they plunged into the thicket. The concealed beasts, disturbed by their presence, extended their claws. With a swift motion, Chiu Kuan dispatched a slender venomous snake that had fallen from a tree with his flying dagger, instructing everyone, be cautious of what lies above. Here we are, Yun Tianyi, Yun Yi, proceed according to the original plan. Thus commenced a bloody battle. As evening descended, a large crowd gathered at the foot of Chonglai Mountain, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Zhang San, 1 beast down. At LIC, 1 beast down. Wang Matzi, 1 beast down. Today, Jiang Ke successfully hunted a 3rd-tier panther beast atop the mountain. His spirit soaring, he resolved to initiate an impromptu reward activity. The soldier who slays the most beasts would be granted a visit to the Rouge Pavilion, with all expenses covered by Jiang Ke. This announcement caused those who had slacked off to stamp their feet in dismay, lamenting their missed opportunity at the Rouge Pavilion. Filled with regret, wait, Chiu Kuan stepped forth from the throng and inquired, Captain Jiang, may my Yunyan Academy also participate in this reward scheme? Jiang Ke nodded with a sense of assurance and remarked, of course, not just you, but also the individuals from the 3 academies may partake. Statisticians, gather a few assistants to tally the numbers and return to inform me. Yes, Captain. Before long, the statistician returned, loudly reciting the figures from the list. Lingshao Academy, 56 students, slaying 113 beasts. Nandu Academy, 43 students, slaying 50 beasts. Yunyan Academy, 26 students, slaying 168 beasts. 168 beasts? Surely that cannot be true. It must be a fabrication, absolutely false. Dissenting voices quickly arose. With only 26 individuals, each would have had to hunt nearly 8 beasts, which seemed ludicrous. Even the most skilled among the city guards had managed to slay only 5, and they were seasoned veterans. The students of Yunyan Academy, being younger and less experienced, left them incredulous that such a feat could be genuine. Silence. What are you all clamoring about? Why not take a look for yourselves? Jiang Ke commanded. Pass my orders to tighten the defensive perimeter and prepare to disperse the medicinal powder. Let us go and see for ourselves. As Jiang Ke led the way, they had yet to reach the battleground chosen by Yunyan Academy when they beheld a small hill. No, it was more akin to a mound formed by the piled corpses of beasts. Standing beside the mound were the students, each with bloodshot eyes, their bodies smeared with blood, silently gazing at the approaching Jiang Ke. The city guards trailing behind were taken aback. They sensed a palpable aura of menace emanating from these students. It was baffling how children of merely a few years could exude such a presence. Clapping his hands, Jiang Ke stepped forward and proclaimed, "Impressive. I now concede that you are the strongest academy in Yunyan City." "Ha! We did not slay the beast for your praise," a student from Yunyan Academy retorted. "Now, what rewards do we receive?" "The reward is a visit to Yanzij, my young friend. You are still quite young." "What does my age have to do with it?" The scene fell momentarily silent before erupting into raucous laughter, with some exaggerated city guards clutching their stomachs and rolling on the ground. These youngsters were oblivious to Jiang Ke's intent. After a brief hushed discussion, they reached a consensus to wait for Kong Lin's return before making any decisions. It was then that Xiao Kuan recalled that the appointed time had long passed. He gazed towards the distant Qianglai mountain, where the night had already engulfed the summit, slowly encroaching upon them. "Captain Jiang, our dean has yet to return. May we send someone to locate him?" "Absolutely not," Jiang Ke replied. "Nightfall is imminent. It would be unsafe for us to enter now. Dean Kong is formidable. He will find a solution. If you will not go, then I shall." Xiao Kuan promptly turned back, intending to have Yun Tianyi and Yuni escort the students back, but Jiang Ke's city guards encircled them, and Jiang Ke's voice echoed from behind. "Apologies, the loss of one may be acceptable. But if we lose too many, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Let us send our great benefactor back to rest, while the rest remain vigilant. Report any unusual occurrences promptly. Move out." Chapter 75. Design. The summit had succumbed to an inky darkness, with scattered starlight cascading down to the earth, providing only a modicum of visibility in this desolate wilderness. "Master, yet another fragment of clothing. This marks the 103rd. This group was none other than the hunting party led by Li Shang. Since Kong Lin's escape earlier that morning, they had been relentless in their pursuit, yet thus far, their efforts had yielded no results. Not even a glimpse of their quarry. Li Shang took the fragment of clothing, scrutinized it momentarily, then tossed it to the Black Panther beneath him, commanding, "Press on. If he wishes to play, we shall indulge him." "Have the arrangements been made down the mountain?" "Indeed, all is in order. Our men are stationed at every segment of the route. The moment Kong Lin makes an appearance, they will signal us." "Very well, let us continue our pursuit, this time heading north." "Master, beyond this point lies the territory of the Black Dragon. Are we truly to venture in? What is there to fear? Kong Lin intends to use the Black Dragon to eliminate us, does he not? Let us accommodate his wishes and allow him to perish by his own machinations. First, let us scatter the powder. We must avoid being mistakenly harmed by the Black Dragon. Additionally, we must remain vigilant, as Kong Lin may have donned the attire of our own men. From now on, let us issue a signal at each interval we traverse, to prevent him from blending into our ranks." "Understood." Upon Li Shang's command, his men swiftly retrieved small vials from their waists, liberating the powder within and dispersing it over themselves. Once this task was completed, they resumed their journey to the next location. To the north of Qianglai Mountain lay a rocky quarry, which Kong Lin had meticulously selected. The terrain was sloped, littered with stones of various sizes, devoid of trees, and afforded a wide vista that allowed for distant observation. Along the way, Kong Lin had also discovered traces of a great serpent, surmising that the creature lay directly above his current position. Should he find himself unable to overpower Li Shang, he could employ this serpent to his advantage. With all preparations in place, Kong Lin concealed himself within a hollow under a large boulder. Sealing the entrance with stones, he then held his breath, focusing his energy to enter a state of suspended animation. This was a measure of necessity. A practitioner at the nascent Qi stage had undergone a qualitative transformation, possessing senses far beyond those of ordinary mortals. Moreover, Li Shang had two such practitioners in his company, leaving no room for complacency. Any sound nearby would alert him, rousing him from his feigned death. Time slipped by, though its passage was indeterminate, until Li Shang and his party arrived. Their eyes falling upon the clothing fragments trapped beneath the boulder, Li Shang chuckled. "It seems Kong Lin has unwittingly chosen his own tomb. This place is truly lacking. Third brother, go retrieve the clothing fragments, but exercise caution around that boulder." The third brother, the fastest and most adept tracker among them, also the captain of the Li family's blade squad, immediately complied with Li Shang's directive. He dashed towards the stone, swiftly extracting the fragment before retreating hastily. As soon as the clothing fragment was removed from its original position, a cascade of stones began to tumble. Yet only 2 or 3 dislodged, leaving Li Shang, poised for discussion, utterly disheartened. In no signs of the large boulders tumbling down, Li Shang felt a sense of bewilderment. This piece of fabric should be the last remnant. The Black Panther failed to detect any useful scent. Could it be that Kong Lin has already fled? Master, where shall we proceed next? I must see for myself to ascertain the truth. Master, it may be perilous. What if there are traps? No need for further discourse. Lao San, you shall protect me, while Lao Si will take a position above the large rock to be on guard against any assault from above by Kong Lin. Li Shang, unwilling to overlook any potential clues that Lao San might miss regarding Kong Lin, was anxious. After all, they had all witnessed the preceding events. They had snatched the fabric and fled without examining other areas. If Kong Lin were to lay an ambush, he would undoubtedly choose a vantage point from which to strike. Now that Lao Si had secured the area above the large rock, any emergence of Kong Lin would force him to confront a practitioner of the art of breathing and control, skilled in the art of boxing. Proceeding with utmost caution, nothing untoward occurred. A dozen or so cloaked figures arrived first, and only after confirming the area was safe did Li Shang approach. He examined numerous locations, but found no further evidence left by Kong Lin. He then turned to gaze at the tranquil woods below, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Kong Lin, concealed within the crevice, suddenly struck out, shattering the small stones overhead with a single punch, thereby destabilizing the large rock, before retreating into the hole like a rat. The thunderous crash of the boulder reverberated, and the cloaked figures that had stood beneath it were instantly reduced to a gruesome paste, while Li Shang was pulled aside by Lao San the instant Kong Lin appeared. As the boulder tumbled down, stirring clouds of dust, Kong Lin leapt from his hiding place, standing atop the rubble, casting a calm gaze at the unscathed Li Shang. Kong Lin, I must commend your audacity. Risking yourself to lure me here, yet you were so close, Li Shang remarked with a smile. No, the spectacle has only just begun. Are you prepared? Kong Lin's sudden smile sent a chill through Li Shang's heart. He swiftly mounted the Black Panther, forming a triangle with the two remaining practitioners of the art of breathing and control to block Kong Lin's escape. There's no need for such theatrics. I never intended to flee. Prepare yourself. A pebble was hurled by Kong Lin, striking a larger stone above them with precision. Although this stone was not as massive as the previous one, it was crucial for stabilizing the loose stones on the slope. A deluge of debris cascaded down like rain, and the practitioner at the top was the first to be hit squarely, followed by a chaotic shower of stones, throwing the scene into disarray. Now understanding why Kong Lin had chosen this location for their confrontation, Li Shang commanded, Lao San, Lao Si, eliminate him. With few loose stones remaining above, the chaos would not last long. Li Shang knew that if he could endure just a little longer, Kong Lin would have no chance of victory. However, Kong Lin, the architect of this entire scenario, had anticipated this. He would not grant Li Shang any opportunity. Utilizing the Fuyo movement technique, Kong Lin navigated effortlessly through the rain of stones, even kicking several diamond-shaped rocks towards Li Shang and his advanced Point 2 martial artists at the nascent Qi realm attempted to thwart him, enduring several blows from the stones, yet their efforts proved futile. Just as they were about to close in on Li Shang, Kong Lin noticed the panic-stricken expression on his opponent's face abruptly vanish, replaced by a mocking smirk. An inexplicable chill coursed through his veins, prompting him to halt his advance, but alas, it was too late. The Black Panther upon which Li Shang sat suddenly expanded in size, reminiscent of the last encounter with the green-eyed wolf leader. With a series of thunderous crashes, the panther shattered several stones and then struck Kong Lin squarely in the chest. Blood instantly soaked through his garments, and Kong Lin was sent crashing to the ground with tremendous force. When he managed to raise his head once more, the rain of debris had ceased, and Li Shang stood before him, beaming with delight. Kong Lin, do you have any more schemes up your sleeve this time? Coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood, Kong Lin lay on the ground and chuckled. None left, I concede. My skills are inferior. Let us proceed. Oh, do you not have any inquiries for me? What secrets could you possibly possess? These two nascent Qi warriors, I have no interest in their origins or destinations. What about the calamity from 3 years ago? Do you not wish to uncover something about it? For instance, the Black Dragon Gang. Those 3 words resounded like thunder in Kong Lin's ears as he fixed his gaze on Li Shang. You know of the Black Dragon Gang? Haha, not only do I know, but I also understand that the Black Dragon Gang is none other than the embodiment of that band of marauders from 3 years ago. It was Yun Tianxiong who disclosed this to you. Why are you revealing this to me? Heh, because I want you to die with lingering regrets? And what of it? Whether I possess consciousness after death remains to be seen. At this critical juncture, Kong Lin did not hesitate to retort. Li Shang grinned menacingly, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, and remarked, Kong Lin, do you know why your entire Kong family was eradicated? Because you deserve it. 10 years ago, a promising young prodigy was driven to become a thief by your family's actions. This is the cause sown by the Kong family. The calamity 3 years ago was the retribution he served you. You speak of Deng Yu? Precisely him. Kong Lin recalled the incident. He had been merely 10 years old at the time. Deng Yu was a student at Yun Academy, caught in the act of thievery in a bustling marketplace. Expelled from the academy, and subsequently sent to the city lord's manor, never to be heard from again. The scandal had been quite significant, as Deng Yu possessed exceptional talent, reaching the meridian opening realm by the age of 13, surpassing even Yun Tianyi. Everyone hailed him as a genius, yet he ultimately descended into a life of thievery, becoming a pariah despised by all now. Kong Lin comprehended certain truths. The band of marauders was, in fact, summoned by Deng Yu. Or perhaps Deng Yu was the very leader of that gang. Did Li Shang's knowledge of this imply his involvement in the catastrophe? Kong Lin inquired, and then you revealed the location of our ancestral estate to him? Of course, otherwise, how could I have captured his attention? He would never have divulged Jiang Ku's information to me. It appears that he has been fixated on me all along, while I had completely forgotten about this individual. What a wasted effort. How about it? Are you eager to kill me? Two warriors at the nascent energy stage restrained Kong Lin's limbs with their true energy. Subsequently, Li Shang crouched down and said, "Now I stand before you. Come and kill me. Ha ha ha. Is it not frustrating to find yourself unable to move?" Kong Lin gazed indifferently at the triumphant Li Shang and replied, "Do not revel too soon. While I may not be able to kill you, rest assured, others will. Come on, make your move." Li Shang rose, drawing a dagger from his sleeve, holding it delicately between two fingers, poised above Kong Lin's forehead. He chuckled. "Is it truly so easy to die? I shall carve you piece by piece." In that instant, Kong Lin erupted in fury, a plume of white smoke billowing from beneath him, the acrid fog stinging the throat and blinding the eyes of the three. This momentary lapse created a splendid opportunity for Kong Lin. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each directed at a different target. The two nascent energy warriors flanking him were immediately pushed back, momentarily suspended in the air, and in that fleeting moment, Kong Lin delivered a kick that sent Li Shang sprawling to the ground. Without a backward glance, he sprinted toward the dense forest at the mountain's edge. He had hoped to end Li Shang with a single punch, but time was not on his side. Li Shang sat up, calmly brushing off the imprint of the kick from his chest, as though it had not been him who was struck. He then retrieved a long flute from his sleeve and began to play. Invisible ripples began to emanate outward. As Kong Lin fled, the sound of the flute caused him to frown. Why was this fool not running? Had he not noticed the danger posed by the powder? Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from the mountain's peak, reminiscent of a grinding mill in motion, as a shadow loomed over the starlit sky. Here it comes. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Kong Lin, concealed behind a tree trunk, beheld the formidable black serpent of Chonglai Mountain. The serpent had extended its head over the mountaintop, flicking its scarlet tongue in search of prey. Its body was a staggering 10 feet wide, and its length was indeterminate. Its two crimson eyes glowed like immense lanterns, sending shivers down Kong Lin's spine. With a grin, he slipped into the adjacent thicket. The powder he had used to escape not only affected judgment but also attracted serpents. The residue on him had been neutralized by other medicinal powders, rendering him odorless. While that on Li Shang and his companions still lingered at that moment, the great black serpent descended the slope, and Kong Lin reached the highest point within the woods, ready to witness a fierce battle. He was eager to see whether the two nascent energy warriors could indeed stand their ground against a fourth-tier beast or potentially emerge victorious. Closer, closer. Strike him! Kong Lin cursed under his breath, leaping from the treetop with a whoosh and sprinting uphill without a glance back. He had just seen Li Shang and his companions ascending while playing their flute, leading him to momentarily believe they had been petrified by the great black serpent. To his astonishment, the serpent halted before Li Shang, who then leapt onto its head. After all this scheming, it turned out that this serpent was merely Li Shang's pet. Well hidden indeed. Kong Lin summoned every ounce of strength to run, for he knew that if he did not escape, his end would soon arrive. What to do? The final calculations have fallen through, leaving one to ponder the next course of action. Kong Lin's countenance darkened, for now Li Shang, emboldened and invigorated, wielded an extraordinary combat prowess. Even summoning Jiang Ku and his companions from the foot of the mountain would be futile, merely sacrificing lives in vain. System, is there a pill that can significantly enhance strength in a short period? Indeed, there is the strengthening pill, which can forcibly elevate one's realm for a brief duration. Available for 10,000 master points. Damn, at such a steep price, I might as well be dead. I am merely a supplementary tool. Do not place your hopes upon me. The system's response left Kong Lin disheartened. Yet the truth remained undeniable. He had often recited the adage that even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Yet the journey thus far had been smooth sailing, leading him to become somewhat complacent. How audacious it was to toy with Li Shang, who possessed 2 true Qi realm warriors, before even reaching that state himself. Should he perish this time, he would not die in vain. As Kong Lin contemplated survival, a fierce gust of wind suddenly surged from behind. Bang! A black tail struck his back, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing forth. Thud! Upon arriving, Li Shang observed a lake before him and frowned, questioning why such a body of water existed atop the mountain. Old 3, dive in and rescue him. A living soul must be seen. A dead body must be found. I will not abandon Kong Lin without seeing his corpse. Hearing the command, Old 3 prepared to leap into the lake, but as he was airborne, the black serpent struck again, sending him flying. Li Shang furrowed his brow, intent on communicating with the serpent using his flute, but the serpent lunged forward, its mouth slightly ajar, releasing a foul breath that chilled the air. Its slit-like pupils fixated on him, causing Li Shang to shiver in terror, paralyzed into inaction. Only when the serpent turned and plunged into the lake did Old 3 return, clutching his back. Master, I have no authority to control it, nor should I aspire to. I nearly became its meal. That was close. This may be for the best. Its descent means Kong Lin is surely doomed. We shall wait here. Once it departs, we will descend to investigate. Kong Lin, on the brink of unconsciousness from pain, was abruptly awakened by the cold water enveloping him. The agony radiating from his back contorted his features, rendering him unable to move as he succumbed to the depths. The frigid lake water was chilling to the bone, dark and profound. It felt as though he were plummeting into the abyss. Suddenly, a flash of blue light illuminated his vision, momentarily revealing the surrounding scene. True Qi, the sensation of true Qi. Having consumed Qi sensing pills for an extended period, Kong Lin had developed the ability to vaguely sense true Qi without them. Why was there true Qi within this water? As he pondered, another wave of true Qi swept past him, darting into a cluster of aquatic plants, which swiftly consumed it. Fully awakened now, as he continued his descent, a brand new world unfolded before his eyes. Beneath the lush, dense aquatic vegetation lay entities of pale blue true Qi, frolicking mischievously amidst the water plants. The surrounding foliage was unlike ordinary aquatic flora. Its stems and leaves were robust and substantial. Coo, coo, coo. Raising his gaze, he beheld the black serpent descending, having discovered that Kong Lin was absorbing the true energy. The serpent opened its gaping maw, its body twisting rapidly. Thanks to the infusion of true energy, his wounds were temporarily suppressed, and gritting his teeth, Kong Lin pressed onward, seeking to unravel the source of this true energy even as he fled for his life. The deeper he descended, the more substantial and abundant the true energy became, leaving him utterly astonished. Just as the black serpent was about to catch up to him, Kong Lin swam into a narrow cave, where the serpent's massive form could not follow, and it could only thrash its head against the rocky entrance. Paying it no heed, Kong Lin continued to swim upward through the cave until he broke the surface. The sight before him was astonishing, and he understood at once why Chonglai Mountain harbored such a multitude of strange beasts. It turned out that within the heart of the mountain lay a portal to a secret realm. Chapter 77. The Secret Realm. The Secret Realm is the most peculiar place in the Tianqian continent. Some say it is filled with inexhaustible treasures, while others claim it holds miraculous items that can alter one's fate. However, for the majority, such tales are mere whispers. Few have ventured inside, and Kong Lin was among those who had only read about it in books. Firstly, the Tianqian continent is vast and boundless, its distances unfathomable. Secondly, the secret realm does not appear according to any fixed rules, manifesting randomly, but whenever it does, it invariably incites a storm of bloodshed and chaos. Thirdly, entry into the secret realm is subject to certain restrictions, which may pertain to one's realm, bloodline, gender, or even bone age. An array of criteria that render it elusive and inscrutable. These myriad constraints have barred most from entering. Once, a master of the pulse-opening realm was repelled for failing to meet the requirements, and in a misguided attempt to force entry, he was obliterated by the violent surge of primal energy, utterly annihilated. The interior of the mountain was cavernous, with a small pool of water occupying a fraction of the space, while vast expanses of land lay above. Kong Lin emerged onto the shore, observing from a distance the portal to the secret realm. The faint azure glow of the portal seemed to possess an enchanting allure, compelling Kong Lin to step inside. There, tangible true energy flowed in and out, and the arcane symbols etched around the portal were so profound and obscure that merely gazing upon them for too long rendered one dizzy. Akin to the effects of inebriation, as he reached out to touch it, he hesitated midway. Uncertain of the entry conditions for the secret realm, he feared being violently repelled should he fail to meet them, or worse, being sucked in upon mere contact. What if it hadn't been activated? Any of these scenarios could result in dire repercussions. Given his grievous injuries, Kong Lin dared not take such a risk. Retreating slightly, he ventured further inside and sat down to tend to his wounds. As he activated the Qi drawing technique. Tianlan, the surrounding tangible true energy surged into his skin at a visibly rapid pace. The burning sting of his meridians, the bittersweet sensation of his wounds healing, and the cooling relief intertwined, leaving Kong Lin in a state of painful euphoria. Perhaps I should ascend to the true energy realm? This thought flickered in Kong Lin's mind. Outside, a great black serpent and two experts of the Qi-nourishing realm loomed menacingly. Even if he managed to heal his injuries, escape would prove challenging, for Li Shang could control that monstrous serpent. Just moments ago, he had pondered what he would do if he survived. Vengeance was paramount. Since Li Shang was linked to the events of 3 years prior, Kong Lin had no reason to let him escape unscathed. As long as one enters the realm of true Qi, fleeing is undoubtedly not an issue. The question remains, can Li Shang escape? Without hesitation, given that his injuries have largely healed and his condition has returned to its peak, Kong Lin commenced his ascent into the realm of true Qi. This realm is the second major stage following the body tempering stage, primarily focused on channeling true Qi into the body while simultaneously expanding the meridians. The realm of true Qi comprises 3 minor stages: absorbing Qi, nurturing Qi, and controlling Qi, with no notion of a perfect state in the absorbing Qi stage. One integrates true Qi into the body and then cultivates it, treating the true Qi as a sharp blade to expand the corresponding meridian pathways, thereby enhancing various physical attributes. Kong Lin has already achieved this, albeit with a relatively low concentration of true Qi. Should this increase, his destructive power would amplify. The nurturing Qi stage, also known as the nurturing person stage, addresses the latent injuries many martial artists acquire during their training in the body tempering stage. As true Qi circulates through the meridians, it simultaneously repairs these hidden injuries, alleviating a significant drawback for martial artists while augmenting their destructive capability. The controlling Qi stage allows one to wield the true Qi with the dexterity of a finger, enabling the accumulation of this energy onto a weapon, thereby unleashing a slashing force when martial techniques are employed. When applied to the body, it dramatically enhances speed for a brief duration. Additionally, there exists a feature that tantalizes Kong Lin immensely, aptly described in 8 words: true Qi transformation into wings. A terrifying prospect, warriors in the controlling Qi stage can condense true Qi into wings, allowing for brief aerial flight. Kong Lin focused his mind on dual tasks, absorbing true Qi while perusing the system shop. As he had yet to learn a technique, the absence of such knowledge barred him from entering the realm of true Qi. Although techniques are as costly as martial skills, they can be purchased in tiers. Soon, a technique titled Wuxiang Divine Art caught Kong Lin's attention. Wuxiang Divine Art, a low-level Xian grade technique with 9 tiers, allowing the practitioner to alter the flow of true Qi at will without any adverse effects. Each tier is priced at 1,000 master points. Practicing a technique signifies a fixed pathway for true Qi flow. Any alteration could lead to severe repercussions, possibly resulting in a decline in realm or a significant reduction in strength, both of which are fatal drawbacks for a martial artist. While the Wuxiang Divine Art may seem trivial, Kong Lin valued its capacity to modify the true Qi flow without consequences. Since he had already embarked on creating his martial techniques, the same approach would apply to his technique. He resolved to utilize this seemingly trivial technique to enter the realm of true Qi, subsequently creating his own, replacing the Wuxiang Divine Art. Without a moment's hesitation, he exchanged for the Wuxiang Divine Art, and its operational methods swiftly unfolded in his mind. As he began to mentally recite the technique's principles, the dormant true Qi within his meridians rapidly converged, soon forming a torrent. This surge washed through his meridians, fortifying his body while simultaneously healing his injuries. Thanks to his prior entry into the 100 meridian stage during the body tempering phase, Kong Lin's advancement into the realm of true Qi was remarkably swift, taking merely half an hour. When the incessant flow of true Qi completed a full cycle through the meridians as recorded in the Wuxiang Divine Art, Kong Lin suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of blue brilliance flickering within, he rose to his feet, squeezing his hands together, as an overwhelming surge of energy surged forth from within him. His vital essence began to flow through the corresponding meridians. Following the intent of his thoughts, and faint blue lines emerged upon his arms, I have finally reached the nascent chi stage. Li Shang mused. This time, a series of guttural sounds emanated from behind him, and Kong Lin spun around abruptly, nearly collapsing in terror. The black serpent had somehow slithered in unnoticed, its massive head breaking the surface of the water, with its crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Flicking its enormous tongue, a cold sweat broke out on Kong Lin. What if this beast attacked him while he was in the midst of his advancement? The consequences would be dire. Kong Lin began to retreat slowly. In the water, he was no match for the formidable black serpent, though he would fare much better on land. Strangely, with each step he took back, the beast followed suit, mirroring his movements. When he halted, the serpent did as well. His gaze shifted towards the portal of the secret realm behind him. Beasts possess an innate advantage of instinctively seeking benefit while avoiding danger. Could it be that the portal was warning him? Kong Lin took another cautious step back, and indeed, he discerned a flicker of delight within the serpent's vertical pupils. This creature had become sentient, treating him as a test subject to gauge a safe distance. With a calculated gleam in his dark eyes, a clever plan formulated in his mind, he sat down on the ground, a smile gracing his features as he beckoned the serpent with his finger. Noticing that the test subject had ceased its movements, the serpent's pupils narrowed into a thin line. It opened its massive jaws and let out a silent roar, attempting to intimidate Kong Lin. My goodness, what a foul stench! How long has it been since it last rinsed its mouth? The odor nearly made Kong Lin retch. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might. The black serpent made no attempt to evade, allowing Kong Lin to strike without any response. This lack of reaction left Kong Lin somewhat disheartened. The creature's rationality was rather unsettling. Attempting to utilize the portal to attack him seemed a bit unrealistic. Yet, even if it was unrealistic, it had to become reality. There were no other avenues within the mountain. If he did not subdue the black serpent, he would be trapped within. Kong Lin resolved to take the risk. Thus, an intriguing scene unfolded in the vast cavern. One man retreated slowly while a massive black serpent advanced deliberately, the silence eerily palpable. Gradually, he found himself near the portal, and as he stepped back slightly, a formidable aura washed over him, sending chills down his spine. It appeared he had reached the utmost limit of safety. Continuing with his previous tactic, Kong Lin threw stones once more. The black serpent had already emerged onto dry land, offering no resistance as Kong Lin struck. Calculating the precise spot to aim for, he summoned all his strength and hurled a stone with full force. Upon striking its vulnerable spot, the serpent let out a thunderous roar, coiling its body into a tight spiral, like a spring, before lunging ferociously towards Kong Lin. At last, you have shown anger. Kong Lin had genuinely feared that the creature would remain indifferent. It seemed that the beastly instincts still dominated its nature. The portal to the secret realm lay in the central area of the land, and Kong Lin firmly maintained his safe distance, swiftly circling around to the back of the portal. The black serpent, now incensed, cared little for anything else. Its focus was solely on Kong Lin, intent on tearing apart this bothersome human once and for all. With a resounding crash, the great black serpent suddenly collided with the portal of the secret realm, unleashing invisible ripples that swiftly expanded, causing the surrounding corporeal vital energy to surge violently before coalescing into a formidable mass. A terrifying pressure rapidly manifested, ensnaring the great black serpent and Kong Lin, rendering them immobile. Moreover, this oppressive aura radiated outward, startling Li Shang by the lakeside and all the exotic beasts atop Chonglai Mountain. Li Shang abruptly rose to his feet, inquiring, "What is that?" Trembling, Lao Sen stammered, "Master, just now, there seemed to be an overwhelming presence, but it vanished suddenly. Should we retreat?" It mattered not that the black dragon had yet to emerge. We would continue to wait. The gathered vital energy, seemingly imbued with sentience, seized the great black serpent by its vulnerable spot and hoisted it high before ruthlessly slamming it down. Exuding majesty from without, here it was akin to a mere worm, easily manipulated. Bang, bang, bang. The solid ground was pounded into countless deep craters, each containing black scales and blood. After an indeterminate number of strikes, the vital energy that had confined the great black serpent dissipated, and the serpent collapsed to the ground, its fate uncertain. Observing the entire ordeal, Kong Lin was filled with trepidation, barely daring to move even against the wall, fearful that this violent corporeal vital energy would treat him likewise. Fortunately, that oppressive force swiftly dissipated. As it vanished, the great black serpent, lying on the ground, immediately plunged into the water, fleeing the scene. Run! This time, I shall see how you escape. Chapter 78. The great black serpent, it was not that Kong Lin sought death, but rather that the great black serpent had sustained grievous injuries, its jaws unable to close from the brutal assault of the corporeal vital energy, one of its eyes dislodged and teeth scattered about, rendering it incapable of biting. Should the great black serpent dare to fight again in such a condition, Kong Lin would not hesitate to send it to perdition. Li Shang, pacing by the lakeside, found himself increasingly restless since the emergence of that terrifying presence, sensing that something momentous was about to unfold. Master, the black dragon is about to appear. Lao San pointed towards the splashing surface of the lake. With his hands clasped behind him, Li Shang stood silently, awaiting the black dragon's arrival, eager to ascertain whether the great black serpent had managed to bring Kong Lin forth. If not, he would venture down personally to investigate, to find Kong Lin's corpse, and then retreat. Boom! The great black serpent burst forth from the water, creating tremendous waves upon the lake's surface. Its body, initially upright, lost its momentum midway and began to topple towards the shore. Closest to the lakeside, Lao San seemed bewitched, helplessly watching as the great black serpent fell, crashing down with a resounding impact that shook the ground. Upon witnessing the exposed injuries of the great black serpent, Li Shang's heart quivered, filled with profound regret. Had he known, he would have departed earlier. With the black dragon suffering such severe damage, what purpose would their presence serve? Li Shang shouted, "Lao San, flee! Lao San, flee! Where to?" Kong Lin emerged, propelled from the water by an immense force, momentarily suspended in the air before landing on the splashes and sprinting towards the shore. Pointing at the pool of flesh beside him, he remarked, "Your third brother has already departed. Would you like me to escort you to meet him?" As he spoke, Kong Lin revealed a bloodthirsty grin. The great black serpent glanced back, recognizing that it was this man who had brought it to such a state. Regrettably, it no longer possessed the capacity for vengeance. Its sole thought now was to remember this man's visage and return to its master. The great black serpent coiled around Li Shang's steed, the Black Panther, and hurled it toward Kong Lin, seizing the opportunity to flee. Kong Lin, however, did not pursue. Between the two, it was evident that Li Shang held the utmost significance. He turned to block Li Shang's path, smiling as he inquired, "Why did you not flee just now? Were you eager to see my corpse float to the surface?" "Alas, I cannot grant you that wish." Li Shang's face turned ashen, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Kong Li, please spare me. I can offer you elixirs, formulas, anything you desire. Just let me go at ha. I never imagined that the esteemed head of the Li family would beg for mercy. Why am I the only one to witness this spectacle? Fear not, upon my return to Union City, you can command me to kneel whenever you wish, as long as it pleases you. As long as you are satisfied. Is that so? Then I not Baji Quan." Kong Lin's words were abruptly cut short as he spun around and unleashed a punch, having already discerned the shadow behind Li Shang's eyes. The fourth brother, who was preparing to ambush, hastily retaliated upon seeing Kong Lin's sudden movement. In the instant their fists collided, a resounding crack echoed, and the fourth brother's fist was brutally shattered by Kong Lin. Yet, Kong Lin did not halt his assault. He continued to execute the Baji Quan, delivering a flurry of 8 punches upon the fourth brother in the span of a breath. As Li Shang watched his last hope be struck down, crumpled and lying motionless in the distance, his heart turned to ashes. Gazing at his own fist, Kong Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. This Baji Quan was the culmination of his study of nearly 10,000 martial arts texts, employing the principle of force convergence. One punch, yet capable of producing 8 transformations in an instant. Considering its immense power, he had refrained from fully unleashing it during his earlier spar with Long Jianfeng, fearing he might lose control of his strength. Now, witnessing the fruits of his decision, it was evident that his initial judgment had been astute, as he had directly overwhelmed the nascent realm martial artist with 9 punches. Kong Lin had intended to proclaim a death blow, but lifted his gaze to see the fourth brother limping away into the distance. He turned with a smile and asked, "Li Shang, it seems your chosen companions are not proving very useful. One has been crushed by a serpent, another plays dead to escape, and now your steed lies grievously injured by the great black serpent. What will you do now?" "Ha ha ha." Li Shang, shedding his earlier timidity, stood tall and met Kong Lin's gaze. "If one is outmatched, they deserve to perish. If you wish to strike, then come forth. There's no rush. We can engage in a pleasant conversation. Though our encounters have been few, I must admit I admire your intellect. What do you wish to ask? If it pertains to the great black serpent's master, no need. If it's regarding the Li family, spare your efforts. If it is..." Li Shang continued to assert what should not be pursued, seemingly severing any avenues for Kong Lin to glean information. "Kong Lin, instead of growing angry, smiled and said, "Very well. I shall refrain from inquiring further into your words. I have but one question. If you answer me, I shall allow you to return home as the Zheng family linked to the Black Dragon Gang, and to the calamity that befell us 3 years ago. The Zheng family? Why do you suddenly bring them up? I am aware of your long-standing dissatisfaction with the Zheng family. Such incompetent allies are bound to hinder any endeavor and may even jeopardize your plans. Do you not yearn to strike them down before your departure?" "Incompetent allies. What a fitting term," Li Sheng replied, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, I have always harbored discontent towards the Zheng family. I often pondered why a man of my intellect would ally with such individuals. Eventually, I came to realize that it all boils down to power. If one lacks the strength, one is perpetually subservient. With no voice in matters, one must comply with whatever is demanded, and thus, before my expedition, I instructed Ye to eliminate Jinglin. This revelation left Kong Lin momentarily speechless. You truly possess a heart of stone. After all, he is your chosen son-in-law. Are you not afraid that Zheng Qian will retaliate?" Li Sheng scoffed. "Retaliate? Upon my return, the lives of every member of the Zheng family will rest in my hands. I decide who lives and who dies. What could he possibly leverage against me?" Kong Lin nodded repeatedly, remarking, "It appears your goo insects are indeed formidable. You have inspired me. Upon my return, I shall delve into this knowledge to avoid being ensnared by your daughter. You are aware of goo insects?" Li Sheng fixed his gaze on Kong Lin, seeking any hint of insight from his expression, but to no avail. Kong Lin's eyes were tranquil and devoid of emotion, offering no useful information. He merely stated, "I have always known, ever since the moment I rescued Yun Tianyi." "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Li Sheng suddenly erupted in laughter, tears streaming down his face, resembling a man at the brink of despair. "How clear everything I have done appears to you. I had foolishly believed myself to be exceptionally astute. How tragic. You are not bald, so you cannot claim to be exceptionally clever. May you journey well." Master Li Sheng regarded Kong Lin with a calm demeanor, his eyes betraying no sorrow, joy, or fear. "Kong Lin, I shall await you below." Kong Lin nodded and then delivered a powerful blow that shattered his heart. The head of the Li family, Kong Lin's first enemy, met his demise. Chapter 79. True Essence. Stone. Li Sheng did not directly address the question posed by Kong Lin, yet Kong Lin gleaned valuable insights from their conversation. The fact that his adversary embraced the term incompetent ally indicated his disdain for Zheng Qian. With a powerful figure backing Li Sheng, Zheng Qian, representing merely the Zheng family, was insignificant. Nevertheless, Li Sheng did not sever ties but rather feigned submission, even uttering the words that power reigns supreme before his death. From these implications, Kong Lin deduced that Li Sheng had been coerced into an alliance with Zheng Qian. Behind both families stood a formidable individual, likely Deng Yu. Regardless of who it was, having obliterated Yun Yin Academy and the Kong family, Kong Lin would seek vengeance against them. Upon the demise of Li Shengyi, the Li family was left in disarray, devoid of a leader. Upon learning of her father's passing, Li Ye would undoubtedly summon Yi Mei from her seclusion, which meant that she would soon confront this lurking adversary. The prospect of a second-tier alchemist was indeed exhilarating. While pondering how to engage in a fierce contest over medicinal concoctions, a rather untimely rumble emanated from his stomach. Kong Lin smacked his forehead and chuckled. "Ah, I almost forgot that I haven't eaten since the dead of night." The intense game of cat and mouse had engrossed him to the extent that he momentarily overlooked his hunger. Now, having relaxed, the pangs of appetite struck him. He glanced around and noticed that the heavily injured Black Panther, ensnared by the great black serpent, had vanished without a trace. He chuckled softly to himself. His master would not feign death, yet every subordinate he gathered was a master of disguise, even the mounts. "Well then, I shall search for food as I walked," he mused. "Quickly, keep up with me, everyone be cautious." Jiang Ku was leading the city guards and the faculty and students of Yunyan Academy up the mountain in search of Kong Lin. The sounds of tumbling stones, the great black serpent rolling down the slope, and the terrifying aura unleashed during the violent manifestation of true energy weighed heavily upon Jiang Ku's heart, becoming the final straw that compelled him to act decisively. He promptly took his team up the mountain in pursuit of Kong Lin. They scoured the front and back mountains, encircling the hillside nearly in its entirety, save for the summit, yet they found no trace of Kong Lin. "What are you looking at me for?" Jiang Ku noticed Chiu Kuan and the others glaring at him with eyes ablaze with animosity. "If it weren't for your interference, the dean would not have gone missing. Damn it, I'm doing this for your own good. You've been killing for so long. Isn't it suicidal to venture into the mountains at this hour? To hell with you. Wait, do I smell something?" Chang Jianjun sniffed the air eagerly, exclaiming, This aroma is unmistakably from Dean Kong's exclusive barbecue recipe. The group erupted with joy. At this late hour, who else could it be but Kong Lin? The other two academies hadn't followed. They hastily followed the scent, soon discovering Kong Lin within a dense thicket. Kong Lin was standing beside a cluster of bonfire, roasting a massive leg of meat, with the carcass of a gigantic beast and a leg bone lying next to him. The surrounding trees had been violently shattered, revealing the ferocity of the recent battle. "How fortuitous you all are. I just finished roasting another piece," he remarked, the firelight illuminating the grease smeared around his mouth. "Dean, you're alive!" exclaimed a student. Upon hearing this, Kong Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Was he not alive? "What brings you here at such an hour?" he inquired, taking another hearty bite of meat. "We're here to find you," Jiang Ke retorted, exchanging a frustrated glance with Chang Jianjun. They had been worried sick while the principal was here indulging in barbecued meat. "It's my fault. I was so caught up in the thrill of the hunt that I lost track of time." Kong Lin chuckled apologetically, then raised the beast's leg in his hand and pointed at the corpse beside him, asking, "Senior, shouldn't you declare your submission now?" The beast in question was a third-tier fanged lion-tiger creature that had been lurking on the mountainside, which Kong Lin had fortuitously encountered on his descent. At that moment, the three-tiered exotic beasts took the initiative to attack him, prompting Kong Lin to jest that the food had presented itself at his doorstep. He then delivered a powerful punch that felled the beast, subsequently commencing his barbecue. "Senior?" A question mark materialized in the minds of the onlookers, who exchanged glances, pondering who Kong Lin's senior could be. Upon hearing Kong Lin utter this title, Jiang Ke felt a weight lift from his heart, and he chuckled, saying, "I concede." "I concede." It was then that Chang Jianjun realized he had been played. Grasping Jiang Ke's collar, he scolded, "You scoundrel. So you two are acquainted?" Jiang Ke, with a resigned smile, replied, "Can you blame me? Senior, go ahead and speak. After all, the folks from the other two academies are not present." "All right, just let me go first." After adjusting his collar, Jiang Ke continued, "In truth, I am a student of Yunyan Academy, and Kong Lin was there at the time, making him my junior. After graduating, I departed from Yunyan Academy, and that is the essence of it. The academy could only impart knowledge of martial arts pertaining to the body refinement realm. A student who reached the bone-washing realm and found their instructor's teachings ineffective could apply for graduation and pursue further studies at a different institution. Or they could strive independently. Jiang Ke had intended to continue his education at the academy in Chuning City after graduating from Yunyan Academy, but regrettably, his talent was lacking, preventing him from advancing to the true Qi realm, which led him to enlist in the military out of necessity. "Let us get to the point. Were you acting last night?" Chang Jianjun inquired with a stern expression. "Old Chang, don't be angry. If you're upset, take it out on your junior. This was all his doing. Whatever he instructed you to do, just do it." "Indeed." Chang Jianjun promptly turned to Kong Lin and said, "Director Kong, have him eat dung and see if he does." This remark elicited laughter from those around them. Kong Lin interjected, "You two should cease your bickering. I'm presenting you with a method to earn some money, so make haste." "How do we earn it?" Kong Lin squatted down, wielding Chiu Kuan's skinning knife to slice open the skull of the fanged lion-tiger beast, retrieving a piece of true essence stone the size of a baby's fist from the white brain matter. "This is money, and most of the exotic beasts in this mountain contain true essence stones. I have dealt with the 4-tiered beast at the mountaintop. The remaining 2 3-tiered beasts pose no threat. Shouldn't you hurry along?" Chiu Kuan was momentarily taken aback, not bothering to inquire how Kong Lin had dispatched the 4-tiered beast, and immediately called for the students of Yunyan Academy to descend the mountain. Today, they had slain hundreds of exotic beasts and had not noticed whether the skulls contained true essence stones. Now, upon Kong Lin's revelation, they felt as though they had forsaken a treasure trove. Jiang Ke and Chang Jianjun also ordered their troops to prepare for the hunt of the exotic beasts. Kong Lin halted them, stating, "Leave the money-making matters to them. What purpose do you serve by following along?" "Junior, I'm also impoverished. Am I responsible for covering the expenses of your students at the Rouge Pavilion?" "Director Kong, I am equally destitute." Kong Lin rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, "Why are you two lamenting your poverty to me? Follow me, and I shall bestow upon you a significant achievement, ensuring that you both will treat me to 3 days and nights at the Rouge Pavilion." Chapter 80. The Gate of the Secret Realm. Is this the great achievement you intend to offer us? Within the heart of the mountain, Jiang Ke and Chang Jianjun gazed at the entrance to the secret realm, their expressions mirroring the astonishment once displayed by Kong Lin. "Indeed, this is it. This is the reason behind the beast tide, and the justification for my summons to send your subordinates to hunt the exotic beasts for profit." The vicinity of the secret realm brims with vital energy, significantly increasing the likelihood of exotic beasts possessing essence stones within their minds. Kong Lin approached the two, inquiring, as soldiers of the Greed Wolf Legion, reporting this should earn you commendations, correct? Perhaps even a record of military merit? He continued, what do you think? Would it not be reasonable for me to be invited to the Yinji Pavilion for 3 days and nights of revelry? Indeed, quite reasonable, exceedingly so, Jiangku murmured as he stepped aside, extending his hand to feel the tangible vital energy wafting past him. Director, how did you discern my identity? Did Jiangku disclose it to you? Chang Jianjun asked. Seeing the camaraderie between you two, I deduced it, Kong Lin replied. In truth, ever since he perused Chang Jianjun's information panel at the City Lord's Manor, Kong Lin had become intrigued. His health status was neither poisoned nor gravely injured, yet it indicated a state of imminent death, an apparent contradiction. Moreover, the profound level of spear techniques and agility he possessed would command a fortune outside. Could a confidant of a city lord truly afford such training? Kong Lin refrained from considering the direction suggested by Yu Chengli, as such thoughts were the folly of fools. It was only upon understanding the relationship between Jiangku and Chang Jianjun that he connected the dots regarding the battle team. Only members of such a team would resort to life extension techniques to enhance their lethal prowess. Alas, he had intended to extort this scoundrel for a round of drinks, but that opportunity vanished. What are your thoughts on this matter? Report it. Let the battle team take the lead, Jiangku replied, turning. The secret realm entrance has yet to open, and the duration until it does requires a spirit rune master to decipher the runic code on the portal. Thus, it must be reported to allow higher authorities to send personnel for investigation. During his time with the Greed Wolf Legion, Jiangku had accompanied the team to a secret realm activation site. Once opened, the secret realm continuously exudes vital energy, causing significant transformations in the flora and fauna within a 10-mile radius. This was what left him astounded, as from the outside, Qianglai Mountain appeared ordinary. Who could have imagined a secret realm entrance hidden within its depths? I must also report this to Lord Yu. Chang Jianjun added. 3 years ago, he departed from Yunyan City for this very purpose. Upon learning of it now, he will undoubtedly be elated. Kong Lin nodded, stating, in any case, I intend to relinquish the credit to you. You may handle it as you see fit. Curiously, he inquired, how did you manage to subdue that colossal serpent? Inflicted such damage? You two are overestimating me. Kong Lin pointed to the swirling vital energy surrounding them, saying, it was, of course, thanks to this ferocious vital energy. Jiangku and Chang Jianjun erupted into laughter, realizing the truth of the matter. After leaving the mountain's heart, Jiangku promptly instructed his confidants to relay orders to tighten the defensive perimeter overnight, eliminate the exotic beasts within the mountain, and station personnel at this location to guard the sole access point into the mountain's depths. As they reached the foot of the mountain, Qiuquan was accompanied by a group of students, brandishing torches as they dissected the carcass of a bizarre beast. Beside them lay a small pile of true essence stones. Upon spotting Kong Lin's return, he hastily exclaimed, Dean, you've returned so swiftly. Noticing the awkward expression on Qiuquan's face, Kong Lin chuckled, do not be anxious. All of this belongs to you and your students. I shall not take it. Qiuquan offered a bashful smile, aware that this was a habit ingrained over 2 decades of hunting. The sight of something valuable rendered him momentarily immobile, and the approach of others filled him with trepidation, fearing they might seize his possessions, even if they were comrades. Instances of betrayal within hunting teams were not uncommon, and Qiuquan had encountered such treachery several times, which prompted him to form his own team. Kong Lin continued, once you finish here, pack up swiftly. We shall depart overnight and return to Yunyan City. Brother, are we leaving so soon? The two had only recently reunited after a long separation, and the thought of parting again before catching up left Jiangku feeling a bit reluctant. There is still much for me to attend to at the academy, and the troublesome beasts that vex you have fled. What purpose do I serve by remaining, brother? I regret not being able to return 3 years ago for that incident. There is no need for apologies. It was a meticulously orchestrated operation. Even had you returned, it would have been futile. However, I do have a favor to ask. Kong Lin leaned closer to Jiangku, whispering 3 words into his ear, then stepped back, stating, just help me investigate this matter. Jiangku nodded, you bestow upon me such a generous gift. It is only fitting that I repay you. Come, I shall accompany you back to gather your things. By the time they returned to the encampment, it was already deep into the night. As Kong Lin approached the entrance of the South Dipper Academy's tent, he unexpectedly encountered Zhang Qian, who had risen for a midnight relief. Initially convinced he was hallucinating, Zhang Qian rubbed his eyes only to find Kong Lin still smiling at him. A jolt of panic coursed through him, causing him to momentarily falter. To his dismay, Zhang Qian found himself so startled that he wet his trousers. The pungent odor of urine prompted Kong Lin to grimace as he waved his hand in front of his face, saying, "Dean Zhang, this is quite unexpected. You have lost control at such a young age. You ought to indulge in some goji berries and red dates for health. Oh, I almost forgot. We have neither here. You. Zhang Qian, disregarding his predicament, pointed a trembling finger at Kong Lin, unable to articulate further. Kong Lin laughed. Are you under the impression that I should report to the underworld? Alas, someone was rather ineffective, failing to send me away and instead getting themselves caught in the fray. What do you want from me? Zhang Qian retreated 3 steps, half of his body already within the tent, prepared to shout for help at the slightest hint of danger, doubting Kong Lin would dare to strike in front of so many witnesses. Kong Lin made a swift motion across his neck, and an aura of murderous intent seeped forth, startling Zhang Qian into a panicked wail. Help! There's been a murder, a homicide. The dimly lit tent was soon filled with numerous figures, armed with torches, sleepily making their way over, demanding, who dares to commit murder here? Jiang Ku and Chang Jianjun followed closely behind, and upon seeing Zhang Qian seated on the ground, trembling with his raised hand, they were about to inquire when the unmistakable stench of urine reached their nostrils. Kong Lin chuckled. I came to inform him of his departure, yet he insisted that I must kill someone, and he was so frightened that he nearly wet himself. What a predicament! Understand, Director Zhang is not young anymore, and he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol before retiring for the night. Jiang Ke interjected, Junior, why not wait until dawn to set off? Kong Lin shook his head in refusal, concerned that the black leopard had vanished, fearing that Li Yeye might learn of the news prematurely and take lethal action against the Academy's personnel. Although Long Jianfeng was a master, he could not guard against the insidiousness of poison. Hadn't he noticed that 2 nascent Qi warriors were always by Li Shang's side, obediently attending to him like loyal servants? Very well, I shall not persuade you further to travel safely, and I must send a confidential message. We shall meet again soon. That will suffice. With that, Kong Lin turned and entered his tent. It's the hour of the tiger. The moon still hung in the sky, and the stars persistently vied for its brilliance. Kong Lin had already led the teachers and students of Yunyan Academy on their journey back. Chang Jianjun wished to depart, but the people from Lingxiao and Nandu Academies stubbornly refused to leave, leaving him with no choice. The return journey was remarkably smooth, taking merely a day and a half. As Kong Lin and his students approached the academy gate, a sharp sword aura surged towards them. Chapter 81. A blue emerges from indigo. Though formless, the sword aura bore an imposing presence. The students stationed at the rear felt as though they were being sliced by a razor-sharp blade, an unsettling sensation enveloping them. Kong Lin concentrated his vital energy in his eyes and, upon a mere blink, discerned the source of the sword aura. He swiftly raised his hand, unleashing the 8 Extremes fist. Shattering the sword aura with a single punch, a resounding explosion echoed in the void, prompting Qiu Kuan and his companions to shield the students behind them, their gazes fixed warily upon the academy's interior. Ah, it seems I am still inadequate. Long Jianfeng emerged from behind a stone pillar at the entrance, his expression one of dejection. You've certainly improved. You can now unleash sword aura, Kong Lin remarked with a smile. Qiu Kuan and his companions reluctantly lowered their fists, initially believing an enemy had infiltrated the academy. Yet, they couldn't help but feel envy. When would they reach Kong Lin's level of prowess? Kong Lin. A melodious voice called out, and as he turned, a striking figure burst into his view. Kong Lin smiled broadly and opened his arms, and with a delightful thud, the fair maiden fell into his embrace. The scent of her presence intoxicating, and a day apart felt like 3 autumns, and 5 days felt like 15. The intense longing compelled Qini Zhu to cast aside her youthful shyness, clinging to Kong Lin like an octopus. The arriving students, understanding their place, remained silent and merely smiled at the pair. Come down now. The children are watching, Kong Lin whispered, prompting Qini Zhu to release her hold. Her cheeks flushed as she dashed into the academy. The moment she departed, the students erupted in cheers. Director brother, you've finally returned. I've missed you so much. A group of children joyfully surrounded Kong Lin, even the reticent Jin Feng displaying a rare smile. Welcomed like a celestial being amidst the adoring stars, Kong Lin made his way to the training grounds and inquired, It has been a while. How has everyone been? Well, very well indeed. Teacher Qin has prepared delicious food for us. She is so kind. That's wonderful to hear. Now, go back to your studies. I will be checking on you this evening. Lung Jianfeng and Qiu Kuan took the child away, while Kong Lin returned to his room to enjoy a refreshing bath. He then emerged clad in his homemade shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. Outside the door, Qin Aizhu cast a disdainful glance and remarked, "Dressed like that, you truly have no shame." Kong Lin, feeling helpless, thought to himself that the weather was becoming increasingly hot. He couldn't very well don a long robe and sleeves just to step outside, especially since he was not meeting any esteemed guests. Besides, this academy was his domain. What was there to fear? How has the academy fared during my absence? Everything is well. All tasks are proceeding smoothly as per your instructions, and I even took the opportunity to have the children clear the ruins, which also served as a means of physical training. Qin Yizhu produced a map that had been prepared in advance and said, "I have already delineated the academy's buildings. When do you plan to start the work?" Upon examining the map, Kong Lin noted that the 4 cardinal directions of the training grounds were represented by the 4 halls of fist, palm, blade, and sword. Beyond these halls lay the martial arts pavilion, followed by the apothecary hall, alchemy room, student dormitory, and faculty quarters, interspersed with winding pathways, groves, and lawns, reminiscent of an academy on Earth. Let us commence in the evening. Really? I want to watch. Are you not afraid that in the stillness of night, I might? How annoying! In this regard, Qin Yizhu was always at a disadvantage. Blushing, she fled in a flurry, not forgetting to snatch the map as she escaped. Kong Lin chuckled as he settled into a chair, lost in contemplation. Throughout his journey back, he had been consolidating his realm, leaving him no time to check the system. Logically, a breakthrough to a significant realm should yield some rewards, yet Kong Lin was disheartened to find nothing. System. Currently, the overall strength of the academy deviates from the predicted strength, thus you will only receive rewards upon upgrading the academy to a grade C institution. Very well. He opened the task list, noting that 3 tasks remained incomplete. Grade C Academy, self-created martial arts, 2, and beyond the blue. Kong Lin smiled as he gently stroked Long Xiaoya's forehead, saying, "Xiaoya is indeed remarkable, but you must not overexert yourself. Remember to balance work and rest." All right. These pills were all grade 1 elixirs that Kong Lin had instructed Qin Yizhu to procure for Long Xiaoya to practice with before his departure. Learning from Qin Yizhu that Long Xiaoya practiced diligently every day, he became concerned that the child might encounter difficulties in her refining. I cannot rest. Currently, Xiaoya is most proficient with the recovery pill, Heart Unity pill, Celestial Gang pill, and the Hao Yuan pill, of which I have only refined thrice. The others just once. Brother Kong, am I not quite useless? You've returned, yet I have not mastered these elixirs. As she spoke, Long Xiaoya's spirit waned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This sight startled Kong Lin, prompting him to crouch down and comfort her. How could that be? Xiaoya is the most capable. Did not Brother Jinfeng become vibrant and full of life after consuming your elixirs? Indeed, Brother Jinfeng adores my elixirs, she giggled, her mood brightening at the mention of him. Kong Lin sighed in relief, narrowly averting a calamity. Just then, Qin Yizhu entered, announcing, "Kong Lin, the City Lord has sent someone to inform you that he wishes to see you at the City Lord's mansion." "Certainly, I shall proceed at once." Chapter 82. Formidable foes. Kong Lin had long anticipated that Yu Chongli would seek him out, primarily to discuss the news regarding the gateway to the secret realm of Qianglai Mountain. Coincidentally, he also had a plethora of inquiries to pose to the other party. Burdened with a multitude of questions, he ventured into the Lord's residence under the cover of night. To his surprise, he found Yu Chongli waiting for him in the training grounds, a large pile of beast legs set beside him. What could this mean? Was he intending to silence him with food? If so, he would certainly not hold back. "Director Kong, I have been waiting for you with great anticipation," Yu Chongli greeted. "Come, let us quickly ignite the bonfire. Tonight, we are in for a treat. You summoned me here just to roast meat?" Kong Lin was rendered speechless, realizing he had overthought the situation. The bonfire crackled as a beast leg turned a golden hue, large droplets of oil seeping from the meat, pooling and sizzling as they dripped into the flames, enhancing their fervor. Once Kong Lin sprinkled his special powder upon it, the flames ignited a delectable aroma that wafted through the air. Why Yu Chongli closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, as Chang Jianjun rightly said, "Director Kong's roasted meat is truly unparalleled. This may very well be the finest thing I have ever tasted in my life." He wiped away his saliva, utterly disregarding his image. Kong Lin handed over the roasted beast leg and inquired, "So, your invitation tonight was merely to have me roast meat?" "Of course not," Yu Chongli replied, passing the beast leg to a nearby soldier. "Come, the fine wine is prepared. Let us dine and converse." Kong Lin nodded, then handed over all the spices from his pocket to the soldier, entrusting him with the task of roasting the meat. As he settled into a chair, Yu Chongli seized the opportunity while the soldier poured the wine, saying, "What do you wish for me to divulge?" You are well aware of the questions I wish to pose. Very well, I shall tell you everything candidly. 4 years ago, Yu Chongli was airlifted to Yunyan City and assumed the position of lord, leaving everyone perplexed as to why the previous lord, who had been performing admirably, was suddenly replaced. Till this day, no one has unraveled the mystery. Kong Lin was the first resident of Yunyan City to learn the truth. It turned out that Yu Chongli had come bearing orders. At that time, he was a squad leader of the greedy wolf army, tasked with taking on the role of lord while simultaneously searching for clues to the secret realm. An exceptional talent, Yu Chongli wasted no time in streamlining the responsibilities of the lord upon his arrival, swiftly replacing the heads of vital departments with his own people, and beginning to discreetly gather information on the secret realm. After serving as lord for a year, Yu Chongli unexpectedly received a report from the battle team stating that a secret realm was about to emerge in Qianglai Mountain. The report was undoubtedly authentic, prompting him to mobilize all the city guards to Qianglai Mountain, only to find that bandits had invaded Yunyan City in the interim. So, you are suggesting that you fell victim to a diversionary tactic? Kong Lin swirled the half-filled wine cup in his hand, querying. Yu Chongli took a deep breath and replied, Indeed, it was a diversionary tactic. Thanks to your Kong family's resistance, we averted a catastrophe. Otherwise, I would have long since lost my head, and I would not have been able to continue in this role as lord. Kong Lin pressed on, and what did you uncover afterward? Yu Chongli shook his head. After reporting the matter, the internal investigation within the Tanling army was conducted swiftly, and soon they traced the report back. Initially, the report Yu Chongli submitted was for him to return to the Tanling army for debriefing, but it was unexpectedly altered by the reporting officer to indicate that a secret realm had emerged in Qianglai Mountain. Ultimately, they uncovered the body of the soldier who had sent the report. All leads came to a standstill here, rendering any further pursuit futile. Due to the erroneous source of the report, Yu Chongli evaded military punishment. However, the deaths of so many weighed heavily on his conscience. No matter how cold-blooded he might be, Kong Lin set down his wine cup and nodded, saying, I have no further inquiries. From Yu Chongli's account, he gained a deeper understanding of the Black Dragon Gang. The adversary's reach extended into the Tanling army, managing to bribe a key individual responsible for report submissions and then eliminating him without a trace. Their power was not to be underestimated. They were a formidable foe. What do you wish to ask me? I did not summon you to inquire about anything. Rather, I wish to convey a piece of news and a suggestion. Let us hear the news first. Yu Chongli glanced at the soldier beside him, who understood the cue and withdrew, closing the door behind him. Once the door was securely shut, he continued, the timing for the opening of the secret realm has been deciphered. So soon? He has only been back a day and a half, and they've already cracked it? Yu Chongli chuckled. It is, after all, the door to a secret realm. It is no trivial matter. On the night Kong Lin departed, Jiang Ke dispatched a coded message, and by morning, a small detachment of the Tanling army arrived to take control of Qianglai Mountain. Then, on the third day, which is today, the Empire sent spirit rune masters along with the main forces of the Tanling army to the mountain, subsequently entering its depths to decode the timing for the opening of the secret realm. This information you can divulge without fear of legal repercussions. Certainly, there is no risk. Jiang Ke and Chang Jianjun did not claim this achievement for themselves, but reported the entire sequence of events accurately. Our leader is quite interested in you and wishes to find an opportunity to meet this discoverer of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Kong Lin felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as he would not be implicated, the chance to meet the big boss was even better. How long until the secret realm opens? Approximately 60 days remain. And the rules, have they been established? Not yet. The rules can only be tested once the secret realm opens. The message has been conveyed. Now, on to the suggestion. Please proceed. You are aware of the benefits contained within the secret realm, and this news has also reached Tongzhou? I trust you understand? Kong Lin nodded, fully comprehending. The Great Wu Kingdom comprises 13 prefectures, with Yunyan City and Kuning City both belonging to Fengluo Prefecture, while Tongzhou serves as its capital. When a secret realm appears within a prefectural capital, the first to gain access rights are the academies, followed by the alchemist guild members, and then other factions as well as independent martial artists. The academies, as official entities of the Great Wu Kingdom, do not need to compete with other factions for entry slots. However, due to their large numbers, they must also engage in competitions to secure their access rights. The meaning behind Yu Chongli's words is a call for him to expedite the enhancement of the Academy's overall strength, enabling them to contend for dominance when the secret realm opens. Otherwise, as the discoverer of this secret realm, he would merely be a spectator. Having grasped this, I shall refrain from elaborating further. My thoughts are consumed by the tantalizing allure of food. I can hardly contain my hunger. It was already deep into the night when I departed from the city lord's manor. Halfway through my meal, Chang Jianjun returned and indulged in several large cups with Kong Lin, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. Kong Lin declined Yu Chongli's offer of a return escort, opting instead to journey back alone. With his head bowed, he staggered along the street, pondering the pressing question that had occupied his mind during dinner: how to swiftly elevate the Academy's comprehensive strength. He pursued a streamlined approach. Although he placed no demands on the students' qualifications, he insisted on a standard of character. Consequently, the number of students was non-negotiable, leaving him to strategize the utilization of the Academy's resources. As he neared the corner, a white figure obstructed his path. I at you. Chapter 83. The Art of Subtlety. How did you know I was coming? The newcomer was Li Yeya. Her words were laced with charm, her voice as melodious as a lark, as she stood at the street corner, her sleeves fluttering gently, enveloping the atmosphere in a refreshing aura. Of course I knew. Had you not arrived, I would have likely spent a restless night fretting. Kong Lin half raised his head to scrutinize her, his eyes glazed, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a haze, resembling a tipsy drunkard. Yo, an outsider. This exchange appeared to be an innocent flirtation between young lovers, imbued with a playful undertone. Yet, only the involved parties understood the underlying tension cloaked within each word. Li Yeya covered her mouth with a laugh, playfully chiding him. Director Kong, you wield quite the authority at Xiongli Mountain. Upon hearing the news, many have been stirred. Stirred? I dare not accept your affections, for I fear it would lead to unrest in my harem. Is it truly that daunting? Indeed, it is. Such a lack of romantic insight. Li Yeya turned her back to Kong Lin and added, then let me impart this wisdom to you, Director Kong. The recent period has been rather tumultuous, and you must take care to ensure your safety. Avoid walking alone at night. It is perilous. With that, Li Yeya departed, not lingering any longer. As she rounded the corner, the newly appointed leader of the Blade team, elderly Feng, inquired, Miss, why not seize the opportunity for revenge on the family head? Li Yeya cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Father perished alongside two masters of the Qi-gathering realm at Xiongli Mountain. Kong Lin's strength is unpredictable, and he is shadowed by the city lord's men. Thus, action is ill-advised. Then what purpose does our ambush serve tonight? It is a declaration of war, and I intend to ensure he cannot sleep soundly. Let us return. Once Li Yeya departed, Kong Lin's bleary gaze sharpened, and he chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Li Shang's daughter could exercise such restraint, refraining from taking action. How convenient it would have been if she had. He could have used it as an excuse to eliminate her. Continuing his journey home, Kong Lin reflected on Li Shang's earlier assertion that he had maintained control over the Zheng family. With Li Shang's demise, that control must now reside with Li Yeya. The absence of news regarding the Zheng family's deaths indicated that Li Yeya had indeed prepared for this eventuality. The Southern Dipper Academy is off-limits. Should an incident of sudden death occur within its walls, it would prove quite difficult for him to extricate himself. As for Lingxiao Academy, that shall be a matter for another time. Upon returning to the academy, and just as he stepped into his room, Qin Yizhu, clad in a nightgown, rushed in. The pervasive scent of alcohol filled the air, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. Have you been drinking again? Alas, the city lord summoned me for discussion. How could I refrain from indulging? Why are you still awake at this late hour? I was merely waiting for you. What did you promise me today? Oh, what a muddle my mind is in. With a chuckle, Kong Lin gently patted his head and then dashed over to embrace Qin Yizhu, saying, Shall we proceed now? You reek. Keep your distance. Qin Yizhu shrieked as she fled outside, with Kong Lin laughing and chasing after her. Their antics prompted the neighboring residents, Lung Jianfeng and his spouse, to lament the decline of societal decorum. Upon reaching the small hill beside the training grounds, Kong Lin spread out a map on the ground, positioning himself cross-legged before it while Qin Yizhu stood behind him. Xiao Zhu, keep your eyes wide open and do not blink. Observe closely. After uttering this, Kong Lin closed his eyes, and the academy's blueprint unfurled vividly in his mind. Excluding the already established faculty dormitories, all other buildings were illuminated by a green glow, indicating their capacity for relocation. In this late hour, apart from the couple residing in the faculty dormitory and the gatekeepers, Denyo and Erhu, no one else remained. Kong Lin had given prior notice of his return, thus facilitating the rearrangement of the structures. Qin Yizhu obediently kept her eyes fixed, yet even as they grew dry with anticipation, no unusual occurrences transpired. Just as she prepared to inquire, the buildings within the academy levitated. Indeed, they soared into the air without a speck of dirt or a whisper of sound. The training grounds, the 4 halls for swordplay, martial arts, and the pharmacy, along with the martial arts pavilion, all ascended. Qin Yizhu was left utterly astounded. This exceeded the bounds of her comprehension. Soon, the training grounds settled in the center, with the 4 halls positioned in each corner, followed by the pharmacy and martial arts pavilion. Their arrangement mirrored the map precisely, and the process was remarkably swift, completed in mere breaths. Once the adjustments were made, Kong Lin verified everything and then expended 2,000 teacher points to integrate the student and faculty dormitories into the construction, utilizing an acceleration card. Upon reopening his eyes, he was startled into sitting on the ground as Qin Yizhu was nearly pressed against his cheek, which elicited a laugh from her. Kong Lin shot her an exasperated glare and inquired, "What are you doing? Seeking affection?" Though he jested, his heart was timid, for he held a deep respect for Qin Yizhu. Refraining from any behavior that would breach propriety, Kong Lin, "How did you accomplish this?" Qin Yizhu's gaze burned with curiosity. Not only had the buildings levitated, but she had also witnessed 2 thick clouds descend from the sky. The moon shone brightly, and the stars twinkled like silk, with not a cloud in sight. Where could those 2 mists have come from? Little girl, the applications of spirit patterns are boundless. You shall understand once you begin your studies. Alas, Kong Lin could only use this explanation to evade her inquiries. But when will I be able to learn? Qin Yizhu's expression was one of dismay, utterly unaware of how long Kong Lin would take to teach her. In no time at all, certainly before our wedding. What do you mean? What if your master does not show up? Does that mean we will not get married? Upon hearing this, Qin Yizhu instantly transformed into an irate little leopard. How could that be possible? Realizing he had misspoken, Kong Lin hastily clarified, "My master is a man of his word, Xiaozhu. Now, I need to discuss something important with you. I have decided to head to Kuning City. But please, let me finish my thoughts." He then recounted everything that transpired on Xiongli Mountain, the matter concerning Li Shang, the Black Dragon Gang, and the secret realm gate, leaving no detail unaddressed for Qin Yizhu. Kong Lin continued, "I am going to Kuning City for 2 reasons. First, to gather intelligence on the Black Dragon Gang, and second, to prepare for entry into the secret realm and the upcoming Inter-Academy exchange competition. I have a foreboding feeling that they will use the secret realm trial as a means to select participants for the exchange competition." "Ah, you're leaving already? We have just reunited, and now we must part ways again before even a day has passed." However, with Kong Lin having articulated his intentions so clearly, Qin Yizhu felt it would be inappropriate to hinder him, caught in a dilemma. Kong Lin pinched Qin Yizhu's delightfully plump cheek and said, "There are still over 60 days until the secret realm opens. I won't be leaving immediately. I plan to stay at the academy for at least another 30 days. With Li Yeye having declared war, along with the Zheng family and Lingxiao Academy, Kong Lin was concerned that his departure could lead to significant complications. It was imperative to resolve these overt issues first. "Very well, during this time. You must accompany me well," she insisted. "Will you stay with me tonight?" "Sure, come to my room. Your pillow is already prepared." Kong Lin felt flustered. After escorting Qin Yizhu back to her room, he hurried back to his own. It was utterly embarrassing to have been outmaneuvered. No, he must regain his dignity. That night passed in silence, devoted to cultivation and the study of alchemical scrolls. The following morning, while meditating in the training grounds and circulating his internal energy, Kong Lin unexpectedly encountered Yun Tianxiang, whom he had not seen for quite some time. "Oh, what is this? Who gave you that bruise on your face?" The left side of Yun Tianxiang's face was flushed, reminiscent of a slap. With a disgruntled sigh, he replied, "Who else could it be but that unfilial son of mine? Yun Tianyi? Indeed. My son struck me. What a situation." Chapter 84. Boundless prospects. Yesterday, when Yun Tianyi returned home, Yun Tianxiang happened to arrive simultaneously. Noticing his son's vibrant demeanor, he inquired about his recent activities on Xiongli Mountain. Yun Tianyi boasted about hunting exotic beasts, exuding an air of pride in his newfound prowess. This left Yun Tianxiang, as a father, feeling quite challenged, prompting him to propose a sparring match to teach his son a lesson. Confident in his abilities as a seasoned martial artist with years of experience in the cleansing marrow realm, he thought that no matter how adept Yun Tianyi had become, he could not possibly defeat him. Thus, he held on to this belief until the competition commenced. Without even launching a single attack, Yun Tianxiang found himself flat on the ground, left to recuperate for quite some time. "Ha ha ha! You're going to make me die of laughter." Kong Lin chuckled until his stomach hurt, tears of mirth streaming from his eyes. Yun Tianyi has now become a practitioner of the Qi induction technique. After being fortified by true energy, it is likely that no one in the body refinement realm would dare to confront him head-on, except for Yun Yi. Yet, this Yun Tianxiang still wishes for him to unleash his full strength. At this moment, Yun Tianyi and Yun Yi approached from behind, wearing a sheepish smile. Kong Lin inquired, "Tianyi, why did you strike your father's face, especially under the watchful eyes of so many servants?" You showed him no respect. Well, and why father told me to treat enemies as such, hence I struck his face. It is also the quickest way to conclude this meaningless contest. Meaningless? Yun Tianxiong cast a resentful glance at Kong Lin, who was doubled over with laughter. How long had it been since he could not best his own son? What insights had Kong Lin imparted? What had he missed? Kong Lin continued to chuckle for quite some time before asking. So, what brings you here today? Are you seeking my guidance to reclaim your honor by beating him again? I have already dealt with him. I came to see you for another matter. Yun Tianxiong replied solemnly. The Li family has begun selling medicinal pills again, particularly healing potions. Kong Lin's expression turned serious as he responded. Did not Yu Chongli seize their rights to sell those pills? He recalled how pleased he had been for the Yun family when he learned of it, as they had no rivals in Yunyan City. The information I gathered indicates that this morning, Zhang Qian personally visited the city lord's mansion. I heard he promised numerous conditions to regain the rights, and subsequently invested heavily in acquiring 4 storefronts, all directly across from us. The pills will be supplied by the Li family. Kong Lin nodded upon hearing this. The strategy of reviving a dead business was indeed clever. Yet should complications arise, the Zhang family would face dire consequences as well. Should they ensnare them once more? However, it was peculiar that Li Shang had not made an appearance for quite some time. And the one issuing orders was Li Yeya. Yun Tianxiong added, Li Shang is already dead. I killed him. What? The 3 members of the Yun family were struck with astonishment. What had they just heard? The Kong family had actually slain Li Shang. Kong Lin remarked nonchalantly, what is there to be surprised about? He sought to kill me, but was bested by my superior skills. Director, was it on the day you ascended the mountain? Yun Tianyi cautiously inquired. Indeed, it was that very day. He brought along 2 Qi Induction Realm warriors and a 4th-tier black serpent. I nearly perished at their hands. Yun Tianxiong's mouth gaped in disbelief. He was at a loss for words. 2 Qi Induction Realm warriors and a 4th-tier serpent amounted to the strength of 4 Qi Induction warriors, not to mention Li Shang's prowess as a marrow-cleansing realm warrior. Heavens! What realm was he at? Kong Lin stated. It seems Li Yeya has taken control of the Li family and, by extension, the Zheng family. This bodes well for the ensuing events. Director, what should we do next? Yun Tianxiong inquired. In truth, Kong Lin was uncertain. His thoughts were focused on matters beyond his journey to Chuning City. Moreover, now that Li Yeya was aware of her own strength, it was unrealistic for her to send Zhang San to steal the pill formulas as before. It seemed she would have to infiltrate the Li family herself, and him. With this thought, Kong Lin's eyes sparkled as a brilliant plan surged to the forefront of his mind. Very well, I acknowledge the information. Prior to the opponent making a move, please continue with your usual procedures. Should there be a need for a counterattack, I shall instruct Tianyi to notify you. Understood, Director. Observing that Yun Tianxiong had not yet departed, Kong Lin inquired, is there something else you wish to discuss? Indeed, Yun Tianxiong replied. Recently, the income from the sale of recovery pills by our Yun family has been quite satisfactory. Director Kong, you have rendered us such significant assistance, yet we have not reciprocated. Hence, I took the liberty of purchasing a shop for you in a bustling area of Chuning City. You may visit it at your convenience. Kong Lin, taken aback, glanced at Yun Tianyi and remarked, you're quite perceptive. You've already guessed that I intend to go to Chuning City? What, Director? You are going to Chuning City? The 3 members of the Yun family exclaimed in unison. Observing their expressions, Kong Lin realized he had overthought the matter, initially believing that Yun Tianxiong was aware of his plans. Uncle Yun, truly, there's no need for such generosity. When we initially collaborated on the sale of recovery pills, I have already received my share of the profits. What further repayment is necessary? I am repaying you for saving Tianyi. Yun Tianxiong replied. In such a short span, Yun Tianyi had not only reclaimed his title as the foremost talent of Yunyan City, but had also grown even more formidable than before. Yun Tianxiong recognized Kong Lin's potential for a bright future, treating him as a close disciple and generously imparting martial skills. Thus, he felt compelled to extend his generosity in kind. Having just earned a bit of extra income, he purchased a shop for Kong Lin, knowing that the latter could engage in alchemy and earn a living as an assistant in Chuning City. After all, Chuning City is a large metropolis with a high cost of living. Since you have already purchased it, I shall accept it in return. I will arrange for you to have a quasi-second-grade alchemist at your disposal in the near future. Whenever you need assistance in refining any medicinal pills, you may seek his help. A quasi-second grade? Kong Lin inquired. Quite literally, Yun Tianxiong clarified, it refers to an alchemist capable of concocting over 10 different types of pills. Kong Lin contemplated sending Long Xiaoya for an internship, allowing her to establish herself in Chuning City before calling for Long Xiaoya and the others. This would serve both to assess the qualifications of the second-grade alchemist and to expose them to broader horizons. I am most grateful, esteemed director. Uncle Yun, you were too courteous. In the ensuing days, there were no significant events in Yunyan City. Even the matter concerning Li Sheng's zombies was conducted discreetly and in secrecy. Kong Lin relished the tranquility, often retreating for a day or two to hone his martial skills or experiment with new recipes. As for guidance, Long Xiaoya's rapid progress and exceptional comprehension rendered his assistance unnecessary. With a teacher of her own, she no longer required Kong Lin's tutelage, and even Yun Tianyi had taken on the role of instructor, imparting foundational knowledge of palm techniques. On the evening of the fourth day, while Kong Lin was engrossed in studying a leg technique within the martial arts pavilion, he suddenly received a system alert indicating an intruder had breached the academy. He promptly set aside his studies and rushed out. After waiting several days, I have finally managed to catch up with you, he said. Chapter 85. The turmoil in the Li family. Beneath the cloak of night, a solitary figure stood upon the training grounds. Kong Lin approached from behind and inquired, "What is the matter? Have you been away for too long and found everything drastically changed?" The figure turned, revealing the long unseen Mu Jinhai. At this moment, his face was flushed, whether from shame or self-reproach, causing his body to tremble slightly. "Director Kong, I am deeply sorry. Speak. Why did you resort to such actions?" Kong Lin gazed at Mu Jinhai with a gentle smile. He recognized him as the black-robed informant from their previous encounter. Although Mu Jinhai had altered his voice at that time, Kong Lin discerned him through his gait, stature, and an unmistakable familiarity. My parents have been captured by them. They coerced me into withdrawing from the academy during the assessment ceremony. Or else they would kill my parents. Director, I truly apologize. Why didn't you confide in me? Had you done so, perhaps I could have assisted in rescuing them. Mu Jinhai shook his head with a bitter smile. There was simply no time. On the day of the assessment, Mu Jinhai had set out early and encountered 6 other students along the way. Their laughter sent shivers down his spine, and soon one student produced a box containing a severed right hand. Mu Jinhai recognized it as his father's hand, leaving him utterly stunned. The members of the Li family's blade team had reappeared, demanding his compliance. Otherwise, his parents would perish in a state of sheer panic. Mu Jinhai felt utterly powerless, compelled to follow their commands without resistance. Were you able to rescue them? Kong Lin inquired further. After the assessment ceremony concluded, Li Sheng redirected his fury onto the parents of the 7 of us. None among the 14 survived. All were slain. Mu Jinhai's expression turned mournful, a grim smile escaping his lips as he remarked, "Perhaps this is just retribution." "May you find solace," Kong Lin said, moving closer to pat Mu Jinhai's shoulder. "Should you wish to return to school, I will still be your teacher, and you shall always be a student of Yunyan Academy." Kong Lin retracted his earlier statement, for he had been unaware of the truth at that time. Under similar circumstances, any individual might have made the same choice as Mu Jinhai, hence Kong Lin bore him no resentment. "Teacher, your forgiveness is more than enough for me, yet my vengeance remains unfulfilled," Mu Jinhai said, his eyes bloodshot and voice trembling. "I shall ensure the demise of everyone in the Li family." Mu Jinhai, male, 16 years old, body refinement realm, cleansing, strength. 10, top tier within the realm, endurance. 8, upper tier within the realm, willpower. 10, top tier within the realm, agility. 6, upper tier within the realm, health, poison within the marrow, martial skill. 3, blade decision, yellow grade. High quality, 13 flaws, body technique. Wine body, yellow grade, high quality, 46 flaws, evaluation. Clear sense of enmity. Kong Lin had intended to dissuade Mu Jinhai with his strength, but was taken aback himself. The Li family's insect was indeed a formidable cheat. Your current cleansing realm a result of the accelerated growth effect caused by the insect entering your body? Director, how did you come to know this? Mu Jinhai asked, astonished. After the untimely demise of his parents, Li Sheng summoned the 7 of them once more, inquiring whether they desired immense power, albeit at a considerable cost. Mu Jinhai was perplexed by Li Sheng's motives, speculating that perhaps he aimed to ignite their fighting spirit. Consequently, they acquiesced. Upon their agreement, 7 silvery beams of light surged into their bodies, and over the ensuing 10 days, they forcefully transcended from the blood-burning realm to the cleansing marrow realm. Many have posed the same question to me, yet my response remains unwavering. There is much I know, so refrain from curiosity. Kong Lin turned around and inquired, "What brings you here tonight? Are you seeking my assistance, or are you here to beg for my forgiveness before facing your demise?" "Both," Mu Jinhai replied, gazing at the star-studded sky. He murmured, "With Li Sheng's death, chaos will ensue within the Li family. This moment presents the perfect opportunity." "Wait, you say chaos within the Li family?" Kong Lin questioned. Puzzled. Liya has assumed control of the Li clan. How could it suddenly descend into turmoil? Is it possible that a scandalous plot involving an illegitimate son of Li Shang seeking power has emerged? It pertains to the position of the family head. Mu Jinhai elucidated. Li Feng, the third elder of the Li family, is disgruntled with Li Ye's ascendancy and has clandestinely rallied a faction, investing a substantial sum to hire several experts from outside. He plans to eliminate Li Ye during the family head's succession ceremony and seize the position for himself. I have meticulously orchestrated everything. The likelihood of my demise is considerable, hence my visit tonight to seek your forgiveness. Jinhai, you remain naively optimistic. Kong Lin pondered. Liya commands the entirety of the Zheng family. What could that old codger Li Feng possibly employ against her? After all, she has a second-tier alchemist of the Qi-gathering realm supporting her, and such connections are not to be trifled with. Master, do you know what kind of experts Li Feng has enlisted? 3 warriors of the Qi-gathering realm, whom I personally accompanied Li Feng to hire in Chuning City. Ha! Kong Lin suddenly chuckled. Did Li Feng truly expend such resources? To hire 3 warriors of the Qi-gathering realm is a testament to how wealth and power can corrupt even the elderly. Yet, it is indeed laughable. Rarely do we see even a single warrior of the true Qi realm in our vicinity. The only one in Yunyan City is Yu Chongli, who remains cooped up within the Lord's estate and seldom ventures outside. However, ever since our excursion to Chonglai Mountain, it seems the number of true Qi realm warriors has begun to rise. Could it be a consequence of my own ascension in rank? What makes you laugh? Oh, nothing. That I merely conjecture that if Li Shang were aware of the turmoil within his family, he would likely rise in fury from his grave. What good would that do? He has already been reduced to ashes. What purpose would it serve to rise? Kong Lin expressed skepticism. Is cremation still a common practice in this world? Mu Jinhai, perceiving Kong Lin's doubt, clarified. By the time Li Shang's body was returned, it had lost all semblance of form, infested with maggots, and devoured by strange beasts, leaving no choice but to reduce it to ashes. Mu Jinhai then inquired with a smile, do you recall the torrential rain from a few days ago? Kong Lin nodded, well aware of the downpour that had provided him with a spectacular sight. As he meandered through the academy with Qin Yizhu, an unexpected deluge descended upon them, drenching the 2 unprepared individuals until they resembled drowned rats. It was then that Kong Lin beheld the ample figure of Qin Yizhu. He was certain that it was genuine and not merely a figment of imagination, Mu Jinhai remarked, at that moment of the torrential rain. The funeral procession of the Li family was just departing the city. I cannot ascertain whether it was by Li Shang's design or simply the heavens' disapproval, but the individual carrying the urn suddenly stumbled, shattering the urn and allowing Li Shang's ashes to be swept away by the rain. Kong Lin listened, wide-eyed and astonished. Was this not the stuff of tales? How had it become a reality? What transpired afterward? Do tell me. Chapter 86. The Blade Team. Of course, it became a grave for the honored, and no matter how formidable Li Ye may be, she cannot halt the flow of water. It was a pity that Li Shang had met his end so abruptly. He had truly escaped unscathed. Mu Jinhai gazed at the tranquil night sky, sighing. When the other party had promised him immense power, he had silently vowed to ensure that Li Shang faced the repercussions of his misdeeds. Even in despair, he had relied on fantasies of tormenting Li Shang to endure his own suffering. Alas, Li Shang had perished. Though he could not see the expression of his adversary, the wounds that marred his body suggested that Li Shang had died peacefully, only to suffer in death. Kong Lin too sighed. Recognizing the depth of Mu Jinhai's obsession, which would significantly impact his martial arts journey. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to advise. Such deep-seated enmity could only be repaid with blood. Kong Lin spoke, draw your blade. Teacher, what do you intend to do? I cannot prevent you from seeking vengeance, but I can certainly offer you a modicum of assistance in your martial skills. To these words, Mu Jinhai's spirit soared, and he nodded vigorously, then drew a long sword from behind him. The sword was unremarkable, akin to the blades wielded by the common folk, yet once in Mu Jinhai's grasp, he transformed. Previously, he had exuded a youthful impetuosity, but now he emanated a profound and steady aura. The harmony between man and sword revealed his innate talent for swordsmanship. Kong Lin retrieved a wooden sword from the sword hall. Teacher, surely a wooden sword will not suffice. Kong Lin smiled faintly, his wrist flicking as the vast ocean of true energy within him began to surge and circulate. Following the meridians of his right hand, it flowed outward, enveloping the wooden sword under his command. The plain wooden sword instantly metamorphosed into an exquisite blade, radiating a soft blue glow reminiscent of a tin weapon from a past life's online game. How is it now? All is well, observed the sword, teacher. Before Kong Lin could prepare himself, Mu Jinhai charged forward with the blade. He advanced in a manner that covered 10 paces in mere moments, creating a gust of wind with his speed. Kong Lin's sleeves fluttered in the breeze, yet he neither dodged nor flinched, instead raising the wooden sword slowly to shield his forehead, with precise timing. As soon as he lifted his hand, Mu Jinhai had arrived with his sword. As two blades intersected, sparks erupted in a dazzling display, yet the wooden sword, cloaked in true energy, sustained not a scratch. Only a slight fluctuation marred the surface of its protective aura. Mu Jinhai chuckled, exclaiming, "This is the sensation I have been seeking for so long." Kong Lin inquired, "Is it the feeling of being able to strike without restraint, unburdened by the fear of mortal peril that you refer to?" Mu Jinhai nodded vigorously in affirmation. However, Kong Lin shook his head, stating, "I do not wish for my students to be mere empty vessels skilled only in sparring. If you have chosen this path, do not regard me as your teacher, for I shall not consider you my student. Remember, pain will guide you towards the path of survival." As Kong Lin finished speaking, his wrist trembled slightly, and Mu Jinhai was sent flying backward. Lying on the ground, Mu Jinhai remained silent, merely licking his teeth before suddenly springing to his feet, gripping his sword tightly and leaping toward Kong Lin with a fierce slash. The sound of their blades clashing pierced the tranquil night, echoing sharply. Qin Yizhu, having finally succumbed to slumber, was abruptly awakened by the commotion. Realizing it was Kong Lin's mischief, she muttered her annoyance, preparing to confront him. However, upon witnessing Mu Jinhai engage with Kong Lin, her drowsiness vanished entirely. "Teacher Qin, who is this person?" inquired the arriving Long Jianfeng. "Mu Jinhai, that traitor dares to return." "Traitor?" Long Jianfeng pondered, observing the manner in which Kong Lin engaged. It hardly seemed the approach one would take with a traitor, especially without lethal intent. He called to Qin Yizhu, saying, "You too should return. I shall handle this. How can one sleep amidst such noise?" In truth, Qin Yizhu was concerned for Kong Lin's safety. To her, the exchange between the two indicated that Mu Jinhai's strength was on par with Kong Lin's. Why had they come to blows? Surely, Mu Jinhai must have returned to the academy to steal something and was discovered, leading to this confrontation, she mused. Long Jianfeng draped his coat over Du Ning's shoulders and stood to the side, quietly observing the contest. Throughout history, swords and blades have coexisted. Where there is a sword, there is a blade, and thus their principles largely align, with the distinction lying in the sword's agility and the blade's formidable heft. Ultimately, both converge upon the essence of comprehension. Those with keen insight can glean beneficial lessons from any duel. Long Jianfeng was such a person. As the combatants approached their third exchange, he discerned that Kong Lin was intentionally offering openings, and by now, they had engaged in 14 exchanges. He seemed to have grasped a fragment of understanding. The sword's lightness lends itself to swiftness, while the blade's weight confers great power and momentum. The sword is employed in 8 fundamental techniques: cleaving, thrusting, flicking, withdrawing, sweeping, intercepting, horizontal slashing, and inverting, if cleaving and thrusting were to be combined. Lost in thought, Long Jianfeng unsheathed his long sword, moving to a nearby space to practice. Du Ning instinctively stepped back, remaining silent so as not to disturb him. "Jie Jianing, aren't you going to say anything about Teacher Long's actions?" Qin Yizhu asked. Du Ning nodded, replying, "Having been with him for 20 years, I have long since grown accustomed to it. 20 years. Have you two grown up as childhood sweethearts?" Indeed. The night breeze was pleasantly cool, and Du Ning had just recently recovered. She wrapped her garment around herself and said, "Let us depart. We shall leave this to the men and return to rest." "He, splendid. Please regale me with tales of your adventures." The battle of guidance lasted for nearly half an hour. By its conclusion, Mu Jinhai bore 23 wounds upon his body, half of which were inflicted by martial skills, while the other half resulted from his agility. Wiping the blood from his arm, Mu Jinhai exclaimed with exhilaration, "What a bountiful encounter this has been, Jinhai. I observed your combat style to be quite fierce. Have you undergone trials of life and death?" Kong Lin inquired, and Mu Jinhai nodded and began recounting his experiences since joining the Blade Edge team of the Li family. Initially, after Li Shang implanted the Silver Soul Goo within them, they were relegated to the Blade Edge team. This team was a place where the Li family trained assassins, and the rules were exceptionally brutal. At the onset of their confinement, the 7 of them were locked in a small room for a training regimen akin to nurturing Goo. What does it mean to nurture Goo? On the first day, only 6 meals were provided. On the second day, 5 meals and so on, decreasing by 1 meal each day until none were left at that time. The overwhelming pangs of hunger would compel the 7 to turn upon one another, resorting to cannibalism. What was once a modest room became a hellish battlefield. Ultimately, Mu Jinhai emerged alive, albeit at the cost of 6 fatal scars. Subsequently, he became a member of the Li family's Blade Edge team, tasked with executing clandestine operations, such as assassinations. They once received orders to eliminate Feng Tianxiu, the dean of Lingxiao Academy. Chapter 87. The proud disciple. After a brief respite, Mu Jinhai rose and bowed deeply to Kong Lin, respectfully stating, "Master, I am grateful for your willingness to overlook past grievances and for your diligent instruction. Should I survive this ordeal, I shall return to be your student once more." Kong Lin smiled and nodded, saying, "Your enrollment contract has not been annulled by me, which signifies that you remain a part of Union Academy and may return at any time. Furthermore, life or death cannot merely be determined by words. It all depends on you. Go now, and take care." In truth, Kong Lin had been awaiting Mu Jinhai's return to enlist his assistance with certain matters. However, upon learning that Mu Jinhai had devised a plan, Kong Lin decided it would be better to handle it himself. He had already provided guidance on martial skills, leaving him with little more to say. Upon hearing this, Mu Jinhai bowed deeply once more, retrieved his clothing and long sword, and slowly stepped into the darkness. As Kong Lin prepared to meditate, he noticed Long Jianfeng practicing swordplay alone. He observed with a smile for a while before departing, but as he turned, he felt a sudden, crisp sound. Looking back, he saw Long Jianfeng still lost in his sword dance, showing no signs of abnormality. Was it an illusion? Kong Lin shook his head and returned indoors to meditate. The following 3 days passed without incident. Kong Lin continued his seclusion, creating martial techniques and studying alchemical texts. On the morning of the 4th day, while he was in the apothecary preparing ingredients for a new powder, Qin Eizhu stormed in, exclaiming, "Still mixing medicine? Have you forgotten what day it is?" Kong Lin was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he recalled that there were no particularly special days. Seeing the innocent expression on Kong Lin's face, Qin Eizhu felt a surge of anger and, gripping his ear, exclaimed, "Today is the day when Xiaoya is performing alchemy live, and you dare to forget it? Oh dear, what a muddled mind I have." Kong Lin lamented, smacking his forehead and offering a series of sheepish smiles. A few days prior, when Yao had approached him, stating that the children required practical experience. During her tenure as a teacher at the Wanxiang Academy, when Yao would send students to the pharmacy under the academy's name to work as apprentices once they had familiarized themselves with pharmacology and memorized various medicinal herbs. This approach had 2 advantages. It allowed for rapid accumulation of experience and helped students facing financial difficulties. Kong Lin had mentioned this to Yun Tianxiang, but initially, they had only decided to send Long Xiaoya. However, he ended up dispatching all the students studying medicine. Subsequently, he proposed a compensatory plan, suggesting that Long Xiaoya conduct live alchemy, which Yun Tianxiang readily agreed to, leading to widespread promotion. Today was indeed the day for Long Xiaoya's live alchemy demonstration, and Kong Lin had promised to be present, thus he had refrained from entering the martial arts pavilion. Yet, last night, while researching Secret Techniques of Alchemy, Volume 2, he achieved a significant breakthrough concerning goo worms, and he had been engrossed in experiments ever since, completely losing track of time. "Hurry and change your clothes." Qin Eizhu glared at him, prompting Kong Lin to promptly set aside his work and dash back to his room to change. Just as he stepped out, freshly attired, he encountered Yu Siyu, who had just alighted from a carriage. "Dean Kong, you summoned me in such haste. Yet now you seem ready to flee. What is the meaning of this?" Qin Eizhu glared at Kong Lin, fully aware that he had contacted Yu Siyu. Stifling the pain in his waist, Kong Lin stiffly replied, "Let us go together. It is the perfect opportunity for you to observe." The marketplace of Union City comprised 4 streets arranged in A shape, with the Yun family's storefronts strategically located at the busiest intersections. Today, the area surrounding the Yun family's pharmacy was thronged with a bustling crowd, while the Zhang family shop across the way appeared desolate in comparison. "When does it start? Hurry up, I've been waiting so long that the flowers are wilting. Which alchemist is personally demonstrating today? Why do you ask? Can't you see the city guards standing nearby? That's not how one seeks death. Hee. If someone dares to perform alchemy live, they must possess considerable skill. I wish to take him as my master. You might as well kneel at the entrance of Union Academy, for this alchemist is personally trained by Dean Kong of Union Academy." Inside the shop, Yun Tianxiong glanced at the time and said, "Xiaoya, it's time. Let us begin." Long Xiaoya, who had been fiddling with her fingers, lifted her gaze to behold the sea of onlookers outside, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Immediately, Jin Feng rushed over, grasping her hand and reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I am here." With those words, the weight of pressure on Long Xiaoya dissipated. Observing this, Yun Tianxiong felt a sense of relief wash over him. As Kong Lin did not arrive, he found himself at a loss should the young girl falter in her confidence and refrain from stepping out. He promptly summoned attendants to carry the newly purchased alchemical furnace outside, setting the firewood aside. Long Xiaoya donned her specialized alchemical attire and took Jin Feng's hand, stepping forth into the open. A pair of exquisitely crafted golden boy and jade girl emerged, prompting a lively discussion among the onlookers. See, I wasn't mistaken. They are indeed the esteemed disciples of Director Kong. I recognize that young man. He recently ascended to the Burning Blood Realm in just 3 days and triumphed over the students of Nandu Academy. Kong Lin is truly remarkable. He has elevated Yunyan Academy to great heights, daring to practice alchemy that even Lingxiao and Nandu Academies would not attempt, and has nurtured such a talented student. Who could argue otherwise? I am even considering sending my son to study alchemy under him. As the crowd engaged in animated conversation, Long Xiaoya diligently prepared for the alchemical process, ensuring her materials were complete, resetting the hourglass and inspecting the furnace's interior for cleanliness, habits she had acquired under Kong Lin's tutelage. Once these preparations were completed, she ignited the firewood within the furnace. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, causing the spectators to squint against the force, yet the flames of the firewood remained unwavering. One bystander exclaimed, "How extraordinary! The wind cannot extinguish it. Might it also resist being doused by water?" Yun Tianxiong replied, "This is called firewood. It is specifically for alchemical use. If it could be snuffed out by a mere breeze, it would hardly be worth 100 gold coins." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a small piece commands 100 gold coins? That is exorbitantly priced. Allow me to introduce this esteemed alchemist, Long Xiaoya, a student of the alchemy department at Yunyan Academy and a direct disciple of Director Kong. Today, she will unveil the mysteries of alchemy, and I kindly ask everyone to remain silent until the process concludes, at which point all inquiries will be addressed. With Yun Tianxiong speaking, who would dare to disrespect? The audience fixated their gaze on Long Xiaoya as she commenced her alchemical work. The first potion she crafted was, of course, the revitalization pill, a formula she had mastered. With remarkable speed, she completed the first batch in less than half an hour. As she lifted the lid, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air, captivating the spectators. Has it truly been completed? It seems alchemy is rather effortless. It is not that alchemy is simple. Rather, it is the alchemist's prowess that is impressive. Observe how fluidly she works, creating a visual spectacle. However, mere aesthetics are of no practical use. May I inquire, Miss, what rank of alchemist do you hold? A young man from the Zheng family shop called out loudly. The crowd turned to see a tall, slender figure clad in a light gray robe, adorned with a diamond-shaped silver badge etched with intricate designs on his left chest, accompanied by Zheng San, a lackey of the Zheng family. As they approached, onlookers parted to grant them passage, and the young man nodded in appreciation before speaking. If I am not mistaken, you have indeed crafted the revitalization pill, correct? Long Xiaoya nodded in affirmation, replying, indeed. Are you also skilled in the creation of revitalization pills? Of course. The man inhaled deeply and proclaimed, this recovery elixir is the latest formula catalogued by the Alchemist Guild's branch in Chuning City, which has been lauded by the branch president, Chang Ming, as the finest remedy for both internal and external injuries. It is also the most expensive shared formula, requiring a fee of 10 gold coins for perusal. The young man then turned to the onlookers and remarked, a shared formula accessible to anyone bearing the title of alchemist is being claimed as a proprietary secret by the Yun family, who assert it as their exclusive formula. Is this not a flagrant display of shamelessness? Upon hearing this clandestine revelation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Their bewilderment stemmed from their lack of knowledge in alchemy, yet they were acutely aware of the immense stature of the Alchemist Guild, even if they were not well versed in its intricate regulations. The audacity of the Yun family to claim this formula as their own, if discovered by the guild, could result in dire consequences. Surely, the Yun family would face obliteration. Yun Tianxiong stepped forward, furrowing his brows and inquiring, who exactly are you? This was indeed a pertinent question. The man flicked his sleeves and adjusted the silver insignia on his chest, while Zhang San promptly interjected, this is Master Tang Shirda, a first-tier alchemist registered with the Alchemist Guild, and he is the alchemist specifically commissioned by our Zheng family. The man continued, now, I shall pose another question. What tier of alchemist are you, Miss? Long Xiaoya remained silent, and Yun Tianxiong found himself at a loss for words, resulting in a palpable tension in the air. Observing the standoff, the onlookers murmured among themselves, intrigued by the challenge posed to the Yun family. Tang Shirda, well prepared, felt a surge of satisfaction at the spectators' reactions. However, Li Yeya, watching from above, was far from pleased. In fact, she was somewhat irate. Even she, someone who had not engaged with the Alchemist Guild, was aware that the recovery elixir was developed by Kong Lin. Yet this fool remained oblivious. Was this not handing them a weapon? She beckoned, and 3 members of the Blade team, clad in black robes, swiftly appeared. Head of the family, what are your orders? Prepare to execute the second plan. Unleash that old dog along with the few curs he has summoned. Understood. The scene shifts back 3 days prior, that time. Liea was in the Li family's council chamber, conferring with the elders. Upon learning of the Yun family's maneuvers, she immediately summoned Tang Shirda. Miss, what is your command? Tang Shirda, under the influence of the Silver Soul Goo, naturally held Liea in high regard. She outlined the Yun family's scheme and inquired, what do you believe we should do about this? This matter is quite straightforward. The Yun family aims to exploit the ignorance of the residents of Yunyan City to their advantage, attracting clientele. We can allow them to promote themselves, and once they have concocted their first batch of elixirs, we can then make our appearance. As long as we ensure the citizens of Yunyan City perceive us as superior, we can achieve our goal of leveraging their efforts to bolster the Zheng family's reputation. Do you have confidence in this plan? Absolutely. I assure you, in the realm of alchemy, no one in Yunyan City poses a challenge to me. Not even Kong Lin, the dean of Yunyan Academy. Very well. I look forward to your performance on that day. Today, he arrived quite early, having positioned himself upstairs in the Zheng family shop to observe Long Xiaoya's alchemical techniques. He was impressed by how adeptly the young girl controlled the various stages of the process, yet he felt her abilities were still lacking, or perhaps it was merely a deficiency in experience. The fact that she had not donned the attire befitting an alchemist suggested that she had yet to attain even the rank of a first-tier alchemist. After all, what significance does it hold to successfully concoct a restoration elixir if one is not an alchemist? Thus, Tang Shirda resolved to seize the moment and challenge her, compelling her to engage in a contest of alchemical prowess. Should he emerge victorious, all the efforts the Yun family had invested in recent days would amount to naught. Observing Long Xiaoya's bewildered expression brought him both amusement and a sense of futility. He had anticipated that the Yun family would dispatch a formidable opponent, which would have provided an engaging challenge. Instead, he was confronted with a frail young woman. Rather dull indeed. It seems I have startled you. My apologies, perhaps I shall take my leave. As the silence lingered, Tang Shirda contemplated retreating. No, rather, a strategic withdrawal. Having come to issue a challenge, why rush to depart? Kong Lin emerged from the crowd, speaking up, Director brother. Long Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she called out playfully. The moment she relaxed, Jin Feng beside her also eased his tension, for both believed that with the director's intervention, all matters would be resolved. Kong Lin smiled, gesturing for them to hold their thoughts for the moment. Upon his arrival, Long Xiaoya had already been engaged in alchemy. And when Tang Shirda arrived to create trouble, he decided to observe how she would handle the situation before intervening. Now, he perceived that the girl was still too inexperienced. She required more exposure to significant events. And you are? Tang Shirda, having only heard of Kong Lin's name but never having met him, did not recognize him. I am his mentor and the originator of the restoration elixir formula, Kong Lin. When you mentioned that the formula was shared with the Alchemist Guild, why did you not include my name? Was it oversight or intentional omission? You are the founder of the restoration elixir. Tang Shirda chuckled. I fear you are unaware that impersonating the creator of a formula may lead to pursuit by the Alchemist Guild. The badge of the sub-guild in Chuning City belonged to Chang Ming, a figure of equal stature to his master, and it was inconceivable that the esteemed elixir he praised could be the work of Kong Lin. Tang Shirda dismissed the notion without a second thought. Yet he felt his previous retort lacked impact and added, is it truly worth risking your life for the sake of appearances? Whether it is worth it can be debated later, Kong Lin replied with a chuckle. But I fear you have not heard the adage that distorting the truth can lead to a swift rebuttal. If this is indeed the case, I would gladly accept such a rebuttal. Come now, strike me. Tang Shirda stood defiantly, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance that incited the desire to strike him among onlookers. If you do not believe my words, then will you believe hers? Kong Lin gestured behind him. Her? Who is she? If you have the capability, summon Yu Siyu and let her confirm that this formula is indeed your creation. Otherwise what? Upon hearing this, Tang Shirda's expression shifted as if he had encountered a ghost. Yu Siyu emerged from the crowd, her voice sultry as she remarked, Little one, dear sister perceives a glimmer of possessiveness in your eyes. Are you perhaps concocting some mischievous plan involving me? Truly, she was a temptress. This sentiment resonated with all men present, including Kong Lin. The men, upon hearing her voice, found it rather peculiar that despite feeling as if an extra bone had been added to their bodies, They still felt as light as a feather to you. Steward. What brings you here? Chapter 89. Silly girl. Tang Shirta, upon seeing you see you, stammered in fear, his words faltering. What had begun as a frivolous remark had inadvertently summoned the main character herself. What to do now? Panic surged, as he awaited a response. You see you did not deign to look at him directly, merely casting a sidelong glance before inquiring, do you recognize me? Of course, who in Chuning City does not know you? Tang Shirta's words caught Kong Lin's attention, revealing the extent of Yu Siyu's reputation in Chuning City, an aspect of her he had yet to fully grasp. Tang Shirta composed himself and, with a visage of obsequiousness, asked, Steward Yu, was your earlier statement genuine? Would I jest about such matters? Yu Siyu shot him an exasperated glare. Her intentions were so evident, yet this man remained oblivious. Had alchemy dulled his wits? She continued, Director Kong is a prodigious talent. Having developed the restoration pill, I personally oversaw the auditing ceremony at Union Academy, and as for his formula, he certainly has the authority to decide its usage. Do you have anything further to say? In no objections. Since you have spoken, how could I dare to voice any dissent? Yu Siyu, having taken it upon herself to defend Kong Lin, now approached Long Xiaoya, asking, Xiaoya, why did you remain silent just now? It easily leads others to believe you lack his prowess. Not possessing his prowess is simply the case, so what is so remarkable about that? At her age, other children had already begun to develop a competitive spirit. Perhaps it stemmed from familial and personality issues, but Long Xiaoya did not see the merit in being superior to others. As long as Brother Jinfeng appreciated what she created, she felt fulfilled. Director Brother. Long Xiaoya blinked her large eyes and tugged at Kong Lin's arm, saying with a playful demeanor, the reason I didn't speak was due to my dilemma. If I were to speak the truth, it would embarrass this unfamiliar big brother. The onlookers stifled laughter, covering their mouths. Silly girl, you spared him embarrassment, yet he offered you none. Kong Lin found amusement in this, pointing at Yun Tianxiong behind him, declaring, you should have seen it. When you remained silent, Uncle Yun's face grew dark. Oh. Really? Long Xiaoya turned to glance but found it contrary to Kong Lin's claim, retorting indignantly, Director Brother, you deceive me. Uncle Yun's face isn't dark at all. It's quite red. Redder than the behind of the monkeys on the mountain behind my house. At this, the audience could no longer contain themselves, erupting into laughter. This little girl was simply too delightful. Yun Tianxiong, upon hearing these words, could not help but smile sheepishly. What could he do? Blushing was not his fault, but rather that of Yun Tianyi that moment. You see you, having reprimanded Tang Shirta, approached and looked at the little girl beside Kong Lin, saying, you summoned me here for her. 4 days prior, she had been preoccupied with matters at the auction house when she suddenly received a spiritual message from Kong Lin, inviting her to Union City to see a genius. In the message, Kong Lin had extolled this genius to an extraordinary degree, which led Yu Siyu to believe him and come to see for herself. Conveniently, she brought along some local specialties for Kong Lin, as well as the medicinal herbs he required, and intended to discuss the latest developments regarding the restoration pill formula he had contributed. Yes, it was indeed her. Kong Lin patted Long Xiaoya on the shoulder and said, Xiaoya, call someone. Hello, big sister. Long Xiaoya exclaimed with youthful vivacity, you are so beautiful, just like a fairy. If anyone else had said this, Yu Siyu would have scoffed or even felt displeased. After all, being naturally beautiful and akin to a fairy was to be expected of her. However, when Long Xiaoya uttered those words, it was different. Yu Siyu felt her heart bloom with joy as she embraced the delicately chiseled little girl, asking, did he teach you? The he in Yu Siyu's inquiry naturally referred to Kong Lin. She did not complete her sentence, wanting to ascertain whether it was indeed Kong Lin who had taught her. Long Xiaoya placed her index finger on her lips and, with innocent sincerity, replied, of course. The director brother taught me. He taught me alchemy, how to identify medicinal herbs, and so many other things. How wonderful! Yu Siyu cast an admiring glance at Kong Lin, clearly pleased with Long Xiaoya. Kong Lin nodded and said, then let us return to the academy. The main purpose of your visit this time was to oversee Xiaoya's assessment as a pill master, which consists of 2 sessions. We will discuss our matters after the examinations. 2 sessions in a row. Yu Siyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could this innocent little girl truly be that impressive? A glance was enough to know. Then let us proceed. Wait. Tang Shirta blocked their path and said, since you, Supervisor Yu, are personally overseeing the event, I would also like to participate in the 2nd grade pill master assessment, if that is permissible. Of course, Kong Lin nodded. However, the assessment will take place at my Union Academy. To ensure fairness, you must prepare everything needed for alchemy yourself, lest you blame us for any shortcomings later. Is that acceptable? No problem. Another voice chimed in as Li Yeye, veiled, stepped forth from the crowd. She first nodded slightly to Yu and then stated, "Everything Tang Shirta requires will be provided by our Li family. Director Kong, wherever you wish for it to be delivered, we shall ensure it is done." She twirled a strand of hair and added, "Do not look at me like that. I am the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family. Currently, my father-in-law is preoccupied with affairs at the academy, and my husband is bedridden. It is only right that I lend my assistance, as I am obliged to do so." Kong Lin chuckled and inquired, "Should I now refer to you as the head of the Li family, or the head of the Zheng family?" "Director Kong truly enjoys jesting," she replied. "Very well. If you say I am joking, then let it be considered so. Please arrange to have the items delivered to Yunyan Academy, where someone will be there to receive them." Upon finishing this statement, Kong Lin addressed the gathered crowd, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. The live alchemy demonstration concludes here for today. I understand that many of you may feel unsatisfied, but rest assured, starting tomorrow, we will have live alchemy sessions every few days, during which we will also be distributing elixirs. Tomorrow, we will be giving away a second-grade elixir, so please stay tuned." Once this was announced, the crowd erupted in excitement. Not only were they receiving elixirs, but a second-grade one at that. What was the Yun family up to? Were they planning to exhaust their wealth? However, upon further reflection, their excitement surged again. After all, it wasn't their own wealth at stake, and as long as there were rewards to be had, they were content. The reason Kong Lin decided to cancel today's event was due to the arrival of Yu. The elixir assessment cannot be conducted in public, as it involves the personal privacy of the alchemist, hence the cancellation of today's live demonstration. As for compensation, the promise of live alchemy sessions every few days is genuine, and the distribution of elixirs is also true, but they are not given away for free. Certain conditions apply. Those who purchase the most medicinal materials and elixirs will be eligible to receive free second-grade elixirs. This principle of rewarding those who buy more is something Yun Tianxiong himself has come to understand. Kong Lin felt that he truly possessed a talent for being a shrewd merchant. Now, let us return to the academy to prepare for the alchemist assessment. Chapter 90. Second-grade alchemist at noon. The courtyard of Yunyan Academy bustled with activity. Laborers sent by the Li family were diligently setting up a temporary alchemy venue. Due to the insufficient size of the academy's alchemy chamber to accommodate 2 individuals simultaneously, Kong Lin decided to heed Master Tang's suggestion to conduct the assessments concurrently. Yu had considerable experience in this regard, and was accustomed to bringing along many people when she appeared. Hearing that Kong Lin was to introduce her to a talented alchemist, she was elated and brought along a substantial number of people, which proved to be fortuitous. 20 members from the Alchemist Guild's branch stood in the center, serving as a human barrier to obstruct the view and prevent any underhanded tactics between the 2 participants while also facilitating monitoring. The assessment ceremony for first-grade alchemists is quite different from that of second-grade alchemists. The entry requirement for first-grade alchemists is relatively straightforward, necessitating proficiency in just one alchemical formula. In fact, Yu could even forego the assessment and directly grant Long Xiaoya the status of a first-grade alchemist, provided no one discovered it. However, the second-grade assessment is a different matter altogether. Regardless of who is supervising, the recorded crystal must be returned to the guild for review by the designated staff responsible for verification. Only upon passing this review will the second-grade alchemist's insignia be awarded. In the midst of the human barrier, 2 individuals were specifically tasked with recording the entire alchemical process of Long Xiaoya and Tang Shirta. Outside the courtyard stood a throng of onlookers, approximately 100 in number. Kong Lin did not hinder them, as the important areas were under the watch of students, ensuring no disorder would arise. He even summoned Chang Jianjun to maintain order and thwart any ulterior motives from certain individuals. Li Yeye approached Kong Lin and smiled, saying, "Director Kong, I never expected that Yunyan Academy would flourish so splendidly under your leadership. It has transformed remarkably in such a short time. Upon hearing your words, I have drawn a conclusion. Would you like to hear it?" "I am most certainly eager to listen. However, will Director Kong speak?" Kong Lin chuckled heartily and replied, "There are many things I might refrain from sharing, but this particular statement warrants discussion. So lend me your EA or IT. Is evident that you are not one to articulate your thoughts well. It is only fitting that the Yunyan Academy flourishes under my stewardship, is it not? In the future, remember to hone your conversational skills, for it would be quite effortless to bring shame upon the Zhang and Li families. Do you understand?" "Goodness!" Li Yeye nearly erupted in frustration, having waited so long only to receive such a reprimanding remark. "You do not seem to carry out your duties as director very well, do you? How could you treat the head of a prestigious family in Yunyan City with such disdain? What would you do with outsiders?" These thoughts swirled in Li Yeye's mind, though she refrained from voicing them. With a forced smile, She nodded and wisely returned to her previous position. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glance at the member of the Blade team disguised as an ordinary guard, who nodded in acknowledgement, instantly dissipating her earlier irritation. The Alchemist Guild personnel commenced clearing the area. YUCU called out, and aside from those forming a human wall, the remaining staff began to unfurl white cloth, concealing the area to the left where Long Xiaoya stood, while ushering away the surrounding onlookers. The first round of the alchemy assessment was about to commence, with Long Xiaoya as the examinee, tasked with concocting a first-grade recovery pill. Once the area was cleared, UCU spoke into the recording crystal, then hurried to stand opposite Long Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you may begin. Tang Shirda, unable to remain on the sidelines since the competition had not yet started, rushed over to Li Yeye, grinning as he asked, Miss, did I not perform splendidly at the entrance just now? I nearly left that little girl speechless. You should have seen how embarrassed they were. Li Yeye shot him a disinterested glance. This fool had just committed a blunder of epic proportions, handing over leverage, and he still had the audacity to seek praise. If your performance falters this time, you know the consequences, she warned. Tang Shirda's face drained of color, trembling like a leaf in the wind, as he nodded vigorously in agreement. The onlookers, expecting the first assessment to take quite some time, had planned to meander through Yunyan Academy, but before they could even explore a third of the grounds, Long Xiaoya's first batch of pills was completed, filling the campus with a rich, enticing aroma. UCU peered into the alchemical furnace, then retrieved the pill tray from within the recording crystal's view. From a single batch of recovery pill materials, 13 perfectly formed pills emerged, all consistent in size. Receiving an evaluation of excellent, Long Xiaoya finally exhaled in relief, having flawlessly passed the first round without bringing shame to her elder brother, the director. YUCU inquired, Xiaoya, how long do you need to rest before we proceed to the second round? I need to make the necessary preparations. Previous instances had seen consecutive assessments, but the decision rested solely with the examinee, as the overseer held no authority to dictate. After a moment of contemplation, Long Xiaoya replied, let us commence now. I do not require a break. Is that truly the case? UCU sought confirmation once more. Long Xiaoya nodded firmly, indicating her readiness. UCU emerged from the white cloth. She called out to Tang Shirda outside. Tang Shirda, come in and prepare for the second round of the alchemist examination. Swiftly. Is that all? Tang Shirda, bewildered, wondered how it was possible to complete the first round of assessments so quickly. Surely even cheating could not be accomplished at such speed? Enough of the chatter. If we are to conduct the examination, it must be done with urgency. Noticing UCU's rising temper, Tang Shirda dared not utter another word and hurried inside. The second round of evaluation commenced, with the examiners required to report the names and grades of the pills they had concocted. The evaluator, Long Xiaoya, announced, refined pill, blood dragon pill, grade, second. The next evaluator, Tang Shirda, stated, refined pill, earth snake pill, grade, second. Staff, please clear the area. The examination is about to begin. The Alchemist Guild personnel once again cleared the space, and the formal assessment for the second-grade alchemist commenced. Kong Lin and others gathered along the narrow path, with Li Yeye following behind, inquiring, Director Kong, given your prowess as a second-grade alchemist, why not participate in the examination? The emergence of 3 second-grade alchemists in Yunyan City would indeed be a remarkable event, benefiting Yunyan Academy as well. Why do you, from the South Dipper Academy, constantly concern yourselves with the affairs of Yunyan Academy? Kong Lin, disinclined to engage with Li Yeye, found her persistent attempts at conversation vexing, especially after being rebuffed multiple times. This led him to ponder whether she possessed some ulterior motive, perhaps even a hidden agenda. Director Kong, if my words have offended, do enlighten me. I shall certainly amend my ways. Li Yeye quickly adopted a demure demeanor, her tone soft and pitiable. Unwilling to continue the discourse, Kong Lin allowed the long-suffering Qin Yizhu to intervene. Miss Li, you are a married woman. Please exercise discretion and refrain from troubling our director. And you are who, exactly? What business is it of yours if I converse with Director Kong? I am his fiancée, E. Does that not concern you? Li Yeye, feeling exasperated, had pursued Kong Lin in hopes of extracting valuable information, particularly regarding UCU, which would aid her future endeavors. However, Kong Lin's evasive responses rendered her efforts futile, as he offered no useful insights. As the competition continued, after a considerable passage of time, the crowd of onlookers seemed to instinctively turn their gazes towards the training grounds. A faint red pillar of light appeared in the sky above the arena, followed closely by a pale green pillar. Alchemical energy. It is indeed alchemical energy. I wonder if a contest of energies will ensue. If so, today will not be in vain, murmured a spectator. Beside him, another onlooker inquired, Brother, what is this contest of alchemical energies? Casting a sidelong glance, he replied, With your level of understanding, it would be difficult for me to explain. In simpler terms, if you wish to fight, just say so. I can tolerate insults to my character, but not to my intellect. Chapter 91. The contest of Dan Shi on the narrow winding path. Qin Yizhu raised the same question. Taking the opportunity, Kong Lin gently ruffled the girl's hair and then explained, Dan Shi is a peculiar phenomenon that emerges only during the refinement of second-tier elixirs and above. This Dan Shi is inherently contained within the medicinal properties of the primary ingredients. When subjected to intense flames, the essence of the herbs may turn to ashes or residues, at which point the Dan Shi detaches from the material and reverberates within the furnace. As the second-tier elixir takes shape, the vent of the alchemical furnace opens wide, allowing a small portion of the Dan Shi to escape into the air, the form of which is contingent upon the primary material used. The appearance of Dan Shi signifies that the second-tier elixir is on the brink of formation, marking a critical moment for the alchemist. Only by fully absorbing the Dan Shi that has diffused into the atmosphere can the second-tier elixir truly be completed. Failure to do so results in disaster. Should the alchemist possess exceptional skills, they may even harness a portion of the Dan Shi to coalesce into a protective layer around the elixir. What, then, is this contest for Dan Shi? Qin Yizhu inquired. The contention for Dan Shi is an intricate art, laden with principles that are too obscure and complex to elucidate to someone as naive as yourself. Just know this. An alchemist can manipulate their own Dan Shi to seize that of others, resulting in the failure of their rivals' alchemical endeavors, rendering their hard work to ashes. That seems rather malicious. Why would one wish to ruin another's achievements? Human nature is unpredictable. My dear silly girl, you must remain vigilant, Kong Lin remarked, casting a glance at Li Yeye, who was smiling back at him. How did Kong Lin discern that Li Yeye was smiling? Her face was not plump, yet her eyes were squinting into mere slits. Was there any other explanation for such a visage? Director Kong, are you implying this is directed at me? Li Yeye boldly claimed her place. Kong Lin nodded and replied, I was pondering whether Miss Li might be excessively ruthless, deliberately aligning Master Tang with my student for the second-tier alchemist examination. You heard what I just recounted? Did you not? Should one fail in the contest for Dan Shi, it signifies failure in the examination. There are hundreds of onlookers at the academy. I need not elaborate on the repercussions that await the unsuccessful. Do I? Such a failure can severely damage an alchemist's heart and, in essence, obliterate their future. Li Yeye chuckled softly, rising to speak. This world is inherently one of survival of the fittest. The weak have no right to lament. What? Does Director Kong not comprehend this principle? Kong Lin also stood, asserting, I do understand, but since we are human, should we not possess a modicum of compassion? Then you might as well consult Steward Yu. With her standing, she could effortlessly annul the examination and arrange for individual assessments anew. After all, the recording crystal is in her possession. The course of action lies at her discretion. I could feign ignorance to demonstrate the compassion I ought to exhibit. Surely, that would suffice. How dare you slander Miss Yu? Do you presume her to be as sordid as yourself? One can only wonder who truly is sordid. I merely express this out of concern for Director Kong's own student. I find myself speaking to a wall. Kong Lin let out a deep sigh, expressing his concern for the alchemist Tang Shirta that you have invited. I am worried about him. Li Yeye nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself and replied, I appreciate Dean Kong's concern. As for whether it will come to fruition, let us wait and see. The onlookers idly wandering around the school had gathered near the training ground, watching from outside the cautionary circle. The Dan Shi had fully manifested, presenting as a blue pillar of light and a red pillar of light. Coiled around the blue pillar was a large python, its illusory form appearing as tangible as reality itself, while the red pillar emitted a faint glow, as if it might extinguish at the slightest breeze. Among the spectators was the very person who had previously mentioned the contest of Dan Shi. He sighed and shook his head, stating, Dean Kong's student is likely to lose. On what grounds do you claim the opponent will lose? We know neither who has concocted the elixir nor the truth behind it. Such boastful claims are unwarranted. The speaker was the individual who had just been rebutted. The two glared at each other, ready to clash once more. Observing this, a city guard appropriately brandished his halberd, prompting the two to cease their hostilities and embrace in a back-patting gesture that sounded painfully exaggerated. Brother, let's be honest. My intellect is sharp. Pray tell, why should Dean Kong's student be destined for defeat? My friend, can you not discern from the colors? The blue pillar is solid and vibrant, while the red pillar is faint and tenuous. Surrounding the area beneath the blue pillar are numerous servants of the Li family, whereas the area beneath the red pillar is populated by many students of Union Academy. From these clues, I have drawn my conclusion I still fail to understand. What does the outcome have to do with the colors of the pillars? Thus, I say, with your level of intelligence, it is challenging to elucidate this matter. I shall not back down from you. Meanwhile, within the training ground, Long Xiaoya was already sweating profusely, not from exhaustion, but from anxiety. The emergence of the Danqi indicated that all preparations were correct, relieving a significant burden from her heart. However, she suddenly sensed a troubling indication that the Danqi might dissipate. This situation had not been forewarned by Kong Lin, intensifying her unease. Beside her, Tang Shirda wore a slight smirk, having awaited this moment for quite some time. With a flicker of thought, the great python coiled around the pillar lunged toward the dragon-shaped illusion atop the red pillar. As Long Xiaoya lifted her gaze to witness the scene, she internally shouted for it to bite him. Bite him! Indeed, the dragon-shaped illusion began to retaliate. This spectacle astonished the inexperienced onlookers, who would have applauded had it been permissible. Alas, it appears defeat is imminent, they lamented, shaking their heads in disbelief as they watched the dragon-shaped illusion of the red pillar face imminent consumption. Just as the red pillar's dragon-shaped illusion seemed on the brink of annihilation, the spectators were incensed, unable to comprehend why Kong Lin's student would succumb to this individual, their dissatisfaction palpable. At that moment, Li Yeye emerged, smiling as she remarked, "Dean Kong, I have long asserted that your concern is superfluous. Oh, look at you, sweating in distress. Would you like me to assist you in wiping it away?" "No need. I have this," Qin Eizhu retorted promptly, producing his handkerchief to assist Kong Lin in wiping his brow. The onlookers, witnessing Kong Lin's face marred by panic, grew increasingly resolute in the belief that Long Xiaoya was destined to fail. Elia let out a delicate laugh, continuing to observe the arena. All the scheming by Kong Lin and the Yun family had proven futile. She foresaw the imminent decline of both the Yun family and Union Academy's reputation, as eliminating the Yun family would sever the Academy's financial lifeline, compelling the students to transfer to Nandu Academy. How delightful! Lost in this contemplation, the Azure Phantom had completely gained the upper hand. Just as the colossal python was about to devour the last remnant of Danqi, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 92. Not superior to blue, a red beam of light surged forth, seemingly reinvigorated with newfound vitality, not only fully restored but also more substantial than the azure beam. The red dragon, now resembling a tangible entity, swallowed the giant python whole. It is worth noting that this python was nearly the embodiment of all the Danqi from the Earth Dragon Dan. Its consumption extinguished Tang Shirda's hopes, plunging him from celestial heights into the abyss. After completing this feat, the red dragon let out a silent roar directed at the fallen Tang Shirda before retreating back into the furnace. With the red dragon's disappearance, an even more potent aroma of Dan wafted through the air. The surrounding spectators, upon inhaling it, felt rejuvenated. Goodness, is this a celestial elixir? I feel as if my years of kidney deficiency have been cured. My word, is this second-tier Dan really that remarkable? Does it even possess the ability to expose one's secrets? The onlookers instinctively covered their noses, casting disdainful glances at the man suffering from kidney deficiency, distancing themselves in fear of being associated with him. As the white cloth in the arena fell with a crash, Yu stood beside Long Xiaoya's Dan furnace, saying, "Let us commence, Xiaoya." Long Xiaoya nodded. Lifting the lid of the Yuanyang furnace, and the fragrance of second-tier Dan surged forth, enveloping everyone in an ethereal sensation. Within the perspective of the recording crystal, Yu first surveyed the contents of the Yuanyang furnace, then lifted the furnace tray to reveal 3 red Dan, peacefully resting upon it. Evaluator. Long Xiaoya. Assessment result. 3 second-tier blood dragon Dan, uniform in size and color, each encased in a layer of second-pattern Dan attire, categorizing them as top-tier among second-tier elixirs. Overall evaluation. Outstanding performance, passing the second-tier Dan Alchemist assessment. Supervisor. Yu, Silver Deacon of the Dan Alchemist Guild branch in Chuning City. Ding, side quest, Qing Chu Yulan completed. Rewards have been issued. Triggered side quest 3. Shang Yulan, quest description. Student Long Xiaoya has surpassed her predecessors, but has yet to exceed them. As the president of a prestigious academy, one must not only have excellent teachers but also possess the ability to cultivate exceptional educators. This is a habit, a qualification, and an obligation. Quest requirements. Cultivate student Long Xiaoya into a Dan Alchemy teacher at Union Academy, with a minimum of 50 students. Quest rewards. Dan Alchemy Secret Tome, Volume 4. Quest deadline, 30 days. Failure penalty, permanent loss of qualification to offer Dan alchemy courses. Upon hearing the system's notification, Kong Lin inquired with a smile, Miss Li, what was it you just mentioned? I seem to have forgotten. Eliaya has become utterly dazed. She too has plummeted from paradise into the depths of despair. Victory was within her grasp, yet she still faced defeat. Why? 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 She appeared as if she were startled, disregarding Kong Lin's challenge, and left in a daze. Kong Lin shook his head with a smile, pondering the fragility of people's resilience in the face of adversity. It was you who initiated the challenge. Now, having lost, you feign ignorance. Fortunately, no calamity has befallen you. Otherwise, to whom would you appeal for justice? Within the training grounds, after the evaluations concluded, you stored away the crystal recording the alchemical process of Long Xiaoya and approached Tang Shirda. She lifted the furnace tray from within the cauldron and addressed the recording crystal. Evaluator Tang Shirda, due to the failure in alchemy, the assessment is likewise deemed a failure. I hope for your continued efforts. No, I have not failed. Tell me, how did she achieve that? Tang Shirda retorted. Why you instinctively furrowed her brow and took 2 or 3 steps back. At that moment, Tang Shirda was in a highly unstable state. His eyes ablaze with a fiery red, his body trembling like a lion on the brink of madness. That is someone else's secret. You have neither the right nor the qualification to inquire. No, I did not lose. I demand a rematch, just once more. Will that suffice? The contest for Danchi was instigated by your own volition. Rather than reflecting on your defeat, you wish to reclaim the opportunity to compete? Such fortuity does not exist in this world. Why you shook her head, choosing not to engage further, and turned to leave on the other side. Long Xiaoya had already been encircled by the faculty and students of Yunyan Academy, along with a throng of onlookers. Xiaoya, you are now a second-tier alchemist. You must practice diligently in the future. Away, away. What do you take Xiaoya for? Kong Lin approached with a stern countenance, inquiring, Xiaoya, do you no longer fancy the director brother? Of course not. Xiaoya very much likes the director brother. Then why did you just ignore me and only look at Jin Feng? As the festivities concluded, Kong Lin walked ahead of the congratulatory crowd, clapping his hands in hopes that Long Xiaoya would notice his sincere blessings. To his dismay, the girl seemed to see only Jin Feng. Despite his palms nearly bruising from applause, she did not spare him a glance. Oh dear! The crowd erupted in mischievous laughter. Long Xiaoya's face flushed crimson, and beside her, Jin Feng also turned beet red. How vexing! Director brother is insufferable, and you too, Jin Feng. You are both intolerable. I shall ignore you. Long Xiaoya shyly fled, pursued by a group. Just as the instigator Kong Lin revealed a smile, he found himself ensnared in the grip of Qin Yizhu. Have you nothing better to do? Xiaoya is so outstanding. She has brought glory to the academy, yet you mock her. Is it amusing? Oh dear, my lady, spare me. Your husband acknowledges his faults. Pa, who is your lady? How shameless. Oh, Teacher Qin has no intention of marrying him. Perfect, then I shall become the rightful wife of Director Kong. You approached from behind, speaking with a smile. This woman is far too formidable. Kong Lin truly finds it difficult to withstand. Qin Yizhu stood on high alert, her gaze fixed intently on you, her eyes darting about as she sought a way to regain her footing. Before such a multitude, had she remained silent, others would surely misconstrue the situation. You tossed the 2 crystals in her hand playfully and smiled. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Kong Lin, I have matters of import to discuss with you. Let us find a quiet place. Very well, follow me. From that moment forth, he need not concern himself with the ensuing events. Those present in the training grounds would attend to the aftermath. As for the possessions of the Li family, whether or not they were collected mattered not. If left unattended, they could simply be discarded as refuse. Kong Lin intended to lead you to the martial arts pavilion, a sanctuary of tranquility suitable for their conversation. However, just as they had traversed half the distance, a cry of alarm erupted behind them. The trio turned to witness Tang Shirda grasping Long Xiaoya by the throat, bellowing, Everyone, step back. Dare to take a single step forward, and I shall end her life. Long Xiaoya dangled helplessly in midair, her face reddening, tears welling in her eyes, yet she could not summon the strength to weep. Kong Lin's countenance darkened, and he hurried towards the training grounds, with you and Qin Yizhu closely following. Release her. I can offer you anything you desire to. Ha! What could I possibly want that requires your generosity? Tang Shirda sneered, his eyes wide as he continued. My master is Yan Wang Yenidan. Are you even aware of who that is, you ignorant fool? Kong Lin shook his head and inquired, Then what is your intent in holding her captive? What is my intent? Tang Shirda revealed a cruel smile, declaring, "She has brought me disgrace. I shall wash away my humiliation with her blood, though not act rashly. I can provide you with wealth, elixirs, and rare treasures. Even." Suddenly, from the shadows, Jin Feng, filled with righteous fury, drew his sword. With a flash of silver, a head fell. Chapter 93. Trouble thud, thud, thud. Tang Shirda's head struck the ground thrice, each sound resonating within the hearts of all present like the tolling of a great hammer. Everyone stared in disbelief at Jin Feng, who, despite his pallor, held Long Xiaoya tightly in his embrace. They were overwhelmed with shock. Some silently praised him, lauding his bravery in drawing his sword for a fair maiden, while others internally criticized him for being so young yet unflinching in taking a life, for seeing a future as a cold-blooded killer. Yet no one dared to voice their opinions. They could only mutter within themselves. After a lengthy silence, Kong Lin finally spoke. "Captain Chong, you witnessed everything, did you not?" Chang Jianjun, standing among the crowd, nodded and beckoned. Immediately, two individuals emerged from behind him to begin attending to Tang Shirda's remains. "I have another piece of evidence. Please present it to the city lord, but it must be returned to me afterward." Yu stepped forth, holding a recording crystal. Earlier, she had only collected the crystal documenting Long Xiaoya's alchemical process. Fearing that Tang Shirda would persist in contesting the outcome, thus she had chosen to depart without obtaining his recording. The Alchemists Guild member, who had pursued Yu, fortuitously captured this moment within the recording crystal. Chang Jianjun accepted it, nodding solemnly. "I assure you it will be returned unscathed, but you must accompany us, for no one else can activate this crystal. Furthermore, the parties involved must accompany me to the Lord Mayor's office for documentation. There are laws of the state and rules of the household in the Great Wu Kingdom. Even ordinary citizens who commit murder are required to provide detailed accounts. It goes without saying that Tang Shirda, being a member of the Alchemist Guild, is under even greater scrutiny, especially with the formidable master he seems to have." Kong Lin promptly resolved to accompany Jin Feng and Long Xiaoya. Just as he made his decision, Qin Yizhu and all the faculty and students of Yunyin's academy expressed their desire to follow suit. "Xiaozhu, I shall go alone. You stay behind to maintain order at the school." "Very well, do take care on your journey." Without further contemplation, Qin Yizhu turned to make arrangements, clearing the scene and asking the onlookers to disperse. Among the crowd, a servant from the Li family displayed a faint smirk before following the throng out. In the Li family council hall, the head of the family, Li Yeya, was no longer the desolate figure she had been earlier. Instead, she radiated a vibrant glow, as if she had received news of a momentous occasion. "Esteemed elders, I have delightful news to share. The first step of our vengeance has been successfully executed. We have entangled Kong Lin in a predicament. Head of the family, what precisely does this predicament entail?" "I manipulated the Silver Soul Gu to incite Tang Shirda into a frenzy, and just as he was about to slay Long Xiaoya, Kong Lin's disciple, Jin Feng, severed Tang Shirda's head with a single stroke." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. While others may not have been aware of Tang Shirda's true nature, they were acutely informed. When Tang Shirda returned from Chuning City with Li Yeya, he had notably elaborated on his family background, as a disciple of a fourth-tier alchemist, with a father who was a practitioner at the channeling realm. Either of these identities could effortlessly obliterate the three prominent families of Yanyanqing. They had once mused that if Li Yeya were to be betrothed to Tang Shirda, their Li family would soar to unprecedented heights. Alas, none could fathom the true intentions of Li Sheng. Now, with Tang Shirda's demise, the two formidable figures behind him would likely seek retribution from Kong Lin. Splendid. Kong Lin is surely doomed now. Ha! The old head's vendetta has finally been avenged. The elders erupted in jubilant cheers. With some weeping tears of joy. The Li family had been shrouded in gloom for days. The sudden death of the elder head, Li Sheng, coupled with the rivalry between Li Yeya and Li Feng for the position of head, had left a cloud of anxiety hanging over them, despite the quick resolution. Now, at last, the clouds had parted, revealing a clear sky. "Wait, head of the family, I have a question that I hope you can clarify." "Speak." "Given that Tang Shirda openly harmed Long Xiaoya in front of so many witnesses, how can the Lord Mayor's office not pursue this matter?" "The Tang family. Tang Shirda is the most favored disciple of Yenidan and the sole offspring of Tang Lihua. Do you truly believe that a practitioner of the channeling realm and a fourth-tier alchemist would adhere to the rules, even if provoked?" The channeling realm stands as a significant threshold above the true Qi realm, being the third major tier within the martial arts hierarchy. When the martial king ascended to the throne, he bestowed great benefits upon the realm. Any martial artist above the true Qi realm was eligible to receive true element stones. Subsequent records indicated that there were approximately 500 practitioners of the channeling realm throughout the Great Wu Kingdom, not accounting for those who preferred anonymity and obscurity. Individuals who have ascended to such a level possess the ability to cleave mountains and sever rivers with a mere wave of their hand, demonstrating sufficient strength to contravene rules without incurring punishment. Moreover, the murder of an only child could indeed be justified as a righteous cause. This is merely the first step. I am fully prepared for the second step, which is imminent. As soon as Qin Yizhu steps outside, her life shall be forfeit. As dusk fell, Kong Lin, Yu Siyu, and the two children emerged from the city lord's residence. Gazing at the myriad stars twinkling in the sky, Yu Siyu stretched gracefully, showcasing her alluring figure, and then remarked, "Ah, at last, this matter is concluded. I must say, the efficiency of your Yunyan city lord's office is truly slow." Kong Lin retorted. Why Yu Siyu rolled her eyes and replied, "It is not slow, but rather excessively swift in our Chuning city. A single case can linger for several days. T must be the entangled relationships behind the case, right? Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Life in a small city is undoubtedly more straightforward. Matters are resolved with astonishing speed." Kong Lin chuckled, cradling the back of his head with both hands as he gazed at the silk-like night sky studded with stars, and asked, "Is what you just mentioned true?" At the mention of this, Yu Siyu's smile faded, and she nodded solemnly. During Yu Chongli's investigation, she divulged all the information she possessed regarding Yin Wang Yenidan to Kong Lin, reiterating, "This adversary is formidable, and Tang Shirda is his most favored disciple. You would be wise to prepare yourself. I have long been prepared. Should he dare to come, I shall ensure he is humiliated," Kong Lin asserted with an air of confidence that left Yu Siyu perplexed. After all, he was a fourth-tier alchemist, not just any ordinary individual. Let us set this matter aside for now. We shall discuss it further upon our return. Upon arriving at the school, the group welcomed Long Xiaoya, whose heartfelt reception brought her to tears. Subsequently, Jean Dan escorted the children back to the inn. After dinner, Yu Siyu knocked on Kong Lin's door while holding a package. "Come in," came Kong Lin's voice. As Yu Siyu entered, she couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Qin Yizhu glaring at her with an amusing intensity. "Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of stealing your husband," Yu Siyu reassured her, raising the package in her hand. "Here are the items you requested. I have brought them all for you." Kong Lin accepted the package and opened it to reveal a piece of yellow-orange paper. "Xiao Zhu, this is the Lingyan letter. Once I arrive in Chuning City, you can use this to communicate with me. It allows for a total of 10 messages. Is it truly that remarkable?" Qin Yizhu inquired. The Lingyan letter comprised 2 sheets, one of which Kong Lin retained while he handed the other to Qin Yizhu, saying, "You shall discover its wonders for yourself." With a cheerful grin, Qin Yizhu took the paper and wrote the character on it. When she saw the same character appear on Kong Lin's paper, she exclaimed in astonishment. Additionally, the package contained several true yuan stones, a storage card with hundreds of thousands of gold coins that could be withdrawn from any moneylender, and a few small boxes filled with medicinal herbs. "Kong Lin, could you enlighten me about the qi induction technique that Long Xiaoya employed today?" Kong Lin's expression shifted, for it seemed that what was destined to come had finally arrived. Chapter 94. The qi induction pill. Kong Lin's actions piqued Yu Siyu's interest, a delicate smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "It seems I was not mistaken. This is indeed your secret." Beside them, Qin Yizhu exchanged bewildered glances between Kong Lin and Yu Siyu, pondering what they meant. What secret could it be that she was oblivious to? Kong Lin took Qin Yizhu's hand and said, "Xiao Zhu, please step outside. I have something important to discuss with Miss Yu." "Very well, I shall return to rest. Make sure to take care of yourself," Qin Yizhu replied obediently, quietly exiting without fuss. Kong Lin, initially surprised by her composed demeanor, was amused when, upon leaving, Qin Yizhu made a cutting gesture. He chuckled, shaking his head, realizing that his little silly girl had not changed a bit. "What do you wish to inquire about? Speak freely." During today's contest of alchemical energies, Xiaoya clearly had not reached the true qi realm, yet she was able to utilize true qi. Could it be a technique for inducing qi usable at the body refinement stage? Having been close enough to observe clearly, she was eager for answers, and the contest of alchemical energies, Long Xiaoya was destined to lose. However, in a surprising turn of events, she suddenly employed true qi to ignite the flames of the firewood, roasting the medicinal herbs and awakening the latent alchemical energy within, thereby reversing the situation and executing a miraculous comeback. The fact that a body refinement stage warrior could transcend such a significant boundary to wield true qi would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil if it were to spread. Noting Kong Lin's prolonged silence, Yu Siyu, parched with anticipation, took a sip of tea, preparing to persuade him once more. Yet, She was interrupted as Kong Lin spoke. Your conjecture is quite close. It is indeed a technique for inducing qi that can be utilized at the body refinement stage. Is that true? Yu Siyu's eyes sparkled with a cascade of excitement, a premonition stirring within her that her moment of resurgence was approaching. Kong Lin produced a pill from his robes, stating, I shall not impart the qi induction technique to you. But you may consume this first. Take your time to experience its effects. Rest assured, it is not a poison pill. What he presented was the qi induction pill, though he was uncertain of its efficacy on those at the true qi realm. Thus he wished to observe Yu Siyu's reaction post-consumption before making further decisions. Why Yu Siyu, placing her complete trust in Kong Lin, swiftly ingested the pill and closed her eyes to fully absorb the sensations it evoked. Kong Lin watched her in silence and soon realized that Yu Siyu had not applied any makeup, her natural beauty evident, saving her a considerable amount on cosmetics. Why Yu Siyu's eyes fluttered momentarily before she abruptly opened them. What do you feel? This pill enhances my sensitivity to true qi, Yu Siyu exclaimed, grasping Kong Lin's arm in excitement. Kong Lin, did you also create this pill that augments the perception of true qi? Kong Lin nodded and inquired, is it merely the enhancement of true qi perception that stands out? That alone is sufficient to attract the attention of those in the qi control realm, who might seek to capture you. Kong Lin turned his gaze aside, finding a degree of credibility in Yu Siyu's words. The fact that it could incite such fervor among the qi control realm warriors indicated that there was indeed a significant issue regarding the sensitivity to true qi among practitioners. Reflecting on this, Kong Lin realized he had yet to conduct a thorough investigation into the martial artists beyond the body refinement stage. Why Yu Siyu rolled her eyes and remarked, it's hard to believe you are a teacher. How do you educate your students if they don't even know about the sensitivity to true energy in martial artists? Please enlighten me. Kong Lin humbly sought guidance. Why Yu Siyu elaborated. It is relatively easy for a martial artist to begin their journey. Mastering a single martial skill can significantly enhance one's physical prowess, much like an alchemist. However, as one progresses, the challenges become increasingly formidable. The distinction lies in the threshold. For martial artists, it is the true energy realm, while for alchemists, it is the third-tier assessment. Each martial artist possesses varying degrees of talent, which in turn affects their sensitivity to true energy. When academies admit students into the true energy realm, they dispatch specialists to evaluate each individual's sensitivity to true energy. If one fails to meet the standards, no matter how proficient they are in martial arts, or how formidable they may seem in the body refinement realm, they will not be accepted. To speak candidly, the sensitivity to true energy determines a martial artist's potential. My own sensitivity is rather mediocre, yet my strong soul force led me to pursue the path of an alchemist. Just now, after consuming your qi-sensing pill, I was astonished to find that I could sense true energy in an instant, something that typically requires me over half an hour to achieve. Kong Lin nodded, realizing that being a martial artist was not as easy as he had presumed. Initially, upon seeing that the qi-sensing pill was sold for just 10 master points, he had mistakenly thought it to be a trivial item. Assuming that martial artists could easily sense true energy, he had not anticipated the depth of knowledge involved in this matter. Alas, I feel as though I have inadvertently revealed a significant secret. What should I do? Yu Siyu covered her mouth and chuckled, teasingly inquired, are you planning to silence me, Director Kong? Perhaps we should indulge in some entertainment before any drastic measures. Kong Lin shook his head in disbelief, realizing that even at this moment, she was intent on jesting, as if she longed for him to take action. His response, however, led to a misunderstanding. Yu Siyu misinterpreted his gesture as disdain towards her. She then stated earnestly, if my humble beauty fails to captivate your attention, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Fortunately, she had the foresight to poison him. Poison? Yu Siyu's face paled instantly, unable to detect anything amiss. Kong Lin grinned and said, take a look at your left wrist. Why Yu Siyu rolled up her sleeve, revealing a faint line. This is the Azure Dragon King, which I discreetly infused into your tea. It now lies dormant within your heart. Kong Lin rose and declared, the moment I awaken it, it will consume your heart, and no elixir will save you. So, Miss Yu, do you still wish to betray me? How detestable. Yu Siyu stood up, playfully striking Kong Lin before pinching him hard. Her teeth clenched as she said, I treated you with sincerity, and yet you poisoned me. She had merely been jesting with him moments ago. But you did mention that this formula is quite valuable. Kong Lin sighed. Great wealth can reveal the true nature of individuals. At present, my strength is insufficient to engage in such games, nor can I afford to take risks. I must rely on this method to ensure my safety. For only by living can one contemplate a future, would you not agree? Well said, for it is only through living that one can speak of the future. Now, it seems you have already captured his heart. What will you do next? You stepped forward, nearly leaning against Kong Lin. Aware of the proximity, Kong Lin instinctively took 3 steps back and earnestly replied, Miss Yu, please maintain your dignity. I am already betrothed, and it would be more appropriate for us to remain friends. Very well, it appears I am indeed not to your liking, Director Kong. Why you retracted her flirtatious demeanor and proposed, let us collaborate instead. If you provide me with the formula, I assure you that no one will know you are its originator. I will bear all the risks. You need only grant me 20% of the profits from the elixir. That is unacceptable. Why Yu's brows furrowed in frustration. Indeed, men could be quite insufferable. How can you expect me to shoulder such risks without at least 50% of the profits? Nevertheless, I cannot part with the formula. I can only provide you with the elixir. Very well then, that amount of money is sufficient for me to gamble on my future. What future? It implied that she was relinquishing a substantial support to cling to the promise of his future. Chapter 95. Strolling through the market, Kong Lin chuckled softly and, with an air of magic, produced 2 glasses of wine from behind him. Then let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. With a radiant smile, you gazed at Kong Lin and then at the glass he held, swiftly taking the one intended for him. Raising her glass, she declared, to a successful partnership. Once the negotiations concluded, you did not linger. She requested 10 chi-enhancing pills from Kong Lin and hurried back to Chuning City that very night. There was something she dared not disclose to Kong Lin. Her current standing at the auction house was precarious. Due to the emergence of the secret realm, the Xinyang auction house had dispatched a new auctioneer to Chuning City. The newcomer was formidable. In just 3 days, they facilitated a transaction exceeding 1 million. With the currency being true essence stones rather than gold coins, thereby generating immense profits for the auction house and posing a serious threat to her position. Consequently, upon receiving this information, you felt compelled to forego rest and rushed back to Chuning City. Watching you depart from the rocky outcrop outside the school, Kong Lin exhaled deeply, expelling the pent-up tension in his heart. Initially, he believed that the chi induction technique, Tianlan, would be a formidable weapon. Even categorizing it into tiers privately, to his surprise, it was the chi-enhancing pills that ultimately triumphed. Fortunately, he possessed the formula for the pills, a mysterious reward he had received after completing the main quest. The following morning, the chirping of birds roused Qin Yizhu from her slumber, and her mood was far from pleasant. She had dreamt the previous night that Kong Lin eloped with that little vixen, you, which infuriated her. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted Kong Lin. Momentarily disoriented, she groggily inquired, What are you looking at? Watching you drool? Really? Qin Yizhu instinctively reached up to wipe her mouth, finding nothing there, and shot a glare at Kong Lin, falling silent thereafter. Wait a moment, isn't this my room? Why is Kong Lin here? Qin Yizhu let out a piercing scream at a high decibel level, prompting Kong Lin, who was in the chi-gathering realm, to cover his ears. Miss, what is the matter? The maid, Xiaotsue, pushed the door open and, upon seeing Kong Lin seated at the foot of Qin Yizhu's bed, was taken aback. Oh dear, how did you get in here? Qin Yizhu shot a displeased glance at Xiaotsue and retorted, How can you ask that? Where have you been just now? How could this little girl be entrusted with guarding the door? Thankfully, it was Kong Lin who came in. What if it had been an outsider? It would be impossible to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Miss, I am truly sorry. I want to freshen up, Xiaotsue hastily apologized. All right, why are you blaming Xiaotsue? Kong Lin stood up with a smile and said, We are already betrothed. What is there to fear? But we have not yet married. Qin Yizhu shot him a sidelong glance, adjusting her blanket to cover her exposed beauty, and inquired, How long have you been here? Not long, just 2 or 3 hours. I discovered that not only do you drool in your sleep, but you also snore, Kong Lin replied. After cultivating the chi introduction technique the previous night, he had stealthily entered Qin Yizhu's chamber while Xiaotsue was dozing off. To clarify, he had done nothing more than sit at her bedside, observing her slumber throughout the night, which was rather dull. Get out, Qin Yizhu said with a fierce expression, wanting him gone. Kong Lin was truly bothersome, always enjoying to implicate others. Would Xiaotsue not know if she snored? Just then, as Kong Lin was being ushered out, he ran into Long Jianfeng, who regarded him coolly in silence. Kong Lin asked, Oh, with that outfit today, where are you headed? Duning emerged from behind Long Jianfeng, offering a slight smile. I have made plans with Xiao Zhu to explore the market and shop for goods, and Ah Feng will accompany me. Perfect, I also need to deliver something, so I shall join you. Kong Lin replied, returning to his room to fetch a box containing the blood dragon pill that Long Xiaoya had concocted the previous day, which was the most significant reward of the day. As the students resided in an inn outside the school, Long Xiaoya would head directly to the Yun family's pharmacy after waking up. Thus, he needed to deliver the medicine. Clad in fresh attire, Qin Yizhu emerged, casting a glance at Kong Lin before leading Duning ahead, with Xiao Zui trailing beside them, the three women chattering excitedly. Old Long, are you certain you want to accompany them? Long Jianfeng nodded. Very well, don't say I didn't warn you when you return. After Kong Lin's remark, he shook his head in disbelief, leaving Long Jianfeng puzzled. What are you warning about? You're not even explaining. This is quite amusing. The five parted ways at the market entrance, with Kong Lin heading to the Yun family's pharmacy while Qin Yizhu, Xiao Zui, Du Ning, and the bodyguard, Long Jianfeng, set off to procure personal items for the ladies. Upon Kong Lin's arrival at the shop, he found it already bustling with people. The crowd, upon seeing him, greeted him with warm smiles, their demeanor akin to that of relatives. After all, Kong Lin had become quite the celebrity in Yunyan City, and any student one might choose to approach was remarkable in their own right. There was no avoiding the need to curry favor. Kong Lin smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before stepping into the pharmacy. Upon spotting him, Long Xiaoya, who was busy concocting potions, cheerfully called out, "Director brother, focusing on alchemy is imperative. Should you err again, beware of my retribution." Long Xiaoya pouted, but upon witnessing Jin Feng's playful grimace, her expression transformed into one of joy. Yuntian Xiong was in the inner room, engrossed in writing, when Kong Lin stealthily approached and discovered he was drafting today's gift distribution plan. After a prolonged observation, he remarked, "I believe the purchasing amount should be reduced." "Why?" Yuntian Xiong inquired without lifting his head. Kong Lin replied, "Have you considered the savings of the residents in Yunyan City? Specifically, the disposable income each individual possesses, in a small town like Yunyan City, which lacks both mountains and rivers and rarely witnesses conflict. Their current purchases of elixirs stem from novelty. If you set the price too high from the outset, it may dampen their desire to buy and tarnish the reputation of the Yun family, branding you as unscrupulous merchants. Who taught you all this?" Yuntian Xiong furrowed his brow and turned to see the beaming Kong Lin. "I taught myself, and what of it?" Kong Lin chuckled. "Oh my, that's quite reasonable." Yuntian Xiong exclaimed, rising with a smile, "Thank you, Dean, for your guidance. I shall amend it immediately. Your survival instinct is quite strong," Kong Lin remarked, handing Yuntian Xiong a box containing the second-grade elixir, Blood Dragon Pill. "Take care of it." Kong Lin continued, "As I mentioned earlier, while our nation venerates martial prowess, very few, aside from students, in Yunyan City utilize elixirs. Thus, you must alter your strategy. Do not solely focus on healing elixirs, but also address the common ailments of ordinary people, such as..." Yuntian Xiong was busy taking notes but, after a prolonged silence, looked up only to find that Kong Lin had vanished. Just moments ago, Kong Lin sensed an overwhelming sword intent emanating from the familiar figure of Long Jianfeng. Only someone of extraordinary cultivation could provoke Long Jianfeng to draw his sword. Xiao Zhu and the others are in danger. Chapter 96. Assassination to the north of the Yun family's elixir shop. On the third main thoroughfare of the marketplace, Long Jianfeng clutched his right hand, blood seeping through his fingers. Before him stood three cloaked figures, with another lying lifelessly between them. Du Ning stood behind him, while the maid, Xiao Zui, cried out for the young lady to awaken, as Qin Yizhu lay unconscious in her embrace. Surrounding them were the bodies of three innocent residents. "What is happening?" A thunderous voice seemed to echo from the heavens. Onlookers, at a distance, merely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past, as Kong Lin appeared behind Long Jianfeng. They intended to harm Xiao Zhu, but were thwarted by A Feng. Du Ning trembled as she spoke. Kong Lin's gaze sharpened, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him, as the immense energy within him began to surge and swirl, faint blue patterns emerging on his arms. "Leave them to me." Long Jianfeng nodded slightly, retreating alongside Du Ning to shield Qin Yizhu and Xiao Zui. The three black-clad figures, upon seeing Kong Lin's arrival, showed no sign of trepidation, raising their weapons to strike at him. "Do not weep." With a heart troubled by tears, Kong Lin bellowed, cradling Qin Yizhu in his arms as he began to assess her injuries. Her pulse was erratic, but fortunately, there were no grave wounds. Upon reaching a conclusion, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. After exchanging a healing elixir from the system's marketplace for Qin Yizhu to consume, Kong Lin turned to inquire, "What on earth transpired?" Du Ning elucidated the entire sequence of events. Moments prior, they had been selecting silk in a fabric shop when four cloaked assailants suddenly leapt from the second floor, simultaneously attacking Qin Yizhu in a bid to claim her life. Outside, Long Jianfeng, upon noticing the commotion, unleashed a devastating sword aura that shattered through the door, thwarting the attacker's advance. He then rushed in to engage them in combat. Due to the confined space and the presence of 3 foes, Lung Jianfeng, at the cost of his right-hand injury, managed to slay one black-clad assailant, seizing the opportunity to shift the battleground to the open street. They exchanged blows several times, and just as Lung Jianfeng began to falter, Kong Lin arrived. Consumed by guilt, Kong Lin realized he had mistakenly believed Li Yeye would target him, only to discover she had set her sights on Qin Yizhu instead. Thankfully, Lung Jianfeng had intervened in time. Had Qin Yizhu perished, Kong Lin would have lived a life steeped in remorse. What transpired? What happened? Not only Kong Lin sensed the overwhelming intent of the sword, but also Yu Chongli, who, upon perceiving the disturbance, hastened to the scene. Why, Yu Chongli inquired, Director Kong, what has occurred? Someone attempted to assassinate my fiancé, such audacity, to dare murder in Yunyan City. Unmask these individuals, and the truth will be revealed. At that moment, chaos reigned in the Li residence, as the elders scrambled to gather their valuables in preparation for flight, some even beginning to flee beyond the city limits. Hurry, hurry! For heaven's sake, why are you dawdling at such a critical time? Do you wish to court death? The second elder bellowed at his wife. Just moments ago, Li Yeye was organizing a meeting within the council hall, coordinating the next phase of their scheme. They had long-stationed spies outside Yunyan Academy, ready to strike the moment Qin Yizhu ventured out. However, no one anticipated that the usually reclusive Kong Lin would inexplicably accompany Qin Yizhu, thus disrupting their meticulously laid plans. Later, upon learning from the spies that Kong Lin had parted ways with Qin Yizhu, Li Yeye recognized the opportune moment had arrived and decisively ordered them to act. They had assumed the 4 black-clad figures would escape unscathed, but an unexpected Lung Jianfeng thwarted their escape. Upon discovering the plan had been compromised, Li Yeye immediately instructed everyone to retreat, then fled the council hall, never to be seen again. Elder, something's amiss. A servant tending to the carriage rushed in, shouting as he ran. The gathered elders turned to see Kong Lin striding in. Old fools, where do you think you're running off to? Kong Lin remarked with a cold smirk. Kong Lin, what do you intend to do? One elder feigned bravado, stating, This is the Li family estate. Dare you trespass into a private residence? Do you not fear the city lord's wrath? It is the city lord who commanded him to act. Chang Jianjun approached from behind Kong Lin and said, The third elder of the Li family, Li Feng, along with 3 accomplices, has assassinated the fiancé of President Kong. This has already violated the ironclad laws of the Great Wu Kingdom. Please accompany me back for an investigation. Without granting these old men a chance to respond, he commanded his brothers to take action. He was left with no choice. The bloodlust of Kong Lin was surging, and he feared that any delay could cost these old men their lives. Who would he question then? As Kong Lin refrained from making a move, Chang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. But fate had other plans. As the city guards approached, the house servants and elders suddenly erupted into chaos, their presence formidable as if they were warriors under the influence of forbidden substances. Simultaneously, the Li family members outside began to rise in rebellion. In mere moments, several city guards and dozens of innocent civilians fell victim to the turmoil. No? Chang Jianjun roared, his eyes filled with rage. These were his brothers who had stood by him for years, and to lose even a few was unbearable for anyone. Kong Lin let out a sneer and once again summoned the immense true energy within him, akin to a wolf plunging into a flock of sheep. The area outside the Li residence was thronged with onlookers, drawn by the spectacle of the black-clad figures. It was over. Utterly over. Indeed, if the Li family had cooperated with the investigation, they might have preserved a glimmer of hope. Who could have anticipated their fierce defiance? They had just engaged in battle with the city lord's residence. Was that not courting death? What of Li Yeye? He had just heard from his men that she seemed to have fled in advance. Chapter 97. The struggle for control. Li Yeye had indeed escaped. Every corner of the city had been scoured, and Yu Chongli only initiated the city entry and exit inspections after arriving at the scene to assess the situation. Perhaps Li Yeye had already departed Yunyan City before this, her whereabouts unknown. As for the puppets she left behind, they had killed around 100 innocent civilians and over 30 city guards, all of whom met a tragic end, even the pets raised by the Li family. Cruel, this woman was truly merciless. It was beyond imagination. Within the city lord's residence, Yu Chongli, having listened to Kong Lin's account, bore a pained expression. This marked a significant blemish on his official career. He had always perceived Li Yeye as a woman who favored wealth over poverty, believing that it was natural for a woman to seek a better life and pursue other marriage prospects. Yet, he never expected that she would secretly manipulate the entire Li family and their livestock. During the search, even members of the Zheng family intervened to obstruct their efforts. When Yu Chongli witnessed Kong Lin extracting a long white worm from the spine of a deceased elder from the Li family, even he, a practitioner of the nascent Qi realm, felt a shiver down his spine. Indeed, the heart of a woman could be exceedingly venomous. No, the heart of a young girl, Liya, had not yet become a woman, yet she was already so ruthless. What would she become once she did? Xiaozhu, are you feeling better now? Kong Lin inquired of the little muddled egg in his arms. When he visited the Li residence, Qin Yizhu had still been unconscious, so he entrusted her care to Yu Chongli. By the time he returned, Qin Yizhu had regained consciousness. After checking her pulse and examining her wounds, he found that she had healed, though she still exhibited signs of having been overly frightened. Qin Yizhu shifted into a more comfortable position in Kong Lin's embrace, gazing at the man she had longed for, as she awakened moments ago. Xiaozue recounted all that had transpired to him. Upon hearing that Kong Lin had monopolized 3 Qi-gathering realm warriors for her sake, Qin Yizhu was so moved that she nearly agreed to marry him on the spot, though she fortunately managed to restrain this impulse with a sense of reason. For reasons unknown, Kong Lin found himself feeling quite awkward under her gentle gaze, perhaps due to his inexperience, as he was somewhat unaccustomed to such attention. "Silly girl, are you feeling better?" he inquired once more. Qin Yizhu shyly nodded, burying her head once again into Kong Lin's embrace. "Lord Yu, I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you in a few days, and you must ensure that the position of teaching assistant is prepared for me," Kong Lin stated, raising his head. Yu Chongli nodded in affirmation and replied, "It has long been arranged. You may go at any time. By the way, allow me to remind you that the Zheng family members have also been afflicted by the gu poison. You would do well to devise a solution," he added. When Liya departed, she had only triggered a small portion of the Zheng family members. A significant number remained untouched, presenting a ticking time bomb. Kong Lin preferred not to take such a risk and deemed it wiser to entrust this troubling issue to Yu Chongli for resolution. As everyone rose to leave, they returned to the academy in the afternoon. The sun filtered through the clouds, casting slanted rays upon the academy's buildings, where a group of teachers and students awaited at the entrance. Having heard the distressing news of Qin Yizhu's attack, their hearts laden with concern. "Teacher Qin, are you all right?" A throng of children encircled Kong Lin, expressing their worry for the girl in his arms. "Thank you for your concern. Teacher Qin is now fine," Kong Lin reassured them. "Uncle Jin, please take the children back to pack their belongings. We will move to the academy tonight." He then turned to convey the same message to the couple, Qiu Kuan and Long Jianfeng. Everyone inquired, "Where will we stay?" Kong Lin pointed towards the rear, and upon turning, they were met with the sight of the buildings, perfectly timed with their emergence. 2 wisps of mist slowly ascended into the sky, revealing 2 structures with white walls and black tiles. "This shall be our new dormitory." The busy day continued until the sun dipped below the horizon, marking the completion of their relocation efforts. The student dormitory comprised 4 levels, each housing 20 rooms, with each room accommodating 4 individuals, amounting to a total of 320 residents. The layout was distinctly divided, with the left side designated for boys and the right for girls, separated by a wide and lengthy corridor. Each area featured a courtyard equipped with drying racks, laundry sinks, and spaces for planting flowers and grass. The faculty dormitory also spanned 4 stories, with 20 rooms per floor, though each room was designed for a single occupant, akin to a suite in a previous life. Lien Wenyao marveled at the sight, realizing that this dormitory surpassed that of the Wuxiang Academy by countless measures. Kong Lin felt a surge of joy. Although the teaching resources had yet to meet the academy's standards, the accommodation conditions had certainly been fulfilled, marking a small but significant step forward. That night would be the most vibrant one since the rebirth of Yunyan Academy, with students bustling about even in the late hours. Qin Yizhu and Kong Lin stood atop a small hill, taking a moment to rest. After some time, she asked, "Are we preparing to leave?" Kong Lin nodded and replied, "In the coming days, though I shall return swiftly, by the way, before we depart, I have something to entrust to you." Without waiting for Qin Yizhu's response, Kong Lin placed his hand upon her forehead, initiating the transfer of control over the academy. Although the Li family had fallen, Liya had not perished, and Kong Lin was concerned that she might cause trouble during his absence. Consequently, he resolved to entrust the control of the academy to Qin Yizhu. Allowing her to prepare for any external threats, he granted her deputy authority, retaining the primary control for himself. Once the transfer was complete, Kong Lin elucidated, "The entire academy is founded upon spiritual inscriptions. I have engraved a spiritual mark upon your brow. Now you shall have insight into the affairs of the academy. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the academy's condition, and a map will manifest in your mind. On this map, the blue light spots represent our own people, and the illuminated buildings indicate their status. Should the glow surrounding a building be red, it signifies that a door or window is ajar. Simply concentrate on closing them, and they shall secure themselves. Qin Yizhu attempted to sense the surroundings, and indeed, as Kong Lin described, the layout of the academy appeared in her mind. She noticed several blue light spots flickering near the martial arts pavilion, where the doors remained open. With a mere thought, the doors of the pavilion creaked shut, startling the children in front of it into a chorus of frightened squeals. Delighted by her successful prank, Qin Yizhu opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Kong Lin, this feature is so amusing." "There are even more delightful capabilities," he replied. "Once I procure additional materials, we could relocate the entire academy, allowing us to explore the world while teaching our students and admiring the beautiful scenery. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Really, Qin Yizhu was overwhelmed with excitement. Traversing the world had always been her dream, and now she discovered that Kong Lin shared this aspiration. "Would I deceive you?" Kong Lin smiled and nodded. "When I journey to Chuning City, should you miss me, feel free to send me a spiritual message. I shall respond upon receiving it. Mm. After speaking, Qin Yizhu resumed her exploration of the academy's status, intrigued by this newfound ability. Suddenly, she perceived a multitude of red dots gathering outside the academy gates. Opening her eyes, she remarked, "There are many outsiders at the entrance. What should we do?" A glimmer of determination flickered in Kong Lin's eyes as he took Qin Yizhu's hand and declared, "Let us investigate." Chapter 98. Atonement at the academy's entrance. Denyo and Air, who pointed their long staffs at the foremost figure, Feng Tianqiu, inquiring, "What brings you here? Are you intending to storm the academy again?" Feng Tianqiu offered a hearty smile and replied, "Fear not, we are certainly not here in haste. I kindly request both of you to relay a message. State that Feng Tianqiu, the president of Lingxiao Academy, has come to atone for his actions." Feng Tianqiu's uncharacteristically polite demeanor left Denyo and Air who somewhat taken aback. They had a vivid recollection of their previous encounter. The last time Feng Tianqiu had attempted to enter the academy, they had obstructed him, only to be readily overpowered by his subordinates. Today, however, he was courteous. Had he been humbled by the president's formidable presence? Yet, they wondered, what could have necessitated an atonement? While they were puzzled, the onlookers accompanying them were well aware of the circumstances. When they beheld the disciples and faculty of Lingxiao Academy arriving at Yunyan Academy, clutching martial arts techniques, their suspicions were swiftly aroused. What kind of tempest could summon the esteemed director Feng? The voice of Kong Lin resonated from the rear. Feng Tianqiu craned his neck for a glimpse, but failed to catch sight of Kong Lin's figure. Feeling a chill within, indeed, a powerhouse of the true Qi realm was formidable. Before long, Kong Lin's silhouette emerged before the crowd, accompanied by Qin Yizhu and Long Jianfeng. Feng Tianqiu's pupils constricted sharply, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he declared, "The sinner Feng Tianqiu has come to atone." "What crime has Director Feng committed? Are you referring to the matter of Li Ye's alleged murder of my fiancée?" Feng Tianqiu glanced at Qin Yizhu standing beside Kong Lin, noting her robust complexion, even more vibrant than that of the 18-year-old maiden he had just married, which filled him with trepidation. It appeared the rumors of Qin Yizhu's grievous injuries were mere fabrications. Kong Lin must be employing a cunning strategy, perhaps intending to orchestrate the downfall of the Li family. He hastily retorted, "It is not that incident, but rather the cataclysm from 3 years prior. 3 years ago, blinded by greed, I took advantage of your Yun family's perilous situation by sending individuals to infiltrate the academy, pilfering a total of 14,836 volumes of martial techniques from your martial arts pavilion." Kong Lin scoffed. Feng Tianqiu had chosen the word take rather than steal, highlighting a significant distinction. He remained silent, encouraging the other to continue. "For these years, I have dwelled in remorse, even closing my eyes only to see the visage of clan leader Kong haunting my thoughts. Unable to find peace in my meals or slumber at night, in the span of merely 3 years, I feel as though I have aged a decade." Kong Lin nearly burst into laughter. Who among the populace was unaware of Director Feng's proclivity for youthful maidens? It was likely that the toll of aging a decade was attributable to those very maidens. Suddenly, Feng Tianqiu knelt, stating, "Today, my conscience has compelled me to return the martial techniques in addition to the 14,836 volumes that were taken. I also present 80 volumes of Xin-level martial techniques and 8,000 volumes of Huang-level techniques, totaling 22,916 volumes. As a means of atonement, I implore Director Kong to forgive me." Such eloquent words were merely a fade. Was it not the case that he feared Director Kong's formidable display today, hastening to return what had been taken? A voice from the crowd remarked, and the assembly echoed in agreement. It was from the residents of Yunyan City that Kong Lin learned of Lingxiao Academy's audacious theft from their martial arts pavilion. For years, he had endured in silence, biding his time due to his own lack of strength. He had intended to issue a warning to Lingxiao Academy before departing, yet unexpectedly, this old man had faltered. Kong Lin raised both hands, silencing the crowd. It is said that a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. I am pleased that Director Feng has chosen to rectify his past errors. It seems I need not visit Lingxiao Academy after all. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxiu was drenched in cold sweat, feeling immense relief that he had proactively sought forgiveness, sparing himself the consequences of a confrontation at Lingxiao Academy, the implications of which he dared not contemplate. Kong Lin smiled. I shall accept your reparations, and I also forgive you. Henceforth, our two academies may continue to exchange teaching experiences. Would you not agree? Indeed, that is quite reasonable. Director Kong speaks wisely, came the consensus from the crowd. Feng Tianxiu nodded vigorously, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains. All right, let us move all the martial techniques inside. Kong Lin and the students from Yunyan Academy willingly cleared a path, while Feng Tianxiu directed over 200 students to transport the martial techniques into the martial arts pavilion. After they placed the techniques down, without waiting for Kong Lin to speak, they fled as if escaping for their lives. Fearing that Kong Lin might cause them trouble, observing the additional 20,000 martial techniques, Kong Lin felt a deep sense of reflection. To the Kong family, I have fulfilled a portion of my promise. Now, Yunyan Academy stands as the mightiest institution in Yunyan City. Next, we shall showcase our brilliance in the Academy Exchange competition, ensuring that Yunyan Academy gains its rightful renown. The day after Lingxiao Academy returned the martial techniques, they dispatched the chief mentor to exchange and share experiences. Throughout the entire process, Kong Lin merely observed, allowing Chiu Kuan and Jin Feng to take the spotlight. In the following 5 days, Kong Lin accompanied Qin Yizhu back home, then made 4 visits to the city lord's mansion, finalizing the academy's security concerns. On the 7th night, Kong Lin embarked on his journey towards Kuning City. Kuning City is a medium-sized city with a permanent population of 1 million. From the map provided by Yu Chongli, Kong Lin learned that the city is divided into 4 distinct districts. The eastern district, Longfu, is where dignitaries gather. The southern district, Tonghe, is the domain of common folk. The western district, Yongla, serves as a playground for men, and the northern district, Qingyun, is home to the academies. According to UCU, both the southern and western districts fall under the jurisdiction of the Black Dragon Gang, while the eastern district belongs to the city lord's mansion and the western district to the academies. The 3 factions collectively share control over Kuning City. Kong Lin arrived in Kuning City in the morning, coinciding with the opening of the city gates, making him the first to enter. Glancing at the map, he noted that he was currently in the southern district, while his destination lay in the northern district at Wanxiang Academy. However, he did not rush to his destination. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. He decided to first familiarize himself with the city's landscape. The broad streets were wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, and the buildings lining the streets were at least 3 stories tall. A faint fragrance wafted through the city, reminiscent of wine or the scent of rouge. Kong Lin strolled from morning until evening, traversing from the southern district to the eastern district, and finally to the western district, ultimately deciding to dine in this area. He was greeted by the sight of several graceful, scantily clad women smiling down at him from the 2nd and 3rd floor windows. The presence of such lovely smiles made even a meal seem more delectable. At that moment, a young man suddenly leaped out from a building to his left, crashing right in front of Kong Lin. A woman dressed as a madam scolded him vehemently. You dare to barge into Miss Chi's chamber without money? If it weren't for your status as a regular, I would have broken your legs long ago. You've wasted my time and cost me a deal. How unfortunate. Get lost. After the madam departed, the young man rose, dusting himself off, and angrily declared, just you wait. Once I get the money, I'll make you pay. After straightening his collar, he shot a glance at Kong Lin and barked, what are you staring at? Never seen a handsome man before? Brother, please wait. Kong Lin obstructed the young man's path and said, I would like to invite you inside for some entertainment. I wonder if you might be interested. As he spoke, he tossed a few pieces of true essence stones in his hand. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, replying, yes, indeed, I am very interested. Chapter 99. Su Tong. Does Kong Lin know him? No, he does not, but he is intrigued purely because the other party dared to boldly enter a place like the Rouge Pavilion without suffering any consequences. What is the Rouge Pavilion? A place for seeking pleasure. Yes, but it is more than that. The Rouge Pavilion merely represents the first layer of service, the most superficial aspect. Although the service is exceptional, there are also gambling dens, intelligence trafficking organizations, and more within. This establishment serves as the most significant cash cow for the Black Dragon Gang, and it constitutes a vital part of the black market in Chuning City. To dare to venture into the Rouge Pavilion unscathed suggests that this individual possesses some degree of background, and perhaps he might even glean some special information. The two chose a window-side table and ordered some food and drinks. Once their orders arrived, the young man raised his cup and said, "My friend, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I am grateful that you have put aside past grievances and invited me to share a drink. Allow me to toast to you." Kong Lin raised his cup in return, saying, "There is no need for courtesy. I merely admire your courage to boldly enter the Rouge Pavilion." The young man inquired, "This is your first visit to Chuning City, isn't it?" Kong Lin was taken aback. Could his identity have been exposed? Yet he heard the man continue, "It is only outsiders who do not recognize me." Su Tong. Kong Lin smiled and said, "So you are Su Tong. I must drink with you properly." He had seen this person's profile in the directory of notable figures from Chuning City provided by UCU. Su Tong, the eldest son of the Su family, was a well-known second-generation heir in Chuning City, spending his days indulging in leisure, neglecting serious matters, and eschewing school in favor of revelry, dog-walking, and bird-taming. Su Tong should not have been so famous, as there were many second-generation heirs in Chuning City. He was merely one among a multitude. Yet, he had remarkably gained notoriety for his visits to the Rouge Pavilion. While others frequented the Rouge Pavilion to seek pleasure, resolve personal issues, or drown their sorrows in drink, what did Su Tong do? He would book the top courtesan, asking others to sing for him, harmonizing with him in melodious tunes, and if they performed well, he would lavish them with generous sums of money. This infuriated those wealthy patrons who could not secure the top courtesan, leading some to even speculate about Su Tong's personal issues. Upon hearing such remarks, Su Tong's father, Su Chun, erupted in fury and confined Su Tong to his quarters. It is unclear how Su Tong managed to persuade his father, but eventually, Su Chun ceased to intervene, albeit restricting Su Tong's finances. This young man reverted to his old ways, spending lavishly on courtesans when he had money, and when he was broke, he would either solicit funds from his family or be on the path to do so. Now, Kong Lin finally understood. It was no wonder that Su Tong had displayed a proud demeanor when he complimented his audacity to enter the Rouge Pavilion. This was likely not his first encounter. The two laughed and finished their fine wine, and Su Tong remarked, "May I ask for your name?" "I am Kong Lin, visiting Chuning City for the first time, intending to engage in some minor business." "Ah, please, do not venture into business in Chuning City." Su Tong cautiously surveyed his surroundings before whispering, "The Black Dragon Gang has monopolized all profitable businesses in Chuning City through various means. Even those that yield no profit are subject to extortionate protection fees. You would be wise to abandon such notions. Surely, the officials of the City Lord's mansion cannot be oblivious to this? Do they care at all? How could they possibly intervene?" The figures backing the Black Dragon Gang command such respect that even the City Lord must tread lightly. Su Tong's words left Kong Lin astounded. He hadn't anticipated the Black Dragon Gang's formidable influence. It seemed prudent to exercise caution. Dispersing the look of alarm from his eyes, Kong Lin remarked, "Let us not dwell on this matter. I would be most grateful if you could enlighten me about the unique characteristics of Chuning City." "You have indeed posed the right question," Su Tong replied, setting down his cup. "Though Chuning City may not boast many remarkable features, it is renowned for its beauties. Could you elaborate?" Kong Lin inquired earnestly. Su Tong spoke with a tone of gravity. "Chuning City possesses a beauty ranking that I have painstakingly compiled. At the top is the illustrious UCU, followed closely by the newly arrived auctioneer, Lu Yu. I have a premonition that next month, UCU may relinquish her position. The third place is held by my dream girl, Wen Renmei, and the fourth." "That is enough. I can revisit the rankings later. Could you possibly focus on the top two?" Kong Lin's primary interest lay with UCU and Lu Yu. His understanding of UCU was rather superficial, and he hoped to glean some valuable insights from Su Tong. "Why not include the top three? You've already claimed the third is your dream girl, so why should I delve deeper?" "A true friend ought to share." Su Tong gave a thumbs up, saying, "Indeed, like-minded individuals gravitate towards one another. You and I both appreciate only the finest. To be frank, I hold the individuals ranked below third in low regard. UCU is truly exceptional. She is the eldest daughter of the second-rate Yu family, and arguably the most beautiful woman in Chuning City. In fact, she is currently upstairs negotiating a significant deal." "Ah, she is upstairs?" Kong Lin felt a surge of anxiety. He had not disclosed his presence to her during his visit to Chuning City. If she were to discover him, it could lead to unforeseen complications. "She arrived at noon, reportedly to discuss some grand business venture," Su Tong queried. "What is with that expression?" "She is a beauty, not a demon. What is there to fear?" I fear she may take liberties with me." He had been subjected to her advances more than once, and now, without Qin Zhu by his side, she might be even bolder. Upon hearing this, Su Tong burst into laughter, tears of mirth streaming down his face. After a moment, he said, "My friend, you are suffering from a misperception. Why you see you wouldn't spare me a glance, let alone you. However, it is perfectly natural to have such illusions. Everyone experiences them." Kong Lin wished to confess that he had been the target of Yu Siyu's advances numerous times, but he doubted Su Tong would believe him. He decided against sharing this and gestured for Su Tong to continue. Su Tong took a sip of wine and continued, "She is 28 this year, and her rise to prominence is nothing short of astonishing. Why Yu Siyu returned from the capital at the age of 20 and immediately joined the Xinyang auction house as an auctioneer. Under her leadership, there has never been a single item that failed to sell at her auctions. In September of that same year, she completed the assessment to become a first-rank alchemist at the Alchemist Guild. By October, she had passed the second-rank alchemist assessment, and by December, she had achieved the status of a third-rank alchemist. Such accomplishments may not seem extraordinary in the capital or Tongzhou, but in Chuning City, they are indeed remarkable. The once weak Yu family was remarkably elevated by this woman, ascending to the ranks of a second-tier family in Chuning City. Records from the Xinyang auction house indicate that since Yu Siyu took on the role of auctioneer, the profits of the Chuning branch have doubled each year without fail. Su Tong's tone was filled with admiration as he remarked, "To conquer such a remarkable woman means a blessed life ahead." Indeed, a blessed life. Kong Lin nodded in agreement, surprised by Yu Siyu's prowess. He had assumed her rise was due to male patronage, but it seemed he had misjudged her capabilities. After introducing Yu Siyu, the two took a break, gazing out the window when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Kong Lin spotted 4 carriages approaching from the end of the street, adorned with golden threads and pulled by white steeds. They belonged to the Xinyang auction house. Upon witnessing this, Su Tong's expression shifted dramatically, and he rose quickly, saying, "We must leave at once. Something big is about to happen here." And no sooner had he spoken than they heard someone shout that the Black Widow had arrived. The patrons on the second floor, engaged in drinking and dining, immediately paled, dropping their payments and rushing downstairs, resembling individuals who had encountered a harbinger of death. "Su Gongzi, who is the Black Widow? We'll discuss it outside. Hurry along." Chapter 100. The Black Widow Lu Yu. After settling the bill, Kong Lin followed the crowd outside the Yinji Pavilion. Just as the 4 carriages came to a halt, a beautiful woman clad in black emerged from one of the carriages, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath her airily styled bangs lay a pair of willow-shaped brows, and below them, a pair of eyes shimmering with the brilliance of stars. The edges of her attire were intricately embroidered, igniting the imagination. She smiled faintly, revealing 2 charming dimples on her cheeks. She stood firmly on the ground. The extravagantly dressed women upstairs swiftly withdrew their heads, feeling dwarfed and too intimidated to compare. Now, one could certainly identify her, couldn't they? Kong Lin had yet to voice his thoughts. Her presence was indeed formidable, surpassing even Qin Zhu, and any man who married her would surely leave their wet nurse unemployed. The newly appointed auctioneer of the Xinyang auction house, Lu Yu. Kong Lin noticed something peculiar. Lu Yu possessed an extraordinary beauty, as if sculpted by divine hands, excelling in certain respects even beyond Yu Siyu and Qin Zhu. Moreover, she had a remarkable ability to showcase her attributes. Every frown and smile, every gesture and step inadvertently revealed her advantages. In the presence of such a captivating beauty, among the onlookers, few men exhibited an unmistakable glint of possessiveness in their eyes. The majority averted their gazes, and some even bowed their heads in submission. What were they afraid of? Once Lu Yu entered, a collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of all present. Kong Lin inquired, "Did you just refer to him as Black?" Su Tong hastily covered Kong Lin's mouth and whispered, "Brother, do not bring me trouble. Let us discuss this over a meal at this establishment." "Very well." In pursuit of uncovering the origins of this woman, Kong Lin implored Su Tong once more. They chose a table by the window in the restaurant. Perhaps influenced by Lu Yu's presence, the already scarce patrons dwindled further. Su Tong spoke earnestly, "You nearly got me killed just now. In front of the black armored guards, one must never utter the words, 'Black Spider.' Do you understand? Be cautious to avoid courting disaster." Kong Lin nodded and continued, "Then please enlighten me regarding her background." Su Tong glanced around to ensure their privacy before quietly divulging, "This woman possesses formidable skills in subduing men." Subduing men? Kong Lin had only heard of the term husband slayer. As Su Tong elaborated, Lu Yu was dispatched from the headquarters of the Xinyang auction house. Having arrived in Chuning City merely 10 days prior, yet she secured the largest order from the local branch, leaving Yu Siyu quite embarrassed. Such an impressive figure, naturally, attracted scrutiny regarding her true identity, and soon enough, rumors began to circulate. Lu Yu, at the age of 29, hailed from Tongzhou and had been betrothed on 10 occasions, yet on each occasion, her fiancé mysteriously perished the following day. Moreover, every male relative in her household met an untimely demise, and not a single man who had ventured too close to her fate fared well. In the span of 10 days since Lu Yu's arrival in Chuning City, 13 men had encountered misfortune due to her presence. Kong Lin furrowed his brow, finding the tale reminiscent of a myth, echoing the words of Shan Gongbao, fellow traveler, please do not depart. Were those men merely victims of their own disbelief in the supernatural? Who could argue otherwise? Su Tong concurred, yet, with beauty before them, some men simply cannot restrain themselves. Who can be blamed? Then why did you urge me to leave? What calamity might unfold? Just watch. A conflict is bound to erupt soon. As the two conversed, Lu Yu ascended to the third floor of the Yinji Pavilion. Su Tong had previously explained that the pavilion comprised 5 levels. The first and second floors served as dining and socializing spaces, where one could enjoy the company of beautiful women, though one must secure a private room for such indulgence. Those unable to afford the expense might take their companions home. The third floor, however, was reserved for esteemed guests, and individuals of lesser status were not permitted entry. The fourth and fifth floors hosted a casino and a zone for discreet transactions, accessible only via a rear entrance. Before long, Kong Lin observed from the second-floor window a contingent of black iron guards, who swiftly descended, establishing a safe perimeter. Shortly thereafter, 2 young women, arm in arm, gracefully descended together. They were none other than Yu and Lu Yu. Their laughter and camaraderie appeared more intimate than that of sisters. Oddly enough, no altercation had ensued. Su Tong, perplexed, rested his chin on his hand and murmured, "Why has a confrontation not occurred? Just tell me plainly. Spare me the suspense." Very well, Su Tong recounted that a sub-branch typically consists of a primary auctioneer and a secondary one. Given Yuxi's extensive qualifications and her popularity, it was only natural for her to assume the role of the primary auctioneer for the Chuning Cheng sub-branch. However, the arrival of the newcomer Lu Yu, bearing an appointment letter from Xianyang Auction House, stirred discontent among Yuxi's supporters. The letter explicitly designated Lu Yu as the primary auctioneer for the Chuning Cheng sub-branch, which irked many who had rallied behind Yuxi. On the first day, the management of the Chuning Cheng sub-branch hosted a welcoming gathering for Lu Yu at Ju Xinglu, where Yuxi also made an appearance. Several men, who had previously faced rejection from Yuxi, eagerly joined Lu Yu's camp as an act of reprisal, unaware of Lu Yu's formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Lu Yu and Yuxi engaged in amiable conversation upstairs, while their respective supporters clashed fiercely below, nearly dismantling the establishment. That evening, Lu Yu paid a visit to a grievously injured supporter, a gesture that invigorated her backing. It was worth noting that while Yuxi was benevolent towards her supporters, she maintained a certain distance, never offering personal visits, which ultimately swayed more individuals to Lu Yu's side. According to incomplete statistics, since Lu Yu's arrival in Chuning Cheng, every encounter between her and Yuxi had resulted in brawls, 10 in total. Among these, 3 escalated to fatalities, 6 resulted in severe injuries, and 1 in minor injuries. Due to Lu Yu's penchant for black attire, she earned the moniker Black Spider. Upon concluding this tale, Su Tong sighed. "Thus, I shall take you away. I had anticipated a splendid spectacle tonight, yet both appeared utterly unfazed. Brother Su, did you not notice? Neither had their supporters in tow this time, indeed." Prompted by Kong Lin's insight, Su Tong suddenly comprehended, vigorously tapping his forehead. What a foolish thing to overlook. He then grinned, adding, "Had I known, we would have remained to observe the 2 beauties up close, an opportunity one could scarcely fathom." Kong Lin chuckled. "Are you not afraid of drawing calamity upon yourself, becoming the 14th victim? Viewing them is harmless. Besides, I hardly capture their attention." As their conversation unfolded, Yuxi and Lu Yu had already exited Yanjigu. Casting a glance at those around her, Yuxi extended her hand to Lu Yu, saying, "Sister Lu, I genuinely appreciate your introduction to Lord Jia. Although the deal did not materialize, my heartfelt thanks remain." Lu Yu nodded, offering an understanding smile, then grasped Yuxi's hand, replying, "No need for thanks. We are both here to serve the auction house, are we not?" Yuxi nodded, noticing her supporters approaching from a distance. "Indeed, I feel somewhat fatigued today, so I shall take my leave to rest." "Very well, then we shall meet again tomorrow." Yuxi gave a slight nod and made her way toward her carriage. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she instinctively lifted her gaze and caught sight of Kong Lin through the window. She offered a faint smile before stepping into the eye, and Su Tong, who had been observing, exclaimed with delight, "Brother Kong, Yuxi smiled at me. She actually smiled at me. Is that so? Then congratulations are in order. Kong Lin spoke without thinking, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Upon seeing Yu Siyu enter the restaurant, Su Tong hastily rose to adjust his attire and hair, then sat down on the stool with a melancholic expression. This maneuver was learned from the seasoned veterans of nightlife, reputed to be the most effective in capturing a woman's attention. As the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, Su Tong felt his heart synchronize with the cadence, beating increasingly faster. You scoundrel, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? He thought. Alas, I must forsake Ame and seek refuge in Yu Siyu's embrace, for she is of greater stature. Guilt washed over Su Tong internally as he uttered this thought, then lifted his gaze, only to be momentarily frozen in place. There stood Yu Siyu, her left hand resting on Kong Lin's shoulder, gazing at him with an affectionate intensity. Kong Lin remarked, Su, your performance is the true illusion of life. Who are you? Su Tong exclaimed, having risen too forcefully and overturned his stool, pointing an accusatory finger at Kong Lin. Frustration surged within him. Why was Yu Siyu seeking this outsider instead of him? What was it that he lacked? Kong Lin casually brushed away Yu Siyu's hand from his shoulder, innocently replying, I am Kong Lin. Who else could I be? Yu Siyu gasped slightly at the sudden dismissal, casting a flirtatious glance at Kong Lin. I rather enjoy your roughness. Yu Tong nearly fell to his knees upon hearing this. The woman, whom the men of Chu Ning City regarded as an unattainable dream, possessed such hidden attributes. It was utterly mind-boggling. Dear lady, please spare me. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Kong Lin thought, fully aware that this woman would undoubtedly devise a way to complicate his life. Noticing a crowd gathering downstairs, among whom were surely Yu Siyu supporters, he realized the consequences of this scene being discovered would be dire. Hee, if you wish to evade my wrath, you must assist me with a task, Yu Siyu teased. You must treat the woman below as you do me. Kong Lin inquired, Lu Yu? Yu Siyu nodded, come closer. Let me elaborate. She pulled Kong Lin aside and began to explain the purpose of her visit to the Yanji Pavilion today. It was Lu Yu who had orchestrated this meeting. Initially, Yu Siyu was astonished when Lu Yu proactively introduced her to potential partners. It was clear to others that they were at odds, leading her to suspect ulterior motives behind the introduction. However, after some investigation, Yu Siyu realized she had misjudged. The supplier Lu Yu had recommended, Jiaodaran, was indeed a legitimate source of medicinal materials, with documentation that was completely authentic. Moreover, he had approached the auction house with sincere terms, prompting satisfaction from the branch president present, who encouraged Yu Siyu to pursue the collaboration. Although reluctant to partner with him, she felt it inappropriate to dismiss a guest in front of the president. Thus acquiescing, little did she expect Lu Yu would leverage their negotiation venue, arranging it at the third floor of the Yanji Pavilion. While the residents of Chuning City understood the true nature of this establishment, outsiders merely perceived it as a cosmetic venue. The woman accompanied a man to the Rouge House to discuss business, a situation that, once it became known, would undoubtedly provoke much laughter at their expense, especially since the deal had yet to be finalized. As their conversation reached a critical juncture, the appearance of Lu Yu caused Jiaodaran to swiftly alter his stance, revoking the previously offered favorable terms, which left Yu Siyu seething with indignation. She had already discerned Lu Yu's intentions. She aimed to tarnish her reputation in the eyes of the experts at the Xinyang auction house headquarters, portraying her as a woman of loose morals. Kong Lin, upon hearing this, felt a pang of discomfort. This woman was indeed formidable in her scheming. He had always believed his own cunning to be profound, only to discover that Lu Yu was a truly ruthless character, capable of ensnaring even a seasoned player like Yu Siyu. Let us not forget, we are but grasshoppers on the same string. Yu Siyu patted Kong Lin's chest and declared, if you do not assist me, I shall sell you out, even at the cost of my own life. Kong Lin sighed in agreement, now regretting his choice of partner. He returned to the table, head downcast, only to be met with an irate gaze from Su Tong, who demanded, Kong, I require an explanation. Kong Lin replied weakly, what is there to explain? Do you believe I could ever catch her eye? We are merely acquaintances. Merely acquaintances? Yet I have witnessed it with my own eyes, Su Tong retorted. I saw the two of you whispering in a dark corner. Can such intimacy be attributed to mere friendship? With a teasing tone, Su Tong added, well then, how about we also indulge in some whispering? What do you say? As Yu Siyu approached Su Tong, leaning in, he panicked and fell to the ground. No, don't do that. I was mistaken, miss you, he shouted in alarm. What a pitiful sight, Kong Lin quipped. You speak so grandly, yet when the real deal arrives, you retract at once. Yu Tong rose, dusting himself off and scoffed, if you have the guts. Then go downstairs and whisper to her, as long as you don't end up battered, I will concede. Really? Very well. I had intended to be discreet, but it seems circumstances dictate otherwise. Kong Lin stood and drew Yu Siyu into his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, do not move. If revenge is what you seek, it will come at a cost. When the time comes, do not reveal my true name. Refer to me as Kong Mu. Yu Siyu was perplexed as to why Kong Lin insisted on using a pseudonym, yet she was willing to cooperate with him to relieve her frustrations. Under Su Tong's astonished gaze, they descended the stairs together. Yu Siyu trailed Kong Lin like a devoted wife, glancing at him with every step, her eyes brimming with affection. An obvious sentiment that even a fool could discern. Downstairs, the onlookers shared Su Tong's astonishment, all harboring a singular thought. They had witnessed the extraordinary. Their goddess was about to run off with another. Lu Yu inquired, Sister Yu, who is this gentleman? He is Kong Mu, a resident of Yunyan City. And a friend of mine, Yu Siyu replied, her cheeks flushed, a result of the masculine energy that had been so close to her moments ago. Generally, it was she who played tricks on others. She had not anticipated that Kong Lin would dare to turn the tables and claim her affections. In fact, he was the first boy to be so intimately close to her since childhood. A glimmer of envy flickered in Lu Yu's beautiful eyes upon hearing this. Upon hearing the news, she learned that Yu Siyu had found a remarkably skilled alchemist named Kong Lin in Yunyan City. Could this individual possibly be related to the renowned Kong Lin? With a faint smile, she gracefully approached and extended her hand, saying, Greetings, young Master Kong, I am Lu Yu, a friend of Yu Mei. However, Kong Lin did not reciprocate the gesture, instead inquiring, Are you perhaps intending to harm me? Lu Yu momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Harm him? Where did that notion arise from? She forced a smile and replied, What do you mean by that? Young Master? Kong Lin moved to the left of Yu Siyu, deliberately avoiding Lu Yu, and remarked, Although this is my first visit to Chuning City, I have long been acquainted with the tales of Miss Lu. If I were to shake your hand, wouldn't your fervent supporters just beat me up? I possess neither power nor influence. Whom would I turn to for justice then? Kong Lin spoke the truth. Setting aside the exaggerated rumors about her, now that Yu Siyu had revealed his identity, what was Lu Yu approaching him for? They had no collaborative ties. There was no reason for a handshake. Even in his past life on Earth, two strangers would not shake hands simply due to mutual acquaintances. Young Master, you jest? How could that be? How could it not be? 13 individuals have been harmed because of you. I certainly do not wish to become the 14th. Please do not bring misfortune upon me. Lu Yu's smile faded. She was aware that people were discussing this matter in private, yet no one had ever dared to voice it in her presence. Kong Lin was the first. She cast a deep glance at Yu Siyu and then retreated to her original position, saying, Since you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. Sister Lu, Yu Siyu rushed to Lu Yu's side and said, My friend is simply direct. Please do not take offense. How could I be offended? It is merely a matter of give and take. Sister, what do you mean by that? You understand my meaning with that? Lu Yu departed. After her exit, her supporters followed suit, each casting a lingering glance at Kong Lin, etching his visage into their memories. Although Kong Lin had spurned their goddess, she appeared distinctly displeased. This slight would surely be avenged. Standing amidst the crowd, Kong Lin felt as though he had become the common enemy of all the men in Chuning City. Chapter 102. Emerging from the mud, Yu Siyu's residence lay to the east of Chuning City, nestled within a tranquil courtyard, as she described. The surrounding inhabitants were all associated with the Lord's manor. The moment they crossed the threshold, Kong Lin was enveloped by a familiar fragrance, the subtle scent that lingered on Yu Siyu. Master, you have returned, oh? The maid who came out to greet them paused for a moment, then exclaimed with unrestrained joy, Everyone, come quickly. The master has brought a man home. In an instant, a dozen or so maids, clad in nearly identical attire, rushed forth from the mansion, encircling Kong Lin. That moment, he felt as though he had plunged into a den of wolves, for the eyes of these maidens glimmered with an unsettling intensity, which was quite terrifying. Why, Yu Siyu, witnessing Kong Lin's expression, could not help but chuckle. Just moments ago, in the tavern, he had exuded an air of dominance, yet now he resembled a naive young scholar, utterly unacquainted with the world. She squeezed through the throng to stand beside him, and before she could utter a word, one of the maids inquired, My lady, is this your fiancé or merely a paramour? It must be the fiancé. If it were a lover, why would she bring him home? Even if she were to bring someone, it would surely be a gigolo. Yet, that seems wrong, for a gigolo would not possess such bashfulness. He must indeed be the fiancé. What if the other party has just embarked upon this line of work? Everyone has their first time. After all, We ought to be understanding. Hee, my lady has finally succumbed to loneliness. My lady, would you like me to teach you a few poses? I have learned so much from my books. Kong Lin. That at that moment, he finally comprehended how Yu Siyu's character had been shaped. With such a retinue of maids, even the most virtuous of women might stray from the righteous path. It is indeed a challenge to remain untainted in a murky world. Why Yu Siyu, with an expression of exasperation, remarked, "That's enough. This is genuinely my friend. So please do not scare him." In unison, the maids let out a collective dint before dispersing. Following Yu Siyu, Kong Lin curiously surveyed the courtyard, which featured only a stone table and 4 stone stools, accompanied by an expansive garden filled with flower beds, climbing vines on trellises, and a tree large enough to be embraced by a single person. Without even glancing back at her room, Yu Siyu seized a watering pot from the table and darted into the flower beds to tend to the plants. Noticing Kong Lin's puzzled expression, a nearby maid, taking pity on him, explained, "Young sir, these are my lady's treasures. Remember, if you wish to win her heart, you must possess knowledge of flowers and plants." "What are you saying?" Yu Siyu warned without turning her head. The maid sighed and replied, "This flower is called Yulan. I can only assist you to this point. Best of luck." As she departed, she made a gesture of encouragement. Kong Lin seated himself on a stone stool, observing Yu Siyu as she cautiously navigated the flower beds, nearly tiptoeing to avoid disturbing any of the blossoms. "These flowers were planted by my mother. Now that she is gone, it falls upon me to care for them. I apologize. I should not have been curious and brought up your sorrowful memories." Why Yu Siyu turned to glare at Kong Lin, saying, "What are you talking about?" "I mentioned that my mother has gone on a journey." Kong Lin. He had a quip he wished to voice but decided against it. If she herself did not clarify her words, coupled with the sorrow evident on her face while watering the flowers, anyone would naturally draw certain conclusions. How vexing! Yu Siyu, entirely oblivious to the extent of Kong Lin's thoughts, continued, "You must be very curious as to why those maids were astonished upon seeing you. It is because, apart from me, the only one who visits this residence is my mother. And your father? Your family? They dare not come. They cannot bear to face me." Kong Lin found himself at a loss for words, too hesitant to applaud. From Yu Siyu's demeanor, it seemed that her home life was far from harmonious. Clapping at such a moment would surely invite trouble. He swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, "You share a close bond with your maids, don't you? They seem to have no fear of hierarchy and even dare to jest with you." "Indeed," she replied. "They are all orphans, having lost their parents, and grew up alongside me. They are not merely my servants. They are my family." Kong Lin nodded, realizing that he had not fully grasped the depth of Yu Siyu's character. His previous views had been overly simplistic. After Yu Siyu finished tending to the flowers, she seated herself across from Kong Lin and remarked, "Su Tong has shared many things about me, hasn't she?" Kong Lin nodded, acknowledging that with Yu Siyu's intelligence, it was impossible to keep secrets from her. "So you are aware of the terror that the Black Dragon Gang instills?" Kong Lin nodded once more, then stated, "I require a power structure chart as clear and detailed as possible." "Are you truly planning to take action against the Black Dragon Gang?" Kong Lin remained silent. This was no longer a matter of right or wrong regarding the Black Dragon Gang, but rather a question of life and death. With the Li family exterminated and the Zheng family captured, coupled with his appearance in Chuning City, it was likely that his information had already landed in the hands of the Black Dragon Gang's leader. Moreover, the escaped Li Yeye could very well be among their ranks. The animosity had escalated to an irreconcilable level, and the only resolution lay in bloodshed, swiftly severing the tangled threads of conflict. Why Yu Siyu sighed, saying, "Very well, follow me to my room. Isn't it permissible to discuss matters outside? How can one simply enter a young lady's chamber? Besides, I cannot fully trust your intentions, Yu Siyu. What if you deliberately left something personal outside? What if I lost control?" This was a serious concern. "Then perhaps you are not a man at all," Kong Lin retorted, rising abruptly and exuding an air of dominance. "Who says I am afraid? If we are to go, then let us go. Do you intend to devour me?" Yu Siyu laughed lightly. "Indeed, I might just have a mind to consume you tonight." Not far from Yu Siyu's courtyard lay Lu Yu's residence. Almost all the high-ranking officials of the New Sun Auction House's Chuning branch resided in this area. Lu Yu, having arrived in haste, brought along a maid and was accompanied by numerous bodyguards dispatched by the branch president. "Master, a message has arrived from our informant," announced a maid dressed in azure, rushing in with a letter. Lu Yu took the letter and opened it, her previously furrowed brow relaxing into a smile. "Seems that fortune has favored me. I need not search for you, as you have come to me instead. Sister Yu, do not blame me for being ruthless. The letter detailed a comprehensive report on Kong Lin, covering his age, origin, background, martial skills, and exploits in Yunyan City. If Kong Lin were to read this letter, he would undoubtedly be astonished, exclaiming, "Have I truly accomplished so much?" The maid inquired, "Master, having endured such humiliation tonight, shall I seek revenge for you? Never mind. I am well aware of your methods of retribution. They are nothing but igniting flames and inciting those foolish men to engage in violence." Lu Yu rose and spoke. "There is no need for you to concern yourself with such matters anymore. Kong Lin has already entered Yu's residence, and it is likely that he will be besieged by bricks upon his departure tomorrow." The maid gasped, "Is Yu conspiring against him?" She is fully aware that a prominent figure has set his sights on her. Yet she still brings men into her home. Liu shook her head, unable to decipher Yu's true intentions. According to the intelligence reports, Kong Lin lacked the strength to contend with that influential individual. Yet their relationship suggested they were particularly close friends. After pondering for quite some time, her mind became a tangled mess. Lu Yu frowned and declared, "Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it any longer. Gather your things. We shall pay a visit to a distinguished figure tonight. I will prepare immediately." Standing at the doorway, Lu Yu gazed in the direction of Yu's residence, a sneer curling at the corner of her lips. Chapter 103. The Academy of Myriad Phenomena. Before dawn on the following day, Kong Lin departed from Yu's abode. He was to report to the Academy of Myriad Phenomena. The Academy is the foundation of the institution. For a college to ascend to the status of an academy, it must first register with the Academy Alliance. The Alliance will dispatch officials to assess the comprehensive strength of the college, including the architecture, the overall qualifications of the faculty, the average level of the students, and the number of graduates. If the standards are met, the college may then be promoted to an academy. What does graduation entail? It signifies that one has reached the marrow washing stage, at which point they may apply for graduation. After graduating, they are presented with two options: to continue their studies at the academy or to forge their own path as bodyguards, warriors, teachers, or even hunters. The Academy of Myriad Phenomena is one of the two major academies in Chuning City, its expanse unknown to Kong Lin, yet from afar, he could already see two pagoda-like structures, the martial arts pavilions of the two academies. The martial arts pavilion within the Academy of Myriad Phenomena is named the Nine-Tiered Tower, comprising 9 levels, with each ascending tier representing a higher grade of martial arts. It is said that the 9th level harbors celestial grade techniques. The other building, the Huihai Tower of the Liu Academy, is also 9 stories high, with whispers suggesting it too contains celestial grade techniques. Kong Lin had paid little attention to the Liu Academy, having heard from Yu and Yu Chongli that its reputation was rather tarnished, accepting any student as long as the payment was made, reminiscent of the chaotic schools of his past life. Thus, he chose to become an assistant at the Academy of Myriad Phenomena. The role of an assistant entails learning the management of an academy. He feared that exposure to a disreputable institution would lead him astray. As dawn broke, a thin veil of white mist drifted with the wind in the northern part of the city. On his way to the Academy of Myriad Phenomena, Kong Lin observed a peculiar occurrence. The competition between the two academies seemed rather intense. For instance, if a student from the Academy of Myriad Phenomena walked ahead on a path, there would invariably be a student from the Liu Academy trailing closely behind. Once the student from the Academy of Myriad Phenomena was overtaken, they would promptly retaliate and give chase. Thus, they engaged in a relentless cycle of pursuit. They soon arrived at the academy, and Kong Lin realized another point that underscored the fierce rivalry between the two institutions. The grand entrances of the two academies stood in opposition, separated only by a broad street. On the street, a student from Wanxiang Academy triumphantly chased down a student from Liu Academy, loudly mocking him. The latter immediately lunged forward, and the two became entangled in a fierce scuffle. It was during school hours, surrounded by students from both sides. Yet they not only refrained from intervening but also watched with amused expressions, pointing and jeering. "What are you staring at?" shouted a spectator from Wanxiang Academy. "What about you?" retorted the student from Liu Academy. This familiar exchange sent a shiver down the spine of Kong Lin, who had just arrived for his report, and upon turning to look, he saw the two already grappling with each other. Kong Lin thought to himself. He had fancied he encountered a time traveler, only to be disappointed. The brawl continued as Kong Lin ascended the white stone steps of Wanxiang Academy. The students waiting in line to verify their identities frowned upon seeing him. Why is this man so handsome? If he gets in, what will happen? Kong Lin, not being a student, did not join the queue and was subsequently halted by the gatekeeper. "Halt! Who is your teacher? You have no sense of decorum. Not speaking? Then show me your identity badge. I am not a student. I am here to serve as the assistant to the dean. Here is my letter of recommendation." Kong Lin produced an envelope bearing the seal of the city lord's office. The gatekeeper cast a glance at it, then called someone over, saying, "Follow him. But remember not to wander. If you get injured by a student due to your recklessness, do not come to us. Thank you." Kong Lin nodded in gratitude and followed the guard inside. Throughout the journey, he wished to strike up a conversation, but the guide wore a stern expression, as if he owed him a considerable sum of gold coins. Kong Lin chose not to feel uncomfortable and quietly followed behind. Upon entering Wanxiang Academy, the atmosphere felt distinctly different. Firstly, the concentration of true energy within the academy was at least double that of the outside world. Then there was the environment, adorned with towering trees and flower beds alongside narrow paths, where someone was watering the plants, albeit with less focus than you displayed. How peculiar, he mused. Why did he think of you? Turning around to observe, he saw buildings aged with the marks of time, nestled among the trees, some even adorned with shimmering patterns. Those were spiritual runes. Kong Lin nodded in approval, reflecting. This century-old academy truly stands apart. Residing here for an extended period would undoubtedly accelerate one's progress in cultivation. Ahead, he heard the sound of ha-ha, and as he emerged from the thicket, he found a training ground nearly as expansive as that of Yunyan Academy. Hundreds of students, bare-chested and of similar age, all in the body refinement realm, were practicing the same martial technique, Ruan Shui Ju. From the name, it seemed to be a technique designed to enhance the flow of blood energy. More students continually rushed in to join the practice. With hundreds executing the movements in perfect unison, they would surely clinch victory in any synchronized exercise competition. At each cardinal direction of the training ground stood a middle-aged man, also bare-chested, patrolling and supervising. Whenever he detected any inconsistency in the students' movements, he would loudly correct them. His booming voice captured Kong Lin's attention, and he noticed that the four men bore striking similarities, all possessing sharp brows and square faces, radiating with vigorous energy. Could they possibly be quadruplets? Concealing his perplexity deep within, Kong Lin pressed onward, traversing the narrow path through the woods, when he was greeted by a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. He had arrived in the physician's domain, as Wen Yao had mentioned. This area was frequented by the largest number of females, as well as males. Taking a few more steps, Kong Lin indeed spotted clusters of girls diligently weeding and frolicking in the medicinal fields, their melodious laughter resonating all around. How delightful it is to be young, as he ambled along, engrossed in the scene. Just as he was about to lose sight of it, a sudden thud announced his collision with the back of the guide. The fellow turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, and said, "We arrived. Just here, prepare to queue." Q. There wasn't even a shadow in sight, yet he expected me to line up. Kong Lin intended to inquire further, but the guide had already vanished like the wind. Well, if queuing is what it takes, then so be it. At least there were girls to observe. Thus, Kong Lin chose a prime spot to scrutinize the youthful women meandering through the physician's area. Before long, others began to arrive. One individual, who had been animatedly conversing with the guide, transformed into a frigid figure the moment the guide departed, leaving Kong Lin at a loss for words. By midday, there were about 30 to 40 individuals waiting in the vicinity, all sharing a common trait. An utter silence amongst them, their collective attention swaying with the graceful movements of the 18-year-old maidens in the physician's domain. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You all must be here to apply for the position of assistant to the dean, correct?" The newcomer had a gaunt visage, somewhat resembling a sharp-faced monkey. Upon seeing the nods from the crowd, he continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang, assistant to the head of the Wanxiang Academy. We are hiring 2 individuals today. 2. No wonder the individuals here were silent. They likely already grasped the rules. This Yu Chongli had failed to inform him of the regulations, and he would certainly address this oversight upon his return. Jiang added, "Those with sponsorship, please raise your hands." Except for Kong Lin, everyone else raised their hands. Observing this, Jiang nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. It seems everyone understands the rules this time." Noticing that Kong Lin had not raised his hand, his brow furrowed, and he approached to inquire, "What about your sponsorship?" Kong Lin produced his letter of recommendation and replied, I do not have sponsorship, but I possess a recommendation letter from the city lord, and he did not instruct me to seek sponsorship." "My friend, this recommendation letter was written 30 days ago, wasn't it?" Jiang scoffed. "Currently, recommendation letters are of no use. We require sponsorship." "What exactly constitutes sponsorship? Is it merely monetary?" Kong Lin queried, a frown creasing his brow as he tucked away the recommendation letter. "No, our Wanxiang Academy is a legitimate institution, unlike some others that do anything for a price." Jiang responded earnestly. "Sponsorship entails your connections. For instance, Once you become an assistant instructor, you should be able to attract investment to the academy, thereby generating funds or revenue for it. If you lack sponsorship, then it would be prudent to return and prepare. Come back once you have secured one. Wait a moment. Xinjiang halted his steps and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what is it? Is my explanation not sufficiently clear? Now it is, Kong Lin replied with a veneer of politeness, though his smile did not reach his eyes. However, you just mentioned the ability to generate profits for the academy, which perplexes me. I am here to serve as an assistant, not to become a mere instrument for financial gain. Xinjiang reminded him of the unscrupulous figures he encountered during his previous life while pursuing certification, individuals who seemed to demand payment at every turn. Without funds, no assistance would be rendered. Back then, Kong Lin was obstinate, refusing to part with his money, though in reality, he simply lacked it, which ultimately led him to the path of teaching in less privileged areas. In the past, he had no power and was forced to endure humiliation. But now, armed with both strength and justice, why should he remain subservient? He had thoroughly studied the regulations of the Academy Alliance, which had never stipulated that a dean must seek sponsorship when serving as an assistant to the governor. You are the dean of an academy, correct? Xinjiang queried. Kong Lin nodded affirmatively. Xinjiang continued, since you are the dean, you ought to be well aware of the responsibilities that accompany the position. You are not required to teach students. I do teach students. I have instructed dozens, Kong Lin interjected. Xinjiang teased, that suggests you are a dean of a smaller institution? For only such deans would take on the role of instructor. Now, allow me to outline the responsibilities of the governor. As governors, we do not engage in teaching. In addition to managing the faculty and charting the academy's future course, we are also responsible for its smooth operation, which invariably requires funding. Since you are here to assist, is it not your duty to alleviate the governor's burdens? Wouldn't you agree? Kong Lin picked up a recording crystal from the wooden bench where he had been seated, stating, as to whether that is right or wrong, let the Lord of Chu Ning City adjudicate. This recording crystal was prepared in advance. Ever since you mentioned sponsorship, I sensed something amiss. He then rose, placing the recording crystal in a position that deliberately allowed for a glimpse, perfectly capturing Xinjiang's words. Wait, Xinjiang called out, halting Kong Lin as he turned to leave. Do you think that merely possessing a recording crystal can intimidate me? I cannot intimidate you, so why do you call out to me? Kong Lin replied, playfully toying with the recording crystal, a smile plastered across his face. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Whether you can impress the dean rests solely on your own capabilities. Hand it over. Thank you, Assistant Qian, Kong Lin exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he handed over the recording crystal. After receiving it, Xinjiang let out a cold